23:30 The situation is optimistic. 1. Fang Lian's mind was in a mess because of her concern. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already told Song Wei that Song Qiming was fine. However, when Fang Lian came in and saw so many doctors in front of the bed, and all of them were working excitedly, she could not help but feel nervous. However, Song Wei believed Xia Ruofei's words. If he said that she was fine, she was definitely fine. Her gaze fell on the bed. Before Xia Ruofei could explain, she cried out in surprise, "Eh? The ventilator had been removed? Ruofei, has my father regained his ability to breathe?" For the past few days, Song Qiming had been lying in the ICU. As his family, Fang Lian and Song Wei had been worried sick. They had also done a lot of research on brain trauma and brain death. Although they were not experienced doctors, Song Wei had at least learned some common knowledge. She immediately saw that Song Qiming's nasal tube had been removed. Ah? Fang Lian was stunned. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie Fang, Song Wei, I have good news for you. Uncle Song's condition has improved greatly. His spontaneous breathing and heartbeat have recovered. His nerve reflexes have also appeared. From the results of the electroencephalogram, he has returned to normal. I think he should be able to wake up soon if nothing unexpected happens." Really? Fang Lian could not believe her ears. Professor Chen, who was busy in front of the bed, also stood up and said, "Mrs. Song, Mr. Xia is right. Secretary Song's condition has improved a lot. We're also optimistic about his recovery." Professor Chen did not dare to be too sure. After all, Song Qiming was in a vegetative state. Although he could breathe on his own and his nerve reflex function was normal, the human brain was too complicated. In this era of medical prosperity, the research on the brain was very limited. According to the usual cases, some might wake up on the same day, while others would lie in bed for more than 10 years. However, even though it was a cautious optimism, it sounded like a heavenly sound to Fang Lian. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, and tears flowed out of her eyes. Song Wei held her mother's arm tightly and consoled her, "Mom, it's a good thing that Dad's health is getting better. He should be happy." "Why are you still crying?" Fang Lian wiped away her tears and said in embarrassment, "I'm just excited." Then, she quickly thanked Professor Chen. "Madam Song, to be honest, I didn't do anything about Secretary Song's treatment," Professor Chen said with a guilty look. "With our current medical standards, Secretary Song's condition was indeed quite dangerous. We were basically helpless. This is all thanks to Mr. Xia, so if you want to thank someone, thank my little martial uncle." This was the first time Professor Chen had called Xia Ruofei senior uncle. Although he was half joking, he was indeed impressed by Xia Ruofei's amazing medical skills. Fang Lian looked at Xia Ruofei and said emotionally, "Ruofei, any words of thanks are too weak. Our family owes you too much. Last time it was Weiwei, and this time it's Qiming. If it wasn't for you, our family might have already fallen apart." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Auntie, you and Uncle Song are both respectable elders in my eyes. My parents passed away when I was young. I treat you like my own parents. Please don't treat me as an outsider." Xia Ruofei's words made Song Wei's face heat up, but Fang Lian did not find anything wrong with it. Because of their relationship with Elder Song, Song Qiming took great care of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had always been close to his family. Besides, Xia Ruofei said that his parents had passed away early, which triggered Fang Lian's maternal instinct. A child without parents was always particularly lovable. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had pulled Song Qiming back from the gates of hell by himself, so there was no need to mention the closeness between them. Therefore, Fang Liyun immediately replied, Ruofei, Qiming and I have always wanted another son when we were young. It was just that the national policy at that time did not allow it. If you don't mind us, why don't we become God, relatives? Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. He had wanted to get closer to them, but he had never thought of acknowledging them as godparents. How could he turn his godparents into his in-laws after he acknowledged them as his godparents? Song Wei, who was standing at the side, was a little shy at first, but she could not help but burst out laughing. She was mainly amused by Xia Ruofei's dumbfounded expression. Song Wei glanced at Xia Ruofei and said to Fang Liyun, Mom, who would acknowledge godly relatives in the ICU? We'll talk about this later. Dad hasn't woken up yet. You should at least discuss it with Dad, right? Fang Liyun smiled in embarrassment and said, Oh yeah. I'm a little impatient, Auntie. Song Wei is right. We should focus on Uncle Song's matter. Xia Ruofei said as if he had been granted amnesty. In order to change the topic, he immediately asked, Professor Chen, how's Uncle Song's condition? 2331. The situation is optimistic, too, it's going well. Professor Chen said excitedly. The dynamic encephalon monitor shows that Secretary Song's brain waves have basically returned to normal. Judging from various indicators, everything is developing in a good direction, and it is still getting better. That's great, Fang Liyun could not help but mutter. She had been under too much pressure these few days. Ever since she rushed to the hospital after finding out that Song Qiming was in trouble, she had not left the building. She was in constant fear every day and did not even have the appetite to change her clothes. If this had happened in the past, it would have been unimaginable for her, who was graceful and elegant. Professor Chen, if that's the case, can you transfer Uncle Song to a normal ward? Xia Ruofei asked. It's more convenient for family members to visit and take care of her. There were rules in the intensive care unit. Normally, visiting hours were only half an hour a day. Although Fang Liyun and Song Wei could get some extra care, they could not stay in there for long. After all, there were other critical patients in there. Professor Chen hesitated and said, Mr. Xia, how about we observe him for a few more days? The equipment in the intensive care unit was more complete, and the response in case of an emergency was faster. If we go to the general ward, every bed in the intensive care unit was equipped with advanced life support equipment and monitoring equipment. In addition, emergency equipment such as a defibrillator was also always available. There was even a bedside X-ray machine and other examination equipment. The cost of each bed plus the standard equipment would reach hundreds of thousands, which was incomparable to the cost of ordinary wards. Even if it was a ward for senior cadres, at most, the living conditions would be better, but the medical equipment in it would not be much better than that in a normal ward. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, It's okay, I'll always be by Uncle Song's side. And I believe that Uncle Song will wake up soon. There's no need to keep using up the medical resources. If someone else had said that, Professor Chen would have refuted it. However, Xia Ruofei had been personally greeted by the head of the headquarters. More importantly, he was his little uncle. Professor Chen would not dare to show his face in front of Xia Ruofei. In addition, Xia Ruofei's treatment of Song Qiming had shocked Professor Chen greatly. It was an eye-opener. With this layer of halo, Xia Ruofei's words more or less carried the authority of an expert. Professor Chen hesitated for a moment before he nodded and said, "If that's the case. Fine. However, we still need to do a comprehensive assessment of Secretary Song before he is transferred to the general ward." Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "No problem. Then I'll leave it to you, Professor Chen." The estimated time for the examination was a little long. After all, it concerned Song Qiming's safety, and the general hospital did not dare to delay. It was time for lunch. It was normal for doctors to work overtime and miss lunch. However, considering Gujun's age, Professor Chen arranged for a student to take Gujun, Xia Ruofei, Fang Liyun, and Song Wei to the hospital cafeteria for lunch. When they came back from the meal, the check-up had been completed. It was done by Professor Chen himself. Naturally, the results of the examination showed that Song Qiming was qualified to be transferred to a normal ward. Not only that, but Professor Chen was also surprised to find that Song Qiming's external injuries, especially his brain injuries, were recovering much faster than expected. In fact, in the past few days, the general hospital had not taken any substantial measures in terms of treatment. It was nothing more than the use of instruments to maintain breathing and heartbeat. The drip was also glucose, nutrient solution, and so on, which were needed to maintain life energy. Now, not only was Song Qiming's brain injury recovering at an incredible speed, but even the fractures and contusions on his body were recovering much faster than normal. Naturally, Professor Chen also attributed this to Xia Ruofei. He was even more amazed. Under Professor Chen's arrangement, Song Qiming was quickly transferred to a ward for senior officials on the 15th floor. It was a small suite. Other than the patient's room, there was also a room for the caretaker so that Fang Liyun and Song Wei could take care of Song Qiming. Although they couldn't be of any help in the treatment, they were completely different psychologically. If their relatives had experience in the ICU, they should be able to understand that feeling. On the one hand, those who were in the ICU were generally in a more critical condition, and their family members' hearts were hanging. On the other hand, the doors of the intensive care unit were closed most of the time, and the people outside had no idea what was going on inside. Moreover, the visiting hours were extremely short every day, which intensified the anxiety. Now, Fang Liyun and Song Wei were able to stay by Song Qiming's side, and they knew that his condition had improved greatly. He was much better than before. Professor Chen had also brought over some emergency equipment that was not usually equipped in the general ward in case of emergency. After Song Qiming had settled down on the bed, Xia Ruofei went over to check his pulse. "Professor Chen," he said, "there should be a Chinese medicine room in the general hospital, right?" "Of course," Professor Chen said. 2332 The situation is optimistic. 3. I'll write a prescription. Can you please arrange for the Chinese medicine pharmacy to help me brew it? Xia Ruofei asked. Professor Chen nodded and said, "No problem." Naturally, Xia Ruofei could not give her a prescription for the procedure. However, since it was a procedure, there must be a way to adapt. With Professor Chen's reputation, it was easy for him to deal with this kind of thing. He just had to take Xia Ruofei's prescription to the Chinese medicine department, find a familiar doctor, and get the bill in the name of this doctor. By then, the prescription would be directly sent to the Chinese medicine room, and the Chinese medicine room would also have a medicine brewing service. "Thank you," Xia Ruofei said. A smart graduate student handed Xia Ruofei a pen and paper. Xia Ruofei nodded at him in thanks and started to write the prescription. As a master of Chinese medicine, Gujun was naturally very interested. Since Xia Ruofei's prescription was going to be given to the Chinese medicine hall, there was no need to keep it a secret. Hence, he stood behind Xia Ruofei and watched with interest. The expression on Gujun's face kept changing. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "Wonderful. Junior brother Xia, your prescription will be very effective in nourishing the mind. Shidi is indeed a genius." Xia Ruofei finished writing the prescription and passed it to Professor Chen. Then, he smiled and said, "Senior brother Ge, you're too kind. In fact, this is a prescription. I just made a slight adjustment to the proportion of the herbs." Chungfang? Gujun revealed a look of surprise. "I've never heard of this before." Could it be a prescription referred to a more mature prescription that had been verified in clinical practice? However, Gujun had never seen this formula before, so he subconsciously thought that it was a formula recorded in the 3-cloud rubbing scrolls that was lost in the family. Xia Ruofei said, "I saw this in another medical book. I can't remember the name, but I'm sure it's a cure." "I see." Gu Jun said in realization, "It seems that junior brother Xia's knowledge is far more profound than I thought." Then, Gu Jun said to Professor Chen, "Xiao Chen, I'll go with you. I have to be watching from the side when the medicine is being brewed, so as not to ruin such a good prescription." Professor Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How little confidence did he have in the general hospital? After all, this was a tertiary grade A hospital. Although the Department of Chinese Medicine was not as good as a specialized Chinese medicine hospital, it was not to the extent that they would make mistakes in decocting the medicine. However, Gujun was his senior and he placed great importance on this formula. He did not dare to say anything and could only smile bitterly to himself before nodding in agreement. Professor Chen left the room with Gujun and the other doctors. The room became quiet. Xia Ruofei smiled and explained to Fang Liyun, "Auntie Fang, the prescription just now is for nourishing the mind and brain. It's good for Uncle Song's body. Even if Uncle Song wakes up, he can still take the medicine for a while." Even Professor Chen and Gujun respected Xia Ruofei so much. Naturally, Fang Liyun believed Xia Ruofei's words. She smiled and said, "Ruofei, you're Qiming's attending doctor. I'll follow your arrangements for the treatment." Xia Ruofei's prescription was not a secret. It was just one of the many lost prescriptions he had. It just happened to be helpful for Song Qiming's recovery. He had just checked Song Qiming's condition. He had not fully absorbed the heart, concentrating herb. Song Qiming's sea of consciousness had recovered by more than half. Therefore, he was very optimistic and had already started to make arrangements for his follow-up recovery and recuperation. At that moment, Song Wei, who was facing the hospital bed, widened her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Mom. I think I saw Dad's eyelids move." 2333 Sobriety 1. Xia Ruofei and Fang Liyun turned around immediately. Song Wei could not help but pounce on the bed and called out, "Dad! Dad!" Fang Liyun asked, "Wei Wei, are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" "I'm sure I'm not mistaken," Song Wei said with certainty. Xia Ruofei did not doubt it. Song Wei was also a cultivator. Even if she was in a state of agitation, she would not be mistaken. Besides, Song Qiming's sea of consciousness was recovering well. It would not be a surprise even if he woke up. Fang Liyun could not help but turn to look at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Are you Ruofei, what do you think?" Xia Ruofei looked at Song Qiming, who was lying on the bed, and said, "Auntie, Uncle Song's current condition. I feel like he might wake up at any moment, so let's just observe first." Xia Ruofei's words stopped abruptly. This was because he saw Song Qiming move. This time, it was not his eyelids, but his fingers. Even though it was just a slight movement of his little finger, Xia Ruofei was sharp enough to notice it. "I don't think there's a need to observe. Uncle Song will wake up soon," Xia Ruofei said excitedly. "If I'm not wrong, he should be able to hear our voices now." Fang Liyun's body trembled slightly, and she revealed a surprised and happy expression. Her reaction was the same as Song Wei's. She rushed to the bed and called out Song Qiming's name with tears in her eyes. Song Qiming opened his eyes, but he still looked a little weak. He felt as if he had had a very long dream. In the dream, he was constantly moving through a seemingly endless maze, but he couldn't find the exit. After an unknown period of time, Song Qiming seemed to have seen a light. In his dream, he rushed toward the light without hesitation. Then, he felt as if his consciousness had returned to his body. The pain all over her body, the smell of disinfectant in the ward, and the calls of her family. This feeling made Song Qiming feel that he was still alive. He heard his wife and daughter's calls and tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were as heavy as mountains. After much effort, his eyelids finally opened with trembling hands. When the light shone in, he could not help but squint his eyes again. It took him a while to get used to it. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the sight of Fang Liyun and Song Wei's happy faces, and Xia Ruofei standing behind them. What happened on the highway a few days ago came back to him like a tide. Song Qiming only remembered that he was sitting behind the driver with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the car came to an emergency stop, and the world spun around. The last thing he could think of was the driver's cry of fear and despair. Then, he began that long and boring dream. Song Qiming felt as if he had gone through many reincarnations in his dream, but it felt like it had only been a blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes and saw the familiar world and the familiar people, Song Qiming could not help but feel as if he was in a different world. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Song, you're still very weak. It's best if you don't speak." "Yes, yes, yes," Fang Liyun quickly replied. "Qiming, listen to Ruofei. This time, it was all thanks to Ruofei. You were so badly injured that even the medical experts in the province could do nothing about it. It was Ruofei who pulled you back from the brink of death." Song Qiming looked at Xia Ruofei with his weak eyes. He was grateful. A few minutes later, Song Qiming's ward was packed to the brim. Of course, the people who came were all medical staff. Professor Chen, who had just gone out, rushed back with a few of his students after hearing that Song Qiming was awake. Gujun could not be bothered with the Chinese medicine anymore. He also returned to the ward with great strides. His legs were even more agile than Professor Chen and the others. While Professor Chen and the others were examining Song Qiming, Gujun and Xia Ruofei were whispering to each other. This was also because the news of Song Qiming's accident had always been kept a secret and the scope of information was controlled. Otherwise, the door of the ward would have been stomped flat. Of course, the ward did not have a door. Song Qiming's secretary, Guangji Chao, had been staying in the hospital for the past few days. As soon as Song Qiming woke up, he immediately reported the news to the provincial party leader. Soon, Elder Song, who was in the capital, also received the news. Xia Ruofei was still talking to Gujun about Chinese medicine when Elder Song called. Xia Ruofei excused himself from Gujun and walked out of the ward with his phone before picking up the call. Grandpa Song. Xia Ruofei smiled. Are you okay? Good job. Elder Song's voice was a little excited. You've done a great job. Please don't say that, Xia Ruofei said. Uncle Song is my elder too. It's my duty to help him. Elder Song laughed and said, Ruofei, no matter what, the Song family owes you another big favor. Qiming owes you 2 lives. I probably won't be able to pay you back in this lifetime, Xia Ruofei quickly replied, not really. Not really. You're treating me as an outsider by saying this, Ruofei. I would like to ask. How long will it take for Qiming to return to work in his current condition? Elder Song continued. 2334 sober. 2. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Uncle Song's most serious injury is a brain injury. It shouldn't be a big problem for now. However, he has multiple fractures in his body. According to common sense, he should be able to recover in about 3 months after 100 days. Don't keep me in suspense, kid, Elder Song chuckled. I'm sure you have a way to help him recover faster, right? Song Qiming's position was very important, and it was unlikely that he would be left vacant for 3 months. If the recovery period was really that long, a new leader would have to be appointed to replace him. By the time his body recovered, it would be too late. Although he wouldn't stay at home because of this, he would definitely be transferred to another position. At his level, Song Qiming's current position was already the best. Furthermore, there were not many positions at the top of the pyramid to begin with. It was impossible to arrange a position of similar importance for him. There was a high chance that he would be assigned to a relatively idle department and only enjoy the corresponding treatment. Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, Grandpa Song, how long do you want him to recover? Woof. So if I want him to go to work tomorrow, you can do it too? Elder Song asked jokingly. However, he was only joking. After he finished speaking, he pondered for a while and said seriously, if you can control the recovery cycle to be about 1 month, I should have room to coordinate all aspects. Elder Song did not know that as long as Xia Ruofei wanted to, Song Qiming could even be alive and kicking immediately. This was because the problem that troubled Xia Ruofei was not these external injuries, but the damage to his soul and sea of consciousness. Now that this problem had been solved, so what if the external injury was serious? It was just a waste of a few more spirit heart flower petals. Compared to the precious spiritual crystals, Xia Ruofei did not feel any heartache for the regrown petals of the spiritual heart flower. It did not matter if he used them. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not do that. It was difficult to use Chinese medicine to explain how a serious fracture could be completely recovered in such a short time. On the other hand, a more serious brain injury would not easily arouse suspicion. After all, the research on the human brain in modern medicine was extremely limited. There were too many unknown areas, and it would not be surprising if anything happened. Hence, after hearing Elder Song's words, Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, no problem. I can guarantee That in a month? No. 25 days. I'll return you a healthy uncle Song in 25 days. That's great. Eccentric Song couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Grandpa Song, I have a request, Xia Ruofei continued. You say it. As long as it's within my means and it goes against my principles, there's no problem. Eccentric Song said without hesitation. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's not that serious. My request is for Uncle Song to be discharged in 2 days after. His condition has stabilized. He can receive treatment at home. Xia Ruofei made such a request because he wanted to keep a low profile. Elder Song immediately understood Xia Ruofei's intention. He said without thinking, no problem. I will personally coordinate this matter. Then I'll leave Qiming's follow-up treatment to you. An early discharge from the hospital did not seem like a big deal. However, Song Qiming's status was different. Moreover, his external injuries were so serious that it was necessary for Elder Song to personally come forward to coordinate things. He also needed to inform the higher-ups in the Southeast Province and Beijing. Don't worry. I promise to complete the mission, Xia Ruofei said confidently. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Elder Song chuckled and asked, by the way, you're still ignoring old Lu. When are you going back to the capital? Can I take care of both? Xia Ruofei said, let them wait a few more days. He won't die so soon anyway. I'll go back after I'm done here. It's not a problem to take care of both sides. It's just a few more trips. Don't worry. Ha ha ha. Elder Song couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's good. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he turned around and saw Song Wei standing outside the ward and staring at him. Xia Ruofei stuffed his phone into his pocket and walked over with a smile. Wei Wei, what are you daydreaming about? Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Ruofei, thank you, Xia Ruofei. Looked around and realized that there was no one in the corridor. The people in the ward were all focused on Song Qiming. He hugged Song Wei secretly and quickly separated. What nonsense are you saying? Xia Ruofei said affectionately, do you have to be so polite with me? Song Wei blushed and said, Previously, Qing Shui and I teamed up to give you the cold shoulder. Don't be angry, actually, when you contacted me, I was so happy. It's just that I'm not in a good position to do that. After all, Xia Ruofei laughed, silly girl. Why would I blame you? Come to think of it, the ones who are really wronged should be the two of you. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's go in. Uncle Song just woke up, we should be happy. N. Song Wei nodded and followed Xia Ruofei back to the ward. Professor Chen personally performed many examinations on Song Qiming. Then, according to Song Qiming's condition, he developed a detailed rehabilitation plan. Looking at the excited and busy Professor Chen, Xia Ruofei did not have the heart to tell him that all the rehabilitation plans would soon be cancelled because Song Qiming would not be receiving rehabilitation treatment at the general hospital. The medical staff was busy for a while, and the ward finally returned to peace. In order to give Song Qiming enough rest, Professor Chen and the others left the room. Even Chao Guangji waited outside the ward. Only Feng Liyun, Xia Ruofei, and Feng Liyun stayed. Xia Ruofei stood up and poured a glass of water. He walked to the bed and smiled. Uncle Song, have some water first. You've been relying on fluid transfusions for the past few days. I'm guessing your mouth must be dry by now. Xia Ruofei then gestured for Song Wei to feed Song Qiming some water. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already secretly put a few drops of concentrated spirit heart flower petal solution into the cup. Even the pot of boiling water was personally fetched by Xia Ruofei. He only filled half the pot and the other half was filled with some spiritual water from the spiritual pool. There were no surveillance cameras in the water room, so Xia Ruofei found an empty place and finished the job without anyone knowing. The petals of the spirit heart flower were very effective in healing external injuries. The spirit pond water could also refresh one's mind. In the past, whenever Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was exhausted, he would take the spirit pond water to speed up his recovery. To Song Qiming, this cup of water was exactly what his body needed. As expected, Song Qiming looked much better after drinking the glass of water. He said weakly in a hoarse voice, "Ruofei, our family owes you another life." Song Qiming said the same thing as Elder Song. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Uncle Song, you're welcome. I'm just in time. I happen to know some medical skills, and it's mainly because you're in good health. If it were someone else, they might not have made it." Then, Xia Ruofei briefly told him about how Song Qiming had been injured for the past few days, and how Elder Song had called him several times to ask about his condition. Xia Ruofei had also informed Song Qiming of his decision to be discharged from the hospital in 2 days and go home for rehabilitation. Song Qiming nodded slightly and said, "The bureau chief's concern for me is really unrequited." With his political wisdom, he naturally knew Elder Song's intention for Xia Ruofei to shorten the recovery time. He was touched. "I'll listen to you regarding the treatment. I'll follow your arrangements." Song Qiming continued. 2335 An unexpected surprise. 1. As Song Qiming had just woken up, his body was still weak. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei could not use the petals of the spirit heart flower on Song Qiming in such a crowded place like the main hospital. Hence, he only chatted with Song Qiming for a short while and let him rest well. He then got up and left. Song Wei knew that her mother, Fang Liyun, had a lot to say to her father. Hence, she left the ward under the excuse of sending Xia Ruofei off. Fang Liyun looked at the back view of the two leaving together, and at that moment, she suddenly felt that the scene was quite beautiful. If only Ruofei didn't have a girlfriend. Such a son-in-law would be hard to find. However, Fang Liyun also knew that Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui had a good relationship, so this thought only flashed through her mind for a moment. She quickly eliminated it. Xia Ruofei asked Song Wei to send him to the elevator. He told her to rest and then took the elevator down. He even called Guangxi Chao and told him to keep the possibility of the attacker behind the car accident a secret from Song Qiming. Since the crisis was over for the time being, the most important thing for Song Qiming now was his rehabilitation. If he knew about these things, it would only add to his troubles. For the next 2 days, Xia Ruofei did not appear in the general hospital. He had disappeared in the name of tidying up the medical books. He did not want to see Professor Chen's sad face when he heard that Song Qiming was going to be discharged. Even if no one said it, Professor Chen could guess that if Song Qiming was to be discharged, Xia Ruofei would be the one taking over the treatment. Under Elder Song's arrangement and coordination, Song Qiming stayed in the senior cadre ward in the general hospital for 2 days. After his physical indicators stabilized, he was successfully discharged. The general hospital sent an ambulance to take Song Chiming back to the family member's district. Although Song Chiming was a provincial leader, he still chose to live in the family member's hospital of the Sanshan Municipal Party Committee. According to Xia Ruofei's instructions, Song Chiming's family declined the good intentions of the medical staff from the general hospital. After they settled down at home, they let the medical staff who escorted them go back with the ambulance. Not long after the ambulance left, Xia Ruofei's Black Knight 15 SUV appeared at the entrance of Song Chiming's small villa. He also brought a big bag with a change of clothes, toiletries, and some things that he had prepared for the past 2 days. Yes, Xia Ruofei was going to cohabit with Song Wei. To be more precise, he was going to stay at Song Chiming's house for 2 days to make arrangements for his rehabilitation. Then, he would be ready to return to the capital. Fang Liyun and Song Wei personally came out and warmly welcomed Xia Ruofei into the house. Song Wei was looking forward to living under the same roof as Xia Ruofei for a few days. At the same time, she felt a little guilty because her parents were watching. This feeling is quite exciting, Song Wei thought to herself. Wei Wei, take Ruo Fei to his room and settle him down. Fang Liyun said, I'm going up to see your father. He's been talking about it the whole morning, asking when Ruo Fei would be coming. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no need, auntie. I'll just go and see Uncle Song. I haven't seen him for 2 days, I have to quickly give him a checkup. All right then. Fang Liyun had indeed treated Xia Ruofei as her junior. She did not bother to be polite with Xia Ruofei. She agreed readily and personally led Xia Ruofei upstairs. Song Chiming was arranged to stay in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. He was still unable to get out of bed, so Fang Liyun was the one who took care of him. She did not even hire a caretaker. It was clear that the two of them were very close. When Xia Ruofei entered the room, Song Chiming was leaning against the headboard and reading the newspaper. His head, which had been shaved off due to the surgery, had short hair, but he seemed to be in good spirits. To make it easier to take care of him, Song Chiming's bed was a bed that had been transported from the hospital. It was placed side by side next to the master bedroom's bed. This way, when needed, the head of the bed could be raised directly, and he could eat on the bed directly by placing it on a small table. As soon as Xia Ruofei entered the room, Song Chiming heard the commotion. He looked up and immediately put down the newspaper in his hand. At the same time, he took off his glasses. Song Chiming smiled and said, Ruo Fei is here. You've had a hard journey. Quickly come over and sit. Uncle Song. You seem to be in good spirits. Xia Ruofei smiled. How are you feeling these 2 days? Song Chiming said half jokingly, I feel great. I'm just not used to having nothing to do all of a sudden, Xia Ruofei laughed. And said, then you can slowly get used to it. But I guess after you get used to it, you'll be busy again, and you won't be used to it. What Xia Ruofei meant was that Song Chiming could recover in a relatively short time. In fact, Song Chiming was very eager to go back to work. After all, he had reached his current level at his age, so his future was very bright. He was full of energy and enthusiasm. In his work, he would not even think about taking a break. Therefore, Song Chiming could not help but smile happily when he heard that. He said, then I'll be counting on your blessings. 2336 An unexpected surprise, too. After some small talk, Xia Ruofei sat down and examined Song Qiming. The external injuries were mainly fractures in several places. There was nothing much to say about that. Xia Ruofei's next stage of treatment would also focus on that. He was mainly concerned about Song Qiming's soul and sea of consciousness. Therefore, after a simple examination of the external injuries, his mental power directly probed in the direction of Song Qiming's sea of consciousness. Although the medicinal power of the heart, concentrating grass was strong, it was basically used up after a few days of absorption. Xia Ruofei realized that Song Qiming's sea of consciousness had almost recovered. The vigorous sea of consciousness was completely different from a few days ago when it was riddled with holes and filled with an aura of defeat. It was as if he had been reborn. This made Xia Ruofei feel at ease. Although the sea of consciousness had not fully recovered and the effect of the heart, concentrating grass, had been used up, the remaining small part of the injury could slowly recover over time without any intervention. After all, the human body's self-recovery ability was very powerful. Besides, Xia Ruofei still had the spirit nourishment soup and the spirit pool water. They were enough to deal with the small damage. Just as Xia Ruofei felt a little relieved and was about to withdraw his spiritual power, he suddenly had a new discovery. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and used his spiritual power to check carefully. Then, he withdrew his spiritual power and opened his eyes. Song Qiming, Feng Liyun, and Song Wei had been paying attention to Xia Ruofei's expression. When they saw Xia Ruofei open his eyes, Song Wei immediately asked, "Are you Ruofei? What's the situation?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Qiming and smiled. "You're recovering well." It seemed that Uncle Song's physique was very good. "I'm more confident in the next stage of treatment." "That's good," Song Wei said as she looked at Xia Ruofei. Song Qiming also heaved a sigh of relief. He chuckled and said, "Ruofei, I'll leave it to you." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Uncle Song, we'll start the treatment after lunch. I've also made some preparations in advance these 2 days. Later, I'll refine the treatment plan according to your specific situation. In general, it's still acupuncture and external application to treat external injuries, and at the same time, you must take Chinese medicine to assist." "All right," Song Qiming said, "your Auntie Feng has prepared a lot of good food. Let's eat first." Li Yun and Wei Wei, please give a toast to Ruofei for me. Let's not drink for now. We'll have a good drink after. You've recovered, Uncle Song, Xia Ruofei quickly said. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Song Wei, "Song Wei, I still have some things in my car, come with me." "All right," Song Wei said. Xia Ruofei nodded at Song Qiming and left the room with Song Wei. When the two of them went downstairs, Song Wei suddenly asked, "Ruofei, I saw your strange expression just now. Could it be that my father?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Our Wei Wei is quite observant." "That's right, Uncle Song's situation is beyond my expectations." When Song Wei heard that, she could not help but exclaim. Then, she asked impatiently, "What's wrong?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. It was not a bad thing and it would not affect his recovery. It's just that it's really a little unexpected." Song Wei could not help but hit Xia Ruofei and said, "Why are you still keeping me in suspense? What's going on?" Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Wei Wei, do you remember what I told you before? Uncle Song was unconscious at the time. His condition was very similar to the time you came out of the ancient tomb on Mount Yu. Of course I remember, and you also concluded that his sea of consciousness was damaged. Song Wei said. Yup. I've tried a more conventional treatment, but it didn't work. Xia Ruofei said, in the end, I had to pay a price. And use a precious medicinal herb. This herb is the same as the one I gave you, but the effect is quite good. Uncle Song woke up that day. I know that you must have paid a huge price to wake my father up. Song Wei said gently. That's not the main point, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, what are you trying to say? Song Wei asked in confusion. Think carefully, Xia Ruofei reminded. What changes have you undergone since you woke up? When Song Wei heard this, she came back to her senses, and an idea flashed through her mind. She could not help but ask, Ruofei, you're not trying to say, my dad can also, that's right. Xia. Ruofei laughed and said, when I was checking Uncle Song just now, I noticed the changes in his body. To be more precise, his affinity to Reiki had greatly increased, and his soul had also become much stronger. If he was 30 years younger, he would definitely be able to achieve great things on the path of cultivation. Heavens! This is unbelievable. Song Wei covered her mouth as she spoke, her eyes filled with disbelief. Song Wei was no longer completely clueless about the path of cultivation. At least, she knew that there were not many people with the physique to cultivate. It could be said that 90% of them were ordinary people. Only a small number of people could go far on the path of cultivation because of their strong affinity with spiritual qi and the strength of their souls. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to cross the threshold of cultivation. Song Qiming's ability to cultivate after being severely injured was like winning the lottery. Xia Ruofei smiled. I don't know the reason either. The herb I used can indeed improve the user's cultivation talent, but the extent won't be so great. Besides, many people don't have obvious effects after taking it. Back then, in order to forcefully change Ling Qingshua's talent and let her embark on the path of cultivation, Xia Ruofei had also tried to use the heart, concentrating herb. In the end, the effect was not obvious the first time he used it. Later on, he had to grit his teeth and continue to cultivate the heart, concentrating herb at a high price. After another try, Ling Qingshua's physique had completely improved. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, I think it might have something to do with Uncle Song's injury. He was injured on his head, and according to my examination, his sea of consciousness was severely damaged. His soul was completely sealed off for self-protection. The repair of his sea of consciousness seems to be very suitable for the situation of destruction and reconstruction. In short, this kind of small probability event just happened like that. Hearing this, Ling Qingshua's eyes flashed with anticipation. She couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, do you think it's possible for my father to cultivate? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, I can't say for sure. After all, he's too young to be a cultivator. He's already missed the best time to cultivate. I think he won't have much energy left even if he cultivates, is that so? Song Wei said, slightly disappointed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Wei, don't be disappointed. Nothing is absolute. But we'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to let Uncle Song recover. What you said makes sense. Song Wei said, I was too greedy. Given my dad's condition, it's already a blessing from our ancestors that he could keep his life. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, after the treatment is over, I'll pick a suitable martial art for Uncle Song and find a suitable opportunity to teach him. Don't worry. I have quite a few cultivation techniques, so I'll be able to find a suitable one for Uncle Song. But before that, don't mention this to him. I understand. Song Wei smiled and said, even if I tell him now, he won't believe me. Yes, I am. Xia Ruofei said. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the courtyard downstairs. Xia Ruofei opened the trunk of the Night 15. Song Wei took a look and couldn't help but say, You. Why did you bring so many things? Did you move your entire house here? 2337 A man and a woman's pairing. 1. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei and said, I wish I could move my house here. I've been dreaming about it. Song Wei blushed. She knew what Xia Ruofei meant. After being with Xia Ruofei for so long, Song Wei had become immune to this kind of teasing. She blushed and retorted, I don't have any objections. I'm sure my parents won't have any objections. Why don't you go in now and tell them that you've broken up with Qingxue and that you want to be our in law? I think they might really agree to it. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He smiled bitterly and said, Please spare me. Song Wei rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and burst into laughter. Then, she pointed at Night XV's spacious trunk and said, By the way, you have too many of these things. The wide trunk was almost filled to the brim, and this did not even include the backpack that Xia Ruofei had been carrying. There were large and small bags of medicinal herbs in the trunk, and some other bags contained unknown things. There was also a small plastic sealing machine, and there were even several buckets of water piled in the corner of the trunk. It really looked like they were going to move. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, These are all for Uncle Song's rehabilitation. Let's not talk so much. Let's start moving. You can just take the lighter ones. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he took a step forward and easily lifted the heaviest plastic sealing machine. Song Wei also quickly took a few big bags of herbs. As a cultivator, this little weight was naturally nothing to her. The two of them had to make 3 trips to move most of the things. They had sent everything to Xia Ruofei's guest room on the first floor. In the end, there were only 4 buckets of water left in the car. Are you going to move this too? Song Wei asked, feeling a little speechless. We have bottled water at home. And it can be sent over with a phone call. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Of course we're moving. This was no ordinary water. I prepared this especially for Uncle Song. Wei, you don't have to do this hard work, I'll finish moving the rest of the things in 2 trips. In terms of weight, he could easily carry 4 buckets of water by himself, but it was not easy to carry, so 2 buckets at a time was the most appropriate. Are you looking down on me? Song Wei pouted and said. This little weight can trouble this young lady? After she finished speaking, she took the lead and walked to the back of the car. She gently carried a bucket of water in each hand and walked into the house. Xia Ruofei quickly moved the remaining 2 buckets of water out of the car. After closing the trunk, he took the 2 buckets of water and quickly chased after them. Fong Liyun was just coming down the stairs when she saw Song Wei and Xia Ruofei carrying 2 buckets of water. She was stunned. Her first reaction was, Did your family call for water? However, Fong Liyun immediately realized that even if they did call for water, they would not let them move by themselves. Even Song Wei, the delicate-looking young lady, had rolled up her sleeves and joined the battle. What was going on? Where did the water come from? Fang Liyun quickened her pace down the stairs and said, "Put it down, put it down. You two kids, why? Are you doing your own hard work? Wei Wei, did you order Ruofei around?" Song Wei put down the 2 buckets of water and said with a wronged expression, "Mom. How can you be so biased? He's the one ordering me around, alright?" Xia Ruofei chuckled as he put down the bucket of water. "Auntie, Song Wei is helping me. I prepared this water for Uncle Song, it's good for his recovery. I wanted Song Wei to help me carry some small things, but I didn't expect her to be so strong." Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei with a smile. Fang Liyun could not help but look at her daughter and said, "Yup. Wei Wei, when did you become so strong? Didn't you need your dad's help to open a can of drink before?" Song Wei was embarrassed and anxious. After her mother exposed her dark history in front of the person she loved, she said in a low voice, "Mom. What old history are you talking about? Even when I was in college, I still worked out, okay? Alright, alright. Alright. I'm the one who didn't understand my precious daughter," Fang Liyun said with a smile. She looked at Xia Ruofei and Song Wei and thought of the scene where they carried water together. The more she looked at them, the more she felt that they were a good match. Fang Liyun couldn't help but shake her head, trying to stop herself from having such a dangerous thought. She changed the topic and asked, "Ruofei, is this water prepared for your Uncle Song?" He was just trying to find something to talk about. Xia Ruofei had already said it. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "I made this with spring water. Although it's colorless and tasteless, it actually has many medicinal ingredients that can promote the recovery of brain injuries." The barreled water was actually the spirit pond water in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei had specially bought a few barreled water and poured out the drinking water before filling the space with the spirit pond water. The spatial spirit pool water was beneficial for the recovery of one's spiritual power. Xia Ruofei believed that long-term drinking of it would help Song Qiming recover his sea of consciousness. Since Fang Liyun was asking about the buckets of water, Xia Ruofei decided to explain clearly. He said, "Auntie, from today onwards, Uncle Song's daily water will be changed to the bottled water I brought. This is drinkable, or you can heat up the tea. Just treat it as daily drinking water." 2338 A man-woman pairing, 2, alright, I'll remember that. Fang Liyun nodded. "Mom, Ruofei brought a lot of stuff here, and I was just saying that," Song Wei said. "I thought he moved his house here. I'll take you to see it." After that, Song Wei pulled Fang Liyun to the guest room that was arranged for Xia Ruofei. "This child," Fang Liyun rebuked. Even though Fang Liyun sounded a little reproachful, she was still curious. Besides, the things that Xia Ruofei brought must be related to Song Qiming's rehabilitation, so she really wanted to take a look. Thus, she followed Song Wei into the room with a half-heartedly. Fang Liyun was stunned for a moment when she saw the large and small bags piled in the corner of the wall and the eye-catching small plastic sealing machine. She then smiled and said, "There are quite a lot of things." Xia Ruofei smiled and explained, "Auntie, these are all useful for the treatment, and I'm going to Beijing in 2 days. Before I leave, I have to boil the medicine that Uncle Song has been using recently. Wasn't this? I even brought the plastic sealing machine over. After the Chinese medicine is sealed, it should be stored in the refrigerator for 10 days. To half a month without any problem." Xia Ruofei had told Song Qiming and Fang Liyun about his trip to the capital. Song Qiming understood the reason behind it. Although Fang Liyun was not too sure, she knew that it was related to Elder Song. Hence, she was worried that Xia Ruofei's departure would affect Song Qiming's recovery. However, she did not object to it. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had arranged for his treatment in the capital, Fang Liyun was very pleased and said, "Ruofei, you're so thoughtful." She continued, "Ruofei, rest for a while. I'll go and see your Uncle Song. He can't get out of bed now, and he can't be without someone by his side." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "You can go. Don't worry about me, I also need to prepare in advance. I'll start treating Uncle Song after lunch." Fang Liyun nodded and said to Song Wei, "Wei Wei, you stay here and see if Ruofei needs any help. You can help too." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but cheer in his heart, and his impression of his future mother-in-law rose sharply. Song Wei sneaked a glance at Xia Ruofei and knew that he was secretly happy under his serious appearance. She could not help but feel her face heat up. She quickly pretended to be calm and said, "I know." Fang Liyun bade Xia Ruofei goodbye and left the guest room. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei looked at each other. Song Wei couldn't help but laugh and said, "What are you planning?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "What wicked idea can I have? I just feel that mother-in-law is too cute." "You're not allowed to call me that," Song Wei said in a low voice. "Who's your that?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "That's true." What if this was a habit and he said it in front of her? That would be terrible. "All right. I'll just keep this respectful address in my heart." "Not even in my heart." Song Wei looked like a little girl who was throwing a tantrum. She looked very cute. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but hug her and said, "Wei Wei, Song Wei let out a soft moan through her nostrils and leaned her head against Xia Ruofei's broad chest. She mumbled as if she was sleep-talking, if only time could stop flowing. Xia Ruofei was also mesmerized by the beauty of this moment. He gently stroked Song Wei's hair and said, "Wei Wei, everything will be fine. In the future, your parents will definitely accept me. I won't let you continue to live without a title." "This," Song Wei frowned. "This is too difficult." With Xia Ruofei's excellence, he was definitely a good match for Song Wei. The problem was that he had two women at the same time. This was unacceptable in today's society. Moreover, Song Qiming was a high-ranking leader. If this was exposed, it would definitely be a big family scandal. How could they possibly accept it? Song Wei did not even dare to think about it. Xia Ruofei's eyes were firm as he said, "People think of ways. I always believe that strength determines one's status. If I can't let you guys be with me openly for the time being, it must be because I'm not strong enough. I believe that one day, we will be able to ignore all worldly customs." Song Wei was also affected by Xia Ruofei's emotions. She nodded heavily. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "You just said that you wanted time to stop. I can't do that for now, but it's not a problem to slow down time. Should I? I set up the array flags. This way, you can hug me for as long as you want." Song Wei's face heated up and she struggled out of Xia Ruofei's arms. She said coyly, "Who wants to hug you? Let's get down to business." "You're not serious?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Being intimate with our Wei Wei is the most important thing. You still dare to say that?" Song Wei acted as if she wanted to fight. After the two of them had a good time, Xia Ruofei started to work. This time, Xia Ruofei had brought a complete set of things. Not only did he bring enough medicinal herbs, but he also had the tools for decocting the medicine and even charcoal prepared. The guest room that Fang Liyun had prepared for Xia Ruofei had a door that led to the small garden at the back. It was the best room on the first floor. This made it easier for Xia Ruofei to do things. He directly left the work of brewing the medicine outdoors. If he were to boil the medicine in the room, the smell would not go away for a long time. Xia Ruofei was preparing for the treatment at noon, so he did not have much work to do. After he started the fire, he skillfully picked out the medicinal herbs and put them into the clay pot to boil. The water was also from the spirit pool. He filled a 2.5-liter large bottle of mineral water. Xia Ruofei had already considered that he would have to complete these tasks in the Song family. Hence, he had prepared everything he could think of in advance and tried not to use the spirit map space here. Song Wei stood at the side and helped. Of course, she was mainly Xia Ruofei's helper, such as passing things and fanning the fire. It was not tiring for a man and a woman to work together, let alone a couple who loved each other. Therefore, the two of them enjoyed the boring process of boiling the medicine. The pot of medicine ended up with a small bowl of paste, like ointment. Xia Ruofei took out a small mineral water bottle from his bag and poured some water in. He mixed it well and then sealed the bowl with a preservation film. This small bottle of water was naturally filled with the petal solution of the spirit heart flower, and the concentration was not low. Success, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei took out a tissue and wiped the sweat off Xia Ruofei's forehead. You've worked hard. Xia Ruofei laughed and grabbed Song Wei's hand. Then give me a reward. Song Wei blushed and asked in a low voice, what kind of reward? Xia Ruofei pointed at his face and winked at Song Wei. Song Wei was a little shy, but at the same time, she looked nervously in the direction of the door. Finally, she mustered up her courage. She stood on her tiptoes and slowly moved her lips closer to Xia Ruofei's cheek. Although they had tried all kinds of embarrassing positions when they were in the spirit-body joint cultivation, Song Wei rarely had any intimate actions with Xia Ruofei in the outside world. Moreover, they were in her own home. She was more or less shy and could not help but close her eyes tightly. At first, Song Wei wanted to give him a light kiss, but Xia Ruofei turned his face away and their lips were locked in a kiss. Song Wei felt something was wrong and opened her eyes. Song Wei's beautiful face instantly turned red. She subconsciously wanted to retreat and escape. However, the experienced Xia Ruofei had already grabbed her delicate waist and held her tightly in his arms. 2339, focused on healing _ he was in a state of confusion. Both of them were cultivators, so their hearing was naturally much better than ordinary people. Therefore, when they heard footsteps coming from outside the door, they separated in time. However, Song Wei's face was still blushing. She looked like a child who had done something bad. She seemed very guilty. The next moment, the two of them saw Fang Liyun appear at the door. She smiled and said, Ruofei, Wei, come over for lunch. All right. Xia Ruofei replied. When Song Wei recalled the scene just now, she could not help but feel a little guilty. At the same time, she felt a faint sense of excitement as if she had done something bad under the eyes of her parents. She did not dare to look at Fang Liyun and followed Xia Ruofei out of the room with her head lowered. However, Fang Liyun took another look at Song Wei. She could not help but ask curiously, Wei Wei, why is your face so red? Song Wei was at a loss for words and did not know how to explain. Xia Ruofei reacted quickly and immediately said, oh, Auntie, Song Wei was helping me look after the stove just now. I guess you got too close and got roasted? Oh, Fang Liyun did not doubt him and said casually, Wei Wei, remember to put on a facial mask later. You're not young anymore, you have to take care of your health. Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future. Song Wei couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. This was too heart-wrenching. Xia Ruofei tried to hold back his laughter. Auntie, you're worrying too much. Song Wei is a natural beauty. Why would she worry about getting married? Whoever's child is whoever's to worry about. Fang Liyun sighed. In the past, when she was in high school and university, we didn't want her to fall in love. We were afraid that it would affect her studies. But now that she's studying for her master's, we're starting to worry about her finding a partner. Mom, I'm not even in a hurry, so why are you in a hurry? Song Wei blushed and couldn't help but say, it's because you're not in a hurry that I'm in a hurry. Fang Liyun's words sounded like a tongue twister, but it did make sense. Xia Ruofei saw that Song Wei was about to go berserk. He realized that he was the one who started this conversation. In order to avoid Song Wei from finding him for revenge, he decided to change the topic. Oh right, Auntie, Xia Ruofei said, I'll prepare the medicine for the next few days. You have to clear out the refrigerator first. The change of topic was a little stiff. However, Fang Liyun was very concerned about anything related to Song Qiming's rehabilitation. Hence, Xia Ruofei successfully diverted her attention. There's an ice box in the living room. It's used by your Uncle Song to store the tea leaves. I think it's okay to use it to store Chinese medicine, right? Fang Liyun said after some thought. Yes, Xia Ruofei said. The three of them chatted as they walked to the dining room. The lunch was very sumptuous. Although Fang Liyun did not want to leave Song Qiming's care to the caretaker, she did everything herself and asked Song Wei for help occasionally. Other than that, she left the rest to the domestic service staff. For example, cooking and cleaning. Knowing that Xia Ruofei was coming over today, Fang Liyun had specially instructed the chef to make a good preparation. Although it was not made by Fang Liyun personally, it was still a heartfelt gesture. Hence, Xia Ruofei ate it with great relish and even praised it from time to time. Fang Liyun was very happy to see Xia Ruofei eating so happily. In the blink of an eye, he had finished 3 bowls of rice and a lot of dishes. Xia Ruofei had done so much for their family, but Fang Liyun could not think of many ways to repay him. This time, Xia Ruofei was staying at her house because he was treating Song Qiming. Naturally, she wanted to ensure that her life was well taken care of. Only then would she be at ease. After lunch, Xia Ruofei went back to her room to pick up the ointment that he and Song Wei had worked together to make. At the same time, he carried his small medicine box and went upstairs to treat Song Qiming. The small medicine box contained some of Xia Ruofei's usual items, such as a whole set of silver needles for acupuncture, a jar for cupping, and a horn piece for scraping sand. Xia Ruofei went to Song Qiming's side and gave him a massage to relax Of course, what he used was not a simple massage technique. The massage techniques from the lost medical books, combined with true energy. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he was willing to become a physical therapist, he would have a steady stream of business, just based on this unique skill. Song Qiming felt as if Xia Ruofei's hand had some sort of magic. Wherever it went, there was a sense of warmth. The tipsy feeling made him feel drowsy. After the massage, Xia Ruofei began his first acupuncture session. He still chose to use the 9 needles of the Mayan technique that he was most familiar with, and used it with his genuine qi. The effect was quite good. The purpose of both massage and acupuncture was to relax Song Qiming's muscles and meridians, which were blocked or damaged due to external injuries, to a certain extent. This was beneficial for the absorption of the medicinal properties. The first part of the work was auxiliary. The real effect was the ointment he specially formulated. The ointment itself was extremely effective in treating external injuries. In addition, he had added a concentrated solution of spirit heart flower petals, which made the effect even better. After the acupuncture, Xia Ruofei rested for a while. Then, he put on a pair of disposable gloves and started to apply medicine for Song Qiming. There was not a lot of ointment, and most of it was used on Song Qiming's fracture. 2340 Focus on healing Xia Ruofei carefully applied the ointment evenly. He did not waste the remaining ointment on his gloves. He applied most of it on Song Qiming's injured head. Although Song Qiming's body and head were covered in black lumps and looked a little comical, as long as the treatment was effective, Song Qiming would not mind at all. He was most concerned about his work. If he could really recover within a month or even 20 days as Xia Ruofei had promised, the impact of this accident on him could be minimized. Xia Ruofei had specifically ordered Chao Guangxi and the others who knew the truth to not report to Song Qiming. That was why Song Qiming still thought that it was just an accident, a bunch of coincidences. Song Qiming was fully focused on the rehabilitation. He had full confidence in Xia Ruofei. At the same time, he had full trust in Xia Ruofei's treatment. He would cooperate with Xia Ruofei's instructions. After Xia Ruofei helped Song Qiming apply the ointment, he took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. Ruofei, thank you for your hard work. Song Qiming smiled. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You're welcome. Uncle Song, I'll treat you twice a day for the next 2 days. You'll be fine as long as you keep changing the medicine on time. Also, from today on, in addition to physical therapy, you have to take some Chinese medicine to cooperate with the treatment. Song Qiming nodded and said, We'll listen to you regarding the treatment. We'll follow your arrangements. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Then you should rest for a while. After dinner, they would go through another physical therapy session and change the medicine. In addition, you'll also be taking the internal Chinese medicine. After dinner tonight. In less than half a day, the components of the spirit heart flower petals and the ointment must have been completely absorbed. Hence, the frequency of applying the ointment twice a day was more appropriate. If the ointment was denser and based on the terrifying recovery rate of the spirit heart flower petals, Song Qiming might be able to fully recover in a week. This was something Xia Ruofei did not want to see. If he recovered in a month, he could still be explained as having great medical skills. If he could cure such a serious injury in a week, it was not something that could be explained by medical skills. All right. Song Qiming readily accepted her advice. Then I'll sleep for a while. Get enough mental energy for rehabilitation treatment. After Xia Ruofei came out of Song Qiming's room, he went straight to his guest room and started to prepare the Chinese medicine. This task was still quite tedious. He had to prepare at least 10 days' worth of ying, which included the ointment that was added with the concentrated spirit heart flower petal solution, Chinese medicine to assist in external injury recovery, and spirit nourishment soup. Song Qiming's sea of consciousness had not fully recovered. It would be too slow if he were to rely on his own body to recover. Hence, Xia Ruofei prepared 2 portions of spirit nourishment soup. After all, the spirit nourishment soup could be consumed for at least 7 days. Fang Liyun and Song Wei did not follow Xia Ruofei in when he was treating Song Qiming, as they were worried that they would disturb him. When Xia Ruofei returned to the guest room to prepare the Chinese medicine, Song Wei came over to help. With an assistant, Xia Ruofei's speed of brewing the medicine was much faster. In the evening, night had just fallen. Xia Ruofei had finally finished the tedious work. The paste that was added with the spirit heart flower petal solution filled up a large porcelain bowl, which contained 2 whole spirit heart flower petals. Xia Ruofei believed that after the ointment was used up at the same rate as today, Song Qiming's fractures and other external injuries would be healed. Other than the ointment, Xia Ruofei had also brewed a large pot of Chinese medicine to aid in the treatment of external injuries, and 3 portions of yingling soup. The small plastic sealing machine he had brought with him came in handy at this time. Xia Ruofei packed the supplementary herbal soup and the spiritual nourishment soup into small bags. After sealing them, he even carefully labeled them. The dinner was quite sumptuous as usual. After Xia Ruofei finished his dinner, he immediately returned to Song Qiming's room on the 2nd floor. He realized that the ointment on Song Qiming's body had already been wiped off. It must have been done by Fang Liyun. It was the same massage, acupuncture, and external application that Xia Ruofei was very familiar with. After he was done, Xia Ruofei brought Song Qiming a bowl of Chinese medicine and watched as he consumed it. Only then did he basically complete his treatment for the day. 4. The next 2 days, Xia Ruofei did physical therapy for Song Qiming in the morning and evening. At the same time, he applied and consumed Chinese medicine externally to help Song Qiming complete his rehabilitation treatment as soon as possible. Although it had only been 2 days, Song Qiming could clearly feel that his external injuries were getting better, especially his fractures. A few days ago, Song Qiming could not sleep well because of the pain. After Xia Ruofei's treatment, the pain had weakened a lot. Song Qiming could also feel that his injured bones often felt numb. It was obvious that Song Qiming's physical condition was improving. Because of this, Song Qiming's confidence and favorable impression of Xia Ruofei increased. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xia Ruofei finished his breakfast and was ready to leave. The medicinal herbs in the big and small bags he brought 2 days ago were basically all converted into Chinese medicine to assist in external injury treatment and yingling soup that were kept in the refrigerator. Although there were fewer things, the trunk of the Night 15 was still full. Other than the small sealing machine, there were more cigarettes, tea leaves, wine, and other gifts that Fang Liyun had prepared for Xia Ruofei. They would never be able to repay Xia Ruofei's kindness. That was why Fang Liyun would express her feelings whenever she had the chance. Xia Ruofei was not a pedantic person. He did not reject Fang Liyun's good intentions. He only expressed his gratitude respectfully. After all, one should not reject a gift from an elder. In comparison, Xia Ruofei was more concerned about Song Qiming's follow-up treatment after he left. Therefore, he gave Fang Liyun and Song Wei instructions in detail. This included wearing isolation gloves when applying the ointment and not letting the ointment come into direct contact with the skin. Also, for example, the 3 portions of spirit gestating soup must be taken after 7 days. Xia Ruofei had repeatedly told Song Qiming to follow his orders strictly. Otherwise, it was fine if the medicinal properties of the cream were lost. However, if he did not control the period of consumption well and caused Song Qiming to take the soup twice in 7 days, it might cause unknown danger. Fang Liyun didn't dare to be slow and jotted down Xia Ruofei's instructions. She even showed it to Xia Ruofei for confirmation before she was relieved. Xia Ruofei waved goodbye to Fang Liyun and Song Wei and left the city council family compound in his Night 15 SUV. He drove back to the Jiangbin Villa community. After storing everything in the car into the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei returned home to take a shower and change into a set of clean and refreshing clothes. Then, he packed his luggage and carried a small bag on his back, mainly for show. It didn't take long for a black Mercedes-Benz, which he had specially called in advance from the company, to arrive at the Jiangbin Villa community. The veteran driver of the fleet of cars sent Xia Ruofei to the private terminal of Chongping International Airport. Yesterday, Xia Ruofei had already asked the flight crew to apply for a flight route in advance and make preparations to return to Beijing. When he returned, it was extremely urgent, but when he went to the capital, it was much easier to arrange. Initially, Fang Liyun wanted Song Wei to fly back to the capital with Xia Ruofei to continue her studies. However, Song Qiming was still bedridden. So how could Song Wei be at ease? Fang Liyun could not convince Song Wei no matter what she said. In the end, she had no choice but to agree to let her stay for a few more days. However, Xia Ruofei would not be flying back to the capital alone. There would be another passenger on the business jet. Paradise today. 2341 Inheritance. A white Buick GL8 MPV was already parked by the roadside outside the private jet building. When Xia Ruofei got out of the car, the electric door of the Buick MPV slowly opened and a silver-haired old man stepped out. This person was Xia Ruofei's senior brother Gejun, whom he had acknowledged when he was accepting disciples on behalf of his master at the Three Mountains. Gejun had come to the Three Mountains to visit a friend. If he had not met Song Qiming by chance and acknowledged Xia Ruofei as his junior brother, he would have returned to the capital a few days ago. When he heard that Xia Ruofei was preparing to go to the capital, Gejun quickly decided to go back with him. Of course, he didn't know that Xia Ruofei was taking a public jet. He only wanted to buy a ticket for the same flight as Xia Ruofei, but he didn't expect Xia Ruofei to tell him not to buy a ticket and to meet him directly at the private plane building. Junior brother Xia. Gejun smiled as he welcomed them. Xia Ruofei took the luggage from the car boot and told the veteran driver to return to the city. Then, he smiled at Gejun and said, "Senior brother Ge, I'm sorry. I'm a little late. Your timing is just right. I was early," Gejun said with a smile. Professor Chen from the Military General Hospital also arrived at the airport with Gejun. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he also greeted him politely. "Mr. Xia, how are you?" Professor Chen's attitude was even a little respectful. Other than Xia Ruofei's seniority, a large part of the reason was that he had been convinced by Xia Ruofei's medical skills. If it was not for his superior, who had told him to keep the process of Xia Ruofei's treatment of Song Qiming a secret and not to publicize it, Professor Chen would have taken the case out and analyzed it for his colleagues at various academic occasions. However, the head of the headquarters in Beijing had directly given instructions, so he could only bury this matter in his heart. He also had to repeatedly remind the doctors who had been in contact with this matter and the few graduate students he had brought with him to keep their mouths shut. "Professor Chen, you're here to send us off." Xia Ruofei nodded at Professor Chen and said, "Yeah, Professor." Chen said. Uncle Ji's returned to the capital this time. They did not know when they would be able to meet. "I originally wanted him to stay for a while, but when he heard that you were also going to Beijing, he couldn't stay any longer," Professor Chen said with a bitter smile. Gujun laughed and said, "Little Chen, you've been staying here for a long time. If there's a chance, you can come to the capital to see me." An expert like Professor Chen had many opportunities to participate in various academic exchanges. In addition, the Joint Logistics Support Force often had various meetings, so he had a lot of opportunities to go to Beijing. Professor Chen nodded and said, "That's the only way. I can't make you stay." Professor Chen couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Xia, I wonder how Secretary Song is recovering?" Although his superior and the Southeast Province did not say anything, he knew very well that Xia Ruofei must have taken over the follow-up treatment when Song Qiming was discharged from the hospital under such circumstances. Professor Chen was very concerned about this special case, but his superiors did not allow him to interfere too much. It was like a child who saw a toy that he liked but could not hold it. It was like a cat scratching at his heart. Therefore, when Professor Chen saw Xia Ruofei, he could not help but ask about Song Qiming. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's quite smooth. I've already arranged everything. There's no point in staying at the Three Mountains. I still have some things to settle in Beijing, so I'll be leaving the Three Mountains early." This time, the few of them talked in front of the private jet building for a while, then Xia Ruofei said, "Senior brother Ge, I think it's about time. Let's go in." "All right." Gujun smiled. "Xiao Chen, you can stop here. I'll see you next time in Beijing." "Okay, Uncle Ge." Professor Chen said respectfully, "I wish you a safe journey." Xia Ruofei and Gujun waved at Professor Chen and walked into the private plane building together. In a short while, Xia Ruofei and Gujun arrived at the tarmac. Looking at the bright peach source under the sun, Gujun could not help but sigh. "I knew that Junior Xia's career was very successful, but I didn't expect you to even have a private jet. I'm so lucky to have you this time." Xia Ruofei said humbly, "This plane is not actually mine. Strictly speaking, it's my friend's property. It's just that I use it most of the time." The two of them spoke as they stepped up the ramp and stepped into the cabin. Gujun was someone who had seen the world. He had even accompanied the leaders on trips as a medical expert. He had even sat on China's Air Force One before, so he was not too surprised when he saw the luxurious furnishings in the cabin. Of course, China did not have the so-called Air Force One. In fact, the leaders' private planes were usually used for civil aviation flights. Only when there was a visit mission would they undergo internal modifications in advance, and then the Air Force Private Jet Division senior pilots would be responsible for the flight. The weather in the Three Mountains was quite good today. The sky was clear and the traffic at the airport was still normal, so the Plane was allowed to exit not long after the two boarded the plane. The Gulfstream business jet quickly left the parking lot and slowly taxied all the way to the runway. 2342 Inheritance. After a Sichuan Airlines vacant plane landed, Xia Ruofei's Paradise was allowed to enter the runway and take off. The plane accelerated on the runway and finally leaped lightly into the blue sky. In a short while, the plane had climbed to the cruising altitude, and the seat belt indicator light quickly went out. The flight crew came over to ask Xia Ruofei and Gujun what they wanted to drink. Xia Ruofei asked for Gujun's opinion and ordered 2 glasses of red wine. The entire flight was only about 2 hours long, so Xia Ruofei did not plan to eat anything on the plane. After the red wine was served, Xia Ruofei asked the flight attendant to return to the front cabin. He opened his backpack and took out a manuscript that still smelled of ink. He smiled and passed it to Gujun. Gujun had already guessed what Xia Ruofei had given him. However, when he saw the words 3 scrolls of cloud contact, 1, on the cover, he could not help but feel excited. His hands that were holding the manuscript started to tremble. Junior brother Xia, this is the 3 cloud rubbing scrolls? Gujun asked in a trembling voice. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, to be exact, it's the first volume of the 3 volumes of Cloud Contact. Senior brother Ge, I've been treating Uncle Song at his house for the past 2 days, and I've been copying this manuscript at night when I have nothing to do. I've only written the first volume for now, and I'll give you the other 2 when I have time. 3 volumes of Cloud Rubbing was written in classical Chinese. Typing on a computer might not be as fast as writing by hand. Besides, there were many illustrations in the medical book that were difficult to draw with a computer. Hence, Xia Ruofei chose to write by hand and even specially used a brush. No hurry. There's no hurry. Gujun said excitedly, Junior Xia. You didn't forget to copy the manuscript when you were treating Secretary Song. It's really hard on you. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, actually, I have a lot of free time at Uncle Song's house. Senior brother Ge, you don't have to be so polite. This medical book originally belonged to your Ge family. I'm just returning it to you in one piece. Thank you. Junior Xia. Gujun said sincerely. Xia Ruofei chuckled, you're really welcome. If this medical book were to stay with me, I'd only be able to improve my medical skills. On the other hand, senior brother Ge might be able to bring Gohong's medical skills to greater heights. I can pass it on to my disciples and clansmen? Gujun asked. Of course. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said, Chinese medicine is gradually declining. Other than some objective factors, many Chinese medicine practitioners keep their own skills to themselves, which is also a very important reason. A lot of Chinese medicine inheritance was gradually lost because of this idea of keeping their skills as a last resort. Don't worry, junior brother Xia, said Gujun with a straight face. I definitely won't repeat the same mistakes, but I'll also carefully observe the character of my disciples and family members to ensure that such precious medical skills are passed on to those who truly love Chinese medicine and hope to carry forward Chinese medicine. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, of course, I trust you, senior. In fact, the reason why Xia Ruofei created the drama of taking in a disciple on behalf of the master was to promote the 3 cloud rubbing scrolls. After receiving the first volume, Gujun could not wait to open the manuscript and read it on the plane. During the 2 hours of flight, Gujun did not even lift his head. His eyes did not leave the manuscript, and He was completely immersed in it. In fact, although the 3 volumes of Cloud Rubbing was lost, some of the content was still passed down from generation to generation through word of mouth. These contents also formed the theoretical support of Ge family's Chinese medicine. Therefore, even though it was Gujun's first time studying the 3 volumes of Cloud Rubbing, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Furthermore, this was the original medical book created by ancestor Guhong. It was a huge boost and transformation to the Chinese medicine knowledge he had previously learned. In the past, there were many problems caused by incomplete inheritances, but when he read this manuscript, he felt like the clouds were cleared and the sun was seen. Hence, Gujun was so immersed in it that he did not notice the passage of time. When the plane started to descend, the seat belt indicator light lit up. With Xia Ruofei's reminder, Gu Jun finally broke away from his deep state of mind. "We've arrived so quickly?" he asked, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Xia Ruofei laughed. "Senior, if I didn't remind you, you wouldn't have noticed us when the plane landed and we all left." "This medical book is too attractive," Gujun said awkwardly. "Haha." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "One look and I can tell that Senior Ge is a very focused person." The plane was about to land soon, and Gujun did not study the medical book anymore. He put the manuscript into his bag and carefully looked at it as if he was serving his family treasure. In a sense, this medical book was really their Ge family's family treasure. After a short period of hovering and waiting, the Gulfstream public jet was soon granted permission to land blindly. When the plane touched the ground and started to glide, Gujun smiled and said, "Junior brother Xia, the enjoyment of the rich is really different. Look at this private jet. Compared to a normal flight, it's like a beggar. Not only did we save time, but we also didn't have to line up. The flight is so smooth, it's like it stopped on the ground and didn't start." Xia Ruofei chuckled. The Gulfstream business planes cruising altitude is much higher than ordinary commercial planes. At that altitude, the airflow is generally more stable. So, it is very rare to encounter bumps and such situations. As the two of them chatted, the plane had already passed through the runway and landed on a long, distant seat. The flight attendant swiftly opened the cabin door and lowered the accommodation ladder. Xia Ruofei and Gujun took their luggage and stood up to get off the plane. After walking out of the restricted area of the airport, Xia Ruofei saw Wu Chang among the people who were waiting for him. Xia Ruofei met up with Wu Chang and handed his luggage to him. At this time, Gujun also met up with the people who were picking him up. A red flag sedan was sent by the health bureau to pick him up. The group walked out of the airport departure hall. Xia Ruofei said, "Senior Ge, let's split up here. You're welcome to visit my house when you're free." Gujun asked, "Junior brother Xia, are you really not coming back with me? I was going to introduce you to a few friends in the Chinese medicine world. Besides, those good for nothing disciples of mine should also come and pay their respects to you. Their martial uncle." Xia Ruofei laughed and waved his hand. "I really can't today, I still have something to do. You can bring my martial nephews to my place some other day. My house's courtyard is in Luhai Lane, and it's very easy to find from the inner street of Dishing Gate." Gujun nodded and said, "All right. Then I'll visit you another day." Xia Ruofei nodded and parted ways with Gujun outside the airport. The two of them got into their respective cars and left the airport. Wu Chang was driving the Toyota Alpha commercial car today. To be honest, Alfred was known for its unparalleled comfort. Xia Ruofei did not feel that there was anything special about the air. First class cabin. He had only been in the plane for 2 hours, which was much more luxurious than the air first class cabin. In his opinion, it was just a means of transportation that was more comfortable than ordinary cars or off-road vehicles. Xia Ruofei adjusted the seat back a little and lifted his legs up a little. Then, he sat in the soft seat in a more comfortable position. After chatting with Wu Chang for a while, he closed his eyes and took a nap. Xia Ruofei only opened his eyes when the car drove into Luhai Lane. The alley wasn't very spacious, and Alpha's car was much longer than an ordinary family car. Fortunately, Wu Chang's driving skills were good. He controlled the car and drove through the alley nimbly. In a short while, he arrived at the door of his house. Xia Ruofei immediately saw a black Mercedes-Benz car parked by the road. He squinted at the license plate and his face darkened, showing a trace of displeasure. 2343 Wu Chang looked at Xia Ruofei's expression through the rearview mirror and said, "Boss, this car wasn't parked at the entrance when I came out." "I understand, Wu Chang." "Let's drive in," Xia Ruofei said calmly. "Yes, boss." Wu Chang didn't say much and calmly replied. He pressed a button on the remote control, and the back door of the courtyard slowly slid open. Then, he started the car and drove into the courtyard. On the other side of the Mercedes-Benz, when Xia Ruofei's Toyota Alpha appeared at the alley, the people in the car had already seen it. However, it was not until the car had reached the entrance that the back door of the Mercedes-Benz opened. A middle-aged lady, who was dressed in jewelry, stepped out of the car. The driver of the Mercedes-Benz jogged to the back, opened the trunk, and stood behind the middle-aged lady with some gifts. The middle-aged lady still had a reserved smile on her face as she nodded slightly in the direction of Toyota's Alpha. However, the smile on her face froze at the next moment, because Alpha didn't stop at all. He drove straight into the courtyard and ignored her. The middle-aged lady was still raising her hand to greet Xia Ruofei in the car in what she thought was an elegant manner. However, her arm froze in place halfway, and her elegant style instantly turned into a comical one. When she came back to her senses, Xia Ruofei's Toyota Alpha had already driven into the courtyard house, and the electric door was slowly closing. The middle-aged lady's face darkened. She stared at the electric door for a few seconds before she said to the driver, coldly, "Go and knock on the door." This voice was extremely cold, as if it had come from an ice mountain that would never melt. The driver, who had been working for the middle-aged lady for many years, naturally knew how angry his employer was when he spoke to her in such a tone. He couldn't help but shiver. He quickly put down the gifts in his hand and jogged to the gate of the courtyard house. In the backyard of the courtyard house, the electric door of the Alpha car slid open slowly. Xia Ruofei got out of the car and walked towards the master's courtyard in the middle. Behind him, Wu Chang was carrying Xia Ruofei's simple luggage and quickly followed. Wu Chang had seen everything that had happened at the entrance of the courtyard house. However, he was very clear that he should not ask what he should not ask. He had to maintain the good habit that he had developed in the army. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Wu Chang subconsciously stopped in his tracks. "Let sister, in La Shoujuan handle it," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "Okay, boss," Wu Chang replied. Then, he shouted for his sister, in La Wu Shoujuan, to go over and see who was messing around outside. In fact, he knew very well that the person who rang the doorbell must be the person in the car just now, but since his boss had ordered him to do so, he just had to do as he was told. Xia Ruofei did not stop and walked straight to the master's courtyard in the middle. Xia Ruofei had recognized the black Mercedes-Benz the moment he saw it. It was the Liu family's car. To be more precise, it was the car of Elder Liu's daughter, Liu Lifeng. While he was treating Elder Liu, the children of Elder Liu would visit him from time to time. Liu Lifeng would come in the same car every time. With Xia Ruofei's memory, he would never forget her after seeing her once. What made him unhappy was that his plane had just landed and he had not even reached home yet, but the Liu family was already waiting here. Liu Lifeng's intention was obvious. She wanted Xia Ruofei to continue treating Elder Liu. However, Xia Ruofei did not like this kind of aggressive attitude. He had made a verbal agreement with the Liu family and had also obtained some benefits by treating Elder Liu's illness. However, this did not mean that he had sold himself to the Liu family. Strictly speaking, the relationship between Xia Ruofei and Mr. Liu as doctors and patients, as well as the pharmaceutical company and the verbal promises that the Liu family had made to the Song family, were just payment for the consultation. How could a patient's family call for a doctor who had just landed after a long-distance flight and had not even reached home? Shouldn't you at least let me rest? This wasn't called inviting people, this was called forcing them to abdicate. Xia Ruofei would not let them have their way. Xia Ruofei had just arrived at the middle courtyard when Xia Xiaolan, who was working in the backyard, quickly walked over and said, "Boss, there's someone outside looking for you." "It's Liu Lifeng, the senior vice president of Liu's group." Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Help me reject it. Just say that I'm tired from the journey. I won't be seeing any guests today." Xia Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. Wu Chang, who was beside her, said, "Xiaolan, don't just stand there. Do as the boss says." "Oh." Xia Xiaolan came back to her senses and said, "All right, I'll go now." She didn't know why Xia Ruofei, who had always been easy going, would reject the guests who had already arrived at the door. However, she didn't need to speculate about her boss's decision and just followed it. After Xia Xiaolan left, Wu Chang put down Xia Ruofei's luggage and said, "Boss, you rest for a while. I'll go down too." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. "Okay. Just call me when it's time for dinner. No matter who comes, block them for me." "Understood." Wu Chang said concisely and to the point. Then, he bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei, turned around, and left the master's courtyard in the middle. Xia Ruofei put his phone aside and took out a set of loungewear. He went into the bathroom and took a nice bath. He enjoyed the jacuzzi and unknowingly soaked in it for more than half an hour. 23:44 After he changed his clothes, he picked up his phone and saw that he had a few missed calls. These calls were all from the same person, Liu Chuanfeng, the eldest son of Elder Liu. Xia Ruofei pouted and threw his phone aside. He took out a cigarette and lit it up. He crossed his legs and lay on the sofa, not planning to return the call. But after a while, his phone rang again. It was still Liu Chuanfeng. Xia Ruofei calmly took 2 puffs of his cigarette and stubbed out the cigarette before answering the call. "Hello. Chief Liu." Xia Ruofei said calmly. On the other end of the phone, Liu Chuanfeng seemed to be relieved. He said, "Mr. Xia, did I disturb your rest?" Xia Ruofei hummed noncommittally and then asked, Chief Lu, what's the matter? Lu Chuanfeng could do nothing about Xia Ruofei's act of pretending to be confused. Besides, he didn't call to condemn Xia Ruofei. On the contrary, he wanted to explain what had happened today to Xia Ruofei. Mr. Xia, I heard that my sister came to your house to look for you, Lu Chuanfeng said, a little embarrassed. Is that so? Xia Ruofei interrupted Lu Chuanfeng and said, I'm not sure. Chief Lu, I'm tired from the journey today. I'll rest as soon as I get home. I've also told my subordinates to reject any guests that come to visit. That's why. I'm not sure what's going on. Lu Chuanfeng was speechless. He did not know how to respond to Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Ruofei continued, by the way, Secretary Lu, did you say that President Lu just came to visit? I just entered the house. Boss Lu was really well informed. Could it be that you've been monitoring my movements? Xia Ruofei's tone became unfriendly as he spoke. In fact, this was also what he was most displeased about. He had not even entered the house yet, and Lu Lifeng was already waiting at the door. Wasn't this clearly saying that the Lu family had full control of his whereabouts? Although it was easy for the Lu family to know the flight plan of the peach source, Xia Ruofei was quite disgusted by their behavior. Lu Chuanfeng grumbled to himself as he smiled bitterly. Mr. Xia, you've misunderstood us. We wouldn't dare to monitor you. It's like this, my sister just came back from another city today. She saw you at the airport, but before she could say hello, you got into your car and left. My sister is also concerned about my father's condition. She thought that since you have returned to the capital, she would like to pay a visit and discuss my father's condition. That's the situation. Lu Chuanfeng's words were full of loopholes. Xia Ruofei had taken a public transport back to the capital. He had left the restricted area from the private plane building and did not walk out of the normal passenger passageway. The private plane building and the terminal building were still very far apart. How could Lu Lifeng have seen it? Furthermore, Lu Lifeng was behind Xia Ruofei. How did she reach the courtyard house in Luhai Lane before Xia Ruofei? These details couldn't stand up to scrutiny at all. However, Lu Chuanfeng's intention to show his goodwill was quite obvious. In fact, Lu Chuanfeng was also helpless. Lu Lifeng's sudden visit to Xia Ruofei was not his idea at all. He did not even know that Lu Lifeng and a few other people had been following Xia Ruofei's whereabouts. They had even asked for the flight plan of the peach source through their connections in the civil aviation sector. He was completely unaware of all this. If Lu Chuanfeng knew about this, he would have stopped Lu Lifeng. How could she do something so stupid? She must have a low EQ. Lu Chuanfeng didn't know what to say. There were many people like Lu Lifeng in the Lu family, all of whom were used to being pampered and domineering. If it was any other person, they would not dare to provoke them. However, they did not use their pig brains to think about who Xia Ruofei was. Could he spoil their bad habits? His intelligence was really low. If Lu Lifeng hadn't called Lu Chuanfeng to complain and even made a scene, Lu Chuanfeng wouldn't have known about this at all, let alone know that Xia Ruofei had already returned to the capital. He had reprimanded Lu Lifeng harshly and had to clean up Lu Lifeng's mess while pinching his nose. After being mocked by Xia Ruofei, he still had to smile obsequiously. What sin had he committed? After Xia Ruofei heard Lu Chuanfeng's explanation, he smiled and said, so it's like this. I really didn't know, I've neglected your sister. Mr. Xia, you're being too serious, Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. It's my sister's fault. She's not sensible enough to visit you like this. I've already severely criticized her. So please forgive me, Mr. Xia. Lu Lifeng was already in her 40s. According to her age, she should be more than enough to be Xia Ruofei's auntie. However, after hearing Lu Chuanfeng's words, she felt like a child who had not grown up. No matter how she heard it, it did not feel right. The image of Lu Lifeng's face with heavy makeup appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He quickly said, "Forget it, it's not a big deal." "Chief Lu, did you come to me just for this?" "It's not worth your call to explain. I'm not that petty." Lu Chuanfeng smiled wryly and thought to himself, if I don't make this call now, I'm afraid you're going to ignore my house for a few more days. Elder Lu had been taking the pills that Xia Ruofei had given him. Although his condition did not improve significantly, it did improve. 2345 Most importantly, Mr. Lu's condition was very critical. Before Xia Ruofei's intervention, his condition had been rapidly deteriorating. Now, not only did his condition not worsen, but it had improved to a certain extent. From the examination results, the tumor had even shrunk a little. This was undoubtedly a huge hope for the Lu family. Elder Lu's medicine was almost finished. If Xia Ruofei delayed it for a few more days and stopped taking the medicine, no one could guarantee that his condition would not worsen again. Lu Chuanfeng wanted to worship Xia Ruofei, so he could not understand why Lu Lifeng would do something so stupid. Lu Chuanfeng thought for a moment and said, "It's better to explain these things clearly, in case Mr. Xia has any misunderstandings about us. Also, my father misses you very much, Mr. Xia, and has mentioned you to me many times." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm just a kid. What can I do? Chief Lu, how about this? I still have some personal matters to deal with, and there are some things I have to personally take care of. I'll take some time to visit Elder Lu tomorrow or the day after. He really needs a follow-up." Lu Chuanfeng let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia. I won't disturb you any longer. Let's talk when we meet." "Goodbye, Chief Lu," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he closed his eyes and sat in deep thought for a while. Then, he stood up and walked to his computer to open his email. Xia Ruofei did have some things to deal with these few days. Before he returned to the capital, he had rented a large warehouse in a secluded area in the suburbs, through Zhaoyongjun. In addition, he had ordered a batch of supplies through the internet, which would arrive in a few days. These resources included 30 mobile houses, a large number of labor tools, living supplies, and small construction equipment. He was making preparations for the spirit map space to increase manpower in the future. The reason why he rented a warehouse in the capital was that it was more convenient to transfer goods and place orders quickly. In addition, he might live here often in the future, so it would be much more convenient to have a warehouse with a transit function in the capital. Zhao Yongjun had rented a bigger warehouse for him, and it was no problem to put all the supplies in. Xia Ruofei also asked him to send a reliable subordinate to guard the place and send a list of supplies to the man who was in charge of receiving the supplies. When all the supplies had arrived, Xia Ruofei would go over and put them all in the medium. Of course, even though these things were complicated, Xia Ruofei didn't have to do much, and it didn't affect him from doing the follow-up for Elder Lu. However, he had heard from Dong Yun that things didn't seem to be going well for the past few days. Although there wasn't much resistance, there were always small problems. Xia Ruofei guessed that someone in the Lu family was stirring up trouble, so he took this opportunity to knock some sense into them. When he talked to Lu Chuanfeng, he seemed to have casually mentioned taking over the pharmaceutical group. He just wanted to see if Lu Chuanfeng understood the hidden meaning. If Lu Chuanfeng made a move, the resistance would disappear, and everything would be fine. If the situation at the pharmaceutical group was still the same, then I'm sorry. A visit tomorrow and a visit the day after would still be a visit. Besides, Xia Ruofei could really just visit the old man. After all, he didn't say that he was going for a follow-up examination. 2346 Tactfulness. 1. Lu Chuanfeng's movements were fast, or rather, he was very sensitive. Xia Ruofei had only mentioned it casually over the phone, but he immediately realized that there might be some problems with the handover of the pharmaceutical group. On the night Xia Ruofei returned to the capital, he received a call from Dong Yun. The small problems that he had encountered previously were easily solved. The attitude of those who were not very cooperative in many things and refused to cooperate with him had taken a 180-degree turn. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had heard from Dong Yun that Lu's group in the capital had sent a team of executives over and fired several of the pharmaceutical group's management on the spot. Then, someone from Lu's group had temporarily taken over their work. In this way, the handover of the work was much smoother. Xia Ruofei knew that Lu Chuanfeng was trying to get on his good side. Over the phone, he encouraged Dong Yun to keep up the good work and complete the handover smoothly in one go, laying a solid foundation for the next step of the Peach Blossom Company's expansion. The next day, Xia Ruofei only called Lu Chuanfeng in the evening. Lu Chuanfeng had been restless the entire day. He understood that there had been many problems with the handover of the pharmaceutical group, and they were all created by Lu Lifeng and a group of people. According to Lu Lifeng, they were deliberately delaying Wanwan. Why could Xia Ruofei leave the old man behind and go back to the Three Mountains after he had treated half of the patient? Since the treatment wasn't completed, don't even think about getting the pharmaceutical company smoothly. Even if the transfer of shares had been completed. Such a huge and complicated asset transfer, if the Lu's group did not cooperate or deliberately made things difficult, the transfer work might be delayed indefinitely. After Lu Chuanfeng heard Lu Lifeng's plain idea, he almost went crazy. His sister had been pampered since she was young. It could be said that she had not learned anything about how to deal with people. To put it simply, she was a fool. In addition, she was the eldest daughter of the corporation. Those people in the family had also gone along with her nonsense, which led to the passive situation today. Lu Chuanfeng had been too careless with Xia Ruofei's matter. He thought that Xia Ruofei had gone to the Three Mountains and that the treatment here was mainly about taking medicine, so he did not pay much attention to the things here. He didn't expect his good sister to almost pierce the sky. Lu Chuanfeng made a prompt decision and sent a trusted senior executive from his family group to the pharmaceutical group to deal with the matter. The management of the pharmaceutical group that had caused the most trouble had actually done so under Lu Lifeng's instructions. This time, they had died a little unjustly and were directly treated as the rafters who stood out and took the blame. For Lu Lifeng. Back in Beijing, Lu Chuanfeng didn't care about Lu Lifeng's crying. He stopped her work and told her to reflect on her actions at home. Although Lu Chuanfeng didn't work in the family group, he was the eldest son of Elder Lu. Among the second-generation children, he was the best in the political field. He basically had the final say in the family, especially since Elder Lu was recovering from his illness. Most of the power of the family had been handed over to Lu Chuanfeng, so he could naturally make the decision with one word. After dealing with all these things, Lu Chuanfeng reported to his father. Elder Lu was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, "What a misfortune for her family. It's all my fault for spoiling her too much." "In the past, Dad," Lu Chuanfeng said, "as the eldest brother, I also have a responsibility." In the past, Li Feng was a little domineering, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I thought that it was nothing for a daughter of the Lu family to be a little high profile. However, now that my body isn't doing well, Li Feng and the others still don't know what's good for them. Elder Lu said coldly, "That's enough. You've handled this matter well. Let's leave it at that for now." "Yes, father." Lu Chuanfeng continued, "Then, about Xia Ruofei. You don't have to call him, and you don't have to take the initiative to talk about these things." Elder Lu said indifferently, "This young man is not simple. There are some things that we can only do and not say, or else it will have the opposite effect." "I know, Dad," Lu Chuanfeng said, "but what if he doesn't take the initiative to contact me? The medicine you have here, he won't keep pretending," Mr. Lu said confidently. Although Xiao Xia is decisive in killing and doesn't hold back in extorting, he is still a very particular person. There are many things that he doesn't say, but he knows in his heart. Hearing his father's words, Lu Chuanfeng could only helplessly say, "All right then," and so, Lu Chuanfeng waited for an entire day. When he received Xia Ruofei's call in the evening, Lu Chuanfeng couldn't wait to answer. "Mr. Xia, how are you?" "Hello, Chief Lu," Xia Ruofei said lightly. "I'd like to visit Elder Lu tomorrow. I wonder if he's free?" Lu Chuanfeng quickly replied, "It's convenient." It was convenient. Mr. Xia can go over at any time. He wished that Xia Ruofei could just stay at Old Master Lu's place tonight. Now that Old Master Lu was waiting for Xia Ruofei to provide him with life-saving medicine, how could it be inconvenient? Xia Ruofei smiled. "That's good. I'll go and visit him tomorrow morning." All right. Lu Chuanfeng said excitedly, "Mr. Xia, when would you be free? I'll send a car over to pick you up." He had even unconsciously used honorifics. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "There's no need to pick me up. I know the place. Tomorrow at around 9 o'clock. I'll go there myself." "All right. I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Xia," Lu Chuanfeng said. The next day, Xia Ruofei woke up and cultivated for a while. After breakfast, he took a shower unhurriedly. Then he got into the Toyota Alpha driven by Wu Chang and drove towards the small building in the southern suburbs of the capital where Old Man Lu lived. Lu Chuanfeng did not go to work today. He had been waiting for Xia Ruofei at the 3-story building in the southern suburbs. He saw Xia Ruofei's car from afar and ordered the guards at the entrance to let them in. The car stopped in the yard. The electric door was only half open when Lu Chuanfeng walked up to them. For a deputy-level leader, such a gesture in front of a young man in his 20s was obviously quite humble. "Mr. Xia, you've worked hard. It's been hard on you." Lu Chuanfeng greeted Xia Ruofei warmly. Xia Ruofei's expression was still calm, like a master who did Not like material things. I don't deserve to be welcomed by you personally, Chief Lu. He said with a smile. No, no, no. Mr. Xia is my father's savior, Lu Chuanfeng said humbly. No matter how much courtesy you receive, you deserve it. I can't be considered a savior. Xia Ruofei said, Elder Lu's illness is quite tricky. Although I managed to control his condition by accident, no one can guarantee that he will be fine with this illness. Of course. Lu Chuanfeng laughed dryly. That was for Mr. Xia to be able to control the illness. His medical skills are already superb. Let's go and see Elder Lu first. Xia Ruofei said. All right, this way please, Mr. Xia. Lu Chuanfeng said. He personally led Xia Ruofei to Old Master Lu's room on the second floor. The old man seemed to be in good spirits. His face was still thin, but his complexion was different. The first time Xia Ruofei met Old Master Lu, his face was full of defeat. It was obvious that he did not have much time. And this time, it was obviously a little more alive. Little Xia. Old Master Lu reclined on the bed and greeted Xia Ruofei with a smile. Hello, Elder Lu. Xia Ruofei said with a trace of respect. Excluding the differences in their positions and the disputes with the Lu family, Xia Ruofei respected this old man who had come from the war era and participated in the creation of the Republic. Moreover, from Xia Ruofei's previous contact with him, he could tell that Old Master Lu was very wise and not as sinister as he had imagined, let alone the descendants of the Lu family. Did everything go smoothly on your return to the Three Mountains? Old Man Lu asked with a smile. Thanks to you, I've finally lived up to my orders. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Qiming's matter could be controlled through public opinion on the internet, and people who knew about it could be silenced, but it could not be hidden from the big families in Beijing. Xia Ruofei knew that the Lu family had probably found out about Song Qiming's escape from danger. That's because your medical skills are superb and you can do what others can. Old Man Lu said with a smile. To be honest, the old man had really understood Song Qiming's situation in detail. He had even listened to the opinions of medical experts. The conclusion that Elder Lu had obtained from the experts was that, based on Song Qiming's condition at that time, there was a 90% chance that he would not be able to last more than 5 hours before his brain died. The possibility of him being saved or even out of danger was almost zero. Therefore, it could only be explained by the magic of Chinese medicine. With such a conclusion, Old Master Lu looked forward to Xia Ruofei's medical skills even more. He knew very well that Xia Ruofei was not only a life-saving straw to him. To be exact, Xia Ruofei was a life-saving log or even a lifeboat. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You're too kind. Old man, let me give you a checkup first. Let's see how he's doing during this period of recovery. All right. Elder Lu chuckled and said, Xiao. Xia, when you weren't in Beijing, my heart was in a mess. Now that I've seen you, I feel at ease. The reason why I'm able to go back at ease is because I'm confident. Xia Ruofei said, You should believe in the doctor. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes, yes. Old Man Lu said with a smile. Xia Ruofei came to the bedside and sat down. Then he said, Elder Lu, please extend your left hand. 2347 healing _ Even though Xia Ruofei had intentionally delayed the treatment process, he was still very serious during the examination. Xia Ruofei strictly followed the procedure of looking, listening, asking, and feeling. He used traditional Chinese medicine methods to check on Old Man Lu. At the same time, in the process of feeling the pulse, he also used his spiritual power to observe the condition of the tumor. The results of the examination were similar to what he had expected. Overall, the patient's condition had improved. The specific signs were that the tumor no longer spread, and the tumor in the main tumor area had a slight trend of shrinking. It could be said that the patient's condition was basically developing according to his imagination. This also explained why Old Man Lu looked so much better than before. His cancer cells were suppressed, and they were much less active than before. They couldn't spread any further, so he was naturally in good spirits. When Xia Ruofei pulled his hand back and opened his eyes, Lu Chuanfeng, who was beside him, asked impatiently, "Mr. Xia, how's my father?" "It's not bad," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "You can even say it's better than what I expected." Xia Ruofei turned to look at Lu Chuanfeng and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, the tumor in Mr. Lu's body has stopped spreading, and the tumor in his pancreas has shrunk a little, right, Chief Lu?" "Mr. Xia, your judgment is very accurate." Lu Chuanfeng nodded. During the time that Xia Ruofei was not in the capital, the Lu family had followed Xia Ruofei's instructions strictly and gave Elder Lu the pills on time. Naturally, they could not be completely at ease, so they had 2 more comprehensive examinations during this period. The results were basically the same as what Xia Ruofei had described. He could make such an accurate judgment through Chinese medicine's look, listen, ask, and touch. The results were the same as the results of the examination with sophisticated medical instruments. Many Chinese medicine doctors in the country could only look up to him with this skill. "That's not strange at all," Elder Lu said with a smile. "If Xiao Xia can't even do such a test, how would he dare to take over a patient like me who's beyond cure?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Elder Lu, although your illness is serious, it's not incurable. Isn't the treatment going in a good direction now? Therefore, it's impossible to say that he's beyond cure." "Yeah," Lu Chuanfeng chimed in. "Dad, Mr. Xia is right, you can't say such inauspicious words." Old Man Lu laughed indifferently and said, "Why are you guys even more superstitious than me? I've lived for so long, and I've been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood during the war years, so why would I care about this? Besides, I'm a pure materialist. I don't believe in those things." Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Elder Lu, it seems that my treatment direction is correct, so there's no need to make too many adjustments to the entire treatment plan. Since the medicine I prescribed is the right one, then continue to take it." "All right." Old Man Lu nodded with a smile. "You'll be in charge of the treatment. Also, I'll perform acupuncture on you again today." Xia Ruofei nodded. "However, I need to explain to you that acupuncture doesn't have a direct effect on the tumor. Instead, it stimulates the potential of your body, which is more conducive to the absorption of the medicinal properties. From today's examination, your body's function is much better than last time. This undoubtedly accelerated the absorption of the medicine, so the number of acupuncture should not be too many. After all, overusing the body's potential is not a good thing." "I understand." Old Man Lu nodded slightly. "Going too far is just as bad as not enough. That's the logic," Xia Ruofei smiled. Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Lu Chuanfeng and said, "Chief Lu, please leave us alone. I'm going to start the treatment for Elder Lu." Lu Chuanfeng looked at Elder Lu, who pouted at him angrily. He nodded slightly and left the room. After Lu Chuanfeng left, Xia Ruofei asked Old Man Lu to take off his shirt and lie on the bed. Then, he took out a silver needle from the small medicine box that he carried with him. After carefully disinfecting it, he began to perform acupuncture on Old Man Lu. He was still using the 9 needles of the Moyun technique. A few days ago, he had copied down the first volume of 3 cloud rubbing volumes and passed it to Gujun. During this process, he had gained a deeper understanding of this treasured medical book in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. In addition, he had used the 9 cloud rubbing needles more often during this period of time, so his proficiency level had obviously increased. Xia Ruofei's needles were like flying. There was no hesitation at all. In the blink of an eye, he had accurately pierced the 8 silver needles into the corresponding acupuncture points. Then, he followed the steps of the 9 cloud rubbing needles, either flicking, twisting, or lifting. At the same time, wisps of mild true qi were injected into Old Man Lu's meridians. During the acupuncture process, Old Man Lu felt that the acupuncture point was slightly sore and swollen. At the same time, he could clearly feel a warm current flowing slowly through his body. He was so comfortable that he almost moaned. Xia Ruofei was focused on the acupuncture, while Old Man Lu had his eyes closed and was enjoying the process. Time quietly passed. When Xia Ruofei used the special technique of the 9 cloud contact needles to retrieve all 8 silver needles, Old Man Lu seemed to have woken up from a dream. He asked, "It's over?" Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. "Mr. Lu, your body is still relatively weak. It's better not to spend too much time on acupuncture." "Understood." Old Man Lu laughed. "Understood. Going too far is just as bad as not enough." "Yes, the principle is the same," Xia Ruofei said as he disinfected the silver needle and nodded at Elder Lu. Old Man Lu said, "With emotion, our ancestors have passed down good things. Just like acupuncture, Western medicine would never be able to have such a magical effect." Xiao Xia, after the acupuncture, I immediately feel much more energetic. I don't think I'll have a problem even if you ask me to jog a few laps. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "It's nothing special. Acupuncture is like a trigger that stimulates the potential in your body. China's TCM is broad and profound, but it's a pity that its heritage is incomplete. In addition, with the deliberate guidance of the Western public opinion, it has led to many people misunderstanding TCM." Old Man Lu said thoughtfully, "I think the country should also increase support for Chinese medicine and related industries." After all, he had been a leader before, so he naturally got inspired by this matter and expanded it to the national level. Xia Ruofei only nodded in agreement and did not continue the conversation. After all, this was not something that could be done with just a few words. If they really wanted to promote and support Chinese medicine, there would be many practical problems that needed to be solved. For example, the quality of Chinese medicine practitioners was uneven, the standards and regulations of the Chinese medicine industry were unclear, and so on. In fact, why were there so many voices of support for some prejudices about Chinese medicine in society? A large part of it was because of the existence of some quacks who smeared Chinese medicine and caused the patients to lose confidence. After Xia Ruofei finished the acupuncture for Elder Lu, he took out 2 small porcelain bottles. Inside the bottles were enough pills for Elder Lu to take for a month. He had asked Xia Qing to prepare it in the space yesterday. The main ingredient of these pills was actually honey. In addition, there were a few other Chinese medicine ingredients, which also had the effect of conditioning the body. What really played a role was naturally the evenly stirred spirit heart flower petal solution. After leaving behind the porcelain bottle filled with pills, Xia Ruofei tactfully declined Old Man Lu's invitation to stay for dinner and directly bade him farewell. Wu Cheng did not leave after dropping Xia Ruofei off here. After Xia Ruofei was done with the documents, he took the Toyota Alpha business car back to the Sihiyuan. Lu Chuanfeng personally sent Xia Ruofei to the car in the courtyard downstairs. After watching the car drive away, he went upstairs to Old Master Lu's room. Dad. Lu Chuanfeng greeted him with respect. He left, Old Man Lu nodded. Yes, I am. Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, he said that you only need to take your medicine on time. For the next month. You don't need any other treatment. He told us to call him immediately if anything happened. Which means he might not be able to make it in a month. There's nothing wrong with that. Old Man Lu said with a smile. He was a doctor, so of course he had the final say in how to treat her. Besides, wasn't the healing effect quite good now? This shows that his treatment direction is correct. Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, understood. Oh right, Dad. Do you need me to explain to Xia Ruofei about the little obstacles that Li Fang has been causing recently? Old Man Lu waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. Before he left, I had a simple chat with him and tactfully expressed our attitude. I believe that with his wisdom, he should be able to feel the goodwill we are giving out. All right then. Lu Chuanfeng said. Although Xiao Xia's side has been pacified for the time being, Lu Lifeng can't be let off easily. Old Master Lu said sternly, from today onwards, she's not allowed to interfere with the company's affairs. In addition, all her credit cards and savings cards were frozen. Control her pocket money every month. Ah? Isn't this a little too strict? Lu Chuanfeng hesitated. If I don't be strict, how can she remember? Old Master Lu said, let's do this. Just say that I personally gave the order. If she's not convinced, let her come to me. Understood. Lu Chuanfeng said. Then, Lu Chuanfeng hesitated for a moment, and said with a worried expression, Dad. Why do I feel that Xia Ruofei is deliberately delaying it so that you won't get better so quickly? That's only human nature. Old Man Lu laughed. I'm not as lucky as Old Song to have found such a treasure. If Elder Song had this disease, Lu Chuanfeng frowned and said, he might have recovered in a week or two. This Xia Ruofei, don't mention it, Old Man Lu waved his hand. It's normal for him to do this. I'd do the same if I were him. Lu Chuanfeng nodded, a little depressed. He then said, Dad. I still have one more worry. 2348 Departure. 1. Why are you so worried? Old Man Lu laughed. It's not your style to be so timid. This concerns you, sir, so I have to be careful, Lu Chuanfeng said with a bitter smile. Old Man Lu nodded slightly and said, then tell me. What are you so worried about? Lu Chuanfeng looked worried. Dad, I've been worried about one thing these days. That is the medicine that Xia Ruofei gave you. Will you be dependent on it? Old Man Lu raised his eyebrows and asked, you're saying You're worried that this pill will be like a drug, and you'll be addicted to it? Yeah. Lu Chuanfeng nodded. After all, he's on the opposite side of our Lu family, and we have some conflicts in the past. You're very important to our family. If he uses a drug to control you and threatens our family with it, the consequences will be unimaginable, Elder Lu chuckled and didn't answer Lu Chuanfeng's question directly. Instead, he asked, Chuanfeng, let's make a hypothesis first. If your worries become reality, then I'll be faced with two choices. First, if I reject this medicine, I might lose my life very soon. Second, accepting the drug would result in addiction and even losing oneself. If you were me, what would you choose? Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but smile wryly as he shook his head. I don't know. It's indeed a difficult choice. Old Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng and asked, then think about it from your own perspective. What choice do you think I should make? Lu Chuanfeng furrowed his brows and thought for a while. Suddenly, he felt Elder Lu's thoughtful gaze on him, and he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly said, I think he'll still choose the second option. No matter what the situation is, your life must be the most important. Even if we have to pay a huge price for it, there's nothing to consider. The corners of Elder Lu's mouth curved up slightly. In fact, Lu Chuanfeng's hesitation was already an answer. If it was really as he had said, that Elder Lu's life was the number one priority, then what was there to hesitate about? To put it bluntly, when Elder Lu suddenly asked this question, Lu Chuanfeng inevitably thought about his family, and even his personal growth and progress, as well as his wealth. Lu Chuanfeng felt like he was sitting on pins and needles under the wise gaze of old man Lu. He knew that his concern and the hesitation he showed when he answered the old man's questions were actually very inappropriate. Old Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng, and after a long while a smile slowly appeared on his face. Chuanfeng, why are you so nervous? I was just asking casually. Old man Lu wasn't angry. At this age, he had already seen through many things. Even if he was his own son, it was impossible for him to be completely free of selfish thoughts. Moreover, even he himself would prioritize his family's interests most of the time, which was not a mistake. Lu Chuanfeng smiled awkwardly and said, Dad, maybe I'm just worrying for nothing. You're worrying for nothing. Old Master Lu said indifferently, put away those inexplicable worries. Xia Ruofei is not that kind of person, I know, Dad. Lu Chuanfeng said. Then asked curiously, Dad, why are you so confident in Xia Ruofei? Old man Lu chuckled and said, it's not that I trust him. This little guy is old Song's man, how can I trust him 100%? However, the probability of what you just said happening is so small that it's basically negligible. Oh? Why do you say so? Lu Chuanfeng asked, raising his eyebrows. I've always taught you that you must always think from the other party's point of view, old man Lu said indifferently. It's the same for this matter. If you try to think from Xia Ruofei's point of view, you'll know that he wouldn't do that. Old man Lu paused for a moment and continued, first of all, it can be said that he originally held my life in his hands, holding the power of life and death in his hands. He can control the rhythm and cycle of treatment to keep us in check. That's enough for him. That's the logic. Lu Chuanfeng said, but a man's heart is not content. What if he's not satisfied with this kind of restraint? Old man Lu smiled faintly and said, I'm a good judge of character. Based on My understanding of Xia Ruofei, he's not the kind of person who's insatiable. On the contrary, he had always done a good job of controlling his limits. The most important thing is that if he really uses his strong reliance on drugs to control me, then he has undoubtedly crossed the line. Once he crosses this line, many things will go out of control. By then, even if old Song wants to protect him, it will be difficult. Lu Chuanfeng had a thoughtful look on his face. After a long while, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Dad, you're so thoughtful." I was indeed a little worried. Just as old man Lu had said, even if Xia Ruofei had deliberately delayed the treatment period to achieve the purpose of restraining the Lu family, it was still within the scope of the game rules. However, once he crossed this line and used drugs to control a former leader who had studied under him and was the head of a top family in Huaxia, it would not just be Xia Ruofei or the Lu family's matter. Xia Ruofei would be affected by the terrain of all the forces. And the government would not allow such a situation to happen. 2349 Departure 2. As long as everyone was within the circle of rules, they could live in peace. However, once someone tried to break the rules, everyone in the circle would gang up on them. All right. Old man Lu nodded. Chuanfeng, the discussion just now was limited to you and me, so don't spread it out. Okay, Dad. Lu Chuanfeng said. Also, during this time, put more effort into your work. Old Master Lu said, now that my condition has entered a stable period and Xia Ruofei's medicine is very effective, I'll be fine as long as I take the medicine on time every day. So, you don't have to come to my place every day. Also, don't arrange the physical examinations so closely. It's enough to just do a full body examination once a month. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I know, Dad. Lu Chuanfeng said, then have a good rest. I'll go back to the office now. Old man Lu slowly closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Lu Chuanfeng saw that elder Lu had closed his eyes and was resting, so he didn't say anything more. He just bowed slightly to elder Lu and quietly left the room. After Xia Ruofei returned to the courtyard in Luhai Lane, he went to the Song family's old house for the next 2 days. When he visited Elder Song, he reported Song Qiming's treatment to him. Song Qiming's accident was not a real traffic accident. It was a deliberate attack planned by someone behind the scenes. This kind of thing could not be hidden from Elder Song. After he saw Xia Ruofei, he naturally asked about the situation. Xia Ruofei had already taken care of Bao Guijuan's assassination team. The crisis on Song Qiming's side had been temporarily resolved. Next, he would go to Arulai, a small African country where the MOD organization was located, and destroy the organization. At the same time, he would find the mastermind behind this incident and completely eliminate the danger to Song Qiming. This arrangement was naturally not convenient for Elder Song to know, so he did not disclose this information to Elder Song. He only said that the southeast province had already been placed under control. Although there were no clues for the time being, the safety of Song Qiming's family was not a problem. Elder Song didn't doubt it. Although he was a little disappointed, he knew that Xia Ruofei couldn't do everything. After all, the enemy was hiding in the dark. In order to find them, he needed both strength and luck. Other than visiting Elder Song, Xia Ruofei also took the time to visit the Paradise Gathering. Firstly, he wanted to check on the progress of the construction, and secondly, he wanted to visit the set of The Life I Yearned For. The recording of the program had been in progress, with a few days of rest in between. Although it would take some time to finish the season's recording, Xiaonan TV had already increased their publicity efforts. The first episode of this season, which was the one that Xia Ruofei had participated in, would be shown to the audience soon. Xia Ruofei chatted with He Jiong, Huang Lei, and the others for a while during the filming. The director even came over to express his gratitude to Xia Ruofei. He was mainly grateful to Xia Ruofei for cooperating with the publicity program. Xia Ruofei's popularity on the internet was even comparable to some popular young male idols. If he posted a Weibo post to promote the program, the effect might be better than the program team promoting it 10 times through other channels. As for the director's gratitude, Xia Ruofei just laughed it off. To be honest, he didn't do anything. That Weibo account was maintained by Qin Yanan and his team most of the time. Even for the show's publicity, it was also communicated between Qin Yanan and the production team. Whatever content to be released was discussed by both sides. Xia Ruofei didn't participate in it. After returning to the Luhai Lane courtyard house from the Taoyuan Association, Xia Ruofei stayed at home for another day. Then, he received a call from Zhao Yongjun telling him that he had arranged for a reliable subordinate to help Xia Ruofei guard the warehouse in the suburbs of Beijing. Now that the supplies Xia Ruofei ordered had arrived, he called to inform Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He personally drove the Land Rover to the warehouse that Zhao Yongjun had rented for him. The subordinate that Zhao Yongjun had arranged for help was called Xia Wei. He was truly loyal to Zhao Yongjun. These few days, he had moved his bedding and lived in the warehouse, not leaving for a single moment. When all the supplies had arrived, he reported to Zhao Yongjun. Immediately, Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to Xia Wei and even prepared a red packet with 10,000 yuan. Xia Wei kept rejecting Xia Ruofei's red packet. After much persuasion, Xia Ruofei finally forced the red packet into Xia Wei's hands with a straight face. Xia Wei thanked him profusely and accepted the red packet, feeling flattered. After Xia Ruofei had finished counting the supplies, Xia Wei handed the key to Xia Ruofei and left. Xia Ruofei waited for Xia Wei's car to drive away before he locked the warehouse door from the inside. As for the windows, Xia Ruofei had already asked someone to paste matte stickers on them when they rented the room. After locking the warehouse door, Xia Ruofei carefully released his spiritual power to check the entire warehouse, including the ordered supplies, to prevent anyone from installing pinhole cameras or other monitoring equipment. Even though he trusted Zhao Yongjun, he wasn't close to Xia Wei. The spirit map space was his most important secret, and Xia Ruofei couldn't allow any risk of it being leaked. He didn't find anything wrong with it after checking it with his spiritual power. Only then did Xia Ruofei put all the supplies into the spirit map space with relief. This time, he had ordered a large number of materials. He had bought 30 mobile houses. Some of the other resources were also very heavy, such as some small construction machinery. Hence, Xia Ruofei could only collect them in batches. He spent about 10 minutes to put everything into the medium. The warehouse suddenly became much more spacious. Xia Ruofei used telepathy to order Xia Qing to bring Bao Guijun and the others to store the supplies separately. As for the 30 mobile houses, Xia Ruofei asked Bao Guijun and the others to do the preliminary assembly first. When it was time to hoist them, he would enter the space and use the invisible force of space to cooperate. After arranging everything, Xia Ruofei took out a big lock that he had prepared earlier from the space. Then, he opened the warehouse door a crack and walked out in a flash. He took off the original lock from the door and threw it into the warehouse, then locked the warehouse door with his new lock. Naturally, this was to prevent Xia Ruofei from duplicating the warehouse keys. If Xia Ruofei took advantage of Xia Ruofei's absence to come back and steal some things from the warehouse, he would be suspicious when he opened the door and found that the warehouse was empty. As long as there was the slightest possibility of revealing the secret of the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei would be very careful to eliminate this possibility. He drove back to the courtyard in Luhai Lane, returned to his room, and tidied up a little. Then, he called Wu Chang over. Wu Chang, I'm going to a friend's place these few days, so I won't be coming back to stay. Xia Ruofei said, I might go back to the Three Mountains directly. You don't have to worry about me. If I come back, I'll let you know in advance. Okay, boss. Wu Chang said, I'll go and prepare the car. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, you don't have to send me off. I don't plan to drive. I still have something to do later. Alright, you don't have to worry about me, go and do your work. Wu Chang didn't dare to ask any further. He nodded and said, okay, boss. Xia Ruofei carried a small backpack and walked out of the front door of the Sihiyuan. After passing through Luhai Lane, he stopped a taxi and arrived at a commercial plaza nearby. Xia Ruofei walked straight to the washroom of the department store. When he came out again, he had changed his clothes. His backpack had been replaced with a boarding device. At the same time, his appearance had changed. If Zhao Yongjun or Monica were here, they would be able to tell that Jian Jia and Xia Ruofei were the same as Xia Tian, the fake identity he had used before. After Xia Ruofei had changed her appearance, she walked out of the shopping mall and waved for a taxi. She went straight to the Capital International Airport. 2350 The African continent. An hour later, a Huaxia Airlines plane with the national flag painted on its body took off from Beijing International Airport. Xia Ruofei was on the plane. His destination was Shunqing International Airport, which was hundreds of kilometers away. Of course, Xia Ruofei's final destination would not be Shunqing City. In fact, he only stayed in Shunqing for a little more than an hour. He did not even leave the airport's restricted area. He directly took a plane from China Airlines to Bole Airport, Ethiopia's capital, Ethiopia. Xia Ruofei's final destination was Arulai, a small country on the mainland of Africa. However, many countries in China and Africa did not have direct flights. Some small countries in Africa had to transfer planes. The Bole Airport in Africa was one of the busiest airports in Africa. Many Chinese corporate employees who went to Africa for business trips would transit here. When they returned to the country, they would also transfer flights at Bahrain Airport first. Xia Ruofei had booked an international flight from Huaxia Airlines. As the flight was more than 12 hours long, Xia Ruofei had naturally booked a first-class ticket. In fact, the so-called luxury first-class cabin was just like that. At most, the seats were more comfortable and spacious. In addition, the seats could be laid flat to become a bed. Of course, it was not as spacious as the bed at home. People who were slightly higher would have to curl up to sleep. If not for the need to change his appearance, Xia Ruofei would definitely choose a private business jet for such a long flight. Even if he had to refuel once on the way, the entire travel experience would definitely be more comfortable than taking a civil aircraft. Of course, Xia Ruofei was also born a poor child. He had been in the army for so many years. Although the conditions were better now, he was not so pretentious as to not be able to stand sitting in a plane for more than 10 hours. There were so many people who were reluctant to part with the expensive tickets and chose economy class. It was already evening when the plane took off from Xinqing. When the plane climbed to the cruise altitude and the seatbelt indicator light went out, it was already dark outside the porthole. The air stewardesses also began to leave their seats to serve the passengers. The service in the first-class cabin was very thoughtful. The stewardess first brought blankets, toiletries, pajamas, headphones, and so on. Each first-class passenger had one. Then came the menu. Ying could order in first class. In fact, China Airlines even allowed people to order food online before traveling, but Xia Ruofei didn't want to go through the trouble. After all, there weren't many choices. Besides, people's appetites would be reduced and their taste buds would become dull in the air. It didn't matter what they ate. The first-class meal was actually just a relatively high-class in-flight meal. Xia Ruofei casually ordered a few dishes and a glass of red wine, mainly for a more comfortable sleep. Soon, the food he ordered was served. The plate presentation was quite exquisite, but the amount was a little small. Xia Ruofei quickly finished his dinner and sipped the red wine. An air stewardess quickly came over and asked him softly if he wanted to eat anything else. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I'm full. Thank you for taking all these. By the way, after you're done, can you help me lay down my seat? I'm going to rest." "All right," said the air stewardess as she started to pack up. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. He also changed into the cotton pajamas provided by the airline. When he returned to his seat, the stewardess had already made his bed and brought him a small blanket. "If I don't wake up, please wake me up in 7 hours. Xia Ruofei said. "Yes, sir." The air stewardess said respectfully, "Good night." "Thank you." Xia Ruofei snuggled under the covers, put on the headphones, and picked a movie from the multimedia system. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. About 7 hours later, the air stewardess came to wake Xia Ruofei up. He rubbed his eyes and sat up. The plane was still flying steadily at the cruising altitude. Xia Ruofei looked out of the porthole and saw that it was still dark. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash up and change his clothes. When he returned to his seat, the air stewardess had already restored the bed to the seat. For the next 3 to 4 hours, Xia Ruofei sat in his seat, feeling bored. As time Ethiopia 5 hours slower than in China, it was still midnight here even though it was almost morning in China. It was pitch black outside the porthole and he could not see anything. At around 1 a.m. local time, China Airlines' giant Airbus landed smoothly at Bole Airport in Ethiopia. Xia Ruofei picked up his small backpack and got off the plane. The airport was not very busy in the early morning. The frequency of take, off and landing was much lower than during the day. And there were not many people in the terminal. There were only 2 flights from Bole Airport to Arulai Airport every day. The earliest flight was at noon the next day, so Xia Ruofei had already booked a local hotel in advance and decided to rest for a while before boarding. Therefore, besides Arulai's tourist visa, Xia Ruofei also applied for an Ethiopia visa. Of course, this was all done in a short time with the help of Zhao Yongjun. When Zhao Yongjun found out that Xia Ruofei was coming to Africa, he didn't ask why he was there. He just made thorough preparations for him. Other than helping him with the visa, he also took into account some other details. 2351, the African continent, 2, for example, Xia Ruofei only found out that he needed a small yellow book called International Certificate of Vaccination or Preventive Measures when he came out of his closed-door cultivation. He flipped through his backpack and saw the small yellow book. Zhao Yongjun had naturally prepared this for him. Xia Ruofei did not get any vaccine. The environment in Africa was relatively harsh, and there were still some stubborn diseases that could not be eliminated, such as malaria. Once you were infected with these diseases, your life could even be in danger. However, Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about that. If a cultivator was infected with a disease, he would be a laughingstock. Xia Ruofei followed international practice and inserted a $10 note into his passport. He quickly passed through the customs. He walked out of the airport and got into a taxi, heading to the hotel he had booked online. For the convenience of transferring flights, Xia Ruofei had booked a hotel near the airport. Along the way, Xia Ruofei looked out of the car window curiously. It was his first time in the mysterious continent of Africa. Ethiopia was a poor and backward country. However, as the capital of Ethiopia, it looked good. At least, it was better than the stereotypes in Xia Ruofei's mind. There were almost no pedestrians on the streets in the early hours of the morning. The shadows of the buildings on both sides of the road could be seen in the dark. Xia Ruofei did not feel uneasy after coming to a foreign country. After the novelty had passed, he leaned back lazily in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. The hotel was very close to the airport, so they arrived in no time. Xia Ruofei went to the front desk of the hotel and was greeted by a sleepy black girl. Xia Ruofei used English and sign language to communicate with the tanned girl with much difficulty. Finally, they completed the check-in procedures. He took the room card and took a creaking elevator to the 5th floor where the room was located. Looking at the modeled elevator and the tattered carpet after leaving, Xia Ruofei really suspected that this hotel could reach the standard of a 3-star hotel. Or was it that the standards for a 3-star Ethiopia, a 3-star in China were different? Xia Ruofei felt that it was fortunate that he had chosen a 3-star hotel for the convenience of his transit. If he had chosen a 5-star hotel in the city center, he would have felt even worse. After finding his room, Xia Ruofei opened the door and entered. He inserted the room card into the power access, turned on all the lights, and looked around the room. This hotel was indeed a little old, and the furnishings in the room were obviously quite old. However, he was quite satisfied with the fact that, although it looked a little shabby, at least the sanitary conditions were good. It was not as dirty and messy as he had imagined. Xia Ruofei then used his spiritual power to check the entire room. The first thing Xia Ruofei would do when he was in a strange place was to check the surroundings. Fortunately, there were no messy micro cameras or listening devices. Xia Ruofei threw his bag on the bed and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. In fact, according to China's time, it was already 6 or 7 in the morning. Xia Ruofei had also slept on the plane, so he was not sleepy at all. He didn't book a hotel to sleep, but mainly because he had to wait for nearly 10 hours It would be hard to stay in the airport all the time, so he might as well find a hotel. Even lying down and resting for a while would be good. Xia Ruofei was in the middle of a shower when the room suddenly turned dark. He subconsciously released his spiritual power and found that the entire hotel was pitch black. Only then did he realize that there was probably a power outage. Power failure was a distant word in the eyes of the Chinese. Except for power company maintenance or less natural disasters, there were basically no large-scale power outages in China. The days of power shortages were long gone. The water from the shower had turned very cold. Xia Ruofei did not mind. Even if it was ice water, he could still wash it. As for the darkness, it didn't matter at all. The eyes of a high-level refinement stage cultivator were much stronger than night vision. At least, they wouldn't see black and white things like night vision. Xia Ruofei finished his shower and wiped his body clean. Then, he took out some home clothes from the space and changed into them. After that, he went out to lie on the bed and rest. He was very energetic now, and it could be said that he was not sleepy at all. So, he didn't force himself to sleep. Instead, he took out his phone and read the news for a while. Before he left, he applied for international roaming for the phone number he would be using for the summer. Although the network signal here was a little bad, it was still usable. Xia Ruofei lay down and rested for a few hours. When it was past 9 in the morning, he went downstairs to find something to eat. In the hotel restaurant, Xia Ruofei ordered a toast and a glass of beef oil and fruit juice. The bread tasted ordinary. It felt like it had been baked, and there was a faint burnt smell. However, the beef oil fruit juice left a deep impression on Xia Ruofei. The fragrance was very strong, and it should be of high purity. He finished his breakfast unhurriedly and asked for an extra glass of beef oil and fruit juice. After eating, Xia Ruofei returned to his room upstairs and packed his luggage. He then went downstairs to check out and asked the front desk to call a taxi. For this, Xia Ruofei even gave a tip of $50 to the black-hearted girl at the front desk. The dark-skinned girl's eyes lit up. Xia Ruofei had no doubt that if he revealed a trace of desire, this dark-skinned girl would definitely lean over without hesitation. The local monthly salary was only equivalent to a few hundred Chinese dollars. The tip Xia Ruofei had given was almost half a month's salary for a front desk attendant. However, Xia Ruofei was not that hardcore. His taste was more traditional. He could accept blondes from Europe and America, but as for dark-skinned girls, forget it. Xia Ruofei got into a taxi and headed back to Bolai Airport. It was morning, local time, so the people outside could see it clearly. Xia Ruofei realized that his first impression Ethiopia last night was based on the concept of haziness makes beauty. When the veil of the night was removed, he realized that even as the capital of Ethiopia, the level of development in Ethiopia was relatively backward. The buildings outside looked a little shabby. From the hotel to the airport, Xia Ruofei could already see a few unfinished buildings. After returning to Bolai Airport, Xia Ruofei went through the procedures at the counter and entered the restricted area of the airport. Bolai Airport was actually very small, and Xia Ruofei found his boarding gate very quickly. There was still more than an hour before his Ethiopia flight took off. Xia Ruofei found an empty seat and sat down. He put his hand into his backpack, but in reality, he took out a book from his space and started to read it casually. After a while, a hesitant voice sounded beside him, "You're Chinese?" The man spoke in Mandarin, but his accent was a little strange. Xia Ruofei followed the sound and saw a young black man in his early 20s. Smiling at him. "Yes, I'm from Huaxia." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Hello, hello." The young black man said enthusiastically, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Dasilja Azdfadaka." "Well, that's not important. Our African names are really too long, even. I sometimes can't remember them clearly. You can call me Daka." Xia Ruofei wanted to laugh. "Clock in? Is this to remind you to check in at work?" Daka grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. He nodded and said, "Actually, this is just a syllable in my name. It's easier to remember, so my friends all call me that. By the way, I have a lot of Chinese friends, because I studied in Beijing for 3 years. I also learned my Chinese at that time." 2352 The spirit of the Chinese. 1. "Mr., how should I address you?" asked the black guy, Daka. "My name is Xia Tian," Xia Ruofei replied with a smile. Xia Tian's identity was just a cover, and it was recorded in the immigration records. Besides, Xia Ruofei had also changed her appearance, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Daka raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Xia as in summer, and Tian as in summer?" "Correct." Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. To be honest, Xia Ruofei felt a sense of closeness when he saw a black man speaking Chinese in the distant African continent. It had nothing to do with national pride or inferiority. The waiting time was a little boring, so Xia Ruofei chatted with him for a while. Through their exchange, Xia Ruofei found out that this black man named Daka was also heading to Arulai. He worked at a Chinese-funded agency in Arulai and was mainly in the job of translation and guide. Although Daka was not from Arulai, he had lived in Arulai for a few years when he was young. He knew the local language and was also proficient in English. His Chinese was considered good among the foreigners, so the job of translation was actually quite suitable for him. Xia Ruofei was curious. "Daka? From what I know, Arulai doesn't have a close relationship with China. How come there are Chinese enterprises there?" Before Xia Ruofei set off, he did some research on Arulai. Of course, he only did some general research and did not go too deep. After all, he was here to destroy the modern mercenary group in one fell swoop, so he did not need to think too much. Hence, Xia Ruofei only knew that Arulai did not have a good relationship with Huaxia. Of course, the wording was more tactful because he had spent his childhood in Arulai. In fact, Arulai was a gangster country. When it needed help, it would be very obedient, but after getting the benefits, it would talk big. It had even broken off relations with China before, and it had only been restored in recent years. "Xia Tian," said Daka with a smile, "which place in the world doesn't have Chinese enterprises and Chinese people?" "Especially in the African continent, as long as there are people, there are Chinese companies. I'm doing business. Earning money is the most important thing." Xia Ruofei was stunned and said, "Our Chinese company?" Daka grinned, revealing his white teeth. He then scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "When I was studying in China, I fell deeply in love with this magical ancient Eastern country, so I'm considered a spiritual Chinese." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the internet, there were a lot of people who were refined, and even spirited. This was the first time he had heard of this saying, spirited Chinese. However, it sounded pretty cool, even though it was said by a poor African brother. Dhaka continued, Arulai is a very backward country. It's one of the least developed countries in the world. The per capita income there is only 300 to 400 HXB. I work in a Chinese company, so my income is at least 20 to 30 times that of the locals. So, I love China. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, You're honest. After the two chatted for a while, the announcement announced that they could board the plane, so they stood up, picked up their luggage, and went to line up at the gate. Because Arure and Ethiopia were neighbors and the flight distance was not too far, all the planes flying from Ethiopia to Arure were Araj side planes. They looked very old and were at least more than a decade old. Such planes did not have first-class seats and were all economy class. Hence, Xia Ruofei had also bought an economy class ticket. However, the entire voyage was only 2 to 3 hours long, and it would be over in no time. There were quite a lot of passengers on this flight route, and there was a long line at the gate. Xia Ruofei stood out among the black men. He chatted with Dhaka as he followed the team. After boarding the plane, Xia Ruofei quickly found his seat in the middle of the cabin near the wing with the help of the flight attendant. It was only then that he and Dhaka realized that the two of them were actually sitting in the same row, but there was a walkway in between them. Dhaka immediately discussed with Brother Black, who was beside Xia Ruofei. Brother Black very readily exchanged seats with Dhaka. Dhaka carried his bag and sat down beside Xia Ruofei. He grinned and said, Hey, brother, this is fate. Xia Ruofei chuckled and nodded, thinking that with the company of this cheerful Brother Black, the journey would not be boring. The two of them put on their seat belts and chatted as they waited for the plane to take off. When the surrounding passengers saw that Dhaka was able to chat so happily with a Chinese person in Chinese, they all cast envious gazes at him. Now, the whole world knew that Chinese people were getting richer and richer, especially in places like Africa. Chinese people were like gods of fortune. No, the Black brothers did not know about gods of fortune. They were just like the walking US dollars. Soon, the plane received permission to take off. It taxied to the runway and began to accelerate. 2353, the spirit of the Chinese, too. When the old passenger plane accelerated, the cabin creaked as if it was shaking everywhere. Especially after the plane took off from the ground, every time the flap was retracted, the sound of the flap could be clearly heard. The wings were constantly shaking in the process of flight, as if they would break at any time. Recently, Xia Ruofei had been traveling in Gulfstream business planes, which were much more comfortable than commercial planes. Now that he had changed to a small side passenger plane, it was like changing from a sports car to a tractor. He was not used to it. He looked curiously at Dhaka and the passengers around him. He found that they all looked normal, as if there was nothing to be afraid of when flying in such a shaky way. Xia Ruofei was not afraid because he was confident. If the plane really fell, he could still hide in the spirit map space. Although it might be more troublesome in the end, at least his life would not be in danger. However, were the ordinary passengers really not afraid at all? Xia Ruofei was curious and could not help but ask Wenda. Dhaka grinned and said, Xia, you'll get used to it. I have to take this plane at least once or twice a month, and sometimes 3 or 4, or even 4 or 5 times. It has been more than 2 years in a row. Do you think I will still be afraid? Most of the passengers on the plane are used to this route, so they're used to it. I see, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've learned a lot. You're not nervous? Daka was also a little curious. He smiled and said, I remember that our company has a Chinese friend who took this plane for the first time. He was so scared that his face turned white and his hands and feet turned cold. After he landed, he swore that he would never take this kind of plane again. When he returned to China, he even crossed the border by car to Ethiopia and then took a train to Ethiopia. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm not nervous. I'm just not used to it. Fortunately, such bumpiness did not exist throughout the flight. When the plane rose to the cruising altitude, the degree of bumpiness suddenly reduced a lot. The stewardess even began to push a small cart out to serve Jianjia. When Jianjia took the domestic plane in the past, when she encountered such a degree of bumpiness, the stewardess would basically be asked to stop service, sit in her seat, fasten her seatbelt, and wait for the plane to fly stably before continuing to serve. Xia Ruofei politely declined the in-flight meal provided by the stewardess. He was not interested in the sticky local specialty food, especially when the sticky food was cooked and heated on the plane. It looked terrible and Xia Ruofei had no appetite at all. Daka, on the other hand, enjoyed the food very much. Seeing that Xia Ruofei did not want to eat, he asked the stewardess to give Xia Ruofei's share to him and ate it with relish. There was a strange smell in the cabin. Xia Ruofei did not know how to describe the smell of the food. To put it simply, it smelled like a mixture of curry and durian. One could imagine how touching the smell in the cabin was. Xia Ruofei even used his vital energy to temporarily seal his sense of smell. It was not until most of the passengers had finished eating that the smell in the cabin became less intense. Xia Ruofei saw that Daka had finished his lunch and asked with a smile, Daka, are there any fun places in Arulai? Why don't you introduce me to them? Xia Ruofei had set his identity as a backpacker. Now that China's economy had improved, more and more people were traveling abroad. There were many people like him who carried simple luggage and traveled to non-mainstream tourist spots. Daka grinned and said, Brother, you've asked the right person. I'm quite familiar with Arulai. Oh? Then can you recommend some fun places? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Let me think. Daka raised his head and thought for a moment. Then, he said with a bitter smile, Arulai really doesn't have many tourist resources. There aren't many places to play. Speaking of interesting places, the Temple of Arulai should be one. Although we locals don't look like much, I think you'll be interested. After all, you can appreciate a different culture from the east there. Arulai Temple? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, a temple named after the country. I really have to go and take a look. Arulai is a very small country. It's not even as big as a province in China, said Daka, pouting. No. Even many prefecture-level cities were bigger than it. You'll get used to it after seeing it for a while. For example, our destination this time is Arulai City. This city is the capital of Arulai and is also named after the country. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Daka's spirit as a Chinese is really not an exaggeration. He always shows this kind of thinking inadvertently. The words "our China" were said so naturally, without any sense of disharmony. Along the way, Xia Ruofei chatted with Dhaka from time to time and gained a better understanding of Dhaka and Arure. The Chinese company that Dhaka worked for was involved in road and bridge construction and had contracted many projects in Arulai. There were several construction sites in the country that were working at the same time. Of course, the so-called nationwide was actually not as big as a prefecture-level city in China. In addition, Arulai, the president of this country, was also a weirdo. He had issued many ridiculous laws, such as no farting in public and so on. The regulations were very detailed. If farting was not discovered, it was not considered illegal. However, if they were discovered and reported, they might even face jail time. In addition, the president had also given him many titles, such as the Commander and Chief of the Arulai Republic's Armed Forces, the Arulai Navy Honorary Admiral, and so on. In fact, Arulai's armed forces were very weak, and as a small, purely inland country, it did not have a navy at all. Even a mercenary group like Mord could become the local tyrant of Arulai. One could only imagine how backward the armed forces of this country were. With the spirited Chinese, Dhaka, sitting beside him, Xia Ruofei's journey was not so boring. He felt that the flight time seemed to have passed faster, and soon, the plane began to lower its altitude. The crazy jolts started to appear again. Xia Ruofei and Dhaka put on their seat belts and calmly waited for the plane to land. Dhaka saw that Xia Ruofei's expression was so relaxed. He could tell that he was really calm and was not pretending. He could not help but give Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. Although the plane was shaky, the pilot's skills seemed to be good. Today, the crosswind at Arulai Airport was quite strong. The side flight was relatively small, so landing in the crosswind was a test of skill. When it finally landed, the plane was almost perpendicular to the runway. This was using an angle to offset the influence of the crosswind. After the rear landing gear touched the ground, the pilot adjusted himself. When the front landing gear also touched the ground, the plane was also adjusted to the center of the runway. After getting off the plane, Xia Ruofei put a $US in his passport as usual and quickly passed through the customs. Dhaka worked here and often entered and exited the country, so he was naturally faster than Xia Ruofei. When Xia Ruofei walked out of the restricted area, he saw that Dhaka was already waiting for him at the exit with his luggage. "Brother, do you need me to be your guide?" Dhaka asked enthusiastically. "It's free of charge." Since Xia Ruofei was going to cause trouble for the mod organization, he naturally could not bring Dhaka along. He smiled and said, "I want to walk around alone first. Don't you have to go back to report? I'll contact you again in 2 days." Dhaka smiled and nodded, "No problem. We'll keep in touch on WeChat." The two of them had already added each other on WeChat at the airport. Of course, Xia Ruofei was using a new WeChat account. The two of them walked out of the airport hall and waved goodbye. They got into a taxi and headed toward the city. 2354 began the operation. 1. After Xia Ruofei and Dhaka parted ways, he took a taxi to the hotel that he had booked online. This Binster Hotel was one of the few hotels in Arulai that accepted online reservations. It was said to be a 5-star hotel, but Xia Ruofei took a look at it when he checked in and felt that it was only about the same as the 4-star or even 3-star hotels in the country. The key was that the facilities looked old and the service was not very good. Perhaps it was the nature of black people to be lazy. Anyway, Xia Ruofei did not feel the warm and thoughtful Service of a 5-star hotel. The most obvious sign was that none of the staff at the front desk could speak fluent English. Xia Ruofei finally managed to complete the communication with some gestures. After getting the room card, Xia Ruofei picked up his backpack and took the elevator to the guest room. He had booked a large executive suite at $300 per day. At this point, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but complain in his heart that the economic development in Arulai was extremely backward, but the prices were not as cheap as he had imagined. On the contrary, the cost of living here was much higher than in China. In fact, it wasn't just Arulai. When Xia Ruofei was in Ethiopia, he had also discovered this feature. A taxi could easily cost $20 to $30, but a meal would cost at least $100 to $200. Xia Ruofei was also curious about this question. With Dhaka, according to this level of consumption, how did the locals who earned $50 to $60 a month survive? After Dhaka explained it to Xia Ruofei finally understood. It turned out that the local people would not spend like this. The big shops, restaurants, and car rental were mainly to earn money from foreigners. When the local people needed to buy things, they basically did not go to the supermarket. There were many roadside stalls, and the things were much cheaper than in the shops. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had put a lot of US dollars and Chinese dollars in his interspace. It did not matter even if the expenses were higher. In fact, in many parts of Africa, the strength of the Chinese dollar was no less than that of the US dollar. It could be said to be a hard currency, and one could even directly use the Chinese dollar to buy things. Merchants would be more welcoming of it. After Xia Ruofei entered the room, he was already mentally prepared for a room that was not up to the standard of a 5-star. He did not care about the living conditions. Instead, he released his mental power to check the room thoroughly. Xia Ruofei was obviously more concerned about safety than comfort. Xia Ruofei was satisfied with the results of the inspection. There were no messy things in the room. He hung up the "Do Not Disturb" sign and locked the door. Then, he walked to the window and quickly observed the situation outside. Then, he closed and locked the window, and drew the curtains. With a thought, Xia Ruofei took out a few pieces of jade from the space and arranged them in place with a wave of his hand. This was a very simple formation with a simple function, which was to give early warning. Once someone opened the door and entered, the formation would be activated immediately. Even if Xia Ruofei was in the space, he would still be alerted immediately. This way, he didn't need to divide a trace of mental strength to keep an eye on the outside world while he was in the space. After setting up the formation, Xia Ruofei strode into the bathroom and locked the door. Xia Ruofei would usually avoid entering the medium when he was outside. However, he had to go in today, so he had to be extra careful. According to the current layout, even if someone sneaked in or a waiter accidentally barged in, Xia Ruofei would be able to come out of the spirit map space immediately and put it away, creating the illusion that he had been in the bathroom. Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit painting from his body and carefully placed it in the bath towel on the towel rack. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the bathroom. In the next moment, he appeared in the vast mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space. This place was different from a few days ago, especially around the mobile house where Bao Guijun and the others lived. It was like a construction site. The 30 mobile houses that Xia Ruofei had sent into the medium had been opened by Bao Guijun and the others. They had also assembled some parts together. The rest of the assembly work required Xia Ruofei's help to complete. Assembling a mobile house wasn't a very technical job. They were familiar with it, so Bao Guijun and the others' work efficiency became higher and higher. Finally, they finished the preparatory work within the time that Xia Ruofei had set. Under Xia Qing's supervision, they also flattened the land around the mobile house. All that was left was the final assembly. The reason why Xia Ruofei was in Arulai and had to come in to complete the assembly work was that these mobile temporary buildings might come in handy later. Other than helping Song Qiming eliminate future problems, he had another purpose in dealing with the Mord organization. It was to add some free labor to the spirit map space. The moment Xia Ruofei appeared in the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space, Xia Qing immediately sensed it. He appeared in front of Xia Ruofei in a flash and called out respectfully, "Good day, Master." 2355, begin the operation. 2, Bao Guijun and the others also came back to their senses and ran over, "Good day, Master." This group of people had completely given up on resisting, and their fawning looks were completely different from those of the Mord organization. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Time is precious, so I won't waste any more time. Let's hurry up and start assembling the mobile house." "Yes, Master." Bao Guijun and the others responded. Xia Ruofei's mind moved slightly, and the half-finished parts that were scattered all over the place slowly floated up. Then, he accurately found a set of parts for the mobile house and used the invisible spatial force to place them in their respective positions. Bao Guijun and the others immediately climbed up the ladder with their tools and used bolts and nuts to lock the parts one by one. There were still too few people in the realm. This was a strong feeling that Xia Ruofei had after completing this task. 30 mobile temporary houses could only be assembled one by one due to the lack of manpower. By the time all 30 mobile temporary houses were assembled, more than 10 hours had passed. Bao Guijun and the others were so tired that they almost fell to the ground. Xia Ruofei looked at the results of the dozen hours of work with satisfaction and said, "Everyone has worked hard. Xia Qing, give everyone some extra food. Consider it my reward to them, and there is no need to deduct points." "Yes, Master," Xia Qing said without the slightest hesitation. When Bao Guijun and the others heard this, they felt their strength come back. They all rushed to express their infinite gratitude to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Okay, okay. After you're done eating, take the time to rest. Everyone worked overtime today, so you can get up an hour later." "Thank you, Master," Bao Guijun said excitedly. They had already passed the initial stage of fear. Now, it seemed that Xia Ruofei was still a kind master. Although there was heavy work every day and they had no freedom, at least they were safe. They could clearly feel that living in this environment, even if they were so tired that they didn't want to move a finger, they could still be full of energy the next day. These days, everyone felt that their physical fitness had become much stronger. Xia Ruofei said, "Remember this. As long as you are loyal to me and no longer have any fantasies, you can live a better life. Other than losing your freedom, you will feel like you are in heaven. Also, you will have new companions soon. At that time, if any of you perform better, I can consider selecting a few managers." Bao Guijun and the others were even more excited. Becoming a manager meant that they didn't have to do heavy physical labor, and it was easier to earn points. Their living conditions would also be greatly improved. Since Xia Ruofei wanted to recruit some new people, they would have an innate advantage if they arrived a few days earlier. As long as they worked hard, they could become managers. From this point of view, it seemed that becoming the first batch of free labor was not a bad thing. Xia Ruofei gave a simple boost to everyone's morale and brought Xia Qing around the area. Originally, there was only one mobile house here. But now it had become a small village. 31 mobile temporary houses were arranged in 5 neat rows, with 6 mobile temporary houses in each row. The other mobile temporary house, that Bao Guijun and the others were staying in, occupied a row in the front. This small district of mobile temporary houses also had roads, drains, and so on. In addition, every mobile temporary house had a toilet, and the living facilities were basically in place. Xia Ruofei decided to wait for the new batch of people to come in before making further changes. For example, he could connect a water pipe from the big river in the distance so that the mobile house community could have running water. As for electricity, it was a resource shortage in the realm for the time being. There was no day and night here, so electricity was indeed not a necessity for life. Of course, as more and more people joined in the future, this problem would eventually have to be solved. Xia Ruofei encouraged Xia Qing with a few words, and then left the space with a thought. He put the painting back into his body and immediately used his mental power to investigate. He didn't find anyone peeking nearby, so he opened the door of the bathroom and walked out. He had been in the spirit map space for more than 10 hours. It was already around 4 in the morning the next day in the outside world. Xia Ruofei made something to fill his stomach, then lay on the bed to catch up on sleep. After the baptism of the in-flight meal's unique taste, Xia Ruofei had no interest in Aurelia's local food at all. He did not even have the slightest confidence in the hotel's restaurant. Anyway, there were a lot of ingredients in the interspace, and there were also a lot of resources stored. Things like doujinshi were piled up like a mountain in the interspace. Of course, those things were mainly prepared for Bao Guijun and the others. They could use their points to exchange for these living supplies from Xia Qing. The time difference was not a problem for a cultivator. Xia Ruofei could adjust to it easily and was not affected at all. As long as he wanted to sleep, no matter what the environment was, whether he was sleepy or not, he could enter a deep sleep state in a very short time. This was also trained in the years of being a soldier. Xia Ruofei slept until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. After he woke up, he went to the bathroom to wash his face. Then, he sat on the bed and used origin crystals to cultivate for a while. It was only after 5 o'clock that he stood up in high spirits. Xia Ruofei took the elevator down and strolled around Aureliae for a while. With a backpack and a camera around his neck, he looked no different from an ordinary backpacker. However, when he came out of a public toilet, he had changed his appearance. Not only did he change his clothes and appearance, but he also put his camera and backpack into the interspace and replaced them with a satchel. In addition, he also made use of the disguise and investigation skills he learned in the army to make his skin slightly darker. In addition, he deliberately controlled the adjustment of his muscles and bones, making him look like a completely different person. Now, Xia Ruofei did not have any Chinese characteristics on him. He looked more like someone from Southeast Asia. He waved at a taxi and asked the driver to take him to the nearest used car shop. Without much effort, he successfully bought a used pickup truck. A new pickup truck like. This cost about $10,000 and the car shop offered $7,000. Xia Ruofei did not even negotiate the price. And bought it. The car shop naturally welcomed such a generous customer. Even when Xia Ruofei asked not to go through the transfer procedures for the time being, the shop owner agreed to Xia Ruofei's request. Xia Ruofei also knew that the car's origin was not very clean, and the shop owner probably did not care what he took the car for. This kind of situation was almost impossible in China. After all, if the car had a serious accident before the transfer, the original owner would have to bear the responsibility. However, Aureliai's side was clearly much more chaotic. Then China's Xia Ruofei didn't spend much effort on the transportation problem. After he gave a $50 tip to the sales assistant, the assistant enthusiastically took him to buy a barrel of gasoline and loaded it in the back of the pickup truck. Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck towards the outskirts of Aureliai. His destination was the town of Basoko, which was about 100 kilometers away. The structure of the modern mercenary group was quite strict. It was impossible to wipe out the whole organization with only the confessions of Bao Guijun and the others. This was because Bao Guijun's level was still too low, and it was impossible for him to come into contact with the higher-ups of the organization. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It was impossible for all the higher-ups of the mod organization to stay in one place and wait for Xia Ruofei to wipe them out. This town of Basoko was the breakthrough point that Xia Ruofei had found. 2356 sneaky _ It wasn't realistic to get detailed information on the executives of the Mord organization from Bao Guijun. After Xia Ruofei had analyzed a few people's statements, he realized that there was still something to write about. The key was this town of Basoko. Xia Ruofei realized that when Bao Guijun and the rest joined the modern mercenary group, they were sent to a secret training camp in Basoko town for concentrated training before they became official mercenaries. On the one hand, it was to cultivate their tactical quality, and on the other hand, it was to brainwash these quasi-mercenaries to make them absolutely loyal to the mercenary group. The person in charge of the training camp was naturally an important figure in the mod organization. Bao Guijun and the others did not join the mod mercenary group at the same time, but Xia Ruofei found out that they all gave out the same person in charge of the secret training camp in Basoko town. This person with the code name Golden Fox, although his real name was unknown, it was obvious that he had a high status in the mercenary group. This was the only person that Bao Guijun and the others could confirm was a high-level figure in the modern mercenary group. Naturally, Xia Ruofei chose Golden Fox as his breakthrough point. As long as he could capture Golden Fox alive, he could easily make him talk. Then, he could follow the clues and deal with the other higher-ups of the mod organization. Of course, there was another factor that prompted Xia Ruofei to choose the secret training camp in Basoko town. According to Bao Guijun and the others, this secret training camp maintained a size of about 100 people all year round. Many of these trainees would die in the training process, but new people would replace them very quickly. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, this training camp of more than 100 people was like more than 100 free laborers. Those who joined the modern mercenary group were basically not good people. Some of them had committed murder cases in their own country, some of them had nowhere to hide from gang vendetta, and some of them just liked this kind of bloodthirsty and exciting life. In short, Xia Ruofei would not have any psychological burden if he were to capture these people into the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei had already transformed into a dark-skinned Southeast Asian He drove the pickup truck out of Arulai city. Arure was located between Ethiopia and South Sudan. It was in the gap between the two countries, and its territory was long and narrow in a north-south direction. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was driving south from Arulai city, which was in the north of Arulai. Basoko town was located in the central region of Arulai. Of course, due to the small size of this country, the distance between the two places was only about 100 to 200 kilometers. After leaving the city of Arulai, the road was full of potholes, and the road was full of dust when a car drove past. They were in the suburbs, the capital. The road conditions in the more rural areas would probably be worse, which was evident from the low level of infrastructure in Arulai. Xia Ruofei had one hand on the steering wheel, looking very relaxed. There was still a light disc in the CD player in the car. Xia Ruofei opened it and listened. He couldn't tell what song it was, but the rhythm was very distinct and had obvious African characteristics. As the car jolted, Xia Ruofei's body swayed along with the rhythm of the music. Soon, the buildings on both sides of the road became fewer and fewer. The area outside Arulai city was deserted. Xia Ruofei drove as he searched. He soon found a small forest and drove the car in to hide. After about half an hour, when the car drove out of the bushes, again, it had changed greatly. There were many stickers on the car, and some rough graffiti, which almost covered up the original color of the car. The license plate had also been changed ingeniously, so it was hard to tell if one didn't look carefully. After that, Xia Ruofei would definitely remove the license plate and throw it away. Xia Ruofei even removed the car frame number and the engine number. For a cultivator, this kind of work could be done with his bare hands. It was not a difficult task. After that, Xia Ruofei continued to drive towards Basoko town. After changing his appearance several times, Xia Ruofei had done his best to hide his identity. Even if the car was eventually found, it would take a lot of effort to find out the car's origin. Even if they traced it back to the second-hand car shop, they would only be able to find Xia Ruofei's appearance after he had transformed into a Southeast Asian. It would be difficult to even find out Xia Tian's identity, let alone Xia Ruofei's true identity. Xia Ruofei had always adhered to the principle of always planning for defeat before winning. It was already dark, not long after they left Arulai city. In addition, the road conditions were bad, so Xia Ruofei did not move quickly. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry. As he drove the car steadily, he went through the action plan in his mind again. The main target of this operation was, of course, the person in charge of the secret training camp in Basoko town, Golden Fox. Xia Ruofei would only consider expanding the results of the battle after capturing Golden Fox alive. If he wanted to capture the rest of the executives in the group, he would have to pry open the mouth of the Golden Fox, or else it would take a lot more effort. The Mord organization could be said to be the local tyrants of Arulai, and the weird president of Arulai didn't even dare to make a sound in front of the Mord organization. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about the attack from the international community, it would be a piece of cake for Mord to launch a coup and directly control Arulai. 2357 sneaky _ according to Bao Guijun and the others, the secret training camp in Basoko town had very tight security. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to infiltrate. After all, the Mada mercenary group was a group of valiant and battle-hardened. Their combat power was much stronger than that of Arulai's government army. This secret training camp was Also a camp that provided a steady stream of effective strength for the mercenary group. It had experienced instructors and very good students, so naturally, the defense was very professional and tight. Xia Ruofei made a few plans according to Bao Guijuan's description. Of course, as he had never seen it in person and had only heard about it from Bao Guijun and Uncle Su, Xia Ruofei did not have a direct understanding of the training camp's terrain and military deployment. Thus, these plans were relatively rough. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, the navigation system showed that they had arrived at the outskirts of Basoko town. Xia Ruofei drove the car into the forest that he had chosen to hide. According to Bao Guijuan's description, the training camp would set up mobile sentries outside the town at night. If they got too close to Basoko town, it would be easy to arouse the other party's suspicion. After Xia Ruofei parked the car, he changed into black clothes and dashed to the edge of the forest. Then, he released his spiritual power to investigate. It had to be said that a high level of mental power cultivation was quite useful in this situation, especially when facing ordinary people. It was equivalent to having a high precision early warning radar that could be turned on at any time. With the help of his mental strength, Xia Ruofei was fully aware of the situation around him. Under the cover of the night, he advanced towards Basoko town at a moderate pace. In the small town ahead, the lights could be vaguely seen. When Xia Ruofei reached the edge of the town, he suddenly stopped and hid in the grass by the side of the road. He used his psychic power to sense that there were two people with guns patrolling in the 12 o'clock direction. Even if he did not train, Xia Ruofei was still outstanding in individual combat. After he discovered the enemy's mobile sentry, he immediately used the cover of the night to grope his way forward in the grass, slowly approaching the two sentries. At the same time, he also continuously released his spiritual power to investigate the situation around the mobile sentry to prevent other hidden sentries that crossed each other to cover him. Perhaps it was because this was only the outskirts of the town, so the defense was not as tight as expected. Within a 200-meter radius, the other party had only set up these two mobile sentries. Moreover, these two mobile sentries were obviously not very alert. They casually carried their guns on their backs with the muzzles tilted down and chatted in low voices as they strolled. The manager of the training camp probably didn't expect that someone would dare to attack the training camp of the mod organization in the country of Arulai. The scope of activity of the two mobile sentries was not large, and they patrolled back and forth in the area at the northern entrance of the town. The clouds were thicker that night and even the moon was blocked. The visibility was also very low. In addition, with Xia Ruofei's current skills, the two sentries did not notice him at all, and he had already sneaked up behind them. They were two black men, chatting as they walked forward. Just as they stopped and were about to turn back to patrol, a black shadow suddenly leaped out of the grass and pounced on them. The two of them only felt a gust of wind behind them. Before they could turn around, Xia Ruofei had already cleanly and accurately cut their carotid arteries with two hand knives. The two sentries didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies went limp. Xia Ruofei was already prepared. He held them up with one hand each and dragged them to the grass nearby. Xia Ruofei had controlled his strength well. The two of them had only fainted, but their lives were not in danger. He skillfully tied the two black men up like dumplings, and then directly checked them with his mental power to confirm that they did not carry any poisonous drugs on them. It seemed that only the mercenaries who were sent out for missions would be prepared for the worst. These people were still not qualified mercenaries, and they were only students. Xia Ruofei gently hit one of them with his palm. The man groaned and opened his eyes. Xia Ruofei didn't waste any time and immediately enveloped him with his huge spiritual force. He was already very familiar with the technique of using spiritual force to hypnotize. This black mercenary student didn't even have time to show fear in his eyes before he fell into a state of confusion. Xia Ruofei asked in English, "Tell me your name." To Xia Ruofei's surprise, the black mercenary looked confused and did not answer his question. Xia Ruofei could not help but raise his eyebrows. Could it be that the hypnosis did not succeed? He quickly denied his own guess, because this black mercenary student's state was clearly already in a state of confusion, and he could only instinctively answer questions. And if the hypnosis had failed, the black mercenary would have been crying for help. Xia Ruofei thought about it carefully and could not help but smile bitterly. He had roughly guessed the reason why Ying, the black mercenary, did not understand English. If he didn't understand what you were asking, he naturally wouldn't be able to answer. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself and increased the pressure of his spiritual power. The black mercenary student immediately fainted. Then, he woke up the other person and used his spiritual power to hypnotize him. Do you understand English? The black mercenary student was also dumbfounded. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. This was an unexpected situation. He couldn't put the two men into his space. On one hand, he had to ask about the town's defense situation, and more importantly, he didn't know when the sentries would change shifts. If he left and the new sentries couldn't find the two men from the previous shift, the entire training camp would be on alert. By then, it would be impossible for Xia Ruofei to sneak in without anyone knowing. Xia Ruofei would not attack unless he had no other choice. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and came up with an idea. In the spirit map space, Bao Guijun and the others had finished their day's hard work and were resting in their beds. At this moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Which one of you knows Aureliai's dialect? No matter if they were chatting on the bed or in dreamland, they all sat up when they heard the voice because they could tell it was Xia Ruofei. Bao Guijun and the others looked around. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's voice rang out again. Stop looking, you can't see me. Answer my question. Master, I've lived in Aureliai for 2 years. Although I'm not very proficient in the local language, I have no problem communicating with it. Bao Guijun quickly said. Huang Rujue also quickly raised his hand and said, reporting to Master, I also know a bit of Aureliai's language. Complete the task well, you will be rewarded with a pack of cigarettes. Master, I'll go. I can, Master. Let me go. Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue fought to be the first to speak. As for Qian Guiyu and the others who didn't know the Aureliai dialect, they looked at the two with envy. All of them were quite addicted to smoking, but in the spirit map space, cigarettes were considered a luxury. According to their current situation, they might only be able to exchange their points for a pack of cigarettes after working for several days. Before their survival problems were solved, it was impossible to use their precious points to exchange for cigarettes. Now, as long as they did some translation work, they could get a pack of cigarettes. Where else could they find such a good deal? Actually, Xia Ruofei was just giving it a try as he did not know if the two black men were local to Aureliai. It would be best if they were, as he could get first-hand information. If not, he wouldn't suffer any losses. At most, he would just wait for the new guards to come and deal with them. Xia Ruofei was very patient. No need to argue, Bao Guijun first, he said after some thought. Then he moved Bao Guijun out of the spirit map space. 2358 cleaning up _ Bao Guijun only felt the world spin, and then he was shocked to find that he was no longer in the mobile house, and his surroundings were very dark. There was no day or night in the spirit map space. Ever since they were captured into the spirit map space, they had never seen the sky turn dark. Even when they were sleeping, it was still bright outside. So Bao Guijun was not used to it. However, he soon found out that he was very familiar with the environment here. When Yu first joined the mod organization, he had undergone a long period of demonic training in the training camp in Basoko town, so he was very familiar with the surrounding environment. Don't be surprised. Xia Ruofei's calm voice came from behind him. Hurry up and start working. Bao Guijun turned around and realized that Xia Ruofei was standing behind him. Master. He quickly bowed respectfully. At this time, Bao Guijun's heart was surging with excitement. In fact, during the days they had lived in the spirit map space, they had faintly felt that the place they were in seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Even though the environment there was more beautiful, it looked no different from the outside world. There was even a boundless sea. But they could still feel a slight difference from the outside world. For example, there was no day and night there. In reality, the construction rules of the spirit map space were definitely different from the outside world. After all, this was a small space that was man-made, while the outside world was the work of the heaven earth law. However, Bao Guijun and the others were ordinary people. They had lived there for a long time and had some vague feelings. However, it was impossible to grasp this feeling and express it accurately. The experience that night made Bao Guijun even more sure of this. He had been caught in Sanshan City in Huaxia. In a moment of distraction, he had arrived at that paradise-like place. After shifting the stars again, he had arrived in the African continent, which was thousands of miles away. In reality, if Bao Guijun were to shout loudly now, it would definitely alert the other sentries on the outer perimeter. However, he didn't have any such thoughts at all. He had already betrayed the organization, and if he returned to the organization, he would be punished countless times more severely than death. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's magical skills had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Bao Guijun could not even muster the will to resist. Xia Ruofei pointed at the two black men who had fainted on the ground and said, "I'll wake one of them up, and then you'll help me question them." Bao Guijun then noticed the two black men leaning against a tree. Because the visibility was not very high tonight and the two men's skin was dark, it was not easy to find them without looking carefully. Bao Guijun took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, "Pardon? You know these two?" Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked. Bao Guijun pointed to a black soldier on the left and said, "I know this one. He's called Pardue, a permanent guard of the training camp. The other one should be a student. At that time, we were on duty at the outer perimeter. It was also a guard with a student. Can you communicate?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Yes. Pardue is a local of Arulii. I can communicate with them in their native language," Bao Guijun said without hesitation. "That's great," Xia Ruofei said. Then he gently patted Parda's head, and he immediately woke up. Of course, before he could react, Xia Ruofei's majestic spiritual energy attacked him again, and he fell into a state of confusion. Let's start. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, ask for his name first. Bao. Guijun quickly asked in his local language and looked at Pardu curiously. He was very familiar with Pasu's state. At that time, they had watched their teammates being interrogated by Xia Ruofei. Bao Guijun and the others also guessed that it was a very advanced hypnosis technique. However, after the hypnosis, would it be effective if someone else was questioned? Bao Guijun quickly got the answer. After listening to Bao Guijun's question, Pardu didn't hesitate to mumble a long string of strange syllables. Xia Ruofei looked at Bao Guijun. Master, said Bao Guijun awkwardly, the names of the people here are very long and their pronunciation is very strange. We all called him Pardu at that time. Xia Ruofei nodded. The spirited Chinese Dhaka that he had met at Ethiopia's airport also had a very good name. He thought that Bao Guijun would not dare to lie. Continue asking. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Questions to Pardu. In this state of hypnosis, Pardu would tell him everything he knew and would not hold anything back. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had asked all the questions he wanted to ask. Then he woke up the other black man and finished the interrogation. Xia Ruofei was satisfied with the information he got. He nodded and said, that's right. Old Bao, I hope you're not lying to me, master. I promise I'll translate it word by word. Even if you give me a few more guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Bao Guijun quickly said. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and said, go back and rest. When you go back, you can think about what you should say and what you shouldn't say. 2359 Clean up, 2. After he finished speaking, his mind moved and he directly grabbed Bao Guijun back into the space. Bao Guijun felt a familiar sense of dizziness, and then he found himself back in the mobile house. Qian Guiyu and the others looked at him with wide eyes. Bao Guijun looked around and couldn't help but ask in surprise, where's Huang Rujue? Bao sang. Qian Guiyu said. Just now, you suddenly disappeared from the room and then appeared here without any warning. Almost at the same time, Huang Sang disappeared again. Park Taishu from Bangziguo couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Guijun, where did you go just now? Bao Guijun thought of Xia Ruofei's last warning and couldn't help but shiver. He quickly said, Park Taishu, can you just ask about master's matters? Park Taishu's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, I misspoke. In the mobile house, no matter how curious they were, they didn't dare to ask what happened when Bao Guijun disappeared. Of course, they didn't feel like sleeping anymore. They were all waiting for Huang Rujue to appear. Naturally, Huang Rujue had been taken to the outside world by Xia Ruofei. Although he felt that Bao Guijun didn't have the guts to play tricks, he still brought Huang Rujue, who also knew the Arulai dialect, to the outside world. He let Huang Rujue translate and asked the same question again. Huang Rujue and Bao Gui definitely wouldn't have thought that there would be a temporary mission tonight, so they couldn't have gone ahead of time. The answers they got from the two inquiries confirmed that Bao Gui was not playing any tricks. In the end, the answer Huang Rujue got was almost the same as the one Bao Guijun gave him. Some of the expressions were slightly different, but the overall meaning was almost the same. This meant that neither of them was lying. Xia Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and warned Huang Rujue as well. Then, he put him into the medium In the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space, inside the mobile temporary house. Bao Guijun thought for a while and understood Xia Ruofei's intention. Fortunately, he didn't play any tricks, so he didn't feel guilty at all. After a while, Huang Rujue also appeared out of thin air in the mobile house. Then, Xia Ruofei's voice rang in the air. Xia Qing, Bao Guijun, and Huang Rujue did well. You will each be rewarded with a pack of cigarettes. Xia Qing was a spiritual puppet, so he didn't need to rest. After sending Bao Guijun and the others into the space cage, he returned to the herb garden to work. After hearing Xia Ruofei's voice, Xia Qing immediately put down her hoe and bowed slightly. Yes, master. After a while, 2 packs of cigarettes flew in from the window of the mobile house. They came to Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue and floated in front of them. Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue grabbed the cigarettes in their hands as if they had found a treasure. They shouted, "Thank you, master." "Thank you, manager Xia Qing." Qian Guiyu and the others looked at Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue enviously, especially Park Taishu, who also knew some Arulai dialect. He felt quite regretful. If he had known that it would be so easy to get the reward, he would have been the first one to step forward. It was too late to say anything now. Xia Ruofei naturally had no time to care about the thoughts of the people in the medium. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. Then, he directly put Pardieu and the other black man into the medium. During the interrogation, Xia Ruofei had specifically asked if they had killed anyone and if they had killed the innocent or committed any other crimes. The answer was naturally yes, especially training camp guard Pasu. After being in Basoko town for so many years, he had already killed several people. Once, because he coveted a student's money, he even secretly found an opportunity to kill the student. The other black man was also responsible for the lives of others. He was also a local of Arulai, and it was precisely because he had killed people that he had come here to become a mercenary. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not have any psychological burden and directly put the 2 of them into the medium. Xia Ruofei had specially designated a space cage with a large area to imprison the free labor force that they had captured. Just like that, Pardieu and the other black student became the first 2 residents of the space cage. After capturing the 2 black men, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to sneak into the town. According to the statements he had just obtained, Xia Ruofei knew that they would change shifts at midnight, then every 4 hours. At 4 in the morning, someone would come and change shifts. Xia Ruofei decided to wait until the next group of sentries was subdued before sneaking in. This was because at 2 or 3 in the morning, one would usually be the most soundly asleep, and their vigilance would be very low. This way, the success rate of the operation would naturally be higher. Xia Ruofei was very patient. He sat down unhurriedly and hid behind the shadow of a big tree. He raised his hand to look at his watch from time to time. At the same time, he would use his mental power to scan the surroundings. Very soon, it was close to midnight. In order to avoid missing the target, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power began to investigate continuously. After a while, 2 people with long spears on their backs appeared within the range of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. They were getting closer and closer. They were obviously here to change shifts. Xia Ruofei's spirit was lifted. He got up from the ground and dusted off his pants. Then, he lowered his body and stared at the 2 prey that were getting closer and closer. His hearing was extraordinary, so when the two were still far away, he could hear the two of them chatting. This time, they were speaking English. Why don't I see Pasu? Our sentry's activity area tonight is over here. They're probably patrolling in front. Let's go a little closer and see. Don't tell me that this kid left his post with the students and ran back to sleep? The two of them didn't notice anything. They were talking in low voices as they walked towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also held his breath quietly. When the two people walked past him without him noticing, he suddenly jumped out of the grass. It was still two clean hand blades, and the two sentries didn't even have time to groan before they fell to the ground. Xia Ruofei dragged them to the side of the road, one in each hand. Then, it was the familiar interrogation. This time, the two of them knew English, so Xia Ruofei did not need the help. After a while, Xia Ruofei finished his questions with a thought. He kept the two of them into the space, locking them in the same cage as the two black brothers. After Xia Ruofei had succeeded, he immediately followed the small path to the northwest and moved quickly. By now, the guards at the various positions outside the town should have finished changing. Xia Ruofei was going to start a big clean up. In the silent night, Xia Ruofei's figure was like a ghost. It took him about an hour to subdue all the sentries outside of Basoko town. Every time he caught one, he would ask for their statement. If he met one who couldn't speak English, he would ask Bao Guijun and Huang Rujua to help translate. If they couldn't speak English or Irulii, he would put them directly into the space. Anyway, these people weren't good people, and the probability of them being wronged was negligible. By 8 o'clock in the morning, Xia Ruofei had already cleared the security perimeter of Basoko town. He rested for a while and adjusted his condition. Then, he raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was around 2 in the morning, the time when one was most soundly asleep. It was the best time to sneak into the training camp. After asking more than 10 confessions, Xia Ruofei now had a more comprehensive understanding of the training camp, including where the person in charge of the training camp nicknamed Golden Fox was most likely. In the dark of the night, Xia Ruofei's figure was as fast as lightning as he flew directly towards the mod organization's secret training camp in the southeast of Basoko town. 2360 Capturing the Golden Fox. 1. In a short while, the outline of the campsite appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. Although this camp was called a secret training camp, it was not low-key at all. It occupied nearly half of the land in Basoko town. Tall walls, electric barbed wire, searchlights that swept through the night, tall watchtowers. Everything here clearly showed that this was a heavily guarded military fortress. Xia Ruofei was very calm. To be honest, this operation was not difficult for him at his current level of cultivation. However, he still maintained his cautious habit. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Xia Ruofei sneaked to the edge of the training camp. He hid in the shadows and released his spiritual power to investigate. According to the statements of Pardue and the other captives, the defense of the modern training camp was very tight. Not only was there a high wall installed with live barbed wire, but there were also many infrared cameras installed around the area. Sentries patrolled the training camp 24 hours a day. In addition, there were 10 watchtowers at the highest point. It was almost impossible for outsiders to sneak into the training camp without anyone knowing. Of course, to Xia Ruofei, it was only a little troublesome. He was not stumped by these defensive measures. The results of the investigation quickly formed. A three-dimensional structure in Xia Ruofei's mind. He had already known every camera in the area. Xia Ruofei continued to use his spiritual power to investigate patiently, silently memorizing the movement pattern of the mobile outpost. He calculated a few times in his mind. When his mental power detected that a patrol team had just passed by this side of the wall, he said to himself, "This is the time." Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the training camp's wall. The location he chose was also very particular. It just so happened that there was a very small blind spot for the camera, and the nearest watchtower was about 20 meters away from here. Under the cover of the tree shadow, as long as he was fast enough, the sentry on the watchtower would not easily find him. Especially at 2 in the morning, when people were the most tired. In addition to the notorious reputation of the modern training camp, under normal circumstances, very few people would dare to cause trouble. Therefore, it was almost impossible for the sentinels to be on high alert at all times. In fact, Xia Ruofei thought that as long as the sentries on the watchtower did not doze off, they would be considered very professional. He stopped for a moment under the wall and used his mental power to scan the nearest watchtower. Sure enough, the sentry lazily held his gun and looked around from time to time as if he was dealing with business. The sentry had just turned around, and his back was facing this direction. Xia Ruofei no longer hesitated. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and leaped up. When the lifting force was gradually exhausted, he gently tapped on the wall, and his body suddenly rose a little higher. The next moment, Xia Ruofei's hand grabbed the edge of the wall. He exerted a little force and his body flipped over the wire mesh above the wall. He disappeared into the dark shadows on the other side of the wall. After Xia Ruofei landed on the ground, he rolled forward to dissipate the force. He was as light as a civet cat and did not make any sound at all. He had already easily hidden in the shadows under the wall. From the moment he came out of hiding to the moment he easily jumped over the wall and landed on the ground, the whole process only took 2 or 3 seconds. After entering the modern training camp, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to scan the area and quickly locked onto a 3-story building. The 3-story building was located on the west side of the training camp. According to Pardue and the others, it was where the higher-ups of the training camp and the instructors worked and lived. The person in charge of the training camp, the guy codenamed Golden Fox, was likely to be in this small building. In addition to rows of single-story houses as student dormitories, there were several other buildings in the training camp. The 3-story building was located in the middle of these buildings, and there was a very spacious tactical training ground between it and the student dormitories. There were all kinds of obstacles set up by humans in the tactical training ground. There was also a building about 4 stories high. The building looked old, especially the walls, which were very mottled. It was specially used for students to train their climbing skills. No one lived in it at night. If Xia Ruofei wanted to reach the 3-story building, he had to pass through the tactical training ground. This was a large open area, and the searchlights on the watchtower would turn around from time to time, so it was not easy to pass through. Fortunately, the tactical training ground was not an ordinary field. There were many obstacles set up here, and in many places, in order to simulate the battlefield environment in the wild, some grass was also planted to block the vision. Xia Ruofei kept using his spiritual power to scan the tactical training ground. At the same time, he was silently calculating the pattern of the searchlights on the watchtowers turning. After a long time, he took a deep breath and jumped out of the shadow. Under the wall. With lightning speed, he jumped into a single soldier pit in the training ground that was half the height of a person. Then his figure flashed and moved on the training ground, sometimes using the cover of the training logs to move forward, sometimes jumping into the grass and crawling forward, during which he also deftly rolled to avoid the searchlight. 2361 Capturing the Golden Fox. 2. In a short while, his figure had already appeared on the other side of the training ground. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was constantly dispersed as he continued to survey his surroundings. Just as he passed through the tactical training ground, a team of mobile sentries also came from not far away. When the patrol team was about to turn, Xia Ruofei had already detected their presence with his spiritual power. He sped up without thinking and hid behind a building just before the patrol team turned. What happened next was simple. There were several buildings next to each other, and the moonlight was not very good that night, so the visibility was quite low. He used the street lights and the shadows of the buildings to quietly sneak behind the three-story building. Xia Ruofei found a half-open aluminum window. He pushed it open gently and jumped into the three-story building. Before he came in, he had used his mental power to investigate. This should be an instructor's dormitory. The place he entered was a public living room, and there were rooms on the left and right sides of the living room. In each room, there was a person lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Xia Ruofei did not alert the people in the instructor's dormitory. The main target he was looking for was the person in charge of the training camp, Golden Fox. According to Pardue and the others, Golden Fox spent most of his time on the third floor of the small building. There was about half a floor there, which was where Golden Fox worked and rested. Xia Ruofei carefully avoided the surveillance cameras as he ran up the stairs quietly. He didn't stop at all. He only stopped when he found a sentry at the entrance of the third floor. He knocked him out with a punch and then threw him into the space cage of the spirit map world. Xia Ruofei had set up a very large space cage in advance. It was foolproof to use this kind of cage to imprison ordinary people. Moreover, he didn't need to worry about the captives waking up or tying them up. As long as he threw them into the space cage, he wouldn't have to worry about them escaping. This way, Xia Ruofei's efficiency had increased a lot. Of course, before throwing the captives into the spirit map world space cage, Xia Ruofei would also take the opportunity to find all the poison and weapons they had hidden. After all, if the captives were to carry guns with them, it was likely that there would be bloodshed if a conflict occurred between the captives in the space cage. Xia Ruofei had finally managed to gather a batch of free labor. Naturally, he was not willing to suffer any losses because of this place. There were even sentries at the stairs, which meant that Golden Fox was most likely living there. Otherwise, the security would not be so tight. Xia Ruofei arrived at the third floor and immediately used his spiritual power to investigate. Sure enough, he found a white man in his 40s sleeping soundly in a big room on the east side of the small building. He is the Golden Fox? Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei realized that something was not right. He increased the intensity of his spiritual power again and investigated the big room on the east side. That room was adjacent to a large office. The office and the bedroom were connected. Xia Ruofei scanned the area inch by inch with his spiritual power and quickly found the abnormality. There was actually a hidden room between the office and the bedroom. This room ingeniously made use of the visual perception illusion, as well as the ingenious design of the house's structure, so that ordinary people really wouldn't be able to sense that there was another room in that position. The four walls, the floor, and the ceiling of the room were all covered with copper plates, which could shield them from electromagnetic devices to a large extent. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had a weak penetration ability against solid objects, especially metal objects. This was why he did not discover the secret chamber immediately. Just as Xia Ruofei felt that something was wrong, he increased his strength and scanned the room inch by inch. The secret room was finally revealed. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power sensed that there was another bed in the secret room. A white man in his 40s was sleeping on the bed. This man's body shape was almost the same as the one on the bed outside. Even his appearance was similar. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and understood. Needless to say, the one sleeping in the bedroom outside must be the substitute of the white man in the secret chamber. Xia Ruofei felt that he was already very cautious, but he still admired this Caucasian man who was likely to be Golden Fox. It must be known that in such a heavily guarded military camp, the possibility of an enemy sneaking in was extremely low. However, this white man still arranged for a substitute to sleep in his bed, while he himself would rather sleep in a small bedroom. It could be seen how cautious he was. Xia Ruofei guessed that if he were to attack the substitute on the bed, the main body in the secret chamber would be the first to notice. After all, the substitute's role was obvious. Other than blocking the first wave of attacks for him, its greater role was probably to warn him. Xia Ruofei grabbed the doorknob and released his true energy. The lock immediately broke without a sound. He easily pushed the door open and walked in. When he entered the door, Xia Ruofei casually lifted his foot and stepped over a thin line. This little warning technique could not be hidden from his spiritual power. He did not walk towards the bed in the bedroom. Instead, he raised his hand and shot a small stone. The substitute who was sleeping soundly on the bed did not react at all in his sleep. His body trembled slightly and he fainted. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, walked to the wardrobe in the bedroom with interest and scanned it with his spiritual power. It was very likely to be the entrance to the secret room. Of course, there was another entrance on the other side of the office. It was also because of this that if someone really broke in and attacked the substitute on the bed outside, the original body in the secret room would be able to detect it at the first moment and escape from the other entrance. Xia Ruofei moved closer to observe and used his spiritual power to penetrate it bit by bit. He quickly realized that there was indeed an entrance behind the wardrobe, but the white man had locked it from the inside. No matter which way he opened the door, it would definitely wake the person in the secret room. Since that was the case, Xia Ruofei might as well go all out. He reached out and grabbed the edge of the wardrobe. Then, he exerted force and exhaled his genuine qi. Suddenly, the wardrobe was pushed 2 to 3 meters to the side, and a secret room about 1 meter wide appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei used a lot of force, it did not cause much of a stir. However, the white man in the secret room must have had an early warning system. Almost at the same time the wardrobe was pushed open, he woke up and jumped up from the bed. The gun in his hand was pointed at the opening. This guy was really cautious. Not only did he arrange for a substitute to cover up his tracks, but he also slept in the secret chamber. He even had his gun in his hand when he slept, and he could shoot directly if there was a situation. Unfortunately, his opponent was Xia Ruofei, so he did not have the chance to shoot. The white man only saw a black shadow flash in front of his eyes. He subconsciously pulled the trigger, but to his horror, he found that he couldn't pull it. No matter how hard he pulled, the trigger wouldn't move. In the time it took for him to be stunned, the black shadow had already arrived in front of him. The white man's reaction was also considered fast. He directly used the pistol that could not be fired as a cold weapon and raised his hand to smash the person who broke into the secret chamber. However, he once again felt his vision blur, and immediately lost track of his opponent. Immediately after, the white man felt a strong wind passing through the back of his neck. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain. His vision suddenly turned black, and he fell to the ground involuntarily. 2362, A Bountiful Harvest. 1. From the moment Xia Ruofei forcefully opened the door of the secret room that was disguised as a bookcase to the moment he subdued the white man who was most likely Golden Fox, the entire process had only taken a few seconds. In the blink of an eye, the door of the secret room was pulled open and the white man woke up. Then, Xia Ruofei entered the secret room in a flash and easily dodged the white man's attack. The two of them passed each other and put the white man down with a simple hand knife. The whole process was relaxing. Of course, it would be difficult for any other tactical master to do this. Xia Ruofei had even used the restraint function of his spiritual power to lock the trigger of the Caucasian man's pistol. Therefore, unless it was a practitioner with a good mental power cultivation, it would be difficult to stop the white man from shooting in that situation. After all, this white man was too cautious. He never left his gun when he was sleeping, and he was not afraid of accidentally touching it in his sleep and causing the gun to go off. Xia Ruofei looked at the unconscious white man on the ground with a relaxed expression. Then, he walked out of the bedroom outside the secret room. There was still a substitute lying unconscious on the bed. Since Xia Ruofei had already confirmed that this guy was a substitute, he was naturally not interested in him. He directly put him into the space cage. Although the substitute was fat, he still had hands and legs. He could still do some work if he was caught. Xia Ruofei did not want to waste anything. Of course, he had to keep it a secret. If possible, he did not want to leave anyone alive in the training camp tonight. If he could keep them in his interspace, he would do so. After keeping the substitute in the space cage, Xia Ruofei walked back to the secret room. He first used his mental power to perform a comprehensive inspection of the white man who had fainted on the floor of the secret room. He put away all the weapons on the white man's body. In addition to the Desert Eagle pistol, the white man actually had several throwing knives on him. These throwing knives were blue, and it was obvious that they had been dipped in poison. At the same time, Xia Ruofei was sure that the white man did not have any lethal poison on him. This was within his expectations. Although the assassins sent by Mord were not afraid of death, they were the result of brainwashing and strong coercion. The higher-ups of Mord had earned a lot of money from the mercenary group, so they would not be so decisive. Xia Ruofei then used his spiritual power to do a thorough scan of the secret room. As expected, there was a hidden compartment in the secret room. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to open the secret compartment. Instead, he walked to the white man's side and kicked an acupuncture point on his waist. The white man groaned and opened his eyes. When he saw Xia Ruofei, his eyes were filled with shock. As if there were springs under his feet, he leaped backward in a flash. Xia Ruofei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the Caucasian man like a cat toying with a mouse. He did not chase after him. Seeing this, the white man was slightly happy and subconsciously reached for his waist. However, the flying daggers that were originally hidden there had long disappeared without a trace. The white man had wanted to take advantage of Xia Ruofei's moment of weakness to give him a flying knife. In the mod organization, this white man was famous for his knife-throwing skills. At such a close distance, he was completely confident that he could hit Xia Ruofei's throat. When the white man realized that the throwing knife had disappeared, his reaction was very fast. He immediately crashed into a corner of the secret chamber. There was a hidden mechanism there that could open the door of the secret room on the other side in an emergency, and then he could escape to the office next door. Unfortunately, he had met Xia Ruofei. He was already trapped in such a small secret room. There was no way he could escape. Xia Ruofei waved his hand lightly, and the white man felt as if he had hit an invisible wall. He groaned and bounced back. Xia Ruofei walked over calmly and said in English, "All right. I don't want to continue this boring game, let's get to the point." The white man looked at Xia Ruofei warily and did not say a word. He naturally knew that the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him, but he did not give up. His mind was constantly working at full speed, trying to think of a way to escape. However, when his eyes met Xia Ruofei's, he couldn't help but shiver. Xia Ruofei's black eyes were like an endless abyss. Extremely deep. He felt as if his mind was being sucked in. Almost in an instant, the white man fell into a state of confusion after being hypnotized by his mental power. Xia Ruofei casually pulled a chair from the side of the bed and sat down. He asked, "Tell me your name and code name." The white man didn't resist and said with a dull look, "I'm Metatron, codenamed Golden Fox in the mod organization." Although he had already determined it. Xia Ruofei still smiled happily when the white man confirmed that he was Golden Fox. What followed was a round of interrogation. Naturally, Metatron answered all the questions, and Xia Ruofei's smile grew wider. 2403 CHSADD 2363 A bountiful harvest. 2. The strategy that he had formulated was indeed correct. He would start from the training camp and capture the Golden Fox directly. Then, he would get a lot of useful information from him. Next, he would just have to follow the clues and completely wipe out the mod organization. It should not be a problem. From Metatron's confession, Xia Ruofei knew a lot of the mod organization's secrets. The upper echelons of the mod mercenary group were made up of 5 people, and they were called the 5-member council. In this leadership team, the leader of the mod organization, the chairman of the 5-man council, Satan, had absolute authority. The founder of the mod organization, who used Satan as his code name, was also quite mysterious. Even Metatron didn't know his real name or his whereabouts. However, other than Mirando, the information of the other 3 so-called councilmen was revealed by Mirando without any reservations. The 3 councilmen were respectively, the Ethiopia named Bok with the codename Viper, the Thai named Basin with the codename Wizard, and the American named Douglas with the code name Boulder. Among them, Bok the Viper was the confidant of Satan, the leader of the Mod organization. Many of Satan's orders were passed down through Bok. He believed that as long as he caught Bok, he would be able to find out Satan's true identity and hiding place. Apart from the training camp in Basoko town, Mord also had a mercenary group of about 200 men. In the war-torn continent of Africa, this mercenary group was like a fish in water. As long as the price was enough, the mercenary group could provide armed support. These mercenary organizations were all believers of money. As long as the money was paid, they would definitely send troops to solve the employer's problems. This mercenary group was led by Douglas. Douglas, codenamed Boulder, had served in the United States Marine Corps and participated in many actual battles. He was an out-and-out master of special combat. In addition to the training camp and the mercenary group, Mord also raised a team of assassins, called the Dark Shadow Team. The size of this team wasn't very large, and all the members added up to about 100 people. The Dark Shadow Squad was mainly used to carry out various assassination missions. They usually acted in small groups, and each group had at least 4 or 5 people. The most would not exceed 10 people. They were the small but elite kind. The person in charge of the Shadow Squad was Basin, codenamed Wizard, Bao Gui Jun, Qian Gui Yu, and the others were part of one of the assassin groups in the Dark Shadow Squad. Whether it was working for an employer on the battlefield or carrying out an assassination mission in the underworld, the risk factor was quite high. And the casualty rate was also very high. That was why the Mod organization needed to set up such a training camp to continuously provide new blood for the mercenary groups and the Shadow Squad. Therefore, the importance of the training camp in the Mod organization was self-evident. As a member of the Council of Five, Golden Fox, Metatron was personally in charge of the training camp. Miranda was in charge of the training camp, Douglas was in charge of the mercenary group, and Basin was in charge of the Shadow Team. Only Bok, the Ethiopia with the codename Viper, was not in charge of any specific tasks. However, Bok was the second in command in the organization, and his authority in the organization was second only to the mysterious Satan. Besides, Bok had a very close relationship with Satan. He was basically Satan's spokesperson because Satan rarely showed up. Most of his orders were passed on through Bok. After Xia Ruofei understood the situation of the Mord organization, his eyes glinted and he asked, coldly, some time ago, the Mod organization received a mission to assassinate Song Qiming, a high-ranking official in the southeast province of Huaxia. Who issued this mission? I need his specific information. The Golden Fox Metatron showed a blank expression and said, I don't know. The Dark Shadow Squad is usually in charge of assassination missions. We each have our own duties and rarely ask about other people's business. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown. Xia Ruofei's main goal was to find out who the mastermind behind Song Qiming's assassination was. As for taking in some free labor, it was just a side goal. Although the Mod organization had failed this time, the hidden danger would continue to exist if they could not find the mastermind behind the scenes. In the underworld, Mord was not the only organization that could carry out assassination missions. After the other party knew that they could not count on the Mord organization, it was hard to guarantee that they would not find other assassin organizations through some channels to complete this task. Song Qiming was Song Wei's father. Xia Ruofei could not let anything happen to him. It seemed that he had to deal with the cunning Viper first. Xia Ruofei said to himself. At this point, Xia Ruofei had basically asked all his questions. Most of the things he wanted to know had been answered by Metatron. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to keep Metatron in the spirit map, he suddenly had an idea and asked, "Mirando, tell me how to open the secret compartment in the secret room." In fact, when Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to investigate, he had already discovered the secret compartment. But at the same time, he also found that there was a self-destruct device installed in the secret compartment. If he broke it down violently, it would instantly destroy the things inside the secret compartment. Xia Ruofei didn't want to waste time on this self-destruct device, so he asked Metatron directly. Under the influence of deep hypnosis, Metatron would never keep any secrets. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, he immediately pointed to the corner and said, "The third floor from over there. Press both hands on both ends of the floor and press down hard at the same time. This will reveal the password board. After you enter the password, the secret compartment will open. The password is." Xia Ruofei followed the method that Milando had told him and walked over to the third floor. He placed both hands on the two ends of the floor and pressed down slightly. Sure enough, after a soft click, the floor slowly sank, and at the same time an exquisite password disk slowly floated up. Xia Ruofei entered the password that Metatron had provided. As expected, after a soft creaking sound, a secret compartment was revealed. On the floor, Xia Ruofei walked over and took out all the items in the secret compartment with interest. Other than a few stacks of US dollars, there were two boxes, one big and one small. There was only about $100,000 in cash. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't care about it and kept it in the medium. All the money he had spent on this trip abroad was now completely covered by Mirando. Xia Ruofei then opened the heavy box. It was filled with glistening gold bars. Xia Ruofei weighed them in his hand. Each gold bar should be the standard 500 grams. There were 40 bars here, which meant that they weighed 20 kilograms. Africa is indeed rich in gold. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself. These gold bars were all cast from high purity gold. 10 kilograms of them were worth about $800,000 to $900,000. Actually, with Xia Ruofei's current net worth, this was not a lot. It was just that the number of $800,000 to $900,000 and the dozens of shiny gold bars, although the value was similar, gave people a very different feeling. With so many gold bars stacked together, it was quite a visual impact. Xia Ruofei admired them for a while, before putting them back into the big box and storing them in the spirit map space. Finally, Xia Ruofei reached out and opened the smaller box. When he saw what was in the box, Xia Ruofei could not help but whistle. It was a box full of diamonds. The smaller diamonds were fine. What really attracted Xia Ruofei's attention was the big pink diamond on the top. The diamond had not been cut, so it had an irregular shape. However, this did not affect its beauty at all. The entire diamond was a mesmerizing pink color and was extremely transparent. There were no impurities inside. Even someone like Xia Ruofei, who knew little about diamonds, could tell that this diamond was of a very high grade. 2364 swept clean. 1. Xia Ruofei's impression of diamonds was that they were very small, the kind that was embedded in rings or pendants. The biggest one was like the heart of the ocean in Titanic. The diamond in front of him was bigger than an adult's fist. It was indeed beyond Xia Ruofei's knowledge. It wasn't that Xia Ruofei had never seen the world. As a straight man, he had never paid much attention to diamonds. Xia Ruofei didn't really appreciate the huge pink diamond. He put it back into the box with the other diamonds and kept it in his storage space. Finally, Xia Ruofei locked Golden Fox Metatron in the space cage. After that, he began to clean up the entire training camp. The first was the building where Metatron lived. According to the prisoners and Mirando himself, this building was mainly for the instructors of the training camp, and all of them lived on the second floor. Other than that, there was a sentry on duty at the entrance of the first floor 24 hours a day. Xia Ruofei came out of Metatron's room and went straight to the second floor. It took him a while to interrogate Merlin. It was not even 3 in the morning yet. Everyone was in deep sleep at this time, and the whole building was quiet. Xia Ruofei sneaked in and activated his spiritual power to scan the area. He started to clean up the first room at the end of the corridor. He didn't even need to do anything. As long as he entered the room, everything would be within his scope. The sleeping instructor did not resist at all and was immediately thrown into the space cage by Xia Ruofei. Hence, Xia Ruofei was rather fast. He swept through the rooms along the corridor. In a short while, more than 20 instructors on the second floor were all captured by Xia Ruofei into the space cage in a confused state. He used his mental power to check again and confirmed that there were no fish that had escaped the net on the second and third floors. In this 3-story building, only the entrance on the first floor had a sentry on duty. Xia Ruofei did not stop. After clearing the last room on the second floor, he ran straight to the first floor. He did not have much time left. He had to finish everything before 4 o'clock. Otherwise, the sentries would immediately notice that something was wrong. The sentry post on the first floor was at the entrance of the stairs, but it was facing the entrance of the building with its back facing the stairs. The sentry was a little sleepy and did not notice Xia Ruofei, who was quietly approaching from behind. Xia Ruofei slapped him unconscious, and with a thought, he put the sentry into the space cage. After cleaning up the building, Xia Ruofei set his sights on the student dormitory. Although there were still many mobile sentries in the training camp and sentries on the watchtowers, Xia Ruofei was prepared to deal with these people last. The reason was simple. The students who were asleep were the easiest to deal with, and the possibility of a mistake was the lowest. In addition, he did this in case an accident happened while dealing with the sentinels. If the sentinels found out and fired their guns, the sleeping students would be woken up. By then, with more than 100 people surrounding him, each of them armed with firearms, it would be difficult for Xia Ruofei to control the situation even if he was a cultivator. If he locked all the trainees in the space cage, even if they were discovered when dealing with the sentinels, he would only have to deal with a few people. Overall, the situation was controllable. So, after Xia Ruofei left the 3-story building, he hid in the shadows and used his psychic power to investigate for a while. After calculating the right time, he used his agile running and quick reaction to dodge and move around the tactical training ground. He successfully passed through the training ground under the eyes of the watchtower sentry and arrived at the student dormitory. The student dormitory was a row of low bungalows, and there were a total of 5 such bungalows. Each bungalow only had 2 rooms on the left and right, and each room could accommodate about 10 people. However, considering that there were many sentries outside, Xia Ruofei estimated that there were only about 70 to 80 people in the dormitory. There were no sentries around the student dormitory, so Xia Ruofei sneaked into the first house without any trouble. Whether it was in the country or abroad, the dormitories of students and soldiers were almost the same. The living conditions of the students in this training camp were very ordinary. A single-story house was divided into 2 rooms on the left and right. There was a drain faucet along the back wall outside the house for the students to wash up and take a bath. As for the toilet, there was a large toilet at the back of the row of houses, which was shared by all the students. Xia Ruofei sneaked into the students' dormitory. There was a row of large beds against the wall. 7 or 8 people were lying on the beds, sleeping soundly. Xia Ruofei's eyesight was extremely good. Even though the visibility was very low, he could still see very clearly. There were a total of 8 students. Here, there were white, black, and yellow people. The students' weapons were neatly placed against the wall. They were all AK-47 automatic rifles. Although this gun was a little old, its performance was quite good. Many mercenary organizations liked this classic automatic rifle. Xia Ruofei observed for a while and began to lock the students in the space cage. One by one. The entire process was rather smooth, and he didn't encounter any resistance at all. Then, Xia Ruofei immediately went to the next room and did the same thing. Xia Ruofei was like a hard, working bee. While avoiding the patrols and sentries, he visited the houses one by one. In about half an hour, he had locked up about 80 students in the dormitory into the space cage. These trainees all had excellent physical fitness. Xia Ruofei was very happy to get so much free labor. During this process, the mobile patrol team passed by the student dormitories several times, but they did not find anything unusual. After Xia Ruofei had cleaned up the student dormitory, he turned his attention to the sentries outside. The first ones he dealt with were the sentries on the watchtower. This was because these spots had the best view and the help of searchlights. If they were not eliminated first, Xia Ruofei would definitely be discovered when he was dealing with the mobile patrol team. Of course, even if they were to lose their tracks, Xia Ruofei would still be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, most of the people in the training camp had been captured by Xia Ruofei and locked up in the space cage. The remaining forces in the training camp were only about 20 sentries in total. Even if they left now, Xia Ruofei would have earned a lot. Therefore, he was very relaxed. Xia Ruofei sneaked towards the nearest watchtower. Under the cover of the night, he reached the bottom of the watchtower very smoothly. Xia Ruofei patiently waited for the mobile patrol team to pass by before he agilely climbed up. He did not choose the simple rope ladder that led to the watchtower, but climbed up from the other side with his bare hands. There was another watchtower about 20 meters away from the rope ladder, and there was a risk of being discovered if he went up from this side. With Xia Ruofei's current cultivation, even without a ladder, it was very easy to climb the watchtower. His figure flew up quickly in the night. In just 10 seconds, Xia Ruofei had easily arrived at the bottom of the platform at the top of the watchtower. Because he had already mastered his strength, the watchtower didn't even shake during the entire climb. The sentry on duty didn't notice it at all. The sentinel's back was facing Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei placed both his hands on the railing of the watchtower and easily crossed the railing. He landed lightly in the watchtower. The sentry finally felt that something was wrong. However, before he could turn his head, he felt a heavy blow to his neck. Then, his vision went black and he fainted without any resistance. With a thought, Xia Ruofei kept him in the spatial cage and locked him up. After his first attack, Xia Ruofei did not stop. He immediately jumped out from where he had come from and quickly went down the watchtower. After some observation, he took a detour in the dark shadows and made his way to the second watchtower. Under the cover of the night, Xia Ruofei had cleared out all the sentries on the high ground of the watchtower. The entire process was rather smooth. Not only did the observation posts not notice anything wrong, but even the mobile posts that constantly passed by the observation towers did not notice anything. On one hand, it was a fixed way of thinking, and the mobile patrolling sentries, generally, would not look up. In addition, the watchtowers were all equipped with searchlights. These searchlights would still rotate slowly at a fixed speed without anyone controlling them. The light was very dazzling, so even if someone occasionally looked up, they could not see clearly. After clearing the observation posts, the remaining 3 mobile patrols were even easier. There were only 5 people in each patrol team. Xia Ruofei hid in the shadows and rushed out when the patrol team passed by, attacking them from behind. The patrol team was not mentally prepared at all. Besides, Xia Ruofei was too fast. How could 5 ordinary people react in time? Xia Ruofei ended the battle within a few seconds and quickly threw them into the spatial cage. Then, he changed locations to ambush the next patrol team. When Xia Ruofei finished the last patrol, it was only 3:30 a.m. In the end, Xia Ruofei searched the entire training camp and confirmed that there was no one that had escaped. He then smiled in relief and prepared to leave. 2403 CHS ADD 2365 Target Viper 1. Before leaving, Xia Ruofei did not forget to put all the supplies he could find into the medium. Now that there were more than 100 people in the medium, the supplies would be useful. Xia Ruofei swept through everything that could be moved, including the training camp's warehouse and weapons warehouse. This secret training camp was the transportation base for the Mord organization's backup personnel. It was well equipped with all kinds of supplies, especially the arsenal, which stored a large number of guns and ammunition. There were also some packaged food, canned food, and barrels of gasoline in the warehouse. Now, they were all Xia Ruofei's trophies. After collecting the supplies, Xia Ruofei came to the small building where Golden Fox Metatron had lived. The first floor was where the instructors and staff worked. The monitoring room was also there. The data taken by dozens of cameras inside and outside the training camp was all stored in the monitoring room's disk array. Xia Ruofei's target was the data on the hard disk. Although he had avoided most of the cameras on purpose, it was inevitable that he would miss some. Moreover, he could not rule out the existence of hidden cameras. After all, the training camp was so big that even if Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power, he would not be able to investigate in detail. Therefore, in order to prevent their whereabouts from being exposed, the most convenient method was naturally to destroy the disk array that stored the data. Xia Ruofei found the monitoring room easily and found the disk array on the mecha. He pulled out all the hard disks and threw them on the floor, then stepped on them. Xia Ruofei's foot was filled with true energy, and the hard drives were all broken into pieces. He then stomped on it a few more times, until he saw that all the hard disks had shattered. Then, Xia Ruofei took out a small barrel of gasoline from the storage space. He poured some on the disk fragments and then poured the rest on the machine, control table, and other places. After that, Xia Ruofei threw the oil barrel aside and walked out of the surveillance room. Before he left, he took out a Zippo lighter from his interspace. Many mercenaries had this kind of trinket. Before Xia Ruofei put the people into the cage, he would take all their items, especially poison, weapons, and other things that could threaten their personal safety, and pile them up in a corner of the interspace. There were dozens of lighters like this in the boundless space. Xia Ruofei randomly took one out and opened it with a ding. Then he wiped it on his pants and the lighter was lit. He threw the lighter into the monitoring room without looking back. He heard a whooshing sound behind him and a huge flame rose in the room. Xia Ruofei walked out of the 3-story building calmly. Before leaving the training camp, he did one last thing. He took out all the TNT explosives stored in the arsenal and placed them all over the training camp. He also drove the tank truck from the oil depot to the tactical training ground and placed a bag of explosives. All the explosives were equipped with time bombs, and the time was set to be half an hour later. After setting up everything, Xia Ruofei climbed over the wall and left the training camp. The town was still very quiet at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. No one knew that the heavily guarded training camp had been ransacked, including all the personnel, weapons, and supplies. Xia Ruofei easily sneaked out of the town and found the pickup truck that he had left behind in the woods. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat in the driver's seat, took out a cigarette, and lit it up. He smoked as he waited in silence. After a while, the sounds of explosions came from the direction of Basoko town, and the flames that soared to the sky lit up half the sky. Xia Ruofei then snuffed out the cigarette in the car. He was careful not to throw it in the woods, but put it in the ashtray in the car. The explosion must have destroyed all the traces. The control room was most likely not completely destroyed. Xia Ruofei had even set it on fire in advance. So the possibility of leaving any clues was almost zero. Xia Ruofei laughed in a relaxed manner. He turned the key and started the pickup truck. After a while, the pickup truck disappeared at the end of the bumpy road. No one knew that he had been to Basoko town. Of course, after the explosion, the news of the training camp being destroyed would spread very quickly. Xia Ruofei did not intend to hide this. Even if there was no explosion and the entire training camp was turned into a dead zone overnight, the news would still inevitably be leaked. Hence, all Xia Ruofei could do was to find them one by one, before they realized the urgency of the situation, especially the leader of the organization, the mysterious Satan. After all, Xia Ruofei's main goal of this trip was to find out who the mastermind behind Song Qiming's attack was. Xia Ruofei was racing against time. According to Xia Ruofei's estimation, even if the mod organization knew that the training camp was destroyed, they would not immediately hide and escape. They would most likely try to find the person who caused this incident and then carry out crazy revenge. In fact, the fighting power of the mod organization had not been damaged much. This was only a training base for reserve personnel. The real power of the mod organization was still the mercenary group and the shadow group responsible for the assassination. Since these two major forces were not damaged, the upper echelons of the mod organization would definitely not support them immediately. This was the time that Xia Ruofei needed. As he drove, he set the navigation. Xia Ruofei's next destination was Zaha City, located in the southeast of Arulai. According to the information provided by Mirendo, the most trusted subordinate of Satan, the leader of the Mada group, was Boa Constrictor. He spent most of his time in the border city with Ethiopia. He was originally in Ethiopia, but because of his criminal record, he had long been wanted by the Ethiopian police, so he did not easily enter Ethiopia. Instead, he lived in Zaha. There, Bok owned a huge manor and lived a luxurious life. Compared to the ordinary people in Arulai, they were in two different worlds. The reason why Xia Ruofei chose Bok the Viper was naturally to force out the whereabouts of Satan, the leader of the Mord organization, as soon as possible. According to Mirando's confession, the only person in the entire Mord who might know Satan's true identity and where he stayed was Bok. The other two members of Parliament, Basin and Douglas, were probably similar to him and did not know much about Satan. Although Bassoon, the Thai in charge of the Dark Shadow Squad, might know who the mastermind behind the assassination of Song Chiming was, Xia Ruofei still chose to find Satan through Bok. If he knew that he could catch Satan, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find out who was behind Song Chiming's incident. The sky gradually brightened. An old pickup truck covered in wild graffiti sped in the direction of the rising sun, leaving a trail of dust behind it. In the eastern suburbs of Zaha City, a magnificent manor stood there, covering an area of 100 acres. Neatly trimmed green trees could be seen everywhere in the manor, and a castle-like building could be vaguely seen in the crisscrossing trees. In addition to this castle, there were many auxiliary buildings scattered in a picturesque disorder around it, forming a magnificent complex of buildings with the castle. The scenery in the manor was like a song. There was a small man-made lake with rippling water, and a group of swans were leisurely swimming in the lake. The rottenwood trail by the lake was spotless, forming a sharp contrast with most of the dilapidated potholes in Arulai. It was like a pearl in the slums. In the garden behind the castle, a black man in his 40s was lying on a comfortable and soft recliner. He was wearing traditional Ethiopia clothes and a white shama. He was the famous boa constrictor, the second in command of the Mord. There were 5 to 6 beautiful women around him. One of them was black, the rest were white women with blonde hair and blue eyes. The only black woman also had a delicate face and a slim figure, belonging to the rare, black pearl type. He seemed to be very relaxed. From time to time, he would open his mouth and eat the fruits that the beautiful girls fed him. He was having a great time hugging the girls. This was a little different from Xia Ruofei's prediction. He had thought that the news of the explosion at the training camp would soon reach the upper echelons of the Mord organization, but they wouldn't go into hiding just because of this. However, in fact, up until now, there was still no news of what happened in the training camp. This was mainly due to the backward state of Arulai. Xia Ruofei had cleaned up the secret training camp very thoroughly. Not a single person had escaped. Although the explosion had caused a huge commotion, Arulai's media industry was rather backward, and the internet was only in its early stages. Such a big news had not been reported even after a few hours. The reason why the training camp was built in Basoko town was because of its remote location. Although there was an explosion in the training camp, the officials of the town of Basoko did not dare to delay and immediately reported it according to the procedures. However, the slow administrative efficiency of Arulai also caused the news to spread very slowly. Of course, the news was only a little delayed, but what was supposed to come would come. As he was enjoying the moment, his phone on the table started to ring. The Black Beauty was obviously the most favored one. She stood up, took the phone and handed it to Bok with both hands, before he could say anything. With a smile, he patted the Dark Beauty's body and took the phone. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately picked up. "Boss." Is there something you need? The boss on the other end of the line said something that made him sit up straight from the chair. His face turned serious, and he waved at the few beautiful ladies beside him. The girls were smart. They knew that Boke did not want them to hear the conversation, so they left the garden one by one. After the women had left, he quickly said, "Boss, how did this happen? Did those idiots set the gunpowder storage on fire? Where's Metatron? He can't absolve himself from the blame for such a big incident." 2366 Viper captured. 1. It was Satan, the mysterious leader of the mod organization, who had called Viper. After a few hours, the news of the explosion at the mod secret training camp finally reached Satan through official channels. Of course, Satan and the higher-ups of Aurulii had a special channel of information transmission between them, and his identity would not be revealed. Satan's voice seemed to be a bit old. "Viper, the local police in Basoko have investigated the scene. The entire training camp has been blown up, but the strange thing is, there's not a single corpse inside. Everyone, including Golden Fox, is missing." "How is this possible?" said Boke in surprise. "That was more than 100 people. Where could they have run to?" "I'm also very puzzled." Satan's voice was grave. "But that is the truth. So far, we have not received any reports from the training camp. They have all gone missing." "Boss? Is it possible that Metatron and the entire training camp left our organization and started a new one?" said Bolak with a frown. "That is a possibility," Satan said, "but what's the motive?" There was no way Morendo didn't know that 100 newbies wouldn't be able to do much. Besides, there are more than 20 instructors in the training camp. Not all of them are Metatron's men. Do you think these instructors would be willing to run away with him? Maybe the opposition was killed by Metatron. Metatron must have known that we would hunt him down if he betrayed the organization, so he used the explosion to erase all traces before he left. Then, he took his men to hide, Satan said in confusion. "The problem is, there's no way Golden Fox doesn't know. Even if we lose this training camp, our organization will not suffer any serious losses. He has a group of rookies with him, and they are such a big target. It must be very difficult for them to escape our pursuit. Besides, he is considered to have great power in our organization and has earned enough money. Why would he do such a thankless thing?" "I don't know," said Boke as he scratched his head. "But Big Brother, other than this possibility, I really can't think of any other possibility. There was not a single corpse at the scene. Could they have been captured by some mysterious force? That was more than 100 living people. How could he have hidden himself without anyone knowing?" According to normal logic, Boke's analysis was right. However, no matter how imaginative Satan and Boke were, they could never imagine that someone could carry a dimensional pocket around. Even if there were more than 10,000 people, they could easily put them into the dimensional pocket and take them away, let alone 100 people. Satan said, "This is indeed very hard to understand. Viper, my brother, I need you to make a trip to Basoko town and see if you can find any clues." "No problem. I'll leave immediately," said Boke. I'll be waiting for your news," Satan said. "Remember to bring more people, and pay attention to your safety." "Understood," said Boke. In fact, the leaders of the mod organization had rarely come out to do anything in person in the past few years. However, the explosion at the training camp and the disappearance of so many people were too strange. Most importantly, among the missing people, one of them was Mirando, who had a high position in the mod organization. This was also the reason why Satan had decided to send Boke to personally make a trip. After the call ended, he put on his slippers and stood up, ready to go back to the castle, to change his clothes. Of course, before that, he still had to choose a few of his best followers. However, after 2 steps, he was stunned and his eyes were filled with shock. He saw a young man walking out from behind the trees. The young man was holding a large, caliber pistol with a silencer, and the black muzzle was pointed at his chest. The young man had dark skin and high cheekbones. He looked like a typical Southeast Asian man. He couldn't believe that someone had sneaked up to him, and the security system of the manor did not react at all. There were more than 100 guards in his manor. Even if there were 100 pigs in the manor, they would not be so slow-witted, right? This young man was Xia Ruofei, who had changed his appearance. In order to save time, he rushed to Zaha City without stopping and immediately found a way to sneak into the manor. He used his psychic power to search and located Boke's location. Although the manor was equipped with a lot of high-tech defense measures and had a very strong security force, the degree of security was still not as tight as the secret training camp in Basoko. After all, the training camp was completely militarized, and it was a tightly sealed military camp. After all, this manor was a living place, and the mod organization's status in Arulai could be said to be supreme. The guards' work was actually very easy. Although the guards were still dedicated to their duties, nothing had happened in a long time, and their spirits had long since become very relaxed. Xia Ruofei also had strong spiritual power, which could carry out effective intelligence reconnaissance and danger warning. 2367 Viper captured, too, therefore, he avoided all the sentries and surveillance cameras on the way and successfully sneaked up to Boke. Xia Ruofei was already hiding behind the trees before Boke received the call from Satan. He heard the conversation between Boke and Satan clearly. It was not until he was about to leave the garden that Xia Ruofei found a pistol with a silencer from the pile of firearms in his storage space. He held the gun in his hand and walked out of his hiding place. "I've long heard of your great name, Mr. Viper." Xia Ruofei smiled and said in English, "Please don't try to escape or call for help. I don't think you can be faster than a bullet, so don't joke around with your life." The expression on Bolak's face darkened. He stared at Xia Ruofei's face that had been changed and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's not important, Mr. Viper. As long as you cooperate, I can guarantee your safety." The gears in his head turned rapidly as he tried to think of a way to escape. What made him a little depressed was that, according to the current situation, the possibility of him escaping from the current situation was very low. What was more terrifying was that this back garden was where he and his girlfriends had fun, and it was his private land. The guards in charge of the manor's security would not go near this area. After all, from their point of view, the defense of the entire manor was already impregnable, and the back garden was almost the core of the manor. The possibility of danger in the back garden was close to zero. Therefore, there was no need to make the boss unhappy for the sake of so-called safety. In the first place, Boke did not care much about this matter. Now, he had a taste of the bitter fruit. He was trapped in the back garden with a gun pointed at him. No one could help him. He decided to calm the young man down first. He tried to sound calm and steady as he said, "No problem. I'll definitely cooperate. Please speak. What do you need me to do?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's simple. Look at my eyes first." As soon as Xia Ruofei finished his words, he subconsciously looked at Xia Ruofei's sharp eyes. "Very good," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, his spiritual power gushed out from his psyche ocean and swept towards beach. In less than a second, Bolak managed to hold on. Or more precisely, Bok's subconscious resistance only lasted for less than a second. Then, he fell into a state of confusion that came after a deep hypnosis. Xia Ruofei didn't question Bok right away. Instead, he teleported the hypnotized Bok into his space and threw him into an independent space cage. Then, Xia Ruofei immediately sneaked away and easily dodged the patrolling guards. At the same time, he carefully avoided the cameras and nimbly dodged in the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. In a short while, he had sneaked out of the manor's vicinity without anyone noticing. The reason why Xia Ruofei didn't clean up the place like he did in the training camp in Basoko town was to save time and find out Satan's whereabouts from Bok as soon as possible. After all, Satan already knew about the explosion at the training camp and had sent Bok to investigate. If there was another incident where all the people in the Bok manor went missing, it would surely alert Satan. The news of the capture of Bok alone would probably be kept a secret for a longer time, because the other people in the manor would not dare to speculate about Bok's whereabouts. In addition, Satan had sent Bok to Basoko town, so all these could interfere with Satan's judgment. Of course, there was another important reason. The people in the manor were different from the mercenaries in the Basoko training camp. Most of them were servants hired by Bok, including his women. Even if they were at fault, they wouldn't be imprisoned for life. Xia Ruofei could not bring himself to bring innocent people into the medium to work for the rest of their lives. After leaving the manor, Xia Ruofei quickly found the pickup he had hidden. He drove away from the manor without any hesitation. After driving for tens of kilometers, Xia Ruofei found a hidden place and stopped the car. He then jumped off the car and walked into the woods. He used his psychic power to check around and made sure that no one was spying on him. After that, he teleported Bok out of the cage. Out of thin air, Beak appeared in the bushes and fell to the ground. At that moment, Bok's brain almost lost the ability to think. What he had just experienced was too bizarre. A second ago, he had been blocked by a gun in the back garden of the manor, and then he seemed to have suddenly lost consciousness. After he was transferred to the space cage and locked up alone, he slowly recovered as Xia Ruofei stopped using his spiritual power to maintain the hypnotism. The space cage that was surrounded by mysterious mist. And there was nothing in it, but he couldn't get out of it. He had tried many methods, but none of them worked. As the second in command of the Mord organization, it was the first time that he felt as helpless as a child. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly felt the world spin around him, and an invisible force was pulling him. He felt dizzy, and when he recovered, he realized that he was in a different environment. This time, it was no longer the monotonous endless gray, white color, but a forest. Although he was only locked up for half an hour, he felt like crying when he saw the green leaves and the blue sky. Of course, he quickly noticed Xia Ruofei, who was standing in front of him. The gun with a silencer was still in Xia Ruofei's hand, and the muzzle was aimed at Bok's head. Xia Ruofei still had a teasing smile on his face. "Sir, do you want?" said Boke anxiously. He was only halfway through his sentence when the mental pressure that was etched in his heart attacked him again. He was completely unable to resist and fell into a state of hypnosis again. Xia Ruofei didn't want to waste time with Boke. He asked directly, "Tell me Satan's true identity and hiding place." To Xia Ruofei's surprise, when he asked the question, Boke's face showed a hint of struggle. However, the pressure of mental strength was too strong. He only hesitated for a moment, but quickly answered. When Xia Ruofei heard the answer, he could not help but raise his eyebrows and look very surprised. However, he didn't doubt the authenticity of Boke's answer, so he nodded and kept the important information in mind. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take another look at Boke. He was also trying to guess the relationship between him and Satan. After all, under the pressure of powerful mental strength and hypnosis, there was still a subconscious level of resistance when he wanted to reveal Satan's information. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was strong enough. The subconscious defense of Boke only lasted for a moment before it fell apart. This moment of hesitation was already beyond Xia Ruofei's expectations. This was also the first time that Xia Ruofei's tried and tested spiritual hypnosis had met with a small accident. Xia Ruofei asked the second question. Not long ago, the mod organization sent an assassin to assassinate an official of Huaxia, Song Qiming. I need to know the details of the person who placed the order. 2368 Searching for Satan. 1. Boa Constrictor didn't hesitate to answer Xia Ruofei's question. However, his answer still disappointed Xia Ruofei. The Dark Shadow team is in charge of the assassination, said Boke. I don't know the details of the operation and the client's information. You'll have to ask Basin. Even though Xia Ruofei had a premonition before he asked the question, he still felt a little disappointed after hearing the answer. Do you have any information on the Satan's palm? Xia Ruofei continued to ask. Of course. Boss is the leader of the organization. He knows everything about the organization, said Boke without hesitation. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei felt a little more relaxed. His next target was Satan, the leader of the mod organization, who had been hiding very well. As long as Satan knew who the mastermind behind the assassination of Song Qiming was, Xia Ruofei was confident that he could get the information from him. After asking the questions, Xia Ruofei did not waste any more time with Boke. With a thought, he threw the still, hypnotized Boke into the spirit map and locked him in the space cage again. One could imagine how much trauma he would have after he regained his consciousness, especially when he saw that he had returned to that strange and terrifying cage. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not care about Boke's feelings. If it was torture, then it was not too much for Boke, who had just been locked up for a while. After all, he had just been locked up, while the instructors and mercenaries in the training camp in Basoko town had been locked up in the space cage since 2 or 3 a.m. Besides, Xia Ruofei had just improved the structure of the spatial cage. Now, everyone who was caught would be locked in a small spatial cage. This spatial cage could only accommodate one person. He would probably go crazy if he was locked up alone in a confined space, with nothing but monotonous gray and white around him. Xia Ruofei did not have the time to care about these captives. Besides, he could use this opportunity to give them an unforgettable memory so that they would not dare to resist in the future. After locking Boke the Viper back into the space cage, Xia Ruofei did not waste any more time. He left the woods like a flash of lightning and returned to the pickup truck. He quickly started the car and continued on the road. This time, Xia Ruofei's destination was Arulai City, the capital of Arulai. The famous leader of the mod organization, the mysterious Satan, was hiding in the most prosperous city of Arulai. Although the most prosperous might not even be as prosperous. As a prefecture-level city in China, Satan's actions had a sense of the big is hidden in the city. Xia Ruofei was even more amazed after knowing Satan's hidden identity. It was around 7 or 8 in the morning when Xia Ruofei arrived at Zaha City, where boa constrictor was located, from the town of Basoko. The process of killing Bok was very smooth and did not take much time. It was only around 9 a.m. Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck north. From a geographical point of view, Basoko town was roughly between Arulai and Zaha. So the trip was about 400 to 500 kilometers away. As the road conditions were not particularly good, Xia Ruofei estimated that it would be afternoon by the time he reached Arulai. He did not make any stops along the way. He did not stop to have lunch either. For a cultivator at his level, not eating for a few days would not affect him much. The reason why Xia Ruofei still ate 3 meals a day when the conditions allowed was that he wanted to have a regular rest. It was as if this was the only way he could feel like he was living. In fact, the path of cultivation was like this. The higher one's cultivation, the less smoke and fire there would be, and gradually one would be able to break away from the scope of ordinary mortals. Hence, Xia Ruofei treasured his time as a mortal even though he was no longer an ordinary mortal. Xia Ruofei was listening to the radio as he drove. There were fewer English broadcasts in Arulai, and because of the lagging construction of the infrastructure, the broadcast signal was not particularly good, and only some information could be heard intermittently. Just as Xia Ruofei had expected, the media had already started reporting on the explosion in Basoko town. Of course, the location of the explosion mentioned in the report was not the Modder training camp, but the training base of a security company. As for the disappearance of Bok the Viper, it was estimated that no one in the manor had discovered it yet, and the media would not report it. At around 2 in the afternoon, Xia Ruofei finally drove into Arulai. He had been busy the entire night and had been driving the entire morning. Even though Xia Ruofei's physical strength was far beyond that of ordinary people, he could not help but feel a little tired. The main reason was that the road conditions were too bad, and they had to maintain a high level of concentration while driving. Moreover, the road had been bumpy for 5 to 6 hours, and no one could stand it. After driving into the urban area, Xia Ruofei did not stop. Instead, he passed through the city proper area of Arulai and continued north. After another 10 kilometers, he finally arrived at his destination, the Arulai Temple. This was one of the few scenic spots in the country of Arulai that had a certain historical heritage. It was located in the northern suburbs of Arulai. There was a small parking lot outside the temple. Xia Ruofei parked the pickup truck inside. 2369, The Search for Satan. 2. Arulai was not a popular tourist spot, and there were not many tourists in the temple. Although the parking lot was not big, there were still many empty spaces. After Xia Ruofei parked the car, he walked towards the entrance of the temple. He still maintained his Southeast Asian look, carrying a backpack, wearing sunglasses, and a single, lens reflex camera hanging around his neck. He took photos as he walked, looking like an ordinary backpacker. Xia Ruofei bought the tickets at the entrance. He could use US dollars to buy them. 10 US dollars for a ticket was not very expensive. However, compared to the local income level, the local people could not afford it. Compared to the famous Egyptian and Mayan temples in Africa, Egypt's Temple of Arulai was naturally insignificant. But it also had a strong ancient Egyptian characteristics. The temple built of sandstone had been weathered for thousands of years, and the appearance was a simple light yellow, with a sense of history. The entire temple was built facing the east where the sun rose. The outermost part was a divine path, and on both sides were statues of lions and sheep heads. Xia Ruofei looked at the English introduction at the front of the divine path with great interest. In ancient Egypt civilization, the lion-bodied ram was the incarnation of the sun god. This divine path faced the east and symbolized the first ray of sunlight that welcomed the sun god Amun. At the end of the divine path was a thick door wall. After passing through the door wall, there was a large pillar hall. The four walls were heavily weathered, and the contents could no longer be seen clearly. However, it still had a strong sense of history. The pillar hall was connected to the second door wall, and then it was another slightly smaller hall. Xia Ruofei walked around as he entered the temple. After that, he was not allowed to take any more photos. The layered design of the temple gave off a mysterious and deep feeling. After passing through 3 halls, Xia Ruofei could see the main body of the temple, the holy temple of Xuanji. The temple wasn't particularly large, but it had a strong sense of history. There were a large number of embossed and murals around the hall. However, the relief sculptures on the sandstone had long been destroyed by the erosion of the wind and sand for 1,000 years. Even so, it still looked exquisite on the whole, and one could vaguely feel the artistic attainments of the ancient people 1,000 years ago. There weren't many tourists in the temple, and they were all in groups of 2 or 3, so it was very quiet. Xia Ruofei raised his head to admire, embossed with great interest. Of course, his spiritual power had already spread out and started to search the temple inch by inch. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard a surprised voice behind him. Xia, you're also here. Xia Ruofei could not help but be stunned. He had already changed his appearance. This appearance was neither Xia Tian nor Xia Ruofei. Why would someone call out his surname? Could it be that someone was able to see through his means of changing his appearance? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he remained calm and turned around with a puzzled expression. When he saw the person behind him, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He then regained his confusion. The person who called out to him just now was the black man he had just met when he was in Ethiopia. This man worked in a Chinese company in Arulai and called himself a Spirit Chinese. Xia Ruofei had a deep impression of Dhaka. When Xia Ruofei turned around, Dhaka rubbed his eyes and smiled awkwardly. He spoke in English with a heavy accent. My friend, I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. Your back looks very much like my friend S. Xia Ruofei immediately understood. It turned out that Dhaka had mistaken him for the Xia Tian identity that he had used when he entered Arulai. Xia Tian's identity was a fake, so when Xia Ruofei changed his appearance again, he did not deliberately change his figure, walking posture, etc. It was not impossible for Dhaka to recognize him as Xia Tian when he saw his back. Xia Ruofei needed to find Satan as soon as possible. Although Dhaka was an interesting black fellow, he would not interact too much with him now. This was because This young man had the attribute of being easy to get to know. After chatting with him for a while, he would become familiar with him, and it would not be so easy to shake him off and act alone. So, Xia Ruofei just smiled and nodded. He changed his voice a little and said in English, "It's okay." He even deliberately added some Southeast Asian accent in his English. Xia Ruofei turned around and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Decca was naturally enthusiastic and immediately said, "Sir, are you from Asia? If you don't mind, we can tour the place together. I know more about the Templi Aureliae, I can explain it to you." Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, "I'd rather walk around by myself. Thank you for your good intentions, goodbye." "All right then." Darka shrugged and grinned at Xia Ruofei. "Goodbye." He was used to being friendly to people, especially when he saw people from Asia. Since the other party did not appreciate it, he naturally would not rush to get close to them. Daka looked at Xia Ruofei's back as he turned to leave. He could not help but mutter to himself, "It seems a little unreasonable. My new friend Xia Tian isn't like this." As expected, we Chinese are more approachable, Daka spoke in Chinese. Although his voice was not very loud, Xia Ruofei had not gone far, so he could hear everything clearly with his hearing. Xia Ruofei almost laughed out loud. This dark-skinned young man really had a heart. The country should issue him a green card and even help him become a citizen. Xia Ruofei held back his laughter and walked out from the side door of the holy sanctum. He went around to the back of the holy sanctum. This place was not originally within the temple's boundaries, but a small building was built later on, mainly for the work of the temple's staff. There was a small yard behind the building, and the high priest of the temple lived there. This was actually a very strange position. After thousands of years, the temple was no longer responsible for the function of sacrifice. It had become a tourist attraction, but the position of high priest was still retained. Moreover, this high priest had not been replaced for 20 years. In theory, the high priest was the supreme leader of the temple. Xia Ruofei's target was the high priest, who rarely came out. Xia Ruofei was very surprised when Bok the Viper revealed that Satan's hidden identity was the high priest of Aureliae Temple. Although the high priest was no longer in charge of sacrifices, his status in Aureliae was still quite high, and he had a lot of prestige. Xia Ruofei did not expect that the high priest and the notorious leader of the Mord organization were the same person. If it wasn't for the fact that he was very confident in the hypnotism effect, he would have suspected that Beach was just spouting nonsense to confuse him. Xia Ruofei pretended to be a tourist. He looked around and released his spiritual power to the courtyard behind the white office building. There weren't many tourists here, and the back of the temple was even quieter. They could not even see the staff, so no one came to remind Xia Ruofei that they were no longer in the tourist area. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to search forward. He also inadvertently approached the small courtyard behind the office building. His spiritual power had not found anything, but Xia Ruofei felt a slight warmth in his chest. He was stunned for a moment, and he still couldn't believe it. Xia Ruofei had always been wearing the sensing jade leaf on his body. The only function of this sensing jade leaf was that it would heat up when he was near the realm stone. In that case, there were actually world stones nearby? Xia Ruofei did not expect to have such a surprise on this trip to Africa. To confirm this, he even took a few more steps forward. The heat from the jade leaf immediately increased a little. Xia Ruofei had basically confirmed it. Without any hesitation, he removed the seal on the spirit map space. The moment Xia Ruofei removed the seal, he heard Bai Qingqing's voice in his head, trembling with excitement, "Hurry up! I found the world stone. The response is very strong." 2403 CHSADD 2370 The High Priest, 1, as expected. Xia Ruofei was also excited. Usually, he would turn off the external sensors of the spirit map space, and he did not want Bai Qingqing to see his every move. In the past, Xia Ruofei did not care much about it, other than when he was doing some embarrassing things. With his woman, he would seal off the space to sense the outside world. The rest of the time, it was open. At that time, only Xia Qing and Bai Qingqing would be able to sense the situation outside. Xia Qing was only a soul puppet and not a real human. She was loyal to Xia Ruofei and would never betray him. At that time, Bai Qingqing had not evolved yet. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, she was just a little spiritual pet. However, after Bai Qingqing's evolution, she was able to communicate telepathically in the human language. She had even given herself a name. Other than the fact that she still looked like a civet cat and that her vocal cords could not produce a human voice, Bai Qingqing was a completely different person in Xia Ruofei's heart. Since then, Xia Ruofei had sealed off the external sensing passage. Otherwise, Bai Qingqing would have been able to sense the existence of the world stone before he even entered the temple. She would not have needed to wait until he was so close. Of course, there were still some benefits to this. Xia Ruofei said telepathically, "Don't cry. I noticed it a long time ago. I'm so close to you and I still can't see it. Don't you think you're underestimating me?" Bai Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then said in an unfriendly tone, "Don't tell me that the world stones. This time, you're right." Xia Ruofei replied factly, "I discovered the world stone by myself. Of course, I'm the only one who can enjoy it." Bai Qingqing shouted in exasperation, "Xia Ruofei! You bastard! I think you're just unable to confirm it yourself, so you deliberately opened the spatial sensing channel. You're using me to confirm it, aren't you?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Bai Qingqing, you're being too mean. You're being too mean. I activated my spatial senses purely because I wanted to share this good news with you. How can I not be sure when I'm so close? The world stone is to my north. It's at most 100 meters away, right?" You, Bai Qingqing was so angry that she could not speak. Xia Ruofei laughed evilly and said, "So, you didn't put in any effort in the process of finding the world stone. According to our previous agreement, you've completely sealed off the spatial sensing channel. How am I supposed to help?" Bai Qingqing retorted Xia Ruofei in a bad mood. Xia Ruofei touched his nose awkwardly and said, "The main thing is that the difficulty level is too low this time. I can find it myself without you, Tisk. I think you're just a blind cat that got lucky." Bai Qingqing said disdainfully, "You must have something else to do. I didn't expect you to be so lucky that the world stone was so close to you, so you found it. If you really came here to look for world stones, would you not use my ability?" Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, "What blind cat and dead mouse? Bai Qingqing, please watch your words. After all, cats are your close relatives." "How can you say that?" Bai Qingqing's appearance was really that of a gentle civet cat, and she was actually related to cats. However, Bai Qingqing did not agree with this view. "You're the cat." It was mad. Your whole family are cats. Xia Ruofei laughed out loud and shut off the spatial link, sealing by Qingqing's curses in the space. He could not hear anything. In fact, Xia Ruofei would never keep all the food to himself. It was just that every time he talked to Bai Qingqing, he couldn't help but want to tease her. Seeing her stomping her feet in anger, Xia Ruofei felt inexplicably happy. After their daily banter, Xia Ruofei turned his attention to the seemingly ordinary courtyard. It seemed like this Satan, the leader of the mod organization, who had transformed into the high priest of Arulai, still had many secrets. He actually had such a good item like the world stone. However, it was unknown if he was clear about the value of the world stone. Was he collecting it unintentionally, or was he really keeping it as a treasure? If it was the latter, then could this high priest be related to the cultivation world? Although it was almost impossible for an African native to have an intimate relationship with a sage, like cultivator, Xia Ruofei had to be careful. Strategically, they looked down on the enemy, but tactically, they paid attention to the enemy. They could never underestimate the enemy at any time. Xia Ruofei kept his relaxed attitude and walked towards the small courtyard. This was an extremely ordinary-looking courtyard. It was a low-rise bungalow that was completely white. There were 2 rooms on the left and right, and a small living room in the middle. It was similar to the bungalow in northern China. A bald black man wearing Arulai's traditional robe was sitting in the hall with a slight frown from the wrinkles and eye bags on his face. He should not be young, but his eyes were quite spirited, and the cold aura that he inadvertently emitted was enough to make an ordinary person's heart turn cold. He was the highly respected high priest Manchila in Arulai, and also the fearsome leader of the mod, Satan. There was a young man standing beside Manchila. If Xia Ruofei were to see him, he would be shocked. Jian Jia was his new friend from Ethiopia. They had just met at the temple, but Xia Ruofei had changed his appearance, so they did not interact much. Earlier, Xia Ruofei was walking around and did not pay much attention to Daka. He would not have known that Daka had already walked ahead of him and directly came to the small courtyard where High Priest Manchila was. Manchila's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he asked indifferently, Daka, I've seen the things you brought back this time. They are all useless waste paper. How should I punish you? Daka revealed a terrified expression and said in fear and trepidation, High Priest, I've tried my best to collect them. I found a lot of ancient Chinese books for you while I was studying abroad. This time, someone sent me an email, so I immediately flew to China to trade with them. According to my understanding of Chinese culture, this ancient book is genuine. What's the use of the real thing? I don't need its contents. Manchila said coldly, Daka, everything you have today was given to you by me. Have you forgotten? I wouldn't dare. Daka quickly replied. If it wasn't for the high priest, Daka would have starved to death in the famine. It was you who taught me the mysterious Eastern arts and paid me to study in China. Daka's life belongs to the high priest. How can I not do my best for you? Seeing how Daka was in fear and trepidation, Manchila's expression also softened a little. He said, it's good that you know. I'll let it go this time, thank you, High Priest, said Daka as he bowed. Manchila said indifferently, you have to continue to pay attention to the news in China. As long as there are ancient Chinese books for sale, especially those related to Chinese Taoism, you must buy them at all costs. Money is not a problem. Yes, High Priest. Daka replied respectfully. Manchila frowned slightly as if he was thinking about something. Beside him, Daka also did not dare to disturb him and stood quietly beside him with his hands by his side. Manchila was indeed a little frustrated. Now, the mod organization that he had single-handedly founded could be said to be well known in inland Africa, but it had suffered a great defeat yesterday. The training camp set up in the town of Basoko had actually exploded, and what was even stranger was that everyone in the training camp had disappeared for no reason. This morning, after getting the news from his own channel, Manchila immediately sent his trusted aide, Bok, to investigate. Looking. At the time, Bok should have arrived at Basoko town a long time ago. However, he had not received a single call from Bok. Regardless of whether they found any clues, they should at least report it to him. Manchila cursed in his heart, what the hell is this idiot doing? He was in a bad mood, so his expression naturally showed on his face. At the side, Daka did not even dare to breathe loudly. He stood at the side, with his head slightly lowered, as if he was mourning in silence. Manchila thought for a while and said, Daka, there's something I need you to do for me. High Priest, please give me your orders, said Daka quickly. Manchila said, I have a friend who has a security company that got into trouble. There was an explosion at the company's training base in the town of Basoko. There are also people missing. Go to the town of Basoko immediately and see if you can find any clues. Yes, High Priest, said Daka without hesitation. Report to me directly if you find anything, Manchila said. Understood, Daka said. Manchila pondered for a moment, then took out a small and exquisite wooden token and handed it to Daka. This is my token, Manchila said. Take it first. Daka didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly kept the wooden tablet with complicated patterns. Aside from looking for clues about the explosion in the training base, Manchila said, you should also keep an eye on whether or not Boak is there. Daka was stunned and asked, Bok? You mean the boss of the Kika company? The Sika company was a trading company set up by Bok to hide his identity. In Arulai, a small country in Africa with a backward economy, it was quite famous. When Daka heard the name, he immediately remembered it. That's right, it's him, Manchila said. If you see him, tell him that I'm looking for him and ask him to contact me immediately. As long as you show him that wooden token, he'll believe you. All right, High Priest, Daka said respectfully, I've remembered everything you've said. Then, I'll leave now? Manchila nodded and said, go. I believe in your abilities, so there won't be any danger. Contact me as soon as you reach Basoko town, yes, said Daka as he bowed. Just as Daka was about to take his leave, Manchila suddenly raised his hand, and his sharp gaze swept towards the tightly shut courtyard door. Wait. Daka, please help me. Open the door. There's a guest. 2371 Kindred Spirits. 1. The guest outside the door was Xia Ruofei. In fact, when Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to investigate, he also discovered Daka's existence and was shocked. Xia Ruofei did not hear the first half of the conversation between the High Priest Manchila and Daka, but he did hear the part where Manchila ordered Daka to head to Basoko town to investigate the explosion case. Therefore, he was already 100% sure that this highly respected High Priest Manchila of Arulai was the leader of the Kongtong Mod organization, Satan, his main target for his trip to Africa. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, the pure and happy-looking black young man who had a good impression of Xia Daka was actually a follower of the priest. However, from the conversation between the high priest and Daka, Xia Ruofei had a preliminary conclusion. Daka did not know that the high priest was the leader of the Mod, Satan. Otherwise, the high priest would not have to be so secretive. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to listen for while more to see if there was any more useful information, the high priest actually discovered his whereabouts. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With his ability to hide his tracks and conceal his aura, it was basically impossible for ordinary people to discover him. It seemed that this high priest was indeed not ordinary. However, Xia Ruofei did not hide. Instead, he walked out of his hiding place and stood at the door, waiting. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if he were to encounter a cultivator who was stronger than him, Xia Ruofei believed that he would have no problem escaping. He only needed to avoid the other party's detection for a short time to be able to take out the spirit map scroll and hide inside it. The spirit painting scroll was so small that it would not be easy for the enemy to discover it if it was hidden in any crevice. Furthermore, the high priest was only alerted when he was already close to the small courtyard. It could be seen that even if he had some small skills, they were not very high. Hence, Xia Ruofei was still very confident. In the courtyard, Daka didn't notice any movement outside, but he had absolute faith in the high priest's abilities. So he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, high priest." After saying that, Daka quickly walked out and passed through the courtyard to the door. When Daka opened the door and saw Xia Ruofei standing at the entrance, he was stunned. He recognized the person in front of him. It was the Asian he had seen at the temple. He had mistook him for his new friend, Xia Tian. "Friend," said Daka immediately, "you have left the tourist area. This is the private residence of the Honorable High Priest. Please leave immediately." At this moment, High Priest Manchila's voice came out of the house. "Daka, it's not the right way to treat a guest by keeping them outside the door. Sir, since you're already here, please come in and have a seat." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Thank you for your invitation, High Priest. I will accept your invitation." Daka was slightly taken aback. Even though he did not understand, he was absolutely obedient to the high priest's orders, so he stepped aside and made an inviting gesture. After Xia Ruofei entered, Daka immediately closed the door and quickly caught up to Xia Ruofei. He whispered, "Sir, the high priest has a very high status in Arulii. Everyone here respects him very much. Please pay attention to your manners." Xia Ruofei looked at Daka with interest and nodded with a smile. After passing through the small courtyard, Xia Ruofei followed Daka to the small living room of the bungalow. High Priest Manchila sat on the chair and looked at Xia Ruofei with his deep eyes, revealing a hint of enigma. Xia Ruofei also had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the seemingly harmless high priest. At the same time, Xia Ruofei could feel the censored jade leaf on his chest getting hotter. It was obvious that the world stone was in this small house. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel excited. The high priest made an inviting gesture and said, "My friend from the mysterious east, please take a seat." This time, Xia Ruofei's appearance had obvious Southeast Asian characteristics. In the eyes of Africans, they were also Easterners, so Xia Ruofei was not surprised. He smiled and nodded, then sat down on the chair opposite the high priest. The high Priest looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and said to Daka, Daka, go and make 2 cups of tea. Use the good tea you brought back from China last time. Yes, High Priest. Understood, replied Dorka. He didn't know why the High Priest was so polite to this plain-looking Southeast Asian man, but he still went to the room on the left to find tea leaves to make tea. The High Priest smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, friend from the East, let me introduce myself. I am Manzila, the High Priest of Arulai. I wonder how I should address you. Xia Ruofei made up a name and said, High Priest, I'm from Siam, you can just call me Sukai. A hint of disappointment appeared in Manzila's eyes, but he concealed it well. He smiled and said, so you're from Siamese, Mr. Serchai. I thought you were Chinese. I'm sorry, but in our eyes, all Asians look the same. My student Daka knows the East better, so I think he can tell. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling that this High Priest was not simple. More importantly, there were realm stones in the High Priest's room. Hence, he could not rule out the possibility that this High Priest had something to do with the cultivation world. Now that Manzila mentioned Huaxia, Xia Ruofei's curiosity was piqued. Xia Ruofei smiled. Actually, I'm half Chinese. My grandfather and mother are both from China. Xia Ruofei made up a simple story and told Manzila, my grandfather went to Siam from China in his early years and married a local woman who gave birth to my father. My father fell in love with my mother when he was studying in China, and then we had me. So, strictly speaking, I have 3/4 of Chinese blood. The High Priest looked very interested and smiled. I see. At this moment, Deka came over with 2 cups of tea on a tray. Please have some tea, Daka said respectfully. The High Priest nodded and said, Daka, you can leave first. Remember to complete the task I gave you. Yes, High Priest, said Daka as he bowed slightly. Then, he nodded to the High Priest and Xia Ruofei, walked out of the house, and left the courtyard. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Daka had left. If the black man had stayed, he would have been in a difficult position. This was because he was definitely going to meet Manzila, the leader of the mod organization, on the battlefield. The politeness he was showing now was just an act. The 2 of them did not fall out with each other and were only testing each other, hoping to get more information from each other. Besides, Xia Ruofei was confident that he could defeat the High Priest. If Daka was still here, Xia Ruofei would have to keep him in the spirit map space to keep the secret. According to the previous information, Daka was not involved with the mod organization. Even if he did help Manzila, he would not have to bear the consequences of life imprisonment. Now that the High Priest Manzila had sent Daka away and told him to go to Basoko town according to the original plan, it was exactly what Xia Ruofei wanted. After Daka left, Manzila smiled and said, Mr. Sukai, you have Chinese blood in you, I wonder if you can speak Chinese? The 2 of them had been conversing in English. Xia Ruofei nodded and said in Chinese, of course. I've been learning Chinese since I was young, and I communicate with my elders in Chinese at home. Manzila was very happy to hear this, and also changed to Chinese, then let's communicate in Chinese. My Chinese isn't very good, please forgive me. Manzila's Chinese was not particularly good. Many of his pronunciations had a strange accent, which was different from the Chinese spoken by foreigners in Europe and the United States. In short, it sounded strange. His Chinese standard was much worse than that. of Dorka, but at least he could understand it. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Manzila looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and said, "If I'm not wrong, Mr. Sukai and I should be the same kind of person, because no one has ever been able to get close to that position before I found out. I think we should be able to exchange some insights." Xia Ruofei came to a sudden realization. He had a rough guess in his heart, but he still needed to verify it. Hence, Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "I wonder what kind of thoughts High Priest would like to share?" Manzila laughed and said, "Of course it's the mysterious Eastern witchcraft. Surely Mr. Sukai wouldn't refuse the invitation of a fellow Taoist?" After saying that, a smile appeared on Manzila's face. He clenched his hand into a claw and pulled back at a wooden carving hanging on the wall. The palm-sized wooden carving was directly pulled over and flew into his hand. This high priest had indeed come into contact with cultivation methods. Xia Ruofei cried out in his heart. However, at the same time, he did not know whether to laugh or cry, because Manzila actually called the cultivation method Eastern witchcraft. He reckoned that this black old man was also half-baked and most likely self-taught, and had not come into contact with the complete cultivation system. Manzila revealed a proud look and smiled at Xia Ruofei. "Mr. Sukai, how's my telekinesis? Can you give me some comments?" Telekinesis was a test of one's spiritual power. Seeing Manzila's move, Xia Ruofei already had an idea. Manzila obviously thought that he had finally met someone who was on the same path as him and hoped to communicate with him. Maybe he could have some sparks of inspiration. At least, it was better than him working behind closed doors. However, Xia Ruofei didn't want to continue with his pretense. "Not bad, Mr. Satan," he said with a smile. Manzila was originally full of smiles, but when he heard the word Satan, his face suddenly changed. 2372 difficult win _ the high priest Manzila's face turned extremely ugly, and the warm smile on his face became a little ferocious. He didn't open his mouth to explain. Since Xia Ruofei had said the word Satan, it meant that he had already discovered his identity. Any explanation now would be in vain. Manzila was shocked, because the identity of Satan was a top secret. No one knew about it except for Boa Constrictor. There was no need to doubt the loyalty of Boak. His mind was in a mess. He could not believe that this Eastern man had exposed his secret identity. However, Manzila was also a fierce and ambitious person. He was very decisive and ruthless in dealing with problems. After Xia Ruofei said the word Satan, Manzila was only dazed for a moment. Then, he did not hide the murderous aura on his body at all and hit Xia Ruofei with his palm. Xia Ruofei was already prepared. He could feel the violent energy fluctuation in Manzila's palm, so he slightly tilted his body to avoid it. Xia Ruofei felt a scorching hot air brush past him and hit the brick floor, causing many small stones to fly up and leaving a small pit on the brick. From the first contact, Xia Ruofei could tell that Manzila was at refined Qi level 3. Although he felt very strange that an African black man had cultivated the Taoist techniques of Huaxia, at least for now, this cultivator could not threaten him. That was enough. As long as Manzila was suppressed by Xia Ruofei, he would be imprisoned for life. A faint smile hung on Xia Ruofei's lips as he moved like lightning. The short distance between the two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived beside Manzila. Xia Ruofei's palms, which were filled with true energy, slammed towards Manzila's face. Manzila immediately sensed danger, but Xia Ruofei's speed was too fast. He did not have time to react or dodge. He could only grit his teeth and cross his arms, hoping to block Xia Ruofei's attack. At that moment, Xia Ruofei's palms were firmly imprinted on Manzila's forearms. With a crack, Manzila let out a muffled groan, and his whole body flew out and knocked into the simple table next to him. The pots and pans on the table fell to the ground with a clatter. Manzila also fell to the ground. His face was very serious. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so strong. Both of his arms were broken after the first exchange, and he had lost half of his combat power. After Xia Ruofei's attack, he didn't stop at all. He stomped on the ground and shot towards Manzila. Then, he stomped on Manzila's thigh. Unlike the other members of the mod organization that Xia Ruofei had dealt with in the past 2 days, Manzila was a true cultivator. Hence, Xia Ruofei didn't hold back at all. The first thing he wanted to do was to make Manzila lose the ability to resist. Manzila's arms were broken, and his mobility was affected. Facing Xia Ruofei's continuous and fierce attacks, he could only roll awkwardly to avoid the kick. Xia Ruofei's foot stomped heavily on the floor tiles, leaving a deep footprint. He fell in Manzila's direction, turned around, and elbowed Manzila's leg. Xia Ruofei's movements were too fast, and Manzila had no way to dodge. Another bone-chilling crack was heard, and Manzila's right leg was twisted in an irregular way. Manzila suddenly felt a sharp pain, and a large amount of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He could not help but scream, and the muscles on his face trembled. Xia Ruofei did not show any mercy. He stretched out his hands from the ground and grabbed Manzila's other leg. With a twist, he broke Manzila's leg. In just a few seconds, Manzila had completely lost the ability to move, let alone fight. Xia Ruofei stood up and looked at Manzila coldly. The muscles on Manzila's face were twisted because of the pain, and his teeth were chattering uncontrollably. This was not because of fear, but because of the intense pain. Manzila panted heavily as he squeezed out a smile at Xia Ruofei. He said in a trembling voice, "Amazing. I admire you." Xia Ruofei was not in the mood to talk nonsense with Manzila. He directly followed the spiritual hypnosis method and shrouded Manzila with his spiritual force. Xia Ruofei had thought that this would be a piece of cake and was ready to start the interrogation. However, to his surprise, Manzila's eyes only showed a brief moment of confusion, but he quickly regained his clarity. Eh? Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself, "Interesting, you. What did you do to me?" Manzila asked in horror. Xia Ruofei did not care. He increased the intensity of his spiritual force and tried to hypnotize Manzila for the second time. This time, Manzila was on guard and did not even lose focus for a moment. There was only a trace of panic in his eyes. Xia Ruofei did not believe it. Once again, he gathered his spiritual power and continued to attack Manzila. 2373 difficult win _ this time, Manzila finally understood. He used his spiritual power to resist as he said, "You want to break my spiritual force defense, right? Don't waste your time. It's impossible." In the back and forth tug of war, Xia Ruofei could finally accurately judge that Manzila's spiritual power cultivation was at the middle stage of the ethereal heart palpitations. If it corresponded to his true qi cultivation, it should be at refined qi level. 5. However, in reality, Manzila's true qi cultivation was only at refined qi level 3. It seemed that this was another person whose mental power cultivation had surpassed his true qi cultivation. Xia Ruofei thought to himself. Manzila's situation was quite similar to Xia Ruofei's. Xia Ruofei was the same. In his cultivation career, his spiritual power cultivation was always higher than his genuine qi cultivation, and it was several levels higher. And now, he was a whole realm higher. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had broken through a whole realm and reached the harmonious spirit realm. Although there was a big difference between the two spiritual power, Manzila's spiritual power technique was obviously more special. Moreover, he only needed to defend, so for a short time they were on the same level. This stalemate lasted for 4 to 5 minutes. Young man, give up. Manzila gasped. You can kill me, but you can't break my spiritual defense. There was such a big commotion here just now. The staff of the temple will come over to check soon. You don't have enough time. Unless you kill all the staff of the temple. However, the capital is so close to us. With such a huge commotion, the army will be here soon. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly. To be honest, few workers of the temple could not do anything to him. Even if the Irulii army came, Xia Ruofei would not care about this motley army. Their combat power was not even comparable to the modern mercenary group. They would be chopped into pieces if they came. It was just that Xia Ruofei was not used to killing the innocent. Be it the workers of the temple or the Irulii army, they did not commit such a serious crime. However, Manzila was also very important. It could be said that Xia Ruofei's main target in Africa was the leader of the Mod organization, whose codename was Satan. If he could not get Manzila to talk, he would not be able to find the mastermind behind Song Qiming's assassination. He could not place his hopes on Bassoon, the head of the Dark Shadow team, to get information. What if Bassoon did not know anything, too? Wouldn't the clues be broken? Moreover, there were very few cultivators nowadays. Xia Ruofei was very interested in this African man who had practiced Chinese Taoist techniques. There were also the precious world stones. All of this had to be done with Manzila's permission. Xia Ruofei had a headache. In the current situation, it was impossible to hypnotize Manzila in a short time. In addition, because his spiritual power defense was very strong, Xia Ruofei could not directly put him into the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei squinted his eyes and thought for a while. Soon, he came up with an idea. He grinned at Manzila. And then with a thought, he took out the set of array flags from the spirit map space. Seeing Xia Ruofei pull something out of thin air, Manzila temporarily forgot about his disadvantageous situation. His eyes lit up and he asked, This was taken out from a storage treasure? You actually have a storage treasure? You should be more concerned about your current situation, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. With that, he waved his hand and the array flags immediately floated in different directions, landing in their respective positions. Xia Ruofei picked Manzila up and brought him into the time array flag. This is, Manzila looked at the array flags around him nervously. He soon noticed the difference in the flow of time between the inside and outside. In fact, this was thanks to his careful observation. A leaf outside the window was falling. However, when he entered the range of the array flags, he immediately discovered that the fallen leaf seemed to have stopped in the air. If one observed carefully, they would notice that the leaves were still falling, but the speed of their descent had slowed down by dozens of times, giving off a sense of stillness. You can actually control time. Manzila's shock could not be any greater. Xia Ruofei looked at Manzila and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Satan to have such good eyes." After saying this, Xia Ruofei did not waste any more time. He gathered his spiritual force and pressed it towards Manzila. Manzila quickly resisted with all his might. In fact, Xia Ruofei's idea was very simple. He just wanted to buy more time. What he lacked the most right now was time. If Xia Ruofei was given enough time, Manzila would definitely not be able to hold on. As there was a huge difference in their spiritual power, the total amount of their spiritual power was also very different. Xia Ruofei continued to attack while Manzila's spiritual power was constantly being consumed. Although Xia Ruofei was also consuming his spiritual power, his total amount of spiritual power was much greater than Manzila's. Moreover, he could also use spiritual water to replenish his spiritual power. Under such circumstances, it would be a miracle if Manzila could hold on. The time array flag was to buy time for Xia Ruofei. Within the range of the formation, Xia Ruofei sat on a jade futon and continued to attack Manzila with his spiritual power. This jade futon was from the stone room in the mountain sea realm in the spirit map space. It had a good auxiliary effect on the recovery of spiritual power, so Xia Ruofei simply took it out from the space. Manzila's face became very ugly. He could clearly feel that his mental power was being consumed little by little, and the other party seemed to never know fatigue. And his mental power was pressing on him as if it was free. Manzila soon felt that his spiritual power was a little difficult to continue. At this time, he saw that the fallen leaf was still in the air outside the array, which meant that it could only be outside the array for a breath or two. His only hope had been destroyed, and Manzila's face became quite ugly. He managed to hold on for almost half an hour, and his mental energy was finally close to exhaustion. Manzila felt a dull pain in his head, which was a sign of overexertion. He looked at Xia Ruofei, who was opposite him. The last bit of hope in his heart had disappeared. Xia Ruofei's expression was still very relaxed. It was obvious that he still had a lot of spiritual energy. How could they fight? Manzila closed his eyes bitterly and gave up resisting with his spiritual power. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not let go of such an opportunity. He directly increased the pressure of his spiritual force. Manzila's eyes struggled for a while, and finally became confused and lost its usual spirit. Xia Ruofei did not take the opportunity to put Manzila into the medium, as the environment in the medium was very good. Manzila would be able to recover her spiritual power quickly after she went in, and the external injuries that she had suffered today would probably heal faster. If Xia Ruofei wanted to break through Manzila's spiritual defense line again, he would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Hence, Xia Ruofei kept the time formation flag running while he asked Manzila, "Where did you hide the world stones you collected?" Xia Ruofei's first question was about the world stone. World stone? Manzila was confused. Obviously, Manzila did not know that there was a precious treasure from China in his collection. It's a little like a black stone, but it gives off a very heavy feeling. It should be able to be separated from ordinary stones. Xia Ruofei said, "Think again. Where did you hide the world stone?" Xia Ruofei's simple description allowed Manzila to find the item that fit the criteria. He said, "There's a secret room built in my bedroom. All my things are inside, including a large black stone. It might be very similar to the world stone you're talking about. Xia Ruofei did not notice that Manzila had said big rock. He quickly wrote down Manzila's confession and the password needed to find and open the secret room. He only recorded the information and did not search for it immediately. As the interrogation was still ongoing, Xia Ruofei had many important questions that Manzila had to answer. Xia Ruofei continued, "Tell me about it. Some time ago, you sent out a small group of assassins to assassinate a Huaxia official, Song Qiming. I need to know the instigator of this case, your client, and his detailed information." 2374 Backtrack 1. Manzila had already fallen into a deep state of hypnosis, so he did not have any resistance to Xia Ruofei's question. He said, "The Dark Shadow team has carried out a lot of missions. I can't remember clearly what you said about going to China for a mission, but there are detailed records in the secret room's computer." Xia Ruofei nodded. It was good enough that they could find the source. At the same time, Xia Ruofei felt that it was funny. If Manzila knew that the reason for the fall of the mod organization was because of that assassination mission that he could not even remember, he wondered what expression Manzila would have on his face. Then, Xia Ruofei asked the other two members of parliament from the mod organization about the details of Boulder Douglas, who was in charge of the mercenary group, and the Wizard Basin, who was in charge of the Shadow team. He verified the confessions of Golden Fox Morendo and Snake Boa. Xia Ruofei asked in detail and asked all the questions that he could think of. The hypnotized Manzila also told him everything she knew. In the end, Xia Ruofei decided to throw Manzila into the spirit map space and lock him up in a separate space cage. Manzila, who was in a deep state of hypnosis, did not resist at all and was directly taken into the space. Then, Xia Ruofei walked out of the time formation and took back all the formation flags. Without wasting a second, he walked into Manzila's bedroom on the right. Manzila had already explained the situation in the secret room in detail, so Xia Ruofei went straight to the heavy stone statue in the corner of the bedroom. Xia Ruofei followed Manzila's instructions and turned the stone 90 degrees counterclockwise. After hearing a light crack, he pressed it down slightly. There was a sudden rumbling sound, and the two large cabinets in the bedroom slowly separated to the left and right, revealing a dark entrance on the floor. Xia Ruofei released his spiritual power to investigate as he walked towards the entrance of the secret room. He took a closer look and saw a flight of stairs extending down from the entrance of the cave. Although it was dark inside and he couldn't see clearly, everything was clear under the detection of his spiritual power. Xia Ruofei didn't notice any danger, so he stepped onto the first step. After going down a few steps, the cave entrance was above him. Xia Ruofei reached out and touched the wall. As expected, he saw a bump. Without hesitation, he pressed it down slightly. With a rumbling sound, the hole above them was sealed again. Xia Ruofei was mainly concerned about the commotion caused by the fight with Manzila outside the building where the staff of the temple were staying was not far from the courtyard. It was hard to guarantee that no one would hear the noise and come to check. Now that he had closed the entrance to the secret chamber, he had plenty of time to explore it. Although it was called exploration, it was not really challenging. Because Manzila was under the state of hypnosis, he had already explained everything clearly. He had clearly explained what valuable things were stored in the secret chamber. Xia Ruofei continued to walk down. After the entrance of the cave closed, the tunnel returned to extreme darkness. However, Xia Ruofei's vision was extremely strong. Even without using his spiritual power, he could see clearly under the dim light. After a while, he arrived in front of a heavy iron gate. This iron door was equipped with a password disk, which required a 16-digit password that contained numbers, letters, and even special symbols. The multiple protective measures were originally to better ensure safety. It was just that when this secret chamber was first set up, it was certainly not expected that Satan would one day be captured, and that he would confess all the secrets of this secret chamber without resistance. Under such circumstances, no amount of protection would be of any use. Xia Ruofei entered the password skillfully. As expected, the password dial beeped lightly, indicating that the password was correct. Then, the iron door slowly opened. Behind the metal door was a secret room that was about 40 to 50 square meters in size. Xia Ruofei walked into the secret room. The first thing he did was to walk to one of the corners. At this moment, the sensory jade leaf on his chest was burning hot, and the white realm fox by Ching in the spirit map space was roaring madly. Actually, Xia Ruofei had already noticed the black big rock in the corner of the room the moment he entered. Xia Ruofei was already very familiar with the aura of the realm stone. That black stone was clearly the realm stone. However, it was different from the standard-sized world stone he had in mind. This world stone was so large that it exceeded his expectations. It was the size of a wash basin. If it was really cut into standard-sized pieces, there would probably be dozens of them. Xia Ruofei's breathing became a little rushed, and he was so excited that his body trembled slightly. This unintentional harvest was even more than the world stones he had obtained at Green Travel Immortal Island. The last time he was in Green Travel Immortal Island, he had gone through a lot of hardships and almost lost his life there. In the end, he had only obtained 35 world stones. On the other hand, apart from Manzila, who was a little more difficult to deal with, everything had been smooth on his way back to Arulii. Even Manzila was only a Qi refining level 3 cultivator, so defeating him was not difficult at all. The reason why he had to go through some trouble was mainly to make him talk. Otherwise, it would not be considered a difficult task. It was a surprise to Xia Ruofei that he could actually obtain such a huge world stone from this tour trip to Africa. 2375 Backtrack 2. Xia Ruofei touched the world stone and couldn't help but smile. With a thought, the world stone disappeared from the secret room with a whoosh. In the next moment, the entire realm stone appeared in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei had sealed it up with layers of space cages. He had done this to guard against Bai Qingqing. In reality, without Xia Ruofei's permission, Bai Qingqing would not have been able to break through the barrier between the mountain and sea realm. This was because that barrier involved the foundation of the entire spirit map world. Even if Bai Qingqing's comprehension of space doubled, she would not have been able to break through that barrier. Xia Ruofei did this out of habit. After keeping the most important world stone, Xia Ruofei immediately started to look for the computer that Manzila had mentioned. In fact, he didn't need to look for it, because the laptop was placed on a desk in the secret room, and it was very eye-catching. Xia Ruofei walked to the desk, sat down, and turned on the computer. A few seconds later, the computer entered the system login page. Xia Ruofei entered the system password that he had gotten from Manzila and mumbled to himself, "The computer's configuration is not bad." After entering the system, Xia Ruofei immediately clicked on the skeleton pirate flag icon on the desktop. It was a browser that was developed by the mod organization. There were many talents in the organization, so the development of the browser was not too difficult. This browser was specially developed for the mod organization's intranet. Only through this browser and the hardware Yuki could one log into the internal network of the mod organization. Of course, in the end, they still needed an account password. Different account passwords would also correspond to different privileges. Manzila's account naturally had the highest authority. The first page of the Pirate Flag browser was the internal website of the mod organization. Xia Ruofei entered the password that Manzila had provided and successfully logged into the website. After entering the intranet, Xia Ruofei clicked into the subpage of the Dark Shadow Squad and found the list of tasks without much effort. This list recorded in detail the time, client, transaction amount, completion status, and so on of each business. Xia Ruofei looked through the list carefully. There were not many requests from Huaxia. He quickly found the one that involved the assassination of Song Qiming. The record for this business was also very detailed. The commission was $1 million, and the remarks column had been marked with the word mission failure and listed the losses. The task was entrusted through the internet. It was not surprising that the mod organization had its own internet channel to place orders. In the age of the internet, if they could only accept missions in places like small taverns like in the last century, their business would have been closed long ago. In fact, many assassin organizations had their own internet channels to place orders and collect deposits and commissions through some anonymous bank accounts. They naturally had their own ways to escape the tracking and surveillance of the internet. Xia Ruofei's heart sank when he saw that the order was placed through the internet. This was because the mod organization might not even have detailed information about the client. He frowned and looked at the client column. As expected, the client was called Mr. Liu. Was it Mr. Liu or Mr. Liu? It could also be Mr. Liu. In short, there were many possibilities. But it was obviously a Chinese surname. Of course, this name couldn't be accurate. After all, anyone with a brain would use an alias for such a thing. This is a little troublesome, Xia Ruofei thought as he frowned. He continued to study the information carefully. Suddenly, a column caught his attention. The deposit of the deal was $200,000. Only after receiving the money would the mod organization receive the details of the target and send people to carry out the mission. The $200,000 had been transferred through a Swiss bank account, and the bank account name displayed on the screen was Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He naturally thought of the huge Liu family in the capital. Could it be the Liu family? Xia Ruofei's mind was spinning. He gathered his thoughts and recalled that Song Qiming's incident happened after he started treating Elder Liu. Before that, he basically admitted that he had attacked Liu Haojuan. Although he did not leave any evidence behind, the Liu family would definitely be able to confirm that he was the one who did it. Then, a few days after he treated Elder Liu, Song Qiming was assassinated. Could it be that the Liu family couldn't bear the resentment in their hearts, so they privately sought out the mod organization? But this was also somewhat illogical. Firstly, he had already started treating Old Man Liu. If he were to anger him now, it would not do the Liu family any good. On the other hand, even if the Liu family hated him to the core, why would they go after Song Qiming? Moreover, he had killed Song Qiming directly. This was worth discussing. After all, Song Qiming was not directly related to him. On the contrary, if Song Qiming was really assassinated and the mastermind behind the scenes was exposed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The losses of House Lu's actions completely outdid their gains. Xia Ruofei analyzed for a while. He felt that it was not very reliable to think that the Lu family did it just based on a bank account. After all, it did not seem possible from a motive. What's more, the client's information might be an alias, and the bank account might not be registered with real information. Many banks abroad could even leave their names anonymous, but the security was slightly less. The other party did not recognize people, only tokens. As long as one had the token given by the bank, they could withdraw money, transfer money, and other operations. Even if this information was true, there were too many people with the surname Lu in the world. How could it be related to the Lu family? Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and touched his nose. He didn't expect that he still couldn't find out anything about the mastermind even after investigating to this extent. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, Xia Ruofei's eyes quickly focused on the computer screen. He found another piece of information that might be useful. In addition to providing users with a remote platform to place orders, Mord's internet channel also collected as much user information as possible. Here, he noticed a note next to the client column. An IP address was recorded on it. It was the IP address used by the other party when placing the order. Although this IP was likely to be a meat machine, Xia Ruofei did not plan to let go of this clue. He did a quick check. It was easy to find specific information with this kind of fixed IP. He found that the IP address came from a province in northwest China and was posted on a company's website. Xia Ruofei immediately searched for information on the company and his face darkened. It was a small company controlled by the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Haojuan's face appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. If it was really the Lu family's doing, then Lu Haojuan was undoubtedly the most suspicious. After all, he was the only one who had a bone-deep hatred for Xia Ruofei. Furthermore, he had never known why he had been defeated at the Three Mountains. Now that Xia Ruofei had indirectly admitted to it, the news would definitely reach Lu Haojuan. Lu Haojuan had fallen from being the Lu family's star of hope and God's favored son to his current state, all because of Xia Ruofei. When he heard such news, it was hard to guarantee that he would not lose his mind. As for why he chose to kill Song Qiming, he was not too sure. Xia Ruofei couldn't sit still anymore. He took out a phone from his storage space, entered Zhao Yongjin's number, and dialed it. 2376 Surface of the water, part Zhao Yongjin had prepared this for Xia Ruofei before he left the country the last time. It was for emergency contact. The SIM card was anonymous, and even the phone was custom-made. Zhao Yongjin's father, Zhao Cheng, was a senior leader in the military. The military had a large number of orders for custom-made secret phones every year, so it was not difficult for him to get one or two custom-made phones. After the call was made, Zhao Yongjin picked up after a few rings. There was a hint of worry in his voice. "Brother, did you encounter any trouble?" This phone was prepared for emergency contact. If Xia Ruofei had returned to China, he would not have used this number to contact him. Now that he was using this number, he was most likely still abroad and might have met with some trouble, which was why he was a little anxious. Zhao Yongjin was cautious. Although this custom-made phone was much safer than ordinary phones, it was impossible to completely block all surveillance. After all, there was no absolute in technology. He also knew that Xia Ruofei was using a fake identity to leave the country, so he didn't call out his name. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Brother Zhao, don't be nervous. It's nothing. It's just that there's a sudden situation that I'm not too sure about. I wanted to ask you." Zhao Yongjun let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "You scared me to death. Tell me, what's the matter?" "Brother Zhao," Xia Ruofei asked seriously, "I want to know. Where has Lu Haojuan been sent to after he returned from the Three Mountains?" It wasn't a secret in the circle of rich men in the capital. Zhao Yongjun didn't ask why Xia Ruofei was asking about Lu Haojuan and said, him. After the incident in the Southeast province, he didn't even return to the capital. He was directly sent to the northern Shan province and arranged to stay in a subsidiary of the Lu family enterprise in Chang'an City. Xia Ruofei was stunned and asked, "Brother Zhao, does that mean Lu Haojuan is in Chang'an?" Zhao Yongjun smiled. "I heard that it's not in Chang'an City, but in a very poor county below. Maybe it's to make him reflect on himself. Anyway, I've arranged a very basic position for him. I guess this kid will never have any hope of turning things around in his life." When Xia Ruofei heard that it was in a county below Chang'an City, his eyes narrowed and he quickly asked, "Do you have a specific address and company name?" Zhao Yongjun was taken aback. "You're quite detailed. But I'm not too sure. Who would care about this kind of thing?" Lu Haojuan's incident had become a laughingstock in the circle, so Zhao Yongjun didn't need to deliberately ask around to know the news on the surface, but Zhao Yongjun definitely wouldn't know which county he was sent to, as well as the specific company name and address. He didn't have the time to ask around. However, since Xia Ruofei asked, Zhao Yongjun naturally wouldn't answer with an "I don't know," so he immediately said, "It's not difficult to get this information. If you want to know, I'll call someone to ask." Xia Ruofei said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. And, Brother Zhao, this matter is quite urgent. And this information is very important to me. Can you do it as soon as possible? I'll keep this phone on and wait for your news. Don't worry. When have I ever delayed your matters?" Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "I'll call you back in half an hour." "All right." Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. "Brother Zhao is the best. I'll be waiting for your news then. I'm hanging up." After hanging up the phone, the smile on Xia Ruofei's face disappeared. His expression became cold and distant. Although he did not get any specific information, from the information he had so far, Lu Haojuan was the biggest suspect. The small company that the Lu family controlled was located in Pingan County, one of the poorest counties in Chang'an City. It matched the information provided by Zhao Yongjun perfectly. As for the client's name, Mr. Liu, it was very likely that Lu Haojuan had filled it out casually. After all, Liu and Liu only differed by one letter. If Lu Haojuan was the one who did it, it was unlikely that he would let someone else do it. After all, the impact of the incident was too great. Even if the Lu family and the Song family were not on good terms, if they knew about Lu Haojuan's crazy actions, they would definitely stop him. Maybe he didn't write Liu but Lu at that time, just to hide it from people. However, his methods were too low. He directly logged into the website of the mod organization from the company to place the order, and his IP was tracked. In addition, although the account that paid the deposit was overseas, it was not an anonymous account. This showed that Liu Haojuan's awareness of anti-reconnaissance was quite weak. Of course, all of this was under the premise that Liu Haojuan was the one who had instructed them to do so. As for whether it was him or not, he would be able to confirm it after Zhao Yongjun got the information in 10 minutes. Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Zhao Yongjun to call back. Instead, he pulled open the drawer and took out an identical laptop. The computer just now could only access the internal website of the mod organization and browse the internet, but it did not store any information. 2377 Surfacing. 2. According to Manzila, many valuable things were stored in the laptop that Xia Ruofei had just taken out. The two computers were almost identical. The laptop that Xia Ruofei found in the drawer had the wireless internet access and Bluetooth module removed. The other optical drive only had the function of reading the drive and not recording. As the number one figure in the mod organization, Manzila could be said to know all the secrets of the entire mercenary organization, which were basically stored in this computer. Manzila was actually a very cautious person. This could be seen from the fact that he had never revealed his identity as the leader of the mod organization for so many years. He even used the prominent identity of the High Priest of Aureliai as a cover. Therefore, Manzila was also very careful in terms of information security. This laptop with the wireless internet access module and Bluetooth module removed was used to store confidential information. The reason for removing these modules was naturally to prevent information leakage. It directly isolated the computer from the outside world. When he needed to copy information or install software, he would also directly record the data into a disk for data migration. For this reason, he even changed the CD-ROM drive to an ordinary one with no recording function. This was to prevent Trojan viruses from secretly recording the data on the CD and hiding it. This way, the next time he used the CD on a computer connected to the internet, the Trojan virus would secretly send the stolen information to the designated mailbox through email. If the CD-ROM drive had no recording function, and the use of USB drives and mobile hard drives to reverse data was prohibited, then there would naturally be no such hidden dangers. With such tight security, the things stored in the computer would naturally be very valuable. Among them was the most complete list of all the members of the Mord organization. Of course, the most useful one to Xia Ruofei was undoubtedly the list of members of the Dark Shadow Squad. This was because the Dark Shadow Squad was not like mercenary groups, where they moved as a group most of the time. The Dark Shadow Squad was actually made up of several relatively fixed combat teams. Usually, only one or several teams would be sent for a mission. Basically, the members of the Dark Shadow Squad would not gather together. They were usually scattered all over the country, including Aureliai and some other countries around it, even Europe, Asia, and other places. Without this list, it would be impossible for Xia Ruofei to uproot the Dark Shadow Squad. Once he obtained this list, he would be able to follow the map. This was because the register didn't only record their names, photos, and other information. It also included their hiding places, even their secret codes, and so on. It could be said to be very detailed. With this roster, Xia Ruofei could save a lot of trouble. After Xia Ruofei found the name list, he scanned through it briefly and made a copy of it on the table. He could open it the next time he needed it. Xia Ruofei searched on his computer and found a file named Data Doyle in a deep folder in the system drive. If it was not for Manzila's instructions, Xia Ruofei would not have noticed such a file in the system drive. Xia Ruofei changed the postfix of the file to .docs and double-clicked it. A document was immediately presented in front of Xia Ruofei. This was originally a Word document. But Manzila had deliberately changed the postfix of the document to Doyle and hidden it in a very deep path in the system drive. It could be said that he was extremely cautious. Xia Ruofei glanced at the document, and his eyes lit up. The document wasn't big, only one page, but the contents of this page were worth thousands of gold. The document recorded more than a dozen accounts of various sizes and the corresponding passwords. Most of these accounts were opened in Switzerland, where the banking industry was the most developed, and they came from 6 or 7 different banks. In addition to the account number and password, the document also noted the reservation information of each bank in detail. When transferring money, many banks would need to check the reservation information to ensure the safety of the client's property. Xia Ruofei immediately pulled out another laptop and found the website of one of the banks from the browser's folder. After opening the URL, he quickly entered the login page. After Xia Ruofei logged in with the account password recorded in the document, he checked the balance of the anonymous account and found that there were $6 million in it. In fact, all the accounts and passwords recorded in that document were real and valid. The money that the Mod organization, or Manzila, had saved over the years, was all stored in these banks. Now that the leader of the Mod group, Manzila, had become Xia Ruofei's prisoner, Manzila's things naturally became Xia Ruofei's spoils. Hence, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately operated on the internet, and the $6 million was transferred into Xia Ruofei's overseas bank account. After the transaction, Xia Ruofei followed the document and opened the second bank's website. Check the balance. Transfer. Then, it was the third account, the fourth account. Xia Ruofei was happily harvesting Manzila's assets. In a short while, Xia Ruofei logged into the bank for all the accounts and passwords recorded in the document. Then, he transferred all the money to his own account, not leaving even a cent. After the money had been transferred to more than 10 accounts, Xia Ruofei did a rough calculation. Just this alone, he had almost more than $1 billion in his account. Just one account alone contributed more than $200 million, and the other accounts ranged from millions to tens of millions. After Xia Ruofei had transferred all the money, he was still a little unsatisfied. He mumbled to himself, "It's still those who do business without capital who are rich. Why don't you have a few more accounts? I will definitely work for several days and nights without feeling tired." Xia Ruofei even wondered if he should look for more criminal organizations that were full of evil to deal with. If all the foreign organizations were as rich as the Mord organization, it wouldn't take long for them to become a billionaire in US dollars. Of course, Xia Ruofei was just thinking about it. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to destroy so many criminal organizations. Besides, he did not have the energy to care about it. All in all, Xia Ruofei was more inclined to take things slow and steady, using reasonable and legal means to develop his career. After reaping the profits, Xia Ruofei didn't wait for long before Zhao Yongjun called. "Brother, I've already asked around for you," Zhao Yongjun said. After Lu Haojuan left Sanshan, he was sent directly to Pinggan County, Chang'an City in the Baixia province. There's a company called Yuanqing Trading Company there. In fact, it's a subsidiary company controlled by the Lu family. Strictly speaking, it's a Sun company. The controlling party is a subsidiary company of the Liu family enterprise. It's very small and unremarkable. Liu Haojuan was arranged to be the deputy manager of that trading company. I've already texted you the address and information, you can check it yourself. Xia Ruofei heard a message notification when he answered the phone. He must have received a message from Zhao Yongjun. Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed as he said, "Brother Zhao, thank you. You've done me a great favor. I'll treat you to a drink later." "Ha ha ha. You're too polite," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. Considering that Xia Ruofei was hiding his identity and moving around overseas, Zhao Yongjun didn't talk much with Xia Ruofei and hung up the phone. Xia Ruofei's expression had turned extremely cold. He didn't even need to check the address message from Zhao Yongjun to confirm that the mastermind behind this Mr. Liu was Liu Haojuan. 2378 African Cultivators. 1. Xia Ruofei had checked the client's IP address recorded by the mod organization and found out that it was the Yuanqing Trading Company located in Pinggan County. How could there be a company with the exact same name in such a poor county? Not to mention, in a place with an average annual income of less than $10,000, who could afford to pay $1 million to buy the life of a leader in another province thousands of miles away? Moreover, from the transfer information, the person's surname was most likely Liu, and Liu Haojuan happened to work in this company. With so much information combined, if they still couldn't lock onto Liu Haojuan, how many coincidences would happen that had a low probability of happening? But even so, Xia Ruofei still looked at the address Zhao Yongjun sent. There was no mistake. It was exactly the same as the address he had found through IP tracing. Liu Haojuan. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself coldly, his eyes filled with unconcealed, killing intent. At this moment, Liu Haojuan, who was thousands of miles away in northwest China, sneezed for no reason and felt a chill all over his body. Liu Haojuan was sitting in a simple-looking office. He mumbled to himself with a gloomy expression, "The weather in this godforsaken place is really... It's all that little bastard Xia Ruofei's fault. Motherfucker. The killer organization that Liu Hua recommended was not reliable at all. And they even called themselves the Blade of Africa. You took my money and messed things up. Fuck." The Temple of Arulii, in the underground secret room of the High Priest Manzila's residence. Xia Ruofei calmed himself down and kept the two laptops into the medium. Then, he swept through the secret room again and found many valuable things. It was similar to what he had found at Golden Fox Metatron's place yesterday. There was gold, diamonds, and some cash, worth about $3 to $4 million. Xia Ruofei didn't count them carefully and just kept them all in the spirit map space. Then, Xia Ruofei thought for a while, and with a thought, he grabbed Manzila out of the space cage and threw him on the ground. Manzila's face was filled with fear. He panted heavily while looking at Xia Ruofei with respect. After being put into the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei stopped his spiritual hypnosis, so he quickly woke up and realized his situation. Unlike other people, Manzila was already a practitioner. His practice theory was not systematic, and he spent most of his time fumbling around by himself. However, he still had some understanding of practice, so he could immediately feel that the concentration of spiritual energy in the environment was extremely high. Then, he found himself trapped in an extremely small and invisible cage. As a cultivator, Manzila's shock at this time was simply indescribable. In his opinion, this was the masterpiece of the legendary supermaster who had mastered the laws of space. When he thought about the young man's powerful fighting strength and his terrifying hypnotism technique, Manzila's heart sank to the bottom. Memories of the time when he was hypnotized could not be erased. He could still remember them after the event. Of course, he remembered that after he was hypnotized, he spilled everything he knew to Xia Ruofei without any hesitation. He would not even reveal the top secret information that he would not reveal when he was sleeping. In Manzila's eyes, this was simply the work of a god. However, he still did not know why this mysterious Eastern high-level cultivator came all the way here to find trouble with him. From the way the other party had hypnotized him, it was likely that the mod organization had carried out a mission to assassinate Song Qiming. This Eastern cultivator must have a very close relationship with the target Song Qiming. Those idiots. He dared to accept any mission. Why don't you check the basic situation of the target in advance? Manzila could not help but curse in Aureliai's dialect. Just as Manzila was gritting his teeth and cursing the dark shadow squad, he suddenly felt his body become sluggish. Then, he felt the world spinning around him. After a moment of dizziness, he realized that he was in a secret chamber. Standing in front of him was a smiling Xia Ruofei. Manzila looked at the mess on the floor and knew that the other party must have taken everything away. He clearly remembered how he cooperated with Xia Ruofei's questions. There were even a few times when Xia Ruofei did not think about it, but he took the initiative to tell him everything. For example, the 2 laptops, or the file with the bank account password that he had hidden in more than 10 banks. He was the one who took the initiative to tell Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had only casually asked if there were any valuable items in the secret room, and he had confessed everything one by one, as if he was taking credit for it. That was all the wealth that had accumulated over the years. Manzila felt that his heart was bleeding. At the same time, he also felt a deep sense of despair. The other party's absolute strength was much higher than his. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Moreover, his hands and feet were all broken, and he had no strength to fight at all. Xia Ruofei had obviously gotten what he wanted. So, should he kill her to silence her? Thinking of this, Manzila could not help but shiver. If he were to be killed here, it would take a long time for the people outside to find him. Only he knew the details of this secret room. Even his confidant, Bok, only knew that he had set up a very safe secret room in his residence, but he didn't know the exact location or the password to open it. 2379 African cultivator. Therefore, if he died here, it meant that there was no possibility for his body to be buried. His body would gradually rot in this dark underground secret room, and in the end, he might become a skeleton. Manzila thought in fear. Just then, Xia Ruofei spoke. I still have a few questions to ask you, he said indifferently. Please ask. Manzila quickly replied. Ask away. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You're actually using Chinese idioms. It seems like your Chinese isn't as bad as you said. After teasing him, Xia Ruofei immediately said seriously, I have to hypnotize you before I ask you questions. Otherwise, who knows if you will deliberately use false information to disrupt my thoughts? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare, Manzila said in fear and trepidation. He had completely lost the reserved manner of the leader of the Mord organization and the high priest of Aureliai. It's your business whether you dare or not. I definitely won't take such a risk. Xia Ruofei said, so, you have two choices now. One is to continue resisting, and the other is to cooperate and enter the state of hypnosis as soon as possible. Manzila pondered for a moment and sighed, all right. You can hypnotize me, I promise I won't resist. Manzila had also let it go. Anyway, even if he resisted with all his might, he would not be able to escape in the end. Moreover, he was still injured and could not escape at all. Instead of being tortured by the other party's mental strength and then hypnotizing him after his mental strength was exhausted, it was better to cooperate and suffer less. A wise man submits to circumstances. Xia Ruofei smiled. Then, he walked to Manzila and said, I'm going to start the hypnosis. Remember, don't try to resist. I know, Manzila said in frustration. Xia Ruofei then followed the spiritual hypnotism technique and used all his spiritual power to cover Manzila. As expected, Manzila did not resist. Xia Ruofei easily hypnotized him. Xia Ruofei checked Manzila's condition and confirmed that he was really hypnotized. He then asked, Manzila, how did you learn our Chinese martial arts? Our mercenaries found a cave in a valley in South Sudan Sitten. Inside, Manzila immediately replied. As Manzila explained, Xia Ruofei roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. The cave in South Sudan Sitten should be the abode of a cultivator. As for why this cultivator came to the distant continent of Africa to open up an abode to cultivate, it was unknown. However, it was certain that this cultivator must have existed for a long time, because the protective barrier he had set up was already in ruins. A group of ordinary people without any cultivation foundation had actually broken the protective barrier with the attack of firearms. There were some things left behind by the cultivator in the cave, including a cultivation technique, a few medicinal pills, and the black big stone. The mercenaries found that there was an invisible barrier in the cave and bombarded it several times before it was blown open. They thought that there must be something valuable inside, but they did not expect that there was only a book, a few porcelain bottles, and a black big stone. In the end, all these gains were handed over to Manzila, who was already the leader of the mod organization. At first, Manzila did not take these gains seriously, until one time he mistakenly took a pill, and his whole body was extremely hot. Finally, he mistakenly tried according to the meridian circulation diagram drawn in the manual, and actually succeeded. After the successful training, Manzila could clearly feel the change in his physique and the increase in his strength. Only then did he realize how precious these spoils of war were. Thus, he couldn't wait to start cultivating. However, the manual was written in Chinese, so he couldn't just look at the pictures. So Manzila started to learn Chinese again. It was just that the Chinese he learned now was very different from the classical Chinese used by the ancient people. He had suffered a lot and really translated the text of the cultivation method into a Ruolei's text. However, no one knew how accurate this was. What made Manzila even more mad was that those mercenaries did not pay much attention to this thing at the beginning, especially this martial arts book full of foreign characters. No one would treat it as a treasure. There was actually a guy who could not find any paper in the wild and tore 2 pages to use. Therefore, this cultivation technique was missing 2 pages. Under such circumstances, Manzila's cultivation was still fine, and he had even reached refined Qi level 3. His spiritual power was even higher, which was a miracle. Of course, This also meant that Manzila was very likely to be a cultivation genius, and his talent was definitely very suitable for cultivation. Otherwise, how could he have stepped into the third level of the qi refining realm with just a book that was missing 2 pages, a half-baked translation of the cultivation method, a few bottles of medicinal pills, and the fact that he had missed the best age to practice? He probably wouldn't even be able to cross the gates of cultivation. With the increase in his cultivation, Manzila felt that the power he could control was even more powerful. Especially after his mental power increased, he found that he actually had the ability to take things from a distance, which made him even more fanatical about cultivation. In order to carry forward the cultivation method from the mysterious East, Manzila also selected a few people as a high priest and taught them the cultivation method. The high priest's identity was a bit mysterious, so it was appropriate to use this identity to do this. However, the physique for cultivation was 1 in 100 or even 1 in 1,000. Not to mention, there was a certain difference between the physique of African people and Chinese people. There were even fewer people with the talent for cultivation. Therefore, in the past few years, only Dhaka had barely stepped into the door of cultivation. The teachings of other students had eventually come to an end. Hence, Manzila began to train Dhaka and sent him to China to study. He also gave him a very glorious mission to search for ancient Chinese books, especially those related to Taoist health cultivation. He wanted as many as he could find. When Dhaka was studying in China, and after he started working, he bought a lot of ancient books for Manzila. This time, he learned from the internet that someone in China was selling an ancient book that was said to be an immortal cultivation technique. He immediately flew from Arulai to Ethiopia and flew to China. He traded it at a very high price. Of course, the money was Manzi's. It was a pity that cultivation techniques could not be bought on the market. In the end, Manzila came with hope and left in disappointment. After Xia Ruofei heard Manzila's story, he was dumbfounded. How could he become a third qi layer cultivator like this? This talent was a little too awesome. He had grabbed Manzila out of the space to ask him about cultivation. It seemed that the so-called African black cultivators had actually inherited the legacy of the Huasha cultivators. It was likely that there were no real cultivators on the African continent. After Xia Ruofei had clarified, he threw Manzila back into the medium. He also used his mental power to carefully search the secret room. Then, he took out the spirit map scroll. Xia Ruofei was prepared to use the secret room, which was a hidden and safe place, to enter the spirit map space. This time, they had captured quite a number of prisoners, and these people were all locked up in the space cage. He had already been locked up for a day. If he continued, he might really drive a few of them crazy. This was his free labor, and he couldn't waste it. Xia Ruofei stuffed the spirit map scroll into a hidden corner and entered the spirit map space. 2380, taking in the captives. 1. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space, Bao Gue Jun, Qian Gue Yu, and the others were working hard in the herb garden. They had been following China's time in the space. It was now 3 in the afternoon in Arulai, which was about 90 in the morning in China. It was the morning working time. After Xia Ruofei entered the medium, Xia Qing immediately told Bao Gue Jun and the others to continue with their work. He flashed in front of Xia Ruofei and called out respectfully, "Master, you're here." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Are the mobile houses in place? This time, I've sent you a lot of manpower. You have to arrange and manage them well. Yes. Thank you, master. Xia Qing said as she bowed slightly. Although Xia Ruofei had captured more than 100 people in the past 2 days and locked them in small spatial cages, these spatial cages could be placed anywhere in this vast space, including high up in the sky. As long as Xia Ruofei didn't want them to be discovered, no one in this space would be able to find them, including Xia Qing and Bai Qingqing. Even though Bai Qingqing could feel that the space fluctuations were different, she could not see what was going on inside the space cage. In terms of understanding of the laws of space, Xia Ruofei was definitely not as good as Bai Qingqing. However, in this world, he could be said to be invincible. This was his absolute control over the spirit map space. Hence, even though there was such a huge commotion outside, and Xia Ruofei had captured so many people, Xia Qing and Bao Guijun did not notice at all. Xia Ruofei reached out his hand and grabbed something in the air. Figures suddenly appeared in the sky and fell down, even temporarily covering the sky. Bao Guijun and the others, who were working, were dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. The new captives that Xia Ruofei had just captured were scared out of their wits. They waved their hands and legs in the air in vain, but they could not find any place to hold on to. Their ears were filled with the sound of the wind and they could see the green earth approaching them quickly. Most of these prisoners were captured from the training camp in the town of Basoko. Many of them were unconsciously captured in their sleep, and after waking up, they were trapped in such a narrow and monotonous space for more than a day. Many of them were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Now that he had finally come out, he found that his situation seemed to be even worse. He was going to be smashed into meat patties. Many people closed their eyes in despair. However, at this moment, they felt a gentle force supporting their bodies, and then their falling momentum immediately slowed down, slowly landing on the ground. Many people's legs went soft, and they couldn't stand at all, falling directly to the ground. Bao Guijun and the others all stopped what they were doing. It wasn't that they were slacking off, but that their brains had almost stopped thinking. They were completely dumbfounded. Bao Guijun and the others could tell from the clothes of these newcomers that they were from the Barsoko town training camp because Bao Guijun and the others had also come from there. Moreover, that night, Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue were taken to the outside world by Xia Ruofei to act as temporary interpreters. They could more or less guess what had happened. However, they did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so fierce. Looking at the scale, he must have wiped out the entire secret training camp in Basoko town. The sharp-eyed Qian Guiyu even noticed the person in charge of the training camp, the Golden Fox Metatron, in the crowd. After these people landed, they discovered that their bodies were bound by an invisible force, and they could not move freely. Xia Ruofei glanced at them, then reached out his hand and grabbed Manzila out of the crowd. Manzila saw Xia Ruofei's grab with his own eyes. He remembered that he had just performed the grab in front of Xia Ruofei. Although it was both the use of spiritual power, Manzila had to admit that his performance was really child's play when compared with Xia Ruofei's. Xia Ruofei pointed at Manzila and said to Xia Qing, "This person's hands and feet are broken. Treat him a little. Don't use too good of a medicine, just use the ready-made herbs planted in our medicine garden. Whether he can be cured or not will depend on his luck." The scale of Xia Ruofei's herb garden continued to expand. Other than the herbs needed to produce the jade skin cream and the heart-nourishing soup, some common herbs were also planted. It was not difficult for Xia Qing to use the herbs produced in the interspace to make some medicine. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not worried that Manzila would become disabled. It would be a waste of food to deal with a level 3 qi cultivator in such an environment with rich spiritual energy. If he could not even deal with such a small injury, then his cultivation would have been in vain. Yes, Master, Xia Qing said. Not far from the edge of the herb garden, Bao Guijun and the others were curiously observing the situation. They were also chatting in low voices. Who's that old man? He looked so pitiful. My limbs are broken. He must have done something bad and was caught by Master. Looking at his wrinkled face, he shouldn't be young. Can he really survive in this place? Although Bao Guijun and the others spoke softly, they could not hide from Xia Ruofei's ears. 2381 Taking in the captives. 2. He glanced over indifferently, and Bao Guijun and the others quickly went back to work, afraid that their master would be unhappy because they were lazy. Xia Ruofei felt like laughing. If Bao Guijun and the rest knew that the old man they were teasing was their former boss, the highest leader of the mod organization, what would their reaction be? However, it was unlikely that he would be afraid. After all, everyone's status was the same here. Furthermore, Manzila did not look like he was very strong, even though he could kill 10 people in seconds when he was up against an opponent like Bao Guijun. Bao Guijun and the others didn't recognize the famous Satan, but there was one person in the crowd who definitely recognized him. It was none other than the man Xia Ruofei had caught in his manner, the viper, Bok. He was in a complicated mood. After being hypnotized by Xia Ruofei, he did not hesitate to reveal Satan's identity, his hiding place, and other key information. After waking up, he could still remember everything that happened during the period of hypnosis, so he was very clear that he was the one who betrayed Manzila. As a matter of fact, the only person who knew Manzila's identity was Mr. Bok, so the crowd did not make any noise and instead looked at the kind-looking old man. Meanwhile, Buaker hid himself in the crowd. He hoped that Manzila would never find him, because he was filled with guilt and regret, and he felt too ashamed to face his boss. Manzila himself had lost all of his drive. He said, "Thank you. By the way, Sukai should be your alias, right? How should I address you?" After Xia Ruofei entered the medium, he returned to his original appearance. However, as a practitioner, Manzila had long discovered that the aura of this yellow-skinned, black-eyed Asian man was almost exactly the same as that of the Siamese Susai who had easily defeated him. In other words, the two were the same person. Manzila also quickly determined that this was the real face of the person in front of him. It was most likely a disguise, because Xia Ruofei now had absolute control and did not have to worry about his identity being exposed. Xia Ruofei smiled. "My surname is Xia. You can call me Mr. Xia." "Yes, Mr. Xia," Manzila said respectfully. Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at the group of captives. Some of the captives had seen Xia Ruofei before, but now that he had changed back to his original appearance, they could not recognize him. Most of them were caught in their sleep and did not know who had tricked them. Even so, everyone knew very well that their fate was in the hands of this young man in front of them. In addition, the faintly discernible sharp aura that Xia Ruofei was exuding made these captives very reverent. No one dared to look him in the eye. The corner of Xia Ruofei's mouth curved up slightly. With a thought, his entire body was lifted up by the invisible force of space. With a whoosh, He stopped firmly in the air as if he was standing on flat ground. Xia Ruofei looked down at the group of captives. In the eyes of the captives, he was as majestic as a god. He said indifferently, I'm Xia Ruofei, from Huaxia in the east. From the moment you were captured, I was your master. Xia Ruofei spoke in English. The people in the modern training camp came from all over the world, and English was the international language. Most of the people present could understand it. The few who could only speak Arulai were naturally confused and did not know what Xia Ruofei was talking about. However, Xia Ruofei did not mind. After all, there were only a few people who did not understand. After they came down, they could ask each other and they would know what they had said today. In fact, there were already some captives who understood Arulai's local language and were translating for the people around them in a low voice. Xia Ruofei did not speak very fast. This was to give those who were not good at English some time to understand. He continued, the place that everyone is in right now is my personal little space. You can also think of it as a paradise that is isolated from the world. In short, from today onwards, you will work for me here in exchange for living supplies. Xia Ruofei's words also fell into the ears of Bao Guijun and the others. They were all slightly shocked. In fact, their experience in the space had made them have this guess, especially Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue. They had been to the outside world and found themselves outside of Basoko town. This meant that the owner of this small space could carry it with him wherever he went. But after hearing Xia Ruofei's confirmation, Bao Guijun and the others couldn't help but have a different feeling. They knew that it was basically impossible to escape from this place in this lifetime. Fortunately, they had been intimidated by Xia Ruofei's strength and had no intention of running away. Hence, they did not have a mental breakdown. However, the captives weren't so calm. After hearing this, many of them couldn't help crying. Xia Ruofei glanced at everyone indifferently and shouted, quiet down. Other than being isolated from the outside world, this place is basically full of benefits. For example, the environment is unique and far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Xia Ruofei continued, if you live here for a long time, your body will get better and better. You won't have to wander around and live a life of blood. As long as you work hard and obey master's orders, you'll be able to live a comfortable life without any danger. After saying this, Xia Ruofei paused and observed the expressions of the captives. These 4 words described Xuanji as someone who had lost their parents. He continued, everyone has the right to choose. Those who choose to stay, I welcome you. People who don't want to work for me. When the captives heard this, they couldn't help but reveal a look of hope. Could it be that those who were unwilling to stay could regain their freedom? It was said that the Chinese army had a tradition of giving preferential treatment to captives during wartime. Those who were willing to stay were given uniforms and weapons so that they could join the battle. Those who were unwilling to stay were separated on good terms. Sometimes, they were even given a small travel fee. However, these people were destined to be disappointed and even desperate. How could Xia Ruofei give up on a piece of fat meat in front of his mouth? Furthermore, Xia Ruofei did not hide his name at all, nor did he hide the fact that everyone was in a small space. How could he risk the secret of the spirit map and painting being leaked and release the captive? Xia Ruofei paused for a moment and continued, for those who don't want to work for me, I'm very willing to give you a one-way ticket to heaven. Those who are unwilling to work in exchange for survival can take a step forward. Faced with Xia Ruofei's undisguised murderous intent, everyone could not help but shrink back and feel a wave of despair. It was better to live than to die. These mercenaries who believed in money, who would be so stupid as to give up their lives than to surrender to the enemy? Hence, after Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he waited for a while. In the end, no one stood up. Very good. Everyone has made a very wise choice, Xia Ruofei said, satisfied. His expression said, I didn't force you, it's your own choice, which made the captives feel angry and funny at the same time. What was the difference between such a choice and not having a choice? Next, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, since you've chosen to stay, then you must follow the rules here. My rules here are simple, basically, to trade labor for survival. As long as you put in enough labor, you can get survival supplies. Another important point was to obey. It was absolute obedience. Anyone who disobeyed orders would be killed without question. Your supervisor will inform you of the specific rules. Xia Ruofei nodded to Xia Qing. Xia Qing immediately understood and stood up beside Xia Ruofei. She also stood in the air. This is your supervisor, Xia Qing. From now on, you will listen to his commands, Xia Ruofei said. 2382 Establishing might. 1. Seeing another person who could fly, the captives were almost numb. Of course, what followed was despair, and they couldn't even have the heart to resist. Naturally, the captives did not know that the manager Xia, besides Xia Ruofei, was not a person of flesh and blood. After Xia Qing got Xia Ruofei's permission, she said, with a cold expression, everyone, split into 5 groups. Bao Guijun, the 5 of you will be promoted to group leaders. Each of you will lead a group. Speaking of this, Xia Qing pondered for a moment and said, team leaders are mainly in charge of management. Their basic points are 30% higher than normal team members. Xia Qing could only speak Chinese. Xia Ruofei saw this and said to Manzila, Manzila, you'll be in charge of translating for manager Xia. Yes. Manzila did not dare to neglect, and quickly translated Xia Qing's words into English. Even though his hands and feet were broken and he could not stand, he was still a level 3 qi refining cultivator. His voice was full of energy, and everyone present could hear him clearly. Bao Guijun and the first batch of free laborers were surprised and happy. They didn't expect to have such a benefit when they were first caught. They quickly said with tears of gratitude, thank you, Manager Xia. Only then did the captives notice Bao Guijun and the other 4 people standing in the herb garden. Bao Guijun and the others belonged to the Dark Shadow Squad, the higher-ups of Modalike. Manzila and Bope didn't know them at all. The new recruits of the training camp didn't know who these 5 people were. On the other hand, the person in charge of the training camp, Metatron, as well as the instructors and guards who were stationed at the training camp, had some impression of them. Mirando immediately realized that the extermination of the Mord organization by the powerful Eastern Immortals was most likely the doing of Bao Guijun and his men. He couldn't help but reveal a murderous look. Bao Guijun and the others also felt the killing intent from Metatron. They couldn't help but shrink their necks subconsciously. Metatron was notorious in the organization. The Modder training camp was not an ordinary camp. The prospective mercenaries trained here did not have any human rights protection. Beating, scolding, and physical punishment were common. Even when Metatron was in a bad mood, it was common for him to kill people. In particular, All the mercenaries had to undergo anti-interrogation training. This training was to take turns as prisoners and face all kinds of torture from the training camp instructors. This was to train their tolerance to torture. Mercenaries who had undergone strict anti-interrogation training would even develop a certain resistance to some nerve drugs. However, there was no doubt that this training was a nightmare for everyone. The anti-interrogation training in the training camp was personally handled by Mirando. Metatron's mind seemed to be twisted. Every time he saw his students being tortured to death, he felt an inexplicable joy. Therefore, most of the people who left the training camp would have a certain amount of psychological trauma, especially when they saw Metatron. They would subconsciously feel a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Xia Ruofei, who was standing in the sky, naturally noticed this detail immediately. He furrowed his brows and grabbed at the air, pulling Metatron out of the crowd and into the air. Metatron was so scared that he almost peed. Only then did he realize that he was no longer a high-ranking member of the mod organization. And this was no longer his training camp. He was now a prisoner. Xia Ruofei said coldly, "I don't care who you were in the past. Whether it's the higher-ups of the mod organization or the new recruits who haven't left the training camp, they're all the same to me. They're all laborers. If any of you dare to make a fuss, I don't mind breaking this thorn off. Do you understand?" Yes, the captives saw Xia Ruofei's methods and didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Metatron's limbs were frozen stiff, afraid that the force that was holding him down would disappear. If that were the case, how could he still be alive after falling from a height of more than 10 meters? Xia Ruofei then said coldly to Metatron, "I don't want there to be a second time, understand?" "I understand. I understand," Mirando said in a trembling voice. Xia Ruofei then waved his hand and threw Metatron down. "Arg!" Metatron screamed in fear. He was getting faster and faster, and the ground was getting closer and closer. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest, and he was almost suffocating. Just as he was about to touch the ground, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and used some strength to support him. Even so, he still landed firmly on the ground. Mirando felt a slight warmth between his legs. The sharp-eyed captives around him had already noticed that the once high and mighty person in charge of the training camp had wet his pants. The captives around Mirando sneaked away from him, mainly because they couldn't stand the stench. Xia Ruofei glanced at the captives, and with a thought, the captives felt an irresistible force. They could not help but be moved by this force. When this force disappeared, the captives found that they had been divided into 5 distinct groups, each group with 22 to 23 people. 2383 establishing might, too, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, starting from my left, it's the 1st to the 5th groups. Bao Guijun. You are the leader of the 1st group. Qian Guiyu, Team 2 leader, Huang Rujue, Team 3 leader, yes. Yes. Bao Guijun and the others saw Xia Ruofei rubbing Metatron casually and felt as if their inner demons had been removed. When Xia Ruofei personally appointed them as the team leader, they all felt proud and elated. They walked out of the herb garden and stood in front of the group they were in charge of. Bao Guijun also realized that Metatron, who had been giving him a fierce look, was in his group. He wondered if Xia Ruofei had arranged it on purpose. Anyway, Bao Guijun felt good. He didn't have the fear from the bottom of his heart anymore. On the contrary, now that Mirando had become an ordinary worker under him, he felt like a serf who had turned over and was singing. He even wanted to settle the scores with Mirando in his usual work. After Xia Ruofei had divided the ingredients, he nodded to Xia Qing, indicating for him to continue. Xia Qing bowed to Xia Ruofei and then said loudly, "I hope that everyone will remember what Master said just now. No matter what you used to do, you only have one identity here, and that is to be a laborer. Whoever does something that is not in line with their status will be severely punished." Then, Xia Qing assigned a mobile temporary house to each group. Each mobile temporary building had 2 floors. These free laborers lived in 2 rooms on the upper floor. Each room had about 10 people, so over 100 people could be easily accommodated in 5 mobile temporary buildings. There were still more than 20 mobile temporary houses left empty. Xia Ruofei would continue to capture people into the medium in the future, and they would slowly come in handy. Xia Qing also briefly announced the rules of the labor team. Of course, she didn't mention any details. She just left it to Bao Guijun and the other team leaders to teach them. After that, it was time to distribute the supplies. Everyone had a set of bedding, 2 sets of coarse clothes, a set of basic daily necessities, and a set of labor tools. Some of the supplies were purchased by Xia Ruofei before he left the country. They were all piled up in the empty mobile room. Some were collected from the training camp, such as bedding. These people had a set each in the dormitory of the training camp. Besides that, there were many spare supplies in the warehouse. Xia Ruofei had kept them as spoils of war and continued to distribute them to them for use. Bao Guijun and the others got into their roles quickly. Some of them were in charge of distributing clothes and registering the names, while others were maintaining order. These people were mainly made up of the prospective mercenaries from the secret training camp in Basoko town. They were already under military management, and with Xia Ruofei and Xia Qing's deterrence, no one dared to cause trouble, and the scene was also very orderly. Soon, everyone received their own supplies and stood in line again. While distributing the supplies, Xia Ruofei told Xia Qing some things, mainly about personnel management. For example, the labor team now had more than 100 people and would continue to expand in the future, so they had to establish a multi-level management system as soon as possible. It was also best to set up a canteen and select prisoners with experience in this area to be responsible for cooking. Of course, the food given to these free laborers was certainly not big fish and meat. It was enough to ensure the energy needed for their daily survival, and they did not need particularly good cooking skills. In addition, it was best to refer to military management for the management of so many people. For example, they would train in line every morning, take attendance at night to comment on the day's work, and have an emergency gathering from time to time. These were all to train their awareness of obedience. There was also an incentive system, such as a moving red flag. Every day, every week, and every month, the most active groups and individuals would be selected, and a certain number of points would be awarded. He believed that once the captives understood the role of points, this system would play a great role. This was what Xia Ruofei had experienced every day during his military service, so he could handle this kind of management with ease. Xia Qing had never doubted or hesitated about Xia Ruofei's words. He would firmly carry out whatever his master said, so he took Xia Ruofei's words very seriously and wrote them down. By the time Xia Ruofei finished giving his orders, Bao Guijun and the others had already finished distributing the supplies. After asking for Xia Qing's permission, Bao Guijun and the others led their team members into the mobile temporary houses that were allocated to them and settled down. The captives had all entered the mobile building, and Manzila, who was still lying on the ground, was quite conspicuous. His arms and legs were broken, and he could not even move. Besides, Xia Ruofei had not counted him in when dividing the groups. It was as if he had been forgotten. It was only then that Xia Ruofei brought Xia Qing down from the sky and walked to Manzila's side. Xia Ruofei said to Xia Qing, "You'll manage this person alone. First, treat his injuries. After he's fully recovered, you can assign him some physical work that consumes more energy. This guy is a third Qi layer cultivator, and his spiritual power cultivation is higher." Xia Ruofei naturally spoke to Xia Qing in Chinese, and Manzila also understood Chinese. He quickly said, "Manager Xia, don't worry. I'm very strong, so you can tell me what to do. But you have to wait until my injuries are better." Xia Qing nodded indifferently and didn't say anything. Xia Ruofei's eyes were fixed on Manzila for half a minute. Manzila was a little scared by Xia Ruofei's gaze and could not help but lower her head, not daring to look at Xia Ruofei. At this moment, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "You secretly cultivated for 3 minutes and 36 seconds, just now, ah?" Manzila looked at Xia Ruofei in shock. He had indeed been cultivating for a while, mainly because the spiritual energy here was too rich. He couldn't hold it in. Moreover, his injuries were quite serious, and absorbing some spiritual energy would be beneficial to his recovery. However, even Manzila himself did not know the exact time of the training. He only knew that it might be 3 to 4 minutes. Manzila did not expect Xia Ruofei to know exactly how long he had been cultivating. For, even though he did not look at him, Xia Ruofei stared into Manzila's eyes and said, "I'm the master of this space. It's impossible to hide from me that the spiritual qi here hasn't increased or consumed a single bit. At the same time, I'm the owner of this place, and everything here is my personal property, including the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that fills this space. Do you understand?" Manzila lowered his head in guilt and said, "In fear, I understand. I didn't know your rules just now. Please forgive me," Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, "Of course I'll forgive you. It's your first time after all. And I didn't have time to emphasize it to you. I'm telling you now, if I find you again, I'll throw you into a cage and feed you to the bees. Don't try to get lucky, Xia Qing, and I can't hide the change in the spiritual qi here. You're the only cultivator among the laborers. As long as there's a loss of spiritual energy, it must be you. We'll catch you one by one." "I don't dare," Manzila quickly replied. He didn't dare. "I won't dare to do it again." He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that the matter of cultivation was coming to an end. For a long time in the future, or even for the rest of his life, he would not be able to cultivate. It was a pity that his magical cultivation technique and his own cultivation would soon be wasted. Manzila cherished his life very much, so he did not dare to take the risk to cultivate in secret. Besides, he believed Xia Ruofei's words without a doubt. Xia Ruofei had just used his actions to prove that he had the ability to monitor the changes in the spiritual energy at all times. 2384, Continue to hunt. 1. Although the spirit qi in the spirit map space was rich, if too much spirit qi was consumed, the foundation of the space would be damaged. Especially the higher the cultivation, the more spiritual energy was needed for each cultivation. And in this space, unlike the outside world, where only two fixed time periods could be cultivated, one could absorb spiritual energy 24 hours a day here. If one cultivated without restraint, no matter how rich the spiritual energy was, it would not be able to withstand such consumption. Xia Ruofei himself could not bear to cultivate in there for a long time. Of course, he would not allow Manzila to do so. Otherwise, if he captured Manzila into the origin space, he would not be doing hard labor, but would be rewarded. To any cultivator, this was undoubtedly the legendary paradise. If he could really cultivate here, he might not even be willing to leave. The reason why Xia Ruofei had brought Manzila into the medium was that he had considered that a Qi Level 3 cultivator would more or less be of some use. At the very least, his physical strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. After his injuries were healed, it would not be a problem for him to do some heavy physical work. Seeing Manzila's fearful expression, Xia Ruofei's tone became calmer. I'm not an unreasonable person. As long as you perform well at work, I'll allow you to cultivate for half an hour every month. Of course, this would require you to use your work points to exchange for it. You'll find out how to get the points soon. This was like giving a carrot after a stick. Often, this kind of effect was much better than directly giving a favor. Sure enough, when Manzila heard these words, it was as if he had come back to life. This was really a ray of hope. Cultivating for half an hour in this immortal land was definitely equivalent to cultivating for a month in the outside world. In this way, not only would his cultivation not deteriorate, but he might even make a little progress. Manzila quickly put on a grateful expression and said, "Thank you for your generosity, master." Xia Ruofei nodded and reached out his hand to grab at the air. From the middle of the mountain in the mountain sea realm, a spirit crystal with dense spiritual qi flew out from the stone room in the cave and accurately landed in Xia Ruofei's palm. As long as you don't have any disloyal thoughts and perform well enough, he said indifferently, not only will you have a certain amount of time to cultivate, but I can also reward you with such cultivation resources. When the spirit crystal appeared, Manzila had already felt the dense and undispersed spirit energy. To be precise, this entire spirit crystal was made of pure spirit energy, but because of the high concentration, it was directly compressed into a solid. Manzila's breathing became more rapid. He stared at the spiritual crystal and could not take his eyes off it. In the past, he had been the local tyrant in Arulii and had even cultivated the mysterious Eastern immortal technique. He had thought that he was already at the peak of his life. Now, he realized that he was just a frog in the well. He had no idea how high the sky was, and how thick the earth was. Even if he still had that tiny bit of hope in his heart just now, thinking that he could secretly cultivate, that hope had long since disappeared. On the other hand, if he worked hard for Xia Ruofei, he would have the chance to get the coveted cultivation treasure. As long as he was not out of his mind, he would know what to choose. Master, I will definitely do my best to serve you. Manzila was so excited that his face turned red. He wanted to show Xia Ruofei his heart. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's a pretty good attitude." With that, he summoned the blue flying sword that he had been nurturing in his dantian and played with it casually. The flying sword was dancing around Xia Ruofei's fingertips like a fish. Sometimes, it would circle around Xia Ruofei's body at a high speed, drawing out a sharp sword light. Xia Ruofei played with the flying sword and said, "You can leave too. Treat your injuries as soon as possible, don't keep idle people here." When Manzila saw the sharp sword light, he could not help but shiver. He had read many ancient Chinese books, and he could not help but mutter in his heart, this must be the legendary flying sword that could kill people from thousands of miles away. Master's strength is truly unfathomable. At this moment, Manzila had a deep respect for Xia Ruofei. He quickly said, "Yes, master." However, the embarrassing thing was that his hands and feet were all fractured. Even with the cultivation of refined Qi level 3, it was difficult for him to move at this time. Xia Ruofei glanced at Manzila and said to Xia Qing, "Get 2 people to carry him in. First, treat his injuries as soon as possible." "Yes, master," Xia Qing replied. As for the rest, Xia Qing would naturally arrange it. Xia Ruofei had absolute control over everything in the realm, so he wasn't worried that there would be any trouble in the realm with more than 100 people living there. In fact, if there were any merfolk who wanted to create chaos and destruction, Xia Ruofei didn't need to do it personally. Xia Qing could also use part of the invisible spatial force in an instant to suppress these people. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not stay in the spatial zone for too long. After leaving everything to Xia Qing, he left the spatial zone and returned to the outside world with a thought. He did not even bother about the huge realm stone for the time being. After all, they were still overseas and in the secret underground room behind the temple of Arulei. It was not an absolutely safe place. Xia Ruofei naturally would not choose to let the spirit map scroll absorb the world stone. At this time, he returned to Manzila's secret room and put the scroll back into his body. Then, he walked towards the tunnel at the exit. All the valuable things in this secret room had been plundered by him, so it was time to leave. Xia Ruofei walked along the tunnel. When he was about to reach the ground, he released his psychic energy to check up and found that there was no one in Manzila's courtyard. He did not know if the staff of the temple did not notice the movement just now or if someone had come to check and left after finding nothing unusual. When Xia Ruofei subdued Manzila, the fight was actually very short, and there was no damage to the house, nor any traces of a fight. If the staff came to check, they would at most find that Manzila was gone. As Arulei's high priest, Manzila did not need to report to anyone when he left his residence. Therefore, even if the staff came to check, they would probably not find anything. After Xia Ruofei confirmed that there was no one outside, he immediately pressed on the protruding part at the edge of the steps. The mechanism made a light clicking sound and the cover slid open. At the same time, the cabinet above him also made space, revealing a hole. Xia Ruofei once again changed his appearance to that of a Southeast Asian. Then, he flashed out and quickly turned the stone statue to return the secret chamber to its original state. He once again released his mental power and spread it around the small courtyard of Manzila. After confirming that no one was nearby, he left the house without hesitation. Xia Ruofei did not use the main entrance. Instead, he jumped over the wall behind the courtyard and made a big detour before leaving from the scenic spot's exit on the side. As if nothing had happened, he went to the parking lot outside the temple, took the pickup truck, and drove away from the temple. Xia Ruofei calculated in his mind as he drove. He had already found out that Liu Haojuan was the mastermind behind Song Qiming's assassination. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's gains from the extermination of the Mord organization were beyond his expectations, especially the huge realm stone. He was still in a state of excitement. By right, he should have been able to leave Arulai and return to his country as soon as possible. However, after some consideration, Xia Ruofei decided not to go back for the time being. Lu Haojuan didn't know that his plan had been exposed, so he couldn't run away for a while. On the other hand, more than half of the forces of Mord were still intact. Xia Ruofei had come to Africa with the intention of completely annihilating this mercenary organization, but it was obviously not complete yet. The news of Manzila's disappearance would not spread out for a while. The remaining two higher-ups of the Mord organization, Basin and Boulder Douglas, would probably only know that the training camp had been bombed. Since the training camp was not their area of responsibility, they would not have much of a reaction. At the very least, they would not go into hiding. It was obviously the best time to take them down in one go. Otherwise, if Satan, the leader of the organization, was uncontactable for a long time, there was no guarantee that Basin and Douglas would have any psychological changes. Even if they did not run away and chose to be independent, the information that Xia Ruofei had now would not be of much value. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that they had not yet come to their senses and wipe out this evil mercenary organization in one fell swoop. Of course, there was another important reason for Xia Ruofei's decision. Although he had captured 3 leaders of the Mord organization and wiped out the entire training camp, his mercenary group and the Dark Shadow Squad were still intact, especially the Dark Shadow Squad. Their last mission to China had failed, so Xia Ruofei was not 100% sure whether Basin would continue to send people there. Although the possibility was not high, Xia Ruofei could not bet on Song Qiming's safety. Once the small possibility became a reality, it could lead to an irreversible outcome. He was lucky this time. He managed to rush back in time and pulled Song Qiming back from the gates of hell. But what about the next time? Would he still have such good luck? What if Song Qiming was killed on the spot? No matter how capable Xia Ruofei was, he would not be able to save her. Therefore, he had to get rid of all the hidden dangers before he could return to the country with peace of mind, to settle the score with the Lu family. Besides, the most important thing now was to deal with the Dark Shadow Squad. He could put the Mord mercenary group on hold for a while. As long as the Dark Shadow Squad existed, Song Qiming would be in danger. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei stepped on the gas pedal, and the pickup truck suddenly sped up. They drove towards the border between Arulai and Ethiopia. 2385 Basin the Wizard. 1. Basin spent most of his time living in Osuta, a border city on the side of Ethiopia that was close to Arulai. The country of Arure was located in the narrow zone between Ethiopia and Sudan. The border with Ethiopia was very long, stretching hundreds of kilometers. With such a long border, and the weak military power of Arulai, the management was naturally very loose. Xia Ruofei had planned to cross the border between the 2 countries near Usuda. After taking care of Basin, he would return to Arulai without anyone knowing. The reason why Xia Ruofei did not choose to take the plane from Arulai to Ethiopia was to confuse the public. There were records of the country's entry and exit. While he was in Arulai, there were consecutive explosions in Basoko town and the disappearance of the high priest. When he left the country for Ethiopia, there was the disappearance of Basun. It was easy for him to be listed as a suspect during the post-investigation. Xia Tian's cover identity was very useful. Unless it was a last resort, Xia Ruofei did not want this identity to be exposed. After all, It was a matter of face, to get a new identity. The kingdom of Arulai was long and narrow, from north to south, and the distance between east and west was very short. Xia Ruofei drove all the way to the east and soon approached the border area. By then, the sky was gradually turning dark. This area was a vast wilderness, and the closer they got to the border, the more difficult the road was. In fact, this area was sparsely populated, and there were basically no vehicles passing by. At most, there would be military patrol vehicles passing by here every few days, so the road maintenance was naturally neglected. Xia Ruofei found a depression overgrown with weeds and drove the pickup truck in. This time, he didn't hide the car. Instead, he skillfully removed the front and back license plates, and then put the whole car into his space. There were checkpoints at the borders of the two countries. Xia Ruofei also needed a car to get into Ethiopia. Although Xia Ruofei had no problem running on foot, it was too troublesome. So, he simply used his space to bring the pickup truck over. Anyway, old pickup trucks like this were everywhere in the border area, and the possibility of the police patrolling the remote roads was not high, so it was not a big problem even if there was no license plate. Even if he did encounter the police, Xia Ruofei could just abandon the car and escape. Anyway, he had erased the car's frame number and engine number, and the appearance had been changed beyond recognition. When he drove into the wilderness, he had even removed the license plate. So, even if someone found the car, it would not be associated with the pickup truck at the car rental agency for a while. The reason why he didn't do this the first few times was that the pickup truck weighed at least a few tons. It would be a burden on his mental power to keep it in and out of the space so frequently, so if it was not necessary, he would rather hide the car. After Xia Ruofei put away the pickup truck, he moved quickly under the cover of the night. Soon, he crossed the almost undefended border and entered Ethiopia. According to the handheld GPS, Usuda was about 80 kilometers southeast. After Xia Ruofei crossed the border, he did not immediately look for a road. After all, the area near the border might have a higher concentration of patrols. He followed the GPS's directions and sped through the wilderness in the direction of Usuda. Whenever he encountered a small obstacle, Xia Ruofei would leap over it at a fast speed. After running for more than half an hour, Xia Ruofei estimated that he had traveled at least 7 to 8 kilometers. He then looked at the handheld GPS and ran towards an empty road not far away. After another 4 to 5 minutes, Xia Ruofei had found the road. It was marked as Route 76 on the GPS. If he followed the road to the southeast, he would reach his destination, Usuda, about 70 kilometers away. The road conditions here were slightly better than the roads in Arulai. Although there were many potholes, at least some asphalt could be seen. Similarly, Xia Ruofei found a place with tall grass to hide. He first used his spiritual power to check the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one else around, he took the pickup truck out of the space and drove on the road, heading in the direction of Usuda. Along the way, Xia Ruofei was more careful as he did not want to be stopped by the patrolling police, because he was driving an unlicensed car. Fortunately, a cultivator's eyesight was better than an average person's, so he could see very far even at night. In addition, he had a strong mental power, so the journey was smooth. After driving for more than 40 minutes, Xia Ruofei really did come across a police car. However, his mental power had already discovered the other party before the police car turned the dark corner. He drove the car to a low, lying area on the side of the road in time. To hide. After avoiding the police car, Xia Ruofei drove smoothly to the outskirts of Yasuda. It was about 9:00 in the evening. Xia Ruofei also found a relatively hidden place. After checking with his spiritual power to make sure it was safe, he kept the car into the origin space and walked towards the city with a shoulder bag. In the western suburbs of Yasuda. It was a 2-story building that looked a little shabby from the outside, but there was still a faint yellow light on it. There was a rather large courtyard outside the building, but it was overgrown with weeds and looked very dilapidated. A light breeze blew past, causing the weeds in the courtyard to sway slightly. In the dark night, their shadows were indistinct, giving off an inexplicable sense of eeriness. On the second floor of the small building, there was a large room. A skinny Tai was fiddling with a bunch of small things at the table. The Tai was about 40 years old and was half naked, revealing the strange and eerie tattoo on his body. His body was extremely thin, and his ribs were clearly visible, as if he was wrapped in a layer of skin. The man was a high-ranking member of the mod organization, Basin, also known as the Wizard. Basin's face was filled with a dancing energy. His dead fish eyes would make one shiver even in the day. There was a silver plate on the table in front of Basin. On the plate were human bones of different sizes. Basin looked like he was admiring a piece of art. He rubbed the bones with a satisfied expression. Suddenly, Basin raised his head. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He knew that someone had invaded his courtyard. The next moment, before Basin could stand up, a young man came in from the second-floor window. He said in a relaxed tone, "You're quite vigilant. You're the first one to notice me in advance." As expected of the person in charge of the Dark Shadow Squad. The person was naturally Xia Ruofei, who had crossed the border overnight from Arulai. Xia Ruofei spoke in English, so Ong could understand him. When he heard the words Shadow Squad, his face tensed up. Basin looked at Xia Ruofei and asked in English, "Who are you? Are you from China? Why don't you speak Thai?" Xia Ruofei's appearance had obvious Southeast Asian characteristics. When he was at the temple of Arulai, he even made up a Thailand name, called Sucha. Manzila did not suspect anything at first. The first thought that came to Basun's mind when he saw Xia Ruofei was, did the country send someone to arrest me? He had committed a great crime in Thailand and had to flee to Africa. Therefore, when he saw a man with a Southeast Asian face, he was shocked and suspicious. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Wizard, what kind of person do you want me to be?" Ong snorted coldly. Without further hesitation, he raised his hand and a few black shadows shot towards Xia Ruofei. In Ong's opinion, no matter who the other party was, they couldn't have come to visit him since they had jumped through the window on the second floor in the middle of the night, right? Since they were enemies, it would not be wrong to kill them first. Xia Ruofei looked at the approaching shadows with interest. These were a few snakes that were entangled together, and they were live snakes. They were constantly wriggling as they flew. Their triangular tongues were aimed in Xia Ruofei's direction, and they kept flicking their tongues. Basin was secretly happy when he saw that Xia Ruofei did not dodge. However, what happened next made him widen his eyes. When the snakes were about 10 to 20 centimeters away from Xia Ruofei, they stopped moving as if there was an invisible barrier in front of Xia Ruofei. Then, he did not see Xia Ruofei move, but the snakes he shot out trembled and fell to the ground. They were not moving at all and were obviously dead. Basin was shocked and furious. At the same time, he did not believe it. He waved his hands and black shadows shot out from his hands. Their target was Xia Ruofei. Among the shadows, there were cold, venomous snakes, ferocious centipedes, and all kinds of venomous insects that Xia Ruofei did not know the name of. Xia Ruofei's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he was very interested. He stood still and said, "Basin, there are so many snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Where are you hiding? I see that you're not wearing any clothes on your upper body. Could it be hidden in your pants?" The snakes, insects, rats, and ants could not get close to Xia Ruofei either. It was as if there was an invisible protective shield around him. The poisonous insects surrounded the shield. From a distance, it looked like a cocoon that completely covered Xia Ruofei. Basin saw that his poisonous snakes and insects were unable to do anything to the other party. He frowned and glared as if he was having an intense mental battle. In the end, Basin made up his mind and started to mumble all sorts of strange syllables. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood on a cloth doll on the table. Then, he waved his hand. 2386, The intention to kill. 1. The rag doll was originally placed at the corner of the table and was not eye-catching at all. However, when Basin's blood landed on the doll suddenly emitted a dark glow. The white doll was covered in blood and looked terrifying under the glow. Immediately after, the cloth doll's eyes suddenly turned green and it let out a demonic cry. Then, the white cloth that was stained with blood suddenly shattered, revealing the red and white flesh inside. This lump of flesh was as fast as lightning and pounced in Xia Ruofei's direction. Xia Ruofei, who was initially teasing the doll, suddenly turned cold and murderous when the doll changed. Ghost child. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was very strong. Even though the surroundings were covered by the poisonous insects, he could still sense the cloth doll's condition. How was this a rag doll? It was clearly a dead baby that had been refined. And from its appearance, it was very likely that it had been killed before it had a mother, and then refined with a secret technique. You should die. Xia Ruofei spat out these 3 cold words. In the next moment, Xia Ruofei's body shone brightly. The poisonous snakes and insects around him were all sent flying in all directions. They hit the walls around him and left behind a shocking trail of blood. Xia Ruofei merely released his vital energy, and the poisonous insects and snakes were all killed in an instant. At this moment, the ghost child had already reached Xia Ruofei. Its green eyes were fixed on Xia Ruofei, and a few baby teeth could be seen in its mouth. When Xia Ruofei was reading the books about cultivation left behind in the jade pendant, he had seen anecdote about the Nanjiang sorcerers. In fact, the sorcerers in Southeast Asia and Huaxia's Nanjiang were of the same line, and many of their cultivation methods were similar. In the book that Xia Ruofei had read, there were records of dark tame head sorcerers refining ghost children. These evil tame head sorcerers would often find pregnant women who were about to give birth and use cruel methods to kill them, resulting in 2 lives. As a result, the pregnant woman had suffered inhuman torture before her death and had a lot of resentment. The fetus was about to descend into the human world, but it lost its life at the last moment. It was also filled with resentment. The resentment of the 2 would eventually be concentrated on the fetus. The black tame headmaster began to use a secret technique to refine the fetus, turning it into a ghost child with heavy resentment. Although the Fetus that was made into a ghost child would not continue to grow, its hair and teeth would continue to grow as if it was alive. Xia Ruofei looked at the teeth in the ghost child's mouth and knew that it had been refined for a long time. Such an evil black cursed sorcerer was naturally someone everyone wanted to kill. Xia Ruofei originally wanted to drag Ong into the medium to do hard labor, but after seeing the ghost child, he changed his mind. He wanted to kill Ong. Besides, even without the ghost child, Xia Ruofei was disgusted by the fact that Basin and the other black sorcerers had poisonous insects and snakes on them. Some of them were even hidden in their bodies. If he really brought him into the space, what would he do if he brought these disgusting things in? With Xia Ruofei's absolute control of space, even if he brought a few snakes in, he could get rid of them in time. However, that feeling was disgusting. After the ghost child appeared, Xia Ruofei had no intention of letting Ong live. It would be a crime to let such an evil person live for even a minute longer. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate when he saw the ghost child pouncing at him. He immediately drew out the blue immortal sword that he had been nurturing in his dantian. The sword light shuttled back and forth like a dragon. In the blink of an eye, it had slashed at the ghost child more than 10 times. When the flying sword returned to Xia Ruofei, there was not even a trace of blood on it. It was still pure and flawless. The ghost child's momentum was suddenly halted, and then it directly broke into a dozen pieces. Then, with a bang, the ghost child's body suddenly exploded. An invisible shield suddenly appeared around Xia Ruofei. The flying flesh and the pungent black blood did not even touch the corner of Xia Ruofei's clothes. They splattered all over the house. The black blood on the ghost child's body, in particular, sizzled when it came into contact with the furniture and floor. A large piece of the furniture was corroded away. Xia Ruofei was not surprised because he knew that when the Dark Descendant Master was refining a ghost child, he would usually use a variety of poisons. After the refining was completed, the ghost child was actually a collection of poisons. Ordinary people would die if they were to be touched by it. Although the ghost child looked like a baby, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate at all, because he knew very well that the baby had died before it could leave its mother's body. Now, it was only refined by the evil Dark Descent Master into this state. In fact, it had already lost its life. Even if the ghost child had its own consciousness, Xia Ruofei believed that it would not want to continue suffering like this. Killing it would be a relief to it. After taking care of the ghost child, Xia Ruofei stomped on the ground and shot towards Bassoon like a bolt of lightning. Ong didn't expect that not only would the poisonous snakes and insects have no effect, but even the ghost child he used as his trump card couldn't hurt the other party at all. At this time, he was already a little panicked. Basin raised his hand and threw a cloud of yellow smoke at Xia Ruofei when he saw Xia Ruofei charging at him. Xia Ruofei snorted. Small tricks. With a wave of his hand, the cloud of smoke dissipated without a trace. His speed didn't slow down at all. And in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Basin. Xia Ruofei didn't waste any time. He immediately released his majestic spiritual power and crushed it towards Basin. Basin seemed to be slightly stronger than Metatron and Boke. He was able to resist the spiritual attacks instinctively. However, Xia Ruofei could even defeat a real cultivator, Manzila, with his spiritual power. How could he not defeat a black tame-head sorcerer who had only touched the surface of cultivation? He only slightly increased the intensity of his mental power, and Basin's instinctive resistance was crushed. After a short 2 to 3 seconds, Basin's eyes turned blank as he fell into a deep state of hypnosis. After the Dark Shadow Squad failed in their mission to assassinate Song Qiming, did you send any other teams to carry out the mission? Xia Ruofei asked, coldly. No, I didn't. Basin's eyes were empty as he said, the rule of the Mord organization is that once the mission fails, the deposit will not be returned and they will not send people to continue the mission. Did the other party place a new order for this mission? Xia Ruofei asked. Not at the moment. Ong replied. Xia Ruofei finally heaved a sigh of relief. At least for now, Song Qiming was safe. As for whether Lu Haojuan would entrust this task to another assassin organization, it was hard to say. Anyway, when Xia Ruofei returned to the country, the first thing he would do was to deal with Lu Haojuan. When the time came, he would know the answer by asking. Tell me about the organization structure of the Dark Shadow Squad. How many people do you have, where do you usually hide, and how do you contact each other? Xia Ruofei said, in short, tell me everything about the Dark Shadow Squad in detail. Yes. Ong said. Then he spoke without hesitation, spilling all the secrets of Mord's Shadow Squad without holding back. According to Basun's confession, the Dark Shadow Squad had about 100 people and could form about 20 operation teams at the same time. Of course, the members of these operation teams were not completely fixed. They might be relatively fixed during normal times so that they could cooperate better when carrying out missions. The members would often be adjusted according to the needs of the specific mission. For example, when he went to China to assassinate Song Qiming, Basin had specially selected members from East Asia. These people not only looked similar to Chinese, but also knew simple Chinese. They would be of great help when they carried out missions in China. In addition, due to the special nature of this task, the members of the Dark Shadow Squad were scattered all over the place. Of course, most of them were active in Africa, and only after receiving a mission would they go to the other continents. Moreover, among the members of the Dark Shadow Squad, other than relatively fixed squads and people who had carried out missions with them, many people didn't know each other, let alone contact each other on a daily basis. As the leader of the Dark Shadow Squad, Basin knew the situation of every member and was able to contact them. After Xia Ruofei heard Basun's confession, he frowned. These assassins were all scattered outside, so it was too difficult to catch them all in one fell swoop. Although Xia Ruofei could get the list of names and their hiding places from Basun, there were nearly 100 people, and almost all of them were in different cities and countries. If Xia Ruofei were to find and capture them one by one, it would take more than a day or two. Ong, do you have a way to gather everyone in the Dark Shadow Squad in Yasuda? Xia Ruofei asked after a moment of silence. If you encounter an emergency, you can post a code on the internet. Ong said, our team members check it every day. After they see the code, they will rush to the designated location within 24 hours. Of course, it's impossible for everyone to be here, because some of them are still out on a mission, while some of them may be on vacation in a place thousands of miles away. It's impossible for these people to come back in time. That works too. So what if a few missed out? It's better than me going to every house. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. 2387 Waiting for the Rabbit, 1, the next night, at 9 o'clock. An abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs of Yasuda. Under the dim street lights, the door of the warehouse was left ajar. The streets outside had long been very quiet. The area was not very peaceful. There were often fights between local gangs, so the nearby residents, basically, did not come out after dark. The street was quiet. Only a drunkard staggered out of a small path, held the electric pole, and retched a few times. Then he sat on the ground, leaned against the electric pole, and fell asleep. At this time, at the end of the long street, the sound of leather boots stepping on the ground could be heard. The three of them walked down the street. The dim street light shone on them, casting long shadows on the street. The one in the middle was a woman with a slim figure. She was wearing a sexy black leather shirt and pants, and she was playing with a dagger as she walked. There were two men standing on either side of the woman. One of them had a muscular body and a scar on his face. The other man was a little thin. His light black skin did not look like an African, but more like a South American. He always had a faint smile on his mouth, looking indifferent. The three of them walked side by side in the direction of the abandoned warehouse. The woman in the middle licked her lips and said slowly, "Big guy, what do you think the wizards called everyone back for?" The burly man on the woman's right said in a muffled voice, "Something big must have happened. Maybe it's a big business deal?" The thin man said frivolously, "What kind of big business needs everyone to gather? Is the magus trying to lead everyone to establish their own sect?" The beautiful woman frowned and said, "Kit, if you die one day, it must be because of this mouth. Can't you tell what you should say and what you shouldn't?" The skinny Kit laughed. "Tina, you're too timid. What's there to be afraid of when we're talking in private? Everyone says that Great Satan is powerful and omnipotent, but who has ever seen Great Satan? On the other hand, the Magi's methods were truly powerful. If you ask me, maybe Lord Satan is just a fictional character of the Magi." The graceful beauty, Tina berated, "Shut up. Are we allowed to discuss Lord Satan's matters? Kit, if you want to die, don't drag us down." Kit shrugged and said, "Tina, this doesn't seem like the famous snake beauties style. Just a name and you're scared? Last time in Southeast Asia, when you cut that native farm owner into a bloody man, I didn't see you being scared." Tina snorted coldly and didn't bother with Kit. Kit felt a little bored, so he stuck his head out again to look at the burly man next to Tina and joked, "Big guy, if the magus really wanted to lead everyone to establish their own sect, what would you do? Will you continue to be loyal to Lord Satan, or will you follow the wizards?" The burly man scratched his head and said, "I'll listen to you. It was fine as long as there was money to be earned. It didn't matter who he was working with. But you two have been taking good care of me, so I don't want to be separated from you. Big guy, you're quite sentimental, aren't you?" Kit laughed. Although Tina, who was walking in the middle, did not say anything, a smile appeared on her face. The three of them were the elite killers of the shadow team organized by Mord. They had been working together for several years, and this small team of 5 had been reduced to 3 now. Although 2 of them had died in the process of carrying out the mission, the remaining 3 had become more and more familiar with each other. For the past year, the wizards had been trying to add more people to their team, but Tina had rejected them all. In Tina's opinion, the 3 of them were enough to deal with the most difficult mission. If they added more people, they would need to get used to it. Since the 3 of them were the most powerful members of the Shadow Squad, Basin did not go against their wishes and forced them into the team. This time, Tina and the other two were on vacation in South Africa. After seeing the signal sent by the Wizard Basin on the internet, they immediately took a plane back to Ethiopia. Because of the flight delay, they arrived at the airport a lot later than usual. They rushed to Usuda without stopping and finally arrived before the deadline. The three of them chatted as they walked toward the abandoned warehouse. Although they seemed to be walking with ease, they had already developed the habit of being on guard at all times after living in the dark world for so many years. Their attention was also always very focused. Soon, the three of them walked from the other end of the street to the warehouse. The door of the warehouse was ajar, and a faint yellow light shone through. Just as the brawny man was about to push the door open, Tina suddenly raised her arm and shouted, "Wait a moment." The burly man stopped in his tracks out of reflex, and Kit, who had been frivolous just a moment ago, also subconsciously leaned back to the burly man, his pair of sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. "We should be the last batch to arrive," Tina said. "Don't you think? It's too quiet inside?" Kit was on alert as he said, "Maybe it's a prank? Or was this an assessment? The Magi need to choose the strongest team to carry out a big mission? Before we're sure any possibility exists," Tina said calmly. "Are we still going in, then?" asked the robust man. "Of course we have to go in," Tina said, "otherwise, how would we know what's going on? However, from now on, we need to be on high alert." In fact, Tina was a little inclined to Kit's judgment. Just now, she felt that this might really be a special assessment to test their ability to deal with the situation at the last minute and their ability to adapt to actual combat. Maybe there was really a big mission that they had to carry out. Thinking of this, Tina could not help but feel a little tempted by the great mission of the pie show. While it meant high difficulty, it also meant high rewards. They were in this line of work to make money. As long as they paid, they were responsible for solving the customer's problem completely. So there was no right or wrong. As for the possibility that Basin was threatened and sent signals to trap the members of the shadow team, it was possible. However, Tina and the other two did not think in that direction. As far as they knew, Basin was extremely powerful and had many tricks up his sleeve. How could such a master be held hostage? Moreover, based on their understanding of Basin, even if he fell into the hands of the enemy, Basin would not work with the enemy. If they fell into the hands of the police or the enemy, they would not be able to escape death, no matter whether they cooperated or not. Rather than being tortured to death, it would be better to commit suicide as soon as possible. Basin, who had cultivated countless poisonous creatures, had at least 100 ways to end his life in an instant. Therefore, Tina and the other two subconsciously ruled out the most dangerous possibility. Tina pulled out a pistol from her waist, while Kit and the big guy each took out their own weapons. Kit had 3 throwing daggers between his fingers, while the big guy took out an AK submachine gun from his backpack. The 3 of them skillfully formed a battle formation with their backs against each other. The big guy facing the warehouse gently pushed the door open, and then they carefully moved into the warehouse step by step. The large warehouse was empty. A few wires hung down from the roof, and the light bulbs hanging on them gave off a dim yellow light, which was not enough to illuminate the entire warehouse. After entering the warehouse, the 3 of them quickly observed the situation in all directions. Tina's eyes focused. She found a chair in front of her, and a person was sitting on the chair with his back facing them. There seemed To be a person curled up on the ground in front of this person, who was being stepped on by this person. Tina's expression turned cold as she pointed her gun at the man's back and said, "Don't move. Put your hands behind your head and stand up slowly." The big guy and Kit only took a quick glance from the corner of their eyes, but they didn't turn around. Instead, they continued to maintain a vigilant posture toward Tina's two flanks. The man sitting with his back to them didn't seem to care about being pointed at with a gun. He smiled in a relaxed manner and said, "Not bad, you're very vigilant." Tina's voice became even colder. "I'll say it for the last time. Immediately, stand up with your hands on your head and slowly turn around. I'll count to 3. If you don't do as I say, I'll shoot immediately." After saying that, Tina expressionlessly counted 1. At this time, her finger was already on the trigger, and she pulled back a little. The pistol was actually in a pre-firing state. 2. Tina's voice was getting colder. To their surprise, the person sitting on the chair laughed and said, "I'll help you count 3. You're looking for death," Tina said with a hint of killing intent. At first, she was worried that this person might be the employer of this big mission and was deliberately testing them here. But now she had the intention to kill him. No matter who this person was, she had already used up all her patience. If he was really a big customer, he didn't need such a stupid customer. Tina had killed at least dozens of people. Killing people was as simple as drinking water and eating food for her. After she had the intention to kill, she pulled the trigger gently without any hesitation. To a top-tier assassin, no matter how angry or impatient he was, his movements must be very gentle when he fired. This was because if he used too much force, it would cause his movements to be distorted, which would greatly reduce the accuracy of the shot. After pulling the trigger, Tina's eyes revealed a hint of cruelty. Every time she harvested a life, she would feel an inexplicable sense of pleasure, and this time was no exception. However, Tina's expression instantly froze. The gunshot did not sound. She found that she couldn't pull the trigger at all, as if someone had it stuck behind the trigger. Not only that, but Tina and the other two also felt that their bodies were bound by an invisible force. They could only maintain their current posture, and it was difficult for them to even move their fingers. The 3 of them were shocked and didn't know why such a situation would happen. At this moment, the person sitting on the chair finally stood up. He slowly turned around, revealing a young face. This person was naturally Xia Ruofei, who had been waiting for an opportunity. Of course, he still had the face of a Southeast Asian. Xia Ruofei looked at the 3 people he had captured with a relaxed expression and said, "You guys should be the last batch. The others shouldn't be coming. In that case, the hunting operation can end now." 2388 The Destruction of the Dark Shadow. 1. Tina and the other two's bodies stiffened as if they had seen a ghost. Over the years, they had carried out dozens of missions, big and small, and encountered countless dangerous situations. However, none of them had ever felt as powerless as today. This was a completely unbalanced battle. No matter how strong their combat abilities were, they could not use them at all. Tina and the other two even realized that they couldn't even make a sound, as if their vocal cords were imprisoned and they couldn't vibrate at all. Their eyes were the only ones that could move. At this moment, all 3 of them had deep fear in their eyes. Tina and the other two watched as Xia Ruofei picked up the person who was curled up on the ground. Then, he turned the chair around with one hand and pressed the person onto the chair with the other hand. The unconscious man was the person in charge of the Dark Shadow Squad, Basin. Tina and the other two could roughly guess the reason for tonight's incident. The other party must have sent a gathering signal online through the wizards to gather all the members of the Dark Shadow Squad and arrest them one by one. The three of them did not doubt the other party's ability at all. Just based on that superb technique just now, even if the Dark Shadow Squad were all experienced killers, it would be useless. No matter how many of them came, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. The worst situation had happened. Tina and the other two were in a heavy mood. Xia Ruofei patted Ong's head. Ong slowly woke up, but the moment he opened his eyes, he immediately fell into a state of confusion. Are these people from the Dark Shadow Squad? Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. In fact, Xia Ruofei was just doing his routine check. Judging from Tina and the other two's skillful tactical cooperation and the various killing weapons they had on them, they would not believe that they were not assassins. Ong's empty eyes swept across Tina and the other two before he nodded and said, "This is the most elite combat team of our Dark Shadow Squad. The one in the middle is the beautiful snake Tina, the other two are the Pampas Eagle Kit, and the big guy, Gully." Tina and the other two were dejected. It was obvious that Basin had sold out the entire Shadow team. They only asked a simple question and Basin told them the most detailed information. Without any hesitation. He did not even hide their nicknames. Xia Ruofei took out a name list from his pocket, crossed off a few names, and said, "So, there are only 5 people who haven't arrived yet?" Ong said, "They should be on a mission. There are 3 combat teams in the Dark Shadow Squad that are currently on a mission. The members of the other 2 combat teams have just returned. This team should be at a critical stage of the mission, so they can't leave." "Forget it, they're lucky," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Including Tina and the other two, Xia Ruofei had already captured 89 assassins today. It could be said that the entire Dark Shadow Squad had fallen apart. The remaining 5 would not pose any threat to Song Qiming. Xia Ruofei's main goal was to eliminate Song Qiming's safety threat. As for capturing him to do manual labor in the spirit map space, that was just a side goal. He couldn't waste his time here for 5 assassins. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei removed the mental power from Basin and used it to shake him. Basin immediately broke free from the state of hypnosis. When he saw that he was in this abandoned warehouse, and Tina and the other two were in a strange state of being on guard and not moving at all, his expression changed drastically. What happened during the hypnotism process also surfaced in his mind. Devil. Basin looked at Xia Ruofei and thought. Xia Ruofei didn't give him a chance to speak. He slapped Ong's forehead lightly. Ong didn't even make a sound before he fell to the ground like a piece of rotten wood. His eyes protruded out and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He was already dead by the time he fell to the ground. To Basin, he only saw a blur. He seemed to see Xia Ruofei's hand waving in front of him. Then, his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Tina and the other two watched as Basin, who was supposed to be invincible, was killed by Xia Ruofei without any resistance. All of them lost their souls, and for the first time, they truly felt the threat of death. Would they be next? They had come rather late today, and there were at least 70 or 80 people in front of them. Had they all been killed by this demon? Where did the bodies of those people go? It was definitely not near the warehouse. Tina and the other assassins were quite sensitive to the smell of blood. If there were really 70 or 80 dead people hiding here, they might have already noticed it from 10 to 20 meters away. Then where did these people go? Just as Tina and the other two were in a mess, they saw Xia Ruofei's mocking face as he looked at them. Tina and the other two trembled. However, it was different from what they had expected. Xia Ruofei's attack did not come. They only felt an invisible pressure coming at them. It was as if their heads had exploded and they could not help but be dazed. In this daze, the three of them felt the world spin around them, as if they had experienced the shifting of the stars. When their consciousness returned to normal, they were shocked to find that they were no longer in the warehouse. 2389 The Destruction of the Dark Shadow. 2. This was a space that seemed to be in chaos. The surroundings were all gray, as if this area was surrounded by a thick fog. In addition to them, there were more than 80 people in this not so wide area. Among these people, they didn't know some of them. And some of them had worked together during missions. They were all members of the Dark Shadow Squad. What happened? Tina felt a little confused. Even Tina has been caught. A woman wearing a black cat mask shook her head and sighed. It seems that the Dark Shadow Squad has been completely annihilated this time. Tina looked at the man and quickly asked, "Cat girl, what's going on? What is this place?" This woman wearing a black cat mask had once carried out an assassination mission with Tina's combat team, so they were quite familiar with each other. The masked girl, nicknamed Cat Girl, shrugged and said, "We're the same as you, we don't know anything. Did you guys receive the signal and rush to Yasuda's warehouse assembly point?" the Catwoman asked. "Then, you were inexplicably captured here?" Tina nodded and said, "That's right." "Do you guys know what's going on?" The cat girl shook her head and said, "I don't know what's going on at all. I only know that this is a power we can't resist. Or rather, this isn't a power that mortals can control." When the cat girl said this, her eyes were still full of fear. After a few inquiries, Tina found out that everyone here was a member of the Dark Shadow Squad. They had the same experience as her many times, and they were caught and brought to this damn place without any resistance. Some people didn't even get to see the other party's face before they felt dizzy and arrived here. Moreover, all of their weapons had disappeared without exception. A group of assassins was waiting for their fate in the space cage. Not far from them, more than 100 people were working hard. However, even though they were so close, the killers could not sense the group of people who were working hard. The 5 groups led by Bao Guijun didn't notice the huge space cage not far away. Although Xia Ruofei's spatial cage blocked all external senses, he did not lock everyone up separately. Instead, he set up a large cage and locked them together. It was mainly because Xia Ruofei had considered that he might not have the time to go into the medium to take in these people. If they were locked up separately, most of them would have gone crazy before he could take them in. That kind of absolute loneliness was so terrifying that it was hard to imagine. When Xia Ruofei was a soldier, the thing that soldiers were most afraid of when they made mistakes was not being punished to run 10 kilometers of an armed cross-country run or something. Instead, they were quite afraid of the detention room of the brigade. In that kind of narrow and claustrophobic space, the walls were also added with soft soundproof materials. When people were locked inside, it was completely silent. And even their own heartbeats could be heard very clearly. It was difficult to turn around inside, as if they were completely isolated from the world. No matter how strong a person's mental fortitude was, if they were locked up in such a confinement room for more than a day, they would feel like going crazy. If it was more than 3 days, basically any normal person would go crazy. In the abandoned warehouse, Xia Ruofei put Tina and the others into the cage and took out a few barrels of gasoline. He poured a large amount of gasoline on Basin's body and then poured it all over the warehouse. He even paid special attention to the electric boxes. Xia Ruofei had already observed the terrain. There were only abandoned factories nearby. The nearest residential area was 100 meters away. Even if it were to burn, it would not hurt the innocent. He had seized a large amount of gasoline in the secret training camp in the town of Basoko, so he would naturally not feel bad using a few barrels. After pouring out all the gasoline, Xia Ruofei carefully kept the gasoline barrel back into the medium. He did not want to leave any clues. For example, if the gasoline barrel was taken from the fuel depot at the training camp in Basoko town, they might be able to find out the connection between the two events. After setting everything up, Xia Ruofei walked out of the warehouse and threw a lighter into the warehouse. The lighter landed accurately on Basin's body and immediately burst into flames. There was gasoline everywhere in the warehouse, so the fire naturally became more intense. By then, Xia Ruofei had already disappeared into the night. In the suburbs Yasuda, Xia Ruofei heard the sirens of a fire truck behind him. He used his spiritual power to check the surroundings. After confirming that it was safe, he took out the pickup truck with the removed license plate from his space. Xia Ruofei quickly drove the pickup truck into the night. After successfully crossing the border between Eritrea and Ethiopia, Xia Ruofei took out the pickup truck that he had just kept in his space. He put on the disguised car plate again, then got into the car and left. As Xia Ruofei drove, he pondered over the two choices he was facing. One was to leave Eritrea as Xia Tian and return to his country through Ethiopia. The second was to continue causing trouble for the Mada mercenary group. Currently, the Mada mercenary group was in Videira, Eritrea's neighboring country. The local armed forces and government forces were in an intense battle there. This mercenary group was also hired by a local anti-government armed force and participated in the war. Other than the two warring parties, the United Nations peacekeeping force was also in action in Videira. The situation was very complicated. Although Xia Ruofei was confident that he could deal with the Mada mercenary group quickly, a small force of 100 people would not be able to change the situation. However, it was always better to be safe. Moreover, a mercenary group was different from the training camp and the shadow team. The mercenaries in a mercenary group had all seen real blood, and unlike killers, these people were used to military combat. They were much more integrated. If there was a mistake in the process of arrest, it could cause a big problem. Hence, there were two voices in Xia Ruofei's heart that were fighting with each other. This was indeed a good opportunity. If he missed it, although this mercenary group was unlikely to pose a threat to him, there was a high probability that he would set up a new branch. It would be more difficult to get specific information about the mercenary group in the future. Moreover, leaving this mercenary group behind was indeed a hidden danger. Although the mercenary group and the dark team had very distinct roles, and Xia Ruofei had been extremely cautious in this operation, nothing was absolute. If he left a trace and it was traced back to him, even if it was just suspicion, it would be a lot of trouble. Although he was not worried about revenge, he still had his own company and many friends. No matter how capable he was, he could not protect everyone. Just like what happened to Song Qiming last time, from Xia Ruofei's perspective, if something like this happened again, he would not be able to stop it. One could be a thief for 1,000 days, but one could not guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Therefore, from this perspective, it was necessary to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Xia Ruofei drove as he weighed the pros and cons. Finally, he smacked the steering wheel and muttered to himself, "Let's do it. If I don't even dare to take this little risk, what's the point of cultivating?" After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei immediately stopped the car by the side of the road and started to study the route and plan. Between Wadala and Ethiopia was the country of Arure. Ethiopia was to the east of Arulai, and Wadara was to the west. Soon, Xia Ruofei had planned an east-west route across Arulai on the GPS. Although it was said to cross a country from east to west, the land of Arulai was actually very long and narrow. The distance between east and west was not too long. According to the information he got from Manzilla, the Mada mercenary group was located in the Pota region in the middle of Videira a few days ago. Since he wanted to deal with this mercenary group, Xia Ruofei had to get to the Pota region as soon as possible. Wadara was not a small country like Arulai. The size of Sudan's territory was one of the top few in Africa. After crossing the border between Wadara and Arulai, the journey to the Pota region was about 700 to 800 kilometers. They would also pass through many war zones. The planned route might not be smooth, so they had to prepare a few more plans. Xia Ruofei quickly made a mark on the navigation system, then started the car and drove west. 2390, entering the war zone for the first time. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not make a detailed plan. After all, war was everywhere in Videira, and the situation was changing every day. No matter how detailed his plan was, it could not keep up with the changes. As they drove past Arulai, Xia Ruofei did not forget to instruct Xia Qing to pay attention to the assassins in the space cage through telepathy. He was currently busy with the mercenary group's matters and didn't have time to deal with them for the time being. When he was free, he didn't know how many days it would take. These people were locked up together, and the probability of them going crazy was not high, but they could not go without eating and drinking. So Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to keep an eye on them. If they were starving, he would throw some food and water in. Of course, he didn't forget to ask Xia Qing to warn the assassins not to start any disputes when she put in the food. It wasn't impossible for them to fight for food when they were starving. Besides, these people killed without blinking. If they really fought, it was normal for a few to die. These were Xia Ruofei's free labor. He had worked so hard to capture them into the origin space. Even if one of them died, it would be a loss. However, with Xia Qing around, Xia Ruofei was also very assured. When necessary, she could use the invisible power of space to restrain those lawless assassins. It was a very simple thing for Xia Qing. By the time Xia Ruofei arrived at the western border of Arulai, the sky was already turning bright. He still found a hidden place and put the car into his origin space. This time, he had to drive a few hundred kilometers in Videira. He did not intend to use the second-hand pickup truck he bought in Arulai, but he estimated that he would stay in Videira for at least a few days. It was not safe to hide the car at the Arulai border. If the car was lost, Xia Ruofei did not care about the loss of a few $1,000s. He just did not want people to follow the clues from the car. Even if there was a slight possibility of suspicion, Xia Ruofei had to avoid it. Therefore, after this trip to Africa, he was prepared to take the pickup truck away with him. He would find an appropriate time to throw the car into the sea when he went out to sea. Then, he would completely eliminate all clues. After keeping the car in the origin space, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to cross the border. After all, it was already dawn, and it was not a good time to sneak across the country. Besides, he had been working non-stop since the night raid on Basoko town, except for a short rest at Bassoon's house the night before. Although his body wasn't completely exhausted, he was mentally exhausted. Hence, after Xia Ruofei checked the handheld GPS, he walked to a small border town 10 kilometers away and found a hotel to stay in. After paying a tip of $50, the hotel owner readily booked a room for Xia Ruofei without checking any documents. In fact, trade was very active in the border area. Even though Videira was currently in a war, the border trade was still very prosperous, especially because the war had also given birth to some gray transactions, such as the smuggling of firearms, which made the border town look even more prosperous. Every day, people of different skin colors would come to this small town. The innkeeper was used to seeing guests who did not want to reveal their identities. Of course, Xia Ruofei's tip of $50 had also played a very important role. This time, Xia Ruofei had changed into a different look when he came to this border town. Jianjia had used her Thai look many times. Out of careful consideration, he had used makeup to make his skin much fairer. At the same time, he made his nose taller and adjusted his facial features. He looked more like an Eurasian. After he checked into the hotel, he had been resting in his room. He would take out some instant noodles and biscuits from his space to have a simple meal. Of course, after he finished eating the instant food, he carefully put the packaging into his space. Xia Ruofei rested until the evening before leaving the room. He strolled around the town and returned to the hotel when the sky turned dark. Xia Ruofei turned off the lights at around 8 o'clock in the evening, creating the illusion that he was going to sleep. In fact, after he stayed in the dark room for a while, he jumped out of the back window without anyone noticing. Under the cover of the night, he quickly left the town and headed quickly in the direction of the border. Due to the chaotic situation in Videira, the border security of Arulai was relatively tight, mainly to prevent a large number of refugees from crossing the border. The country of Arulai's economy was very backward, and if a large number of refugees flooded in all of a sudden, they would not be able to survive. Of course, those who had fled from the war would not flee in the direction of Arulai unless they had no other choice. Xia Ruofei carefully avoided a few waves of patrolling guards. When he was far away from the border town, the security was indeed much weaker. However, long barbed wire was built along the border, and it seemed to be the kind with electricity. This kind of barbed wire could block ordinary people, but it was nothing to Xia Ruofei. He stomped the ground lightly, and his body rose from the ground. He nimbly crossed the wire fence wall, and then quickly disappeared into the night. 2391 Entering the war zone for the first time, too, as Xia Ruofei ran in the dark, he released his spiritual power to scan the surroundings. Once they crossed the border, it meant that they had entered the battlefield. They had to be very careful. Currently, the government forces and anti-government armed forces were mainly concentrated in the central region of Wadala. The area bordering Arulai was relatively stable and there were no large-scale battles. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not encounter much danger along the way. When he encountered a few waves of Wadala government border guard patrols, he avoided them in advance after detecting them with his mental strength. Xia Ruofei had only roughly determined the direction and continued to move forward at a high speed. He ran at this speed for an entire hour and had covered about 30 kilometers. It had to be said that the physical fitness of cultivators was indeed extremely strong. An ordinary person could not run so far in an hour, even on flat roads, let alone in such terrain. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not stupid enough to run all the way. It was at least 700 to 800 kilometers from here to the Pota region where the Mada mercenary group had been active recently. He could not run all the way there. He had to get a car first. Hence, when Xia Ruofei was far away from the border between Arulai and Videira, he found a hidden marshland and hid there. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a piece of origin crystal to start cultivating. At the same time, he also recovered his physical and mental energy. The night was peaceful. The Videira territory was vast, and there was a large wilderness at the border of Arulai. No one would wander around here at night for no reason. Xia Ruofei had already set off when the sky brightened. He was wearing a plaid shirt, an army green vest, a pair of gray overalls, and high-top outdoor boots. He was carrying a backpack and had an SLR camera hanging in front of his chest. This was the identity that Xia Ruofei had set for himself during the Videira event as a war reporter. To be more precise, she was a free war reporter. In many war-torn areas, a large number of war journalists were active. Some of them did not belong to any news agencies. They interviewed in war-torn areas as free agents, and some of them would sell first-hand news material to major news agencies. Some of these people dreamed of being a journalist, while others made a living out of it. No matter what their purpose was, objectively speaking, a large number of freelance war journalists were active in various hot spots. Every day, these people were really fighting with their lives. Every year, there were many casualties. Some were kidnapped and beheaded by extremist organizations, some were hit by stray bullets, and some were killed by various accidents or diseases. These freelance war journalists came from all over the world. Xia Ruofei's identity in the war zone would not attract any attention. He was walking on a simple road with a camera and a camera. The handheld GPS showed that there was a small town controlled by the government army about 15 kilometers ahead. Xia Ruofei planned to see if he could get a car there. Xia Ruofei turned his back to the sun and walked along the simple road to the west. After walking for about 4 to 5 kilometers, Xia Ruofei heard the sound of a car engine coming from behind. He moved to the side of the road to make way for them. The simple road was not very wide. A dusty Ford off-road vehicle drove up from behind, but the car didn't drive away. Instead, it slowed down and honked twice. Xia Ruofei turned his head and saw a white man with messy hair and an unkempt beard sticking his head out of the car window. He shouted, "Hey, brother, do you need a ride?" Xia Ruofei was stunned. There was such a warm-hearted person? However, he wasn't afraid of the other party's ulterior motives. He smiled and nodded. "Thank you." The white man with disheveled hair stopped the car. Xia Ruofei opened the door to the passenger seat and got in. He saw that the back seat of the car was filled with all kinds of photography equipment, including lenses of various size, several single-lens reflex cameras, a portable workstation dedicated to video recording, and a drone. Xia Ruofei immediately understood. This person was probably also a war reporter, but he was more well-equipped than a fake reporter like him. The white man introduced himself as he drove. "Brother, you're also a war correspondent?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Yes. I'm Jennison, and I've only been in this line of work for a short time." "Brother, how should I address you?" The white man twisted his body to the music in the car and said, "You can just call me Tony." Hearing this name, the first thing that came to Xia Ruofei's mind was the Mr. Tony who did people's hair in the laundry, scissors, and blow-dryer shop and strongly recommended membership cards. He could not help but smile. Tony was more talkative and kept talking to Xia Ruofei along the way. Xia Ruofei did not say much to Tony as he was being cautious. However, Xia Ruofei managed to get a lot of information from the conversation. Tony's destination was Decca town, which was about 10 kilometers ahead. It was also the town that Xia Ruofei wanted to find a car in. Tony had received news that anti-government militants seemed to be active in Decca town these few days, and he wanted to rush over to get first-hand interview information. In addition, the situation in Wadara seemed to be getting more and more tense. The anti-government armed forces had hired many international mercenaries to join the battlefield. These mercenary organizations were well equipped and their members were experienced in combat. The government forces were no match for them at all. The mercenary group's commission was definitely very expensive. The anti-government armed forces were probably backed by foreign forces to be able to make such a big move. Their purpose was naturally to overthrow the Wadara government. Xia Ruofei had also learned from Tony that there were indeed several mercenary groups active in the Boatar region. The local government armed forces were also losing ground, and the battlefield had advanced further east. It was only about 10 kilometers from the place where Xia Ruofei had gotten into the car to Decca town. In a short while, the town was already in sight. Tony parked the car at the small square at the entrance of the town and said with a smile, "Brother, I can only give you a lift up to this point. Next, I need to look for interview material." "Thank you very much," Xia Ruofei said. "I wish you good luck." Tony smiled and said, "We don't know how long this damn war will last. Remember, staying alive is the first thing. Don't work too hard for work." Xia Ruofei could feel Tony's kindness. He smiled and said, "All right, you too. Good luck, Tony. Goodbye." After Xia Ruofei got out of the car, Tony grinned at him, waved his hand, and drove off. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was walking slowly on the streets of the town with his bag. The morning in the town was very quiet, as if the haze of war had not infected this place. Some shops had already opened for business, and the pedestrians on the road looked very relaxed. Xia Ruofei looked left and right as he walked, hoping to find a used car shop or a car rental shop. He did not want to stay here for too long. After he got the car, he would head west and get to the Pota region as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei saw a trading firm and walked over. Usually, people in such places would understand English. He wanted to ask where he could rent a car in town. At this moment, a violent explosion sounded, breaking the silence of the small town. The people on the street were stunned by the sudden explosion. After a few seconds, screams and cries resounded through the street. When the explosion occurred, Xia Ruofei subconsciously dodged to find a cover and quickly released his spiritual power. Soon, he found that there were no armed men nearby, and the explosion happened in a coffee shop about 200 meters away. At this time, the entrance of the coffee shop was already in a mess. Xia Ruofei's mind power detected a Ford SUV parked near the coffee shop. It was the same one Tony had driven. Although it wasn't directly attacked, the glass of the Ford off-road vehicle was completely shattered by the shock wave of the explosion. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but stare. His figure flashed out from his hiding place, and he ran quickly in the direction of the coffee shop. 2392 Human lives are as cheap as grass. 1. Xia Ruofei's full speed was very fast. He covered the distance of 1 to 200 meters in an instant. It was a mess outside the coffee shop. All kinds of building materials and glass shards were scattered on the ground. The entire glass wall, door, and window had disappeared. While Xia Ruofei was running, he had already scanned the area with his spiritual power. He did not find Tony in the car. Xia Ruofei's heart sank and he rushed into the cafe without hesitation. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but gasp despite his strong mental fortitude. At this time, the coffee shop seemed to have become a slaughterhouse. Many people were lying on the ground. These people were all like bloody gourds. Some were pressed under the table and the wreckage of the chandeliers, and some were lying directly on the bar counter, their hanging hands still dripping with blood. Xia Ruofei even saw blood and flesh splattered on the wall. The entire cafe was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. One could see how powerful the explosion was. In addition, the coffee shop was silent after the explosion. There was no trace of moaning, only the occasional dripping of blood on the ground. The silence was suffocating. Xia Ruofei was someone who had been on the battlefield. He knew that there would be no survivors in the coffee shop after the explosion. As he used his mental power to scan the people lying on the ground, he muttered in his heart, why were there so many people in the cafe so early in the morning? What Xia Ruofei did not know was that the main customers of this cafe in Decca town were not the local people, but foreigners. The composition of the foreigners who often appeared here was also quite complicated. There were arms smugglers, intelligence brokers, and some foreigners engaged in trade. Of course, these people all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all making a fortune from the war in Videira. So, they didn't go to the coffee shop for fun, but to talk business. In fact, this cafe in Decca town had become the intelligence center in the eastern region of Videira. Of course, there were also many freelance war journalists like Tony who would come here to get some interview clues. The explosion was obviously a suicide attack, and the mastermind behind it was most likely the anti-government armed forces, which were growing in power in Wadara. The reason why they had chosen this cafe was that there were more foreigners here. If there were heavy casualties, it would cause a relatively large international impact. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power quickly locked onto Tony's aura. He walked over quickly and moved away the sofa that was pressing down on Tony. Tony was covered in blood. His legs and knees were missing. There was a big hole in his chest and his face was covered in blood. If Xia Ruofei had not detected his aura with his spiritual power, he would not have been able to recognize him with his eyes. Xia Ruofei could tell that Tony was dying. Xia Ruofei lifted Tony up and let him lean on his arm. His other hand quickly tapped on Tony's body a few times to seal a few of his main acupuncture points. to prevent the blood from flowing out. Then, Xia Ruofei pressed his hand on Tony's chest and transferred a wisp of vital energy to him. Tony's chest heaved up and down slightly. The next moment, he tried hard to open his eyes. Tony, who was barely breathing, had a strange look in his eyes when he saw Xia Ruofei. He opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. It was obvious that he had reached his last moment. Xia Ruofei increased the input of genuine qi and said in a deep voice, "Tony, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? You can tell me. I'll help you if the conditions allow it." In reality, if Xia Ruofei had used the petals of the spirit heart flower, it was still possible to save Tony. However, he would not use the petal solution on someone he had just met. The loss of some petal solution was not too big of a deal for Xia Ruofei. However, he had no way of explaining himself after the incident. He could not bet that Tony would keep the secret for him. After all, they had only met in the morning and had only spent less than half an hour together. He did not know Tony well. There were people dying every day in this world. Xia Ruofei could not be the savior and save every life on the verge of death. However, it was fate that they met. Tony took the initiative to give him a ride, which could be considered a good relationship. That was why Xia Ruofei had used his qi to hang on to Tony's last breath so that he could say what he wanted. Tony's lips trembled slightly as he said in a weak voice, My waist bag. There's a USB drive. Help. I gave it to me. My daughter. Her name is Emma. The address is in my wallet. On the back of that photo. In fact, there was a video in Tony's USB drive. It was the words he wanted to say to his daughter that he had recorded 2 days ago. As if he had sensed something, 2 days ago, when he was on the road. He suddenly wanted to leave a message for his daughter, so he directly set up the camera and recorded a part of it. He didn't expect that it would really become the last words he left for his daughter. In addition to the video, there was a document in the USB drive that saved his bank account number and password. All his savings were in this account, which was also the last wealth he left for his daughter. 2393 Human lives are as cheap as grass, too. In fact, if Xia Ruofei had read the data in the USB drive, it was possible that he could have taken all the money in the bank account for himself. After all, they had just met and Tony did not know what kind of person Xia Ruofei was. However, he was already on his deathbed and there was no one he could trust. He could only choose to trust Xia Ruofei. As Xia Ruofei listened, he reached out and searched Tony's body. He found his wallet and the USB flash drive in his waist bag. Is this the USB drive? Xia Ruofei asked as he took out a photo from Tony's wallet. It was a girl who looked to be 14 or 15 years old. She had 2 golden braids and a bright smile on her face. Xia Ruofei turned the photo around and saw an address and contact number written on the back. He showed the back of the photo to Tony and asked, "This is the address and phone number, right?" Tony nodded with difficulty and said, "Please. I'm counting on you." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll give this USB and the things you left behind to your daughter." Tony panted with difficulty as he nodded gently. Blood kept oozing out of his mouth, and he was about to die. "Do you have anything else to say?" Xia Ruofei asked. Tony squeezed out a smile and said, Live on. Stay away From this damn battle, halfway through his sentence, he could no longer catch his breath. His head tilted to the side, and he completely stopped breathing. Xia Ruofei looked at Tony's dilated pupils and sighed. He closed his eyes and put him down. Xia Ruofei did not keep Tony's body as he was being cautious. There must be surveillance cameras in the Qinzhuang coffee shop. After the explosion, the surveillance cameras must have stopped working. However, the data before the explosion might still be intact. When the local government investigated this case, they would definitely look at the surveillance data. When they compared it, they would find that Tony was missing. Besides, Xia Ruofei had also considered that this was an area controlled by the government. If Tony's body was left here, the local government would definitely take care of it. After identifying him, they would probably inform his family. At this moment, Xia Ruofei could hear the shrill sound of police sirens approaching. He did not stay in the coffee shop any longer. He reached into Tony's pocket and found the car keys. He took one last look at Tony, then got up and quickly left the coffee shop. Xia Ruofei found Tony's Ford SUV not far away. The car's glass had been shattered by the blast, and there were glass shards everywhere. Xia Ruofei opened the car door and waved his hand. A wisp of spiritual power swept out and swept all the glass shards on the driver's seat to the side. He sat in the car and inserted the key to try it out. When he found that the car could still start normally, he quickly changed gears, stepped on the gas, and left the vicinity of the coffee shop. Xia Ruofei drove the Ford SUV and passed by the fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars that were speeding towards them. After he drove out of Decca town, he found a place to park the car. Then, Xia Ruofei cleaned up the car and put all the things Tony left in the car, the USB and the photo with the address and phone number into the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei had specially used the spatial laws to create a small space in the spatial mountain and sea realm to store Tony's belongings. Xia Ruofei had no intention of opening the USB drive that Tony had specially entrusted to him. He could guess that the things inside must be very important, and it was very likely to involve some financial issues. However, Xia Ruofei's net worth was at least a few $billions. Even if he was not a scholar, he would not have such a crooked idea. Xia Ruofei planned to pass all of Tony's belongings to his daughter, Ames, after he was done with the things here. After putting away Tony's belongings, Xia Ruofei sat in the driver's seat, deep in thought. There was also a waste bag in front of him, which also belonged to Tony. In addition to the USB flash drive, Tony's passport, reporter's ID, and so on were also in the waste bag. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and finally decided to change into Tony's appearance. He used a secret technique to slightly adjust his bones, and muscles. At the same time, he also changed his skin color a little, using a makeup investigation technique. He also slightly adjusted his hairstyle and stuck some beard on his face. In a short while, Xia Ruofei's appearance was at least 70% to 80% similar to Tony's. If one only looked at the not so clear ID photo on the passport, they would be exactly the same. Xia Ruofei did not plan to use Tony's identity to move around in Videira. He only did so to deal with the possible inspections on the way. By changing into Tony's appearance, it was equivalent to having a complete set of identification documents, whether it was in the government-controlled area or the anti-government armed area. As a reporter, he could pass through without any obstacles in most cases. Of course, if it was an area of intense battle or a place involving military secrets, then they could not enter. Xia Ruofei would not use Tony's appearance for the actual operation. Even though Tony had died, Xia Ruofei did not want to bring trouble to his family. 2394, Human lives are as cheap as grass. 3. Xia Ruofei started the Ford SUV again and headed west. Although the car's windows were all shattered and there were holes in all sides, the sound of the wind filled their ears as the car drove on. However, as a cultivator, this little bit of wind did not affect them at all. Xia Ruofei directly increased the throttle to the maximum. The car whistled as it sped on the simple road, stirring up dust along the way. Along the way, Xia Ruofei was very quiet. He had not recovered from his emotions yet. Speaking of which, Xia Ruofei had seen blood on the battlefield and his mental strength was much stronger than the average person. However, when he saw the hellish scene in the coffee shop, he was still shocked. The quiet town was instantly filled with cries and screams. The strong contrast made Xia Ruofei feel that peace was hard to come by. When he was living in China, this feeling was not very strong. But when he came to this war-torn country, Xia Ruofei deeply felt the preciousness of a peaceful environment in China. In the war-torn zones, human lives were as cheap as grass. Xia Ruofei drove for a few hundred kilometers without a word. From dawn to dusk, he did not stop for a rest. The closer they got to the war zone, the more tense the situation became. Xia Ruofei saw a lot of people fleeing along the way, but there were very few cars that drove in the opposite direction like him. Along the way, they passed by a few checkpoints set up by the government forces. Tony's identification documents were complete and he was a reporter, so the government forces did not make things difficult for Xia Ruofei. They only warned him that the battle area was very dangerous and that he had to be careful of his personal safety. There were many war journalists active in Videira, and it was not the first time the soldiers had seen them. They knew that these journalists were not afraid of death, and it was useless to persuade them to stay away from the war zone. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei could already feel the tension in the situation. The government forces and anti-government armed forces in this area were at odds with each other, and the small-scale battles had never stopped. At the most dangerous moment, a rocket landed less than 100 meters in front of his car. Xia Ruofei's strong spiritual power and keen sense of danger allowed him to step on the brakes in advance to slow down. If he drove at a normal speed, he might be hit by the rocket. As a refinement stage cultivator, he was still far from being powerful enough to ignore the attacks of hot weapons. Large caliber firearms, rocket missiles, high-energy bombs. Any one of them was enough to take the life of a low-level cultivator. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not dare to delay. He even summoned the spirit painting scroll from his body and stuffed it into the pocket of his overalls. This way, with his current reaction speed, even if he encountered an attack he couldn't resist, he would have enough time to hide in space. Other than the fleeing crowd, the stern-looking soldiers, and the sounds of gunfire from afar, there was an even more shocking scene. After entering the battle zone, Xia Ruofei saw the corpses lying on the ground more than once. It was unknown how these people died. They might have been hit by stray bullets, robbed, or even killed by the government forces. However, the war situation was tense, and no one had the time to deal with them, so their bodies were left in the wilderness. Due to the bad road conditions and the frequent stops, Xia Ruofei had only driven less than 400 kilometers in a day. The handheld GPS showed that they were more than 300 kilometers away from the Pota region. Xia Ruofei decided to make a break and travel through the night. 2395 8,000-mile-long, distance raid. 1. Xia Ruofei sat in the Ford SUV that was leaking air. He took out a bottle of spirit pool water and a bag of biscuits from his storage space and had a simple meal. In fact, as long as Xia Ruofei continued to cultivate, it would not affect him even if he did not eat for a few days. This was mainly due to the habit he had developed. He always felt that his stomach would not feel right if he did not eat at least once in a while. After dinner, Xia Ruofei took out his handheld GPS and started to plan his next course of action. From here to the Pota region, they still needed to pass through 3 clear war zones, so they had to be very careful when driving at night. In addition, the Pota region was very large, and since the Mata mercenary group had participated in the war, it was certainly impossible for them to be stationed in one place all the time. Where exactly this 100-man mercenary group was located was also a problem. Xia Ruofei had been listening to the local English radio station while they were on the road today. He had a general understanding of the current situation in Vadala. At present, the government forces and anti-government armed forces were mainly active in Pota and the surrounding areas, and the situation on the battlefield was at a stalemate. The anti-government armed forces were in actual control of the large area northwest of the Pota region, while the government forces were in control of the east of the Pota region. Of course, the anti-government armed forces also strengthened their activities in the government-controlled area. The suicide attack in Decca town this morning might increase in the future. The Pota region was the main battlefield for the two sides. It was also the most dangerous area in the entire Vadira nation. If one searched in this area without a purpose, on the one hand, it would be very inefficient, and on the other hand, there would be unknown dangers. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself for a while. He reached out and touched the spirit map scroll that he had kept in his pocket for the entire day. He then sent a telepathic message to Manchila, who was lying in the portable room in the space cage and recuperating. Manchila, do you have any emergency communication channel with the Mata mercenary group? Xia Ruofei asked. I need to know their current location. The mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space. Manchila was lying under a bed in the first mobile house. Xia Qing had assigned him to the first group that Bao Guijun was in charge of. Under Xia Ruofei's threats and kindness, Manchila did not dare to have any other thoughts. He had no doubt that as long as he circulated his cultivation technique, the cold manager Xia would definitely notice the fluctuation of spiritual energy at the first moment. So he had been behaved for the past 2 days and had been lying down to recuperate in boredom. When Xia Ruofei's voice rang in his ears, he could not help but shiver. Xia Ruofei was going to make a move on the mercenary group. First, it was the training camp, and then the shadow squad would probably be annihilated. Now, it was the mercenary group's turn? The Mord organization was Manchila's life's work. Thinking that this famous underground organization in all of Africa was going to be destroyed, Manchila could not help but feel sad. However, he didn't dare to disobey Xia Ruofei's question. He quickly and respectfully replied, Master, I can contact Douglas through the radio in an emergency. A radio station? Xia Ruofei could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had thought that he would establish an emergency contact through the internet or a maritime satellite phone, but he did not expect it to be a radio station. However, it made sense. In a complex battlefield environment, radio communication was indeed much more convenient than internet communication. After all, the location of the troops was uncertain, and it was impossible to guarantee that they could connect to the internet at all times. As for maritime satellite phones, their privacy was far less than that of radio stations. After all, satellite phones were also transmitted through satellites, and the satellites were not in their own hands, so there was definitely the possibility of being monitored. As for the radio, although everyone could receive radio waves in theory, as long as the password was complicated enough, the security could be guaranteed. After all, cracking the password was a difficult problem even in the world's military world. Xia Ruofei asked, "Where's your radio station? Where's the codebook?" Xia Ruofei was a little regretful now. When they were in the Arulei temple, he did not ask about the details of contacting the Mata mercenary group. He only knew that there was no radio in the secret chamber of Manchila. Otherwise, he would have been able to find it with his spiritual power. "Master," Manjib replied, "Irulei contact Douglas, and it's not easy to install an antenna in the secret chamber, so I put the radio in one of my villas in Arulei." Fuck. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, this was also one of the drawbacks of mental force hypnosis. The hypnotized person would answer all the questions raised by the hypnotist, and he would not hold back. However, if the hypnotist did not ask any questions in this regard, the hypnotist would not take the initiative to speak. Xia Ruofei had focused all his energy on the Dark Shadow Squad and had not made up his mind to wipe out the entire mercenary group. Moreover, he did not have a clear understanding of the environment of the mercenary group, so he did not ask about this. Now that they were a few hundred kilometers deep into the Direct Kingdom, were they going to go back and find the radio station? Wait a minute. The radio station. As Xia Ruofei thought about this, he suddenly remembered that he had plundered an entire warehouse in the Barsoko training camp. There seemed to be a whole set of radio equipment in it. The training camp was originally meant to train reserve members for mercenary groups and shadow teams, and the focus of the training was different. Since the mercenary group was equipped with a radio station, they naturally needed communication soldiers, so the training camp also arranged for some students to receive training in broadcasting. 2396 long, distance raid, 2, the set of radio equipment was just a spare. There was another set in a building in the training camp. At that time, Xia Ruofei thought that it was too troublesome to dismantle and it was not very useful, so he did not take it. The set in the warehouse was packed and had a complete set of spare parts, so Xia Ruofei kept it in the warehouse. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei immediately immersed his mind into the spirit map space and quickly found the batch of resources from the Barsoko training camp that he had stored. As expected, a whole set of radio equipment was among the supplies. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He quickly asked Manchila, telepathically, what about the codebook? Could it be in that villa? Under normal circumstances, the radio and the password book would not be placed together. Otherwise, in the event of an accident, the two things would fall into the hands of the enemy, and the other party would be able to pass off their identity to send messages to the mercenary group, and also monitor the messages sent by the mercenary group. Manchila heard the anger in Xia Ruofei's voice and replied in fear, "Master, the password book is an electronic version, stored in the computer on the island in the secret room. When I need to contact the mercenary group, there's a special messenger. He only knows how to send and copy the news. I personally completed the translation work." In other words, the messenger of Manchila could only send and receive the contents of the telegraph, but he did not understand the meaning of these numbers. Every time he received the content, Manchila would translate it through a codebook. After receiving it, he would also hand over the original content to Manchila, and Manchila would translate the electricity himself. This ensured the safety of information. To a large extent, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but admire the strict and cautious nature of the mod organization. As for Manchila's messenger in Arulai, Xia Ruofei didn't care too much. Anyway, the messenger probably didn't know who he was contacting, and he didn't have the password book. Even if he found out that Xia Ruofei was missing, he couldn't use the radio to inform the mercenary group. At that time, there were 2 laptops in the secret room. One was used to connect to the internet, and the other was an isolated computer that was physically isolated from the internet. Xia Ruofei had kept both laptops. In other words, the password was with him, and he didn't need to return to Arulai to find it. Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After asking for the location of the password book, he carefully asked about the habit of sending messages when contacting the mercenary group. Manchila was not hypnotized, but his life was in Xia Ruofei's hands. He did not dare to have any thoughts about Xia Ruofei's question and told him everything without hiding anything. He even took the initiative to tell Xia Ruofei the questions that he had not considered. For example, when Manchila sent a message to the modern mercenary group, he would add a string of meaningless numbers at the end of the message. This string of numbers would also change according to the different dates. As long as this string of numbers was seen at the end of the message, it must be Manchila's own message. This was equivalent to an anti-counterfeit logo. Manchila had completely given up. In his eyes, Xia Ruofei was an invincible god. Since Xia Ruofei had set his eyes on the modern mercenary group, then the mercenary group would not be able to escape. In that case, he did not dare to hold back. He only hoped to perform well and get Xia Ruofei's appreciation. Otherwise, when Xia Ruofei was done with the mercenary group and found out that he was hiding something, he would have a terrible ending. As for the life and death of the mercenary group, Manchila did not even consider it. These people had always been cold-hearted. Of course, as for the anti-counterfeit symbol, because the algorithm was more complicated, there was a small software saved in the computer. As long as you entered a date, it would automatically generate the string of codes of that day. This software was like a password book that was stored in a folder. Xia Ruofei would find it when he looked for it. Instead of waiting for Xia Ruofei to find out and then asking, it was better to take the initiative to say it so that Xia Ruofei would have a good impression of her. Now that Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had broken through a major realm, his memory was much better than ordinary people. Although Manchila's words were complicated, Xia Ruofei could remember them all after listening to them once. With a thought, he took out the isolated island laptop from the space. After turning it on, he followed the hidden path provided by Manchila and quickly found the codebook document. There was also a small software in the folder that specialized in generating anti-counterfeit string codes. There was also a similar software in the modern mercenary group, controlled by Douglas. The algorithm of this codebook was very complicated, and it didn't seem to be fabricated to fool people. However, Xia Ruofei was cautious by nature. He would not easily believe Manchila's words when he was not hypnotized. He muttered to himself for a moment, and then used his mind to mobilize the invisible spatial force to suppress Manchila. Manchila was caught off guard in the space and almost instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness. When he lost consciousness, he was shocked. His last thought was, did I say something wrong that made Master angry? Or is it because I didn't take the initiative to tell you about the radio station? Did he make his master unhappy? The next moment, Xia Ruofei moved Manchila out of space and threw him on the passenger seat. Then, he slapped the unconscious Manchila awake and immediately released his mental power at full force, shrouding Manchila. Manchila woke up with a dazed look on her face. Before she could come to her senses, she was directly attacked by Xia Ruofei's spiritual power and entered a state of deep hypnosis. That day at Arulai Temple, Manchila still had the intention to resist, but now he was disheartened. Furthermore, he had not cultivated for a few days and was injured. He was in a very weak state, so he was hypnotized by Xia Ruofei. In an instant, under the surveillance of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, Manchila could not pretend to be hypnotized. Xia Ruofei started to ask questions one by one, and the content was what Manchila had told him just now. Manchila, who was in a state of hypnosis, naturally would not hide anything. He repeated what he had just said like pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. Xia Ruofei made a comparison and confirmed that Manchila was not playing any tricks. This time, he did not hide anything or deceive anyone. He then withdrew his spiritual force and threw Manchila back into the spirit map space. Manchila felt the world spinning around him. When he woke up, he found himself on the bed in the mobile house again. At this time, everything that had happened during the hypnosis also appeared in his mind. Xia Ruofei's calm voice was heard in Manchila's ear. Not bad, you didn't hide anything from me. Rest well. Manchila's back broke out in a cold sweat. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so cautious, despite his strength. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he did not play any tricks. Otherwise, what awaited him now would not be Xia Ruofei's light words. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment, then started the car and continued west according to the route he had just planned. He was still a few hundred kilometers away from the Poda region. If he contacted the modern mercenary group now, they might have already left by the time he arrived. Wouldn't he have to contact them again then? Moreover, if he asked about the location of the mercenary group frequently in a day, it would raise Douglas' vigilance. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to contact the modern mercenary group when he reached the Poda region. That night, Xia Ruofei drove at full speed through the war zone. He used his spiritual power to avoid danger several times and avoided the marching troops twice. Xia Ruofei did not know if the other party was the government army or the anti-government armed forces. Anyway, he sensed that there was a large group of troops moving and avoided them in advance. Xia Ruofei finally arrived at a small town called Debra in the Poda region when the sky was slightly bright. It was only about 10 kilometers away from the place where the modern mercenary group had been stationed. 2397, the item in the bag. 1. The government forces and anti-government armed forces fought frequently in this area, and the war situation was in a seesaw battle. The area was also attacked by the war many times. As a result, this small town was almost riddled with holes and had almost become a ruin. The residents of the town had all fled, and the town was dead silent in the early morning. Occasionally, the sound of gunfire from afar broke the silence. Xia Ruofei drove the car into the town and found an abandoned building far from the main road. The building was 5 stories tall. The outer wall was almost gone, and the other side had half collapsed. Xia Ruofei drove the car into the interior of the building, then jumped out and found some construction waste to cover the outer wall. In fact, he had put all the important things in the car into the spirit map space. However, in this war-torn country, a transportation vehicle was still very important, so Xia Ruofei had to put on some proper disguise. He wasn't going to stay here for long, so he didn't bother to put the car into the origin space. After all, it was a few tons heavy, and it would take a lot of mental power to put it in the space. After Xia Ruofei hid the car, he began to climb up the building. He moved nimbly through the pile of bricks. The stairs of the building had collapsed in many places. Xia Ruofei climbed up like an agile monkey and reached the top of the building in no time. This was the tallest building in the small town that had not collapsed yet. Xia Ruofei had chosen this place to set up the radio antenna. Xia Ruofei went to the rooftop and used his spiritual power to check. He did not find anyone suspicious. In fact, the residents of this small town had either run away or died. As long as there was no army activity in the vicinity, this was basically a dead city. No one would appear at all. After Xia Ruofei was sure that it was safe, he immediately took out the entire radio set from his space. A pile of army green boxes appeared on the rooftop. Xia Ruofei opened the boxes quickly and started to assemble the equipment. In fact, the main body of the radio was already assembled. He only needed to connect the lead-acid battery to a few other small parts. After 10 minutes, Xia Ruofei had finished assembling the radio. Then, he began to install the antenna. The antenna was in a long canvas bag. After Xia Ruofei took out the item, he unfolded the antenna and pulled out the retractable rod bit by bit to fix the antenna to the rooftop. Finally, Xia Ruofei connected the antenna to the radio station. The assembly was complete. Xia Ruofei had been trained in broadcasting when he was in the army, but he was not as skilled as a professional radio operator. Moreover, he had not been in contact with it for a few years, so he was a little rusty. After he turned on the power, he first practiced and familiarized himself with the power button. To be honest, this kind of radio station had been eliminated in the army of many countries, not because of its poor security performance, but because of the more advanced digital encryption communication means. In fact, it was the exact opposite. When this kind of frequency hopping radio was used with a high-level codebook, the possibility of it being cracked was extremely low. This was probably the reason why Manzila chose to use this old radio station as an emergency communication channel with the modern mercenary group. After Xia Ruofei familiarized himself with it for a while, he was ready to start the official broadcast. He had already translated the content to be sent through the codebook, and had also generated today's anti-counterfeit serial code. Xia Ruofei held onto a piece of paper filled with numbers and pressed a button. A light beeping sound started to ring out on the rooftop. The content of the message was very short. He quickly reported the exact location of your unit. Satan. There was not much content in total. Xia Ruofei would pause for half a minute after each message and then send it again. He repeated it 3 times before he ended the message. Then, Xia Ruofei sat down on the rooftop. He put on his headphones and waited for a reply, while keeping an eye on his surroundings with his spiritual power. After about 10 minutes, the indicator light on the radio started to flash. Xia Ruofei sat up straight and started to take notes. The radio wave from the mercenary group was sent 3 times. After Xia Ruofei recorded it the first time, he double-checked it from the beginning to the end on the second time. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he did not listen to it a third time. He took out the laptop from the space, opened the codebook document, and began to translate the electricity against the codebook. In a short while, the contents of the message were presented to Xia Ruofei. Currently, the troops are camping in the forest 8 kilometers south of the town of Lukadu in the Pota region. They will move east tomorrow morning and cooperate with the main force to attack the area controlled by the government forces. It was signed off as Boulder. Xia Ruofei smiled. With a clear location, it was easy to handle. The telegram also said that the troops were resting today and would attack the east the next morning. Xia Ruofei had been in the army for more than 5 years. He knew that when there was an important mission the next day, the first day of training would be reduced so that the soldiers could rest and conserve their energy. At night, there would definitely be no more emergency assembly. Xia Ruofei did not know if these mercenary groups would have an emergency gathering at night, but the way they led their troops was similar. Even if there was no emergency gathering, under normal circumstances, some accidents would happen. It was to train the soldiers' ability to respond to emergencies. 2398 The item in the bag, too, since there would be a combat mission tomorrow, he would not have to do this tonight under normal circumstances. A relatively peaceful night was a good time for Xia Ruofei to take action. Xia Ruofei took out the GPS and found the location of the town of Lukadu on it. Then, he headed south to find the forest. He didn't have a military map in his hand, and the map shown on the GPS didn't have contours, so he couldn't see the terrain very clearly. However, the forest wasn't very large, and it wouldn't be particularly difficult to find a team of more than 100 people stationed there. Xia Ruofei decided to investigate when he was near the forest. So, he began to plan the route. It was about 30 kilometers from here to the town of Lukadu, and there were 2 roads that could lead there. One of the roads had several villages occupied by anti-government armed forces. The government had sent fighter jets to bomb the area, so the road conditions were expected to be very bad. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and decided to take the other route, although it was a little longer. In fact, it wasn't a long detour. The journey was about 40 kilometers, and most of the area along the way was controlled by the government. In comparison, the government force was more friendly to international reporters. Of course, the anti-government armed forces would not attack reporters for no reason. It was just that sometimes they did not welcome interviews from reporters and their attitudes were relatively rough. Therefore, it was naturally better to have less contact with the anti-government armed forces. After planning the route, Xia Ruofei kept his laptop in his interspace and started to dismantle the radio station. After a while, he put away the antenna and dismantled the radio station into several big parts, then put them into a box and put it into the space. After packing up, Xia Ruofei got up and went downstairs. He quickly came to the first floor where the car was hidden. He decided to wait for the sky to turn dark before taking action. Even if the road conditions were bad, they would definitely be able to get there in 2 hours. The second half of the night was the time when one was the most soundly asleep, and the sentries' reactions would also be relatively slower. That was the best time to act. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to set off. This place was well hidden and he decided to stay here until dark. Xia Ruofei did not enter the car to rest. Instead, he took out a camping mat from his storage space and cleared out an area beside the car. After placing the camping mat, he sat on it and leaned against the car tire to rest. Of course, he also kept a wisp of his mental power on guard. If an army approached the area, he could put the car into his origin space at once and leave quickly. It was necessary to be vigilant at all times in the theater of operations. It could be regarded as a training of spiritual energy. Xia Ruofei leaned against the car and closed his eyes to rest. He felt as if he was in a dream. Qianqian had been in the war zone for the past 2 days. The sounds of gunfire seemed to be right beside his ears. It made him feel as if he had returned to the days of the military. Xia Ruofei spent the whole day resting in the abandoned building. The sounds of gunfire from afar were intermittent. It seemed that the battle was in a stalemate. Fortunately, the battlefield was at least a few kilometers away from here, so it was still peaceful. The bored Xia Ruofei even began to judge the distance or guess which weapons were firing based on the sound of the gun. Generally speaking, the ones with messy equipment mostly came from anti-government armed forces, although the combat power of the government army was average, their standard equipment was relatively unified. Finally, the sky gradually darkened, and the sounds of gunfire in the distance also became less frequent. It was estimated that the two sides, who had been fighting for a whole day, had begun to rest. Of course, at night, small-scale raids were inevitable. Xia Ruofei did not know if the modern mercenary group had participated in the battle during the day. They were too far away and could not hear him. Of course, he hoped that the mercenary group would also participate in the battle. This way, they would be even more tired at night. It was only when the abandoned building was pitch black that Xia Ruofei stood up and kept his things. Then, he went over to clear the obstacles that he had set up during the day and started the engine. Xia Ruofei reversed the car out of the abandoned building, turned on the GPS, and began to follow the planned route in the direction of Lucadu. If it was in China, it would only take half an hour to get there. However, the road conditions in Videira were very bad, especially in the battle zone. There were huge bullet holes from time to time, and it was easy for the car to fall into them at night due to poor vision. Hence, Xia Ruofei was more careful. He did not speed up and kept his mind focused on the road ahead. After driving for about an hour and a half, Xia Ruofei finally arrived near the town of Lucadu at about 9 o'clock in the evening. When they were about 4 to 5 kilometers away from the town of Lucadu, Xia Ruofei turned off the car lights and kept them off as he drove. He used his mental power to investigate, and it did not really matter whether he turned on the lights or not. From afar, he saw that there seemed to be lights coming from the town of Lucadu, so he turned off the car lights without saying anything. This area had already been plowed several times by the flames of war, so there would basically be no people there. There were lights in the town, which meant that there was an army stationed there. If Xia Ruofei drove with the lights on, the garrison in the town would notice him from far away and most likely send someone to investigate. They had avoided several small troops along the way. Xia Ruofei did not want to cause any trouble at this time. 2399, the item in the bag. 3. When they got closer to the town of Lucadu, Xia Ruofei was even more certain that there were troops stationed in the town. He judged that they were the anti-government armed forces that would attack the Eastern Front with the moored mercenary group the next morning. Xia Ruofei did not continue to get closer. Instead, he chose to take a big detour and go around the northern side of Luckadu town. Then, he went from the eastern side to the forest in the southern side of the town. The eastern side was controlled by the government forces. He did not know the situation behind the anti-government forces control area. So it was safer to go through the intersection between the two areas. With the help of his wide-range spiritual power, Xia Ruofei drove the Ford with its lights off without any danger. He made a big circle in the north of Luckadu and finally reached the forest where the Mada mercenary group was stationed. Xia Ruofei stopped the car 2 to 3 kilometers away from the forest. After making sure that there were no hidden sentries or other people spying on him, he put the off-road vehicle into his space, drank a bottle of spirit, pool water to recover his mental power, and rested for a while. Xia Ruofei, who had long changed into a tight black suit, was now lightly dressed. Like a civet cat, he flashed towards the forest. His movements were very light and did not make any sound. Even the fallen leaves on the ground were not moved. In a short while, he had blended into the night. At this moment, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to use his spiritual power. He spread it out to the greatest extent to check the situation in the forest. A team of more than 100 people was basically the size of an ordinary company. According to Manzila's information, the Mada mercenary group also adopted a 3-3 structure similar to the Chinese army. The entire mercenary group was divided into 3 teams, with each team having more than 30 people. Each team was further divided into 3 groups, with each group having about 10 people. In addition, there were also some signalmen, medics, odd-job soldiers, and so on. In terms of leadership, Boulder Douglas was the leader of the mercenary group, and a German named Croton was his assistant. In addition, Douglas also had a trusted aide named Hugs, who was also from the United States. Hugs' role in the mercenary group was roughly equivalent to that of a chief of staff. Of course, a small company like this would not usually have a chief of staff. The above 4 people were the leaders of the Mada mercenary group, and there were 2 or 3 staff officers. This basically made up the entire composition of the command. After Xia Ruofei entered the forest, he quickly climbed up a tree. He spread his mental power out, and the terrain of the area quickly formed a 3-dimensional image in his mind. Xia Ruofei, who was from the military, naturally knew what kind of terrain was most suitable for the troops to station. He roughly estimated the path of the terrain, then leaped from the tree branch and pounced on another tree not far away like a big bird. Just like that, Xia Ruofei advanced in one direction for about 50 meters. His feet did not touch the ground during the whole process. He jumped directly to another tree if he was closer, and swung with the help of the branches if he was slightly further away. Even Tarzan, the man-ape in the movie, was not as dexterous as him. Soon, Xia Ruofei stopped moving forward and quietly lay on a thick branch. His eyes were very bright in the dark. Just now, his spiritual power had detected 2 hidden sentries in the direction he was moving. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. It seemed like he was still doing his job well in the army. His judgment was completely correct. Since there was already a hidden sentry, it meant that the camp of the Mada mercenary group was not far away. It was impossible for a company-sized small unit to send out sentries a few kilometers away. Now that he had found the exact location of the troops, this mercenary group was in his bag. 2,400 snatching people away? That doesn't exist. Xia Ruofei jumped down from the tree without a sound and advanced another 100 meters in the direction of the 2 hidden sentries. Now, he was only 20 to 30 meters away from the hidden sentries. Due to the angle and the darkness of the forest, Xia Ruofei's movements were very light and the two hidden sentries did not notice him at all. Xia Ruofei did not act rashly. Instead, he agilely climbed up a tree and hid among the dense leaves. He continued to spread out his spiritual power and probed ahead. The main reason was that it was still the first half of the night, and it was not the best time to act. On top of that, Xia Ruofei also needed to observe the situation of the other sentries and even the entire campsite from this position. After moving closer to 100 meters, he could sense the campsite of the modern mercenary group with his spiritual power. Even if he had not cultivated, Xia Ruofei was still an expert at hiding. Now that he could even hide his aura, it could be said that even if someone passed by the tree, it would be difficult to notice his existence. He used his mental power to investigate the camp 2 to 300 meters away. He investigated the distribution of troops, the arrangement of sentries, and so on. Soon, a three-dimensional figure was formed in his mind. Xia Ruofei was very patient. This was his last operation in Africa. Everything had gone smoothly at the start. As long as everything went well tonight, this trip to Africa would be complete. He investigated the situation of the entire camp bit by bit, not letting go of any details, especially recording the route of the mobile sentries. This was the most important point to pay attention to during the operation. After investigating the camp situation, Xia Ruofei rested on the tree and focused on the two sentries with a wisp of spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, from now until the second half of the night, the sentries would have to change shifts, and he had to record the time. Time passed by. The forest was quiet, and the sound of a small gasoline generator in the camp could be vaguely heard in the distance. Xia Ruofei was very patient. In reality, he was much better than when he was doing undercover training or operations in the army. He could release a little bit of his spiritual power, and the mosquitoes in the jungle could not get close to him. In the past, he had to endure this and stay in place without moving. At midnight, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had some feedback. He sat up straight and noticed two soldiers coming from the camp with guns. He estimated the time and judged that it was a shift change. Sure enough, the two of them went straight to the hidden sentries' hiding spot. After a simple handover, the original two hidden sentries got up and left, and the two soldiers behind them took over their work. Xia Ruofei had stayed there for almost 3 hours. He estimated that there would be a shift of 4 hours. Of course, the frequency might change in the second half of the night, so he decided to wait until around 2 o'clock, and start acting regardless of whether the other side had changed shifts. Xia Ruofei hid silently for another half an hour. Suddenly, his spiritual power detected something unusual. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sit up, frowning. He detected that there was an army of about 70 to 80 people silently approaching from the periphery of the forest. Fuck. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but curse in his heart. This was the rhythm of a night attack. He originally thought that since the modern mercenary group had a combat mission the next morning, they would not be busy with other operations tonight. However, they did not expect that before the modern mercenary group made any arrangements, the other party's troops had set their eyes on this 100-man mercenary group and brought people to launch a night attack. This can't do. In the middle of the night, the other party had almost reached their doorstep, and the modern mercenary group had not even noticed. This was too useless. If the other party suddenly launched a fierce attack, the damage to the modern mercenary group would definitely not be small. Xia Ruofei already saw the modern mercenary group as his own. Even if one of them died, it would be his loss. And if the battle really started, no matter what the result was, the modern mercenary group would most likely move to another camp. Wouldn't that mean that Xia Ruofei's efforts tonight would be in vain? Most of them were from the government. However, Xia Ruofei did not have any obvious bias towards the government or the anti-government armed forces. The fight between the two parties was an internal matter of the Watara nation. But now that the government forces wanted to fight with him for meat, he couldn't do that. Xia Ruofei's mind was spinning, and he made a decision in an instant. He had to give the modern mercenary group a warning. With a thought, he took out 2 small stones from space and threw them at the 2 hidden sentries dozens of meters away. Thump! Thump! The small stone hit the sentinel's helmet and made a dull sound. The sound was very clear in the quiet forest. The 2 hidden sentries were immediately alarmed. They suddenly stood up and loudly asked about the situation. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei had already taken out a sniper rifle with a silencer from his storage space. He had emptied the warehouse of the training camp in Basoko town and captured almost all the assassins from the Dark Shadow Squad. Therefore, there were so many weapons in his storage space that he could even hold a weapon exhibition. Xia Ruofei quickly pressed a sniper bullet into the chamber, aimed, and fired. His movements were smooth. Although he had not touched a gun for a long time, the muscle memory in his bones had not disappeared. His movements were still so standard. 2401, snatching people away? That doesn't exist. Coupled with the guidance of his spiritual power, the shot hit the target accurately. The troops that were preparing to launch a sneak attack on the camp of the modern mercenary group had quickly scattered and hidden themselves when the hidden sentry made the sound. Xia Ruofei's shot accurately hit the thigh of the soldier at the front. The large, caliber sniper bullet instantly left a penetrating wound on the soldier's leg. The soldier couldn't help but let out a painful scream, breaking the silence of the night. The secret sentry of the modern mercenary group was already like a frightened bird. Now that he heard the scream from the other side of the forest, he pulled the bolt of his gun and fired in that direction. The camp was right behind them, and the sound came from the opposite direction. It was definitely not a friend visiting at night, so the sentry was very decisive and opened fire. After the gunshot, there was a sudden commotion in the camp. A huge searchlight suddenly swept in this direction, and the camp's patrol team also rushed over. The commander of the government forces, who came to attack, was so angry that he punched the ground. Everything had been so smooth before, and they were about to reach the camp, but such a big change happened. First, the enemy's sentry suddenly shouted for no reason. Then, someone on their side was shot, completely exposing their position. Under the illumination of the searchlights, it was impossible for the team to hide. Soon, the machine guns on the 2 high points of the camp spewed out fire, and the sound of gunfire completely broke the quiet night. After Xia Ruofei fired the shot, he quickly kept the sniper rifle into the medium. Then, he grabbed a branch like an agile ape and flung it, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Although the sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer that almost completely suppressed the fire at the muzzle, experienced soldiers could still deduce the direction of the shot from the position and wound of the wounded. Under normal circumstances, snipers would change their positions flexibly to prevent their shooting position from being targeted by the other. Party. The sound of gunfire rang out. After the commander of the government army lost 2 soldiers, he no longer hesitated and immediately ordered a retreat. After being discovered by the enemy, the sneak attack would no longer be effective. Now that the enemy had the advantage in numbers and firepower, and also occupied a solid camp, it could be said that the time, place, and people were on the enemy's side. There was no point in continuing to attack. The Mada mercenary group chased in the direction of the retreat of the government forces, for a distance, and then returned to the camp, cursing. Xia Ruofei, who had changed his hiding position, continued to use his spiritual power to check the situation at the campsite. At the same time, he criticized in his heart, "I'm here to catch you, not to be your nanny." The enemy was right at their doorstep, but there was no reaction at all. This was too useless. However, Xia Ruofei thought about it again. Whether the mercenaries were tactically trained or not, it had nothing to do with him. It did not matter if they were smart or not. Planting flowers and planting crops in the realm was not a problem. As long as they had strength, it would be fine. Hence, Xia Ruofei was relieved and used his spiritual power to check the situation in the opposite camp. Soon, Xia Ruofei found the furious Douglas, who was almost the same as the photo he saw on Manzila's computer. Douglas was wearing an army green tactical vest and holding an automatic rifle in his hand. His muscles were bulging, and his tactical vest was tightly held up. His face was also full of fierce muscles, making him look very strong and fierce. Douglas waved his arms and gave a lecture before he went into the tent. Under the organization of their respective captains and team leaders, the mercenaries left some people behind to patrol and keep watch, while the others also dispersed and returned to their tents. Xia Ruofei noticed that there were more people on patrol and 2 more fixed sentries. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. When the troops were attacked by the enemy, they would definitely be more vigilant. If it wasn't for the combat mission tomorrow morning, the entire mercenary group would probably not be able to sleep tonight. Xia Ruofei continued to wait on the tree. It was already 1 in the morning. He knew that the soldiers would not fall asleep immediately after the stimulation of what had just happened. This was the time when they were the most excited and tense. Anyway, he was prepared to act around 2 o'clock. Now, he continued to wait and see, waiting for the camp to calm down. As time passed, Xia Ruofei sat on the tree without moving. Every now and then, he would use his spiritual power to check the situation in the camp. At around 2 o'clock, 2 more soldiers came to change shifts. It seemed like they had 2 hours of shifts for the second half of the night. Xia Ruofei said in his heart. Xia Ruofei continued to wait for about half an hour after the hidden sentries finished their handover. 2:30 a.m. Xia Ruofei finally moved. He silently jumped down from the tree and rolled on the ground. While he absorbed the impact, he also advanced a few meters toward the bushes, behind the 2 hidden sentries. Xia Ruofei made a small circle from the side and quietly approached the hidden sentries. This hidden sentry was a big black man. His bulging black muscles even seemed to shine under the moonlight. Not far in front of him was the position of another hidden sentry. The black man was chewing gum while maintaining a vigilant posture. He had no idea that someone had sneaked up behind them. Xia Ruofei sneaked up behind the hidden sentry and hit his carotid artery with a hand knife. The black man didn't even make a sound before he fainted. Xia Ruofei didn't even try to help the black man up. Before he fell to the ground, he had already been kept in the medium. After entering the space, the black man's weapons were stripped away by an invisible force and flew to the place where Xia Ruofei stored his weapons. The black man was locked up in the space cage. Considering that the Dark Shadow Squad and the modern mercenary group did not have much interaction, Xia Ruofei guessed that the assassins from the Dark Shadow Squad and the mercenaries did not know each other. Hence, to avoid any accidental injuries, Xia Ruofei simply created another space cage to lock up the captives. When the black man was locked in the space cage, Xia Ruofei had already quietly arrived behind the other hidden sentry. He did the same thing, using very simple tactical movements to silently take down the hidden sentry and put him into the spatial cage. Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself, "They're starting to harvest free labor." In the dark forest, he quickly made his way towards the mercenary group's camp. In the first half of the night, Xia Ruofei had already used his spiritual power to investigate clearly. In this direction, other than 2 hidden sentries, there were 2 more sentries near the simple fence of the camp. In addition, 2 high points were set up in the camp, both equipped with searchlights and high-speed machine guns. In addition, there were 2 mobile sentry teams patrolling the camp. They were basically all the security forces of the modern mercenary group. Of course, there should be hidden sentries in other directions as well. However, Xia Ruofei could ignore them for the time being. He had a good grasp of the situation. So he directly found a position and nimbly climbed over the fence without alerting anyone. Then, Xia Ruofei began to move forward carefully along the fence. After avoiding the patrol post, he slipped out of the shadows and arrived at the bottom of the high platform in a few steps. Xia Ruofei quickly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual power, and then climbed up the simple ladder. 2402 Crazy_Xia Ruofei used the same method as he did in the Basoko training camp. First, he cleared the sentries at the high vantage points as they had the best view. With them around, he would not be able to move freely in the camp. At first, it was indeed very smooth. After Xia Ruofei carefully avoided the mobile sentries, he did not spend much effort to remove the sentries at the highest points. The next thing to deal with was the mobile sentries. In the camp of the modern mercenary group, there were 2 teams of mobile sentries patrolling, and their patrol routes crossed each other. After Xia Ruofei had chosen a secluded spot, he hid in the shadows and waited for the 5-man mobile sentries to pass by. Then, he suddenly charged out and used a few conventional combat moves to make the mobile sentries lose their ability to move in just 1 or 2 seconds. After cultivating his essential chi, Xia Ruofei was able to use some of the tactical movements that he had learned in the army more freely. He jumped out from behind the sentries and took down 2 of them before they could react. Then, he jumped up and kicked the chests of 2 sentries with his legs at the same time. He then used the momentum to pounce on the last sentries and hit his neck with a palm knife. When he knocked out the sentry, the first sentry he knocked out had not yet completely fallen to the ground. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power supported the 5 of them and prevented them from falling to the ground. Then, he placed these people into the space cage. At the same time, the weapons on these soldiers were also stripped away by the power of space, and they were thrown together with the 2 hidden sentries like dead dogs. After dealing with this team of sentries, Xia Ruofei quickly disappeared into the darkness. He used his maximum speed and ran to another ambush point, ready to deal with the second team of mobile sentries. Because the routes of the 2 teams of mobile Sentries crossed each other, if he couldn't get rid of the other team of mobile sentries at the first moment. He would immediately notice something unusual if he didn't see the team of sentries in front of him when he reached the intersection of the routes. Xia Ruofei's speed was very fast. Without the sentries on high ground to hold him back, he had less to worry about. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the hidden position that he had found in advance. At this time, another team of sentries was still more than 30 meters away from him. Xia Ruofei had used all his speed just now, and was panting slightly. He held on to the sandbag that was used as a cover, and steadied his breathing. His eyes never left the sentries who were getting closer and closer. At the same time, his mental power was constantly on alert. If there were any strange movements in other directions, he would be able to detect it at the first moment. Very quickly, the group of sentries walked past the bunker that Xia Ruofei was hiding behind in an orderly manner. They did not notice the approaching danger. Xia Ruofei stared at the last sentry's back and counted in his heart. Then, he stomped on the ground and jumped up. Like a giant rock, he pounced on the sentry. A few muffled sounds of hitting could be heard. This team of sentries had no ability to resist. They did not even have time to raise their guns or make any sound before they were killed by Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei kept the 5 of them into the spatial cage without a word and then disappeared into the darkness again. He was panting slightly as he walked around a team of 5 sentries. It was easy for him to deal with them, but if he encountered more than 10 or 20 people at the same time, it would be a little difficult. Of course, even if he was facing 20 to 30 armed soldiers, Xia Ruofei could easily break their formation when they were caught off guard and subdue them one by one. It was not a difficult task for him. However, under such circumstances, it would be impossible to stop the other party from firing a warning shot. Fortunately, it was impossible for such a small company-sized unit to have dozens of people patrolling together. The entire unit only had about 100 people, unless the commander was stupid. After taking care of the mobile sentry, Xia Ruofei was even more confident. Next, there were a few fixed sentries in the camp, which were not difficult for Xia Ruofei to deal with. These sentries were all single sentries. With Xia Ruofei's current strength, they would not be able to detect him if he was behind them. Xia Ruofei would often launch a violent attack, but the sentries would not even react. Some of them would even faint before they could see Xia Ruofei's face. Xia Ruofei was like a ghost in the dark night, harvesting free labor in the military camp. Within 15 minutes, Xia Ruofei had taken care of all the security guards. About 100 meters away from the campsite, there were a few hidden sentries. Xia Ruofei did not bother with them for the time being. After dealing with the sentries in the camp, he began to capture people from each tent. These mercenaries had been fighting for days and were all very tired. In addition, they had been attacked by the government forces in the middle of the night, so they were even more exhausted. After more than an hour, the tension gradually disappeared, and the mercenaries fell into a deep sleep, snoring in the tents. The camp of the modern mercenary group used the kind of tents used by soldiers. Each tent could accommodate about 10 people. There were a total of 12 such tents in the entire camp. Xia Ruofei started with the nearest tent. 2403, crazy _ there were 2 rows of waterproof mats inside the tent, and a narrow path in the middle. At the entrance of the tent, there was a foldable gun rack, where the helmets and guns of the soldiers were placed neatly. Xia Ruofei had a military background and was very familiar with the layout of military tents in the wild. Even the smell of sweat and feet in the air. He glanced at the mercenaries who were sleeping soundly and kept all the weapons and equipment at the door into his storage space before walking towards them. The soldiers who were sleeping were the easiest to deal with. Xia Ruofei did not even need to do anything. He could just treat them like objects and keep them in the spatial cage. Therefore, he moved very quickly. Basically, within half a minute, a tent was swept clean. He didn't stop for a moment. After leaving one tent, he immediately went into the adjacent tent. Just like that, everything seemed to be going smoothly along the way. However, just as Xia Ruofei was about to enter the 11th tent, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This was his sharp perception of fatal danger. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He rolled and entered the tent. Almost at the same time, a clear gunshot broke the silence of the night. A large, caliber pistol bullet hit the spot where Xia Ruofei had just been standing. Xia Ruofei's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that he would still be discovered. Even as the operation was coming to an end, Xia Ruofei's ability to adapt was also very strong. When he sensed danger, he did not blindly avoid it. Instead, he made the right decision in an instant and slipped into the tent that he was about to enter. As he rolled into the tent, Xia Ruofei had already stored the weapons on the gun rack at the entrance of the tent into the spirit map space. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to envelop the 9 soldiers in the tent. The soldiers were all woken up by the gunshots at the same time. However, Xia Ruofei had already kept the people closest to him into the spatial cage. 5 more soldiers had woken up. If they resisted when they were awake, Xia Ruofei might fail to take them in. This was different from mental hypnosis. If mental hypnosis was used, as long as the other party's mental power was much weaker than the caster's, it would basically be a crushing defeat. It would be difficult not to fall for it. However, if one wanted to put someone into the spirit map space, as long as the other party had the intention to resist, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Xia Ruofei didn't know what the principle was, but he knew that it might be reasonable. Otherwise, the spirit map space was too heaven-defying. No matter if the other party was willing or not, it could directly put them into the space and then use its absolute control over the space to deal with the other party in any way. Hence, after putting the 4 soldiers into the spatial cage, Xia Ruofei saw that the rest of the soldiers had woken up. Without any hesitation, he stomped on the ground and pounced on the soldiers who were still in a daze. After a few steps, Xia Ruofei jumped up and stretched his body. He was almost turned over and kicked a soldier's chin in a mid-air shot. Then, he twisted his body and elbowed the other soldier's chest. The 2 of them didn't even make a sound as they fell to the ground like logs. Xia Ruofei's body had also fallen sideways. At the same time, he put the 2 unconscious soldiers into the spatial cage. The remaining 3 soldiers were charging towards Xia Ruofei. They were stunned when they saw their 2 comrades disappear into thin air after being knocked down. While they were still in a daze, Xia Ruofei pushed himself off the ground and jumped up like a spring. He grabbed one of the soldiers by the shoulders and kneed him with his knee. The soldier felt as if his chest had been hit by a heavy truck and he fainted. As Xia Ruofei kept the soldier into the spatial cage, he jumped up from the ground and punched at the same time. The last 2 soldiers fell to the ground. Xia Ruofei took the opportunity to keep the two soldiers into the spatial cage. From the gunshot to Xia Ruofei rolling into the tent to him killing the 9 soldiers, the entire process only took 5 to 6 seconds. At this moment, outside the tent, Douglas, the leader of the modern mercenary group, rushed out of the last tent that Xia Ruofei had not visited. This tent was surrounded by 11 other tents and was located in the center of the camp. It was equivalent to the Central Army tent in ancient times. This was Douglas' resting place and also his command center. The tent was divided into 2 compartments. Douglas rested in the inner compartment, while the outer compartment was used as a command center. A large military map was hung on the wall, and there were a few tables. In the outer room, there was also a staff officer and an orderly on duty at night, so that Douglas could find them at any time if he needed help in the middle of the night. However, the staff officer and the orderly were not on duty 24 hours a day. When it was time for lights out, they also fell asleep in the outer room. Douglas was the kind of soldier who had truly experienced countless wars. He used to be a Special Force soldier of the U.S. military's 101st Airborne Division. After retirement, because he had no other life skills and was unwilling to live the rest of his life with the retirement fund issued by the government, he came to Africa and became a mercenary. 2404 crazy After the baptism of blood and fire, Douglas felt that a war-torn African country like Videira was the place he yearned for. Douglas was born with a keen sense of danger. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not make any obvious mistakes during the entire operation. Also, Douglas had already fallen asleep, but he still felt his heart palpitate in his sleep. When he woke up, he immediately felt that something was wrong. There was no other reason than the fact that the military camp was too quiet. Although the camp was quiet in the middle of the night, if one listened carefully, they could still hear some subtle sounds, such as the snoring of soldiers, the grinding of teeth, or the light footsteps of the patrol team. Douglas was already used to the sounds in the military camp. When he woke up, he found that the sounds had almost disappeared. The absolute silence immediately alerted him. Although he didn't think that someone could kill everyone in the military camp without them knowing, there was a strange feeling in this silence, which made him feel that something was wrong. Douglas did not alert the staff officers and odd job soldiers on duty outside. Instead, he took out a pistol from under his pillow and looked out of the tent's window. He saw a black shadow coming out of one tent and walking to another. With the help of the dim light in the camp, Douglas could tell from the man's attire that he was not one of his mercenaries. Something had really happened. Douglas's heart skipped a beat. However, Douglas was also a ruthless man. He didn't know how many enemies there were outside, nor did he know how many of his soldiers were still alive, but he didn't think so much at all. Almost subconsciously, he raised his pistol, aimed at the black shadow with a fierce look, and then pulled the trigger firmly. However, the black shadow seemed to have been prepared for this. At the same time he fired, he rolled forward to avoid the shot and went into the tent. After firing, Douglas naturally did not hesitate anymore. He rushed out of the tent and picked up a light machine gun. At this time, the orderly and the staff officer on duty were also awakened. They were completely unaware of the situation. When they saw Douglas striding out with the light machine gun, they quickly got up from the camp bed, found their weapons in a hurry, and rushed out behind Douglas. Douglas's face was very ugly. After the gunshot, the whole camp should have exploded like a pot, and the soldiers should have rushed out of the tents. However, the scene in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. The entire camp was quiet, and there was no movement at all. It was as if the three of them were the only ones left in the entire camp. In fact, it was true. Not counting the 5 or 6 hidden sentries on the periphery and the 9 soldiers that Xia Ruofei had captured after entering the tent, there were only 3 people left in the camp: Douglas, his staff officer, and the odd job soldier. The scene in front of them was strange. If the other party had wiped out the entire mercenary group without anyone knowing, it meant that the other party must have sent a lot of people. But now, not even a shadow could be seen. Not only did not one of their own come out, but the other party also did not appear, except for the black shadow that had just entered the tent. The tent that the shadow had entered was also very quiet, as if all the soldiers inside had died. There was no sound of resistance. Douglas had been through countless battles in the first half of his life. He had been to Iraq, Afghanistan, and the hot spots in the Southern Alliance. He was a veteran, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. However, he was a decisive person. After rushing out of the tent, he saw that the entire camp was dead. He only hesitated for a few seconds, then picked up the light machine gun with a ferocious expression. He aimed directly at the tent that the black shadow had just entered and pulled the trigger. The light machine gun's muzzle spat out a dazzling tongue of fire, and the machine gun bullets rained down on the tent. In the blink of an eye, the tent was full of bullet holes, like a sieve. However, Douglas did not stop. He gritted his teeth and kept shooting at the not so big tent. The canvas of the tent was torn and tattered. In the end, the tent simply collapsed because the skeleton kept breaking and getting shot. Douglas did not drop the machine gun until all the bullets were used up. Then, he pulled out the pistol from his waist and walked toward the tent step by step with a murderous look. The tent was made of waterproof canvas on all 4 sides. Although it was very thick, it could not block bullets at all. It could be said that there was no shelter at all inside the tent. Under such intense gunfire, not to mention people in the tent, even a rat would not be able to escape. The staff officer on duty and the soldier on duty were also stunned when they saw Douglas firing at the tent. After all, there was a squad of soldiers living inside. Besides, they did not know what was going on. They did not see Xia Ruofei enter the tent. Therefore, the first thought that came to their minds was, is the boss crazy? Of course, the 2 of them had also noticed that something was wrong. Douglas had made such a big noise that he had directly destroyed a tent. It was very likely that even the soldiers inside had been beaten to a pulp. However, no one in the camp had rushed out. Not only that, but even the sentries on the tower and the patrol team of the camp did not make any movements. Where did these people go? More than 100 living people, could they just disappear? Not only did the staff officer on duty and the odd job soldier have such doubts, Douglas was also suspicious. Tonight's events were too strange. Although he was sure that no one could survive the firepower just now, Douglas was still very careful. He raised his gun and approached the tent step by step. He walked to the location of the tent and kicked away the scattered pieces of canvas and the tent skeleton on the ground while carefully searching. At this moment, a piece of canvas beside Douglas suddenly bulged. Just as Douglas was on alert, a figure jumped out from under the canvas and pounced on Douglas.